3 years ago, the zoo beast attack that shocked the world completely changed the fate of this land. Dozens of people died and countless were injured. Wild beasts took advantage of the chaos to escape, leaving behind a devastating scene. Since then, this place has become a forbidden area and no one has set foot in the zoo anymore. But now I have to face this desolate and dangerous world. I am Ichin, a newly reincarnated little tiger cub. Yes, you heard it right. I was reborn as a tiger cub. I was covered in fur, had short limbs, and opened my mouth to roar. But all that came out was a soft meow. If someone saw me like this, they would probably laugh out loud. Just as I lay helplessly on the grass, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The bounty gambling system has been activated. Then, a set of rules quickly entered my mind. This system is called the bounty gambling dog system. Every time the host fights other creatures, he will get a bonus dice. If he wins the battle, he will get a reward immediately. If he loses the battle, he will accumulate losing streaks. The higher the number of losing streaks, the higher the reward value. The reward will be increased once every 5 losing streaks. The losing streak reward will be distributed uniformly after the first victory. Hearing this, I felt a subtle mix of emotions. What did that mean? Let me lose in a row? The more I lose, the bigger the reward will be in the end? Why did this rule sound like it was prepared for gamblers? The system then gave a prompt. Host's current status: a milk tiger, not yet weaned, extremely low strength, and extremely weak survival ability. It is recommended that the host immediately start accumulating losing streaks, otherwise he may die of hunger. Looking at my short legs and limp paws, I sighed. Forget about surviving. I can hardly defeat an ant in this condition. The only thing that gives me hope is this inexplicable system. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes not far away. I looked up alertly and saw a hedgehog crawling out of the bushes. This hedgehog is completely different from other cute little animals. Its back is covered with black spikes, each of which glows a dark green light and even has a faint fishy smell. Obviously, this thing is already a mutated creature, and even touching it will probably cause poisoning. I crouched on the grass, trying to lower my body and get closer to it. But before I took 2 steps, my paw stepped on a dead leaf. Crack! The sound was extremely harsh in the silent environment. The hedgehog turned his head instantly, with vigilance and ferocity in his eyes. The spikes on its back suddenly stood up, and the next second, a beam of light shot towards it. I tried to dodge, but my tiny arms and legs couldn't run very fast. The spike hit me squarely in the butt. Ouch! The pain made me let out a childish scream, and the whole tiger cub fell directly to the ground. The hedgehog seemed to decide that I wasn't worth wasting my time and went back into the bushes, leaving me lying on the ground, too painful to move. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Battle failed. Current losing streak +1. Current reward accumulation. Basic spiritual power enhancement potion X1. There are rewards for losing streak? I was slightly stunned, and then I realized that this is the real value of the system. The hedgehog walked away, and I slowly got up from the ground, dragging my injured body. Even though I was in a mess and my butt was still aching, my mind was unusually calm. Although I am pitifully weak now, as long as I accumulate enough losing streaks, future rewards will surely allow me to rise quickly. Just as I was thinking, Tiger Dad came over. He stared at me for a while, as if he felt aggrieved that I ignored him. Tiger Dad stretched out his paw and gently poked me, appearing cautious and even a little flattering. I was stunned, not understanding what he was up to. This new dad probably felt that using only his tail during normal playtime was a bit perfunctory. So today he decided to go all out and play with me, using his paws. But he didn't consider at all how huge his claws were for a baby like me. They were simply too heavy. I have important things to do and don't have time to mess around with him. Stop it! I raised my little paw irritably, trying to push his huge paw away. However, at this moment, an outrageous scene happened. The tiger dad actually fell to the ground with his 4 paws facing the sky. It said, "Baby, you are so awesome. Even your dad has been defeated by you." It was so exaggerated that I was speechless for a while. Seeing this guy fall to the ground, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. This father is such a dramatic actor. However, isn't his behavior a bit too human? Could it be that the influence of the spiritual energy revival has begun to take effect on him, causing him to begin to evolve? It's just that the signs are not obvious enough for humans to detect for the time being. Just as I was daydreaming, a system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Host defeated the Tiger King and received a bonus dice. Do you want to roll it? I was stunned for a moment, and a question mark slowly formed in my mind. Is this even possible? The system has determined that the host has defeated the Tiger King, and therefore has won the victory and received a bonus dice. Do you want to throw it? The system's answer made my mouth twitch. It seems that as long as the target subjectively admits defeat, the system will determine that I win. In order to cheer me up, Tiger Dad pretended to fall to the ground and admit defeat, but the system actually recognized it as my victory. But whatever, since this is considered a victory, I can try to see what good things I can get by winning directly. System, throw it to me. I was a little excited. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5 evolution points. As the system's prompt sounded, I felt my body tremble slightly, and a force surged from nothingness, making my body vaguely stronger. The system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Ichin, level, LV1, race, Siberian tiger, body size, 25.5 centimeters long, 2.58 kilograms, combat power, 0.3, skills, none, magic power, none, evolution points, 5 out of 10. Both the size and combat power have increased slightly. Although the changes are not significant, they are still noticeable. Since a direct victory can get 5 evolution points, wouldn't the accumulated rewards for consecutive losses be more generous? Thinking of this, my mind started to become active, and I couldn't help but turn my gaze to the other side of the tiger garden. A little tiger cub, slightly bigger than me, was fighting with a low-flying butterfly. I knew for sure that this guy must be my brother. My silly O'Dowdo, feel the love from your brother. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I walked over on my 4 short legs. Ah! I called out in a baby voice, attracting his attention. Although it is still difficult to determine who is the eldest brother, this does not stop me from directly acknowledging the position of older brother. When the tiger cub heard my call, he ran over excitedly. However, what he waited for was not his brother's embrace, but a claw from me. Pa! My little claws hit him accurately on the face, knocking him off his butt. I feel very satisfied looking at my broad but short claws. Although the proportions of these claws are small, they are very handy for fanning people. However, I underestimated this brother's fighting spirit. He shook his head, ignored my attack, and got up and pounced on me. The little tiger thought I was playing with him. He pounced on me aggressively, raised his paw, and punched me in the face. I was hit unexpectedly and could only try to block it, but I couldn't resist. His movements were already quite swift among the cubs, and I was beaten so hard that I could only run away with my head in my hands. Soon, I was defeated and lay on the ground gasping for breath, while he was roaring with high spirits, as if he was showing off his victory. Outside the fence, the laughter of other animals could be heard clearly. Ha ha ha! This little tiger overestimated his own abilities and went looking for a bigger fight, only to get beaten up. Exactly, a typical tiger with a big addiction to food. I almost rolled my eyes when I heard these words. Are you addicted to tiger food? What a joke. I am controlling the losing streak, understand? I just haven't taken it seriously yet. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Host was defeated by Tiger Brother and received a bonus dice. Do you want to throw it? Hearing this, my depression was instantly swept away. System, throw it. I ordered decisively. A golden dice appeared in front of my eyes, spinning rapidly in the air. After a few seconds, it stopped, and the final result appeared in front of me. The next day, the breeder took me out of the incubator and sent me and my tiger brother to the newly built Beast Kindergarten. This place is much smaller than the Tiger Park, but it is also home to many other small carnivores, little lions, little black bears, little jaguars, little leopards. Almost all of the wild animals with cubs of the right age in the park are sent here. I almost laughed out loud at the number of potential losing streaks. As soon as the keeper put me down, I rushed towards a little lion without hesitation. This guy was rolling on the grass, and when he saw me rushing towards him, he was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side. I was relentless and chased him straight after him, ready to fight. I smiled disdainfully, and then was beaten up unilaterally by the little lion. The host was defeated by the little lion and received a bonus dice. Do you want to roll it? The system prompt sounded in my mind, and the depression on my face was instantly swept away. Does winning or losing matter? The worse I lose now, the better the reward. When I have a losing streak, I will beat all these little guys to the ground sooner or later. Throw. I shouted in my heart without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a physical designated part strengthening potion. It has been deposited into the losing streak reward pool and will be distributed after the first victory. Current losing streak number 2. I grinned, lowered my head, and licked my paws. Today's losing streak has just begun. However, this emotion only lasted for a few seconds. With the system in place, as long as I complete a round of losing streak, harvest everything in the reward pool, and then transform that power into strength, who can stop me then? Tiger brother? Tiger father? Are you kidding? Pin them all to the ground and beat them. Of course, this goal is a bit far away. According to the number of opponents we can meet now, it will probably take many rounds of defeats to achieve it. But it doesn't matter. With a clear goal, there is no hesitation in taking action. After resting for a while and catching my breath, I seized the opportunity and walked towards the lion group again. Over at the lion group, the little lions have already noticed me. The little lion that just defeated me made a babyish ow in an attempt to scare me. It simply means, "Don't come over, you are not welcome here." I sneered. "If you don't let me come, I won't come?" What a joke. What's more, I've already gotten the losing streak reward from it today, so there's no need to waste any more time. I have clearly targeted a little lion that has not yet been shipped, and that will be my next target. My actions obviously irritated the nerves of the entire lion group. The little lion that had just been ignored let out an angry roar and rushed forward with his companions. A total of 5 little lions pounced on me and bit me clumsily. Oh shit. Looking at those little lion cubs huddled together and rushing towards me with a fierce look, my heart skipped a beat. It seemed like I had gotten into trouble this time. Although from an adult's perspective, little lions are cute creatures, but now I am just a weak little tiger cub. The siege of several little lions could really cause serious harm to me. Just when everyone thought I was going to be beaten horribly, a tiger shadow suddenly pounced into the battle. Ah! A thunderous roar echoed all around. Tiger Brother seemed like a god descending from heaven, and he pinned the 4 little lions to the ground one by one with his claws. Using a pair of front paws to attack crazily, the cute and fierce meow punches made the little lions dizzy. Thanks to Brother Tiger's heroic performance, I was finally freed from the siege and only had to face the remaining little lion. After breathing a sigh of relief, I quickly ran to a big tree in the center of the venue and played the pole-circling game with the little lion. Come on, I'll confuse you. I was secretly proud of myself. Before long, the little lion was really confused and staggering because of my tricks. I took the opportunity to rush up and engage in a head-on battle with it. The result? Of course, I was beaten splendidly. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a primary evolution point random ticket. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak level, 3. I was delighted when I heard the system prompt. From then on, I would fight with other small animals almost every 2 or 3 days. After several consecutive defeats in the Beast Kindergarten, 3 months later I had reached the 21st level of consecutive defeats. On that day, inside the Tiger Park, the sounds of huge collisions and tears rang through the ears, making people shudder. When I ran into the garden, I saw 2 giant tigers fighting fiercely. Tiger Dad looked completely different. His black, white, and orange hair had turned into a dark black, and his body was bigger than before, weighing a full 450 kilograms. He was not as gentle and strong as before, but slender and full of tyranny. Its eyes had completely lost their rationality, filled with only the desire to destroy. Looking at the tiger mom again, her fur has turned pure white, like a snow tiger walking out of ice and snow. Although its size has grown to 300 kilograms, it still looks much smaller than its tiger father at this time. The scary thing is that the tiger dad attacks without holding back. Every claw and every bite is merciless and goes straight to the tiger mom's life. The power of destruction that permeates the air is even more frightening, as if anything it touches will be annihilated instantly. Is this the 7th-ranked superpower in the world? Destruction? I stared at the field, my heart filled with shock. In the past, humans conducted extremely detailed research on superpowers and even made systematic global rankings. Tiger Dad's destruction skill was ranked 7th, which meant that it was the top among countless superpowers. Even Tiger Mom's recovery ability is as strong as it is weak in front of it. Tiger Mom's body was torn apart again and again, but there was always a milky white light emerging, quickly repairing the wounds. Although healing abilities are not uncommon, it is unheard of for Tiger Mom to have such powerful healing power upon initial awakening. But this healing ability is ultimately no match for Tiger Dad's violent destructive power. Every repair consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, while the destructive offensive never stops. The blood dyed Tiger Mom's hair red, and her breath became weaker and weaker. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for another 3 minutes. No, if this goes on, Tiger Mom will die. My head was buzzing and the anxiety in my heart could not be contained. System, use all primary evolution point random vouchers. System, use all skill points and add them all to Rending Claws. System, use all designated body part strengthening potion to strengthen the forelimb claws. System, use White Tiger Bloodline. Commands came through my mind one after another, and I felt the power in my body rising rapidly. The spiritual energy flows through my blood, strengthening every inch of my muscle and every bone. The evolution level that had originally reached LV10 was suddenly advanced to LV12. My combat power skyrocketed, and my body also underwent a huge change. When I opened my eyes, the system panel was clearly displayed in my mind. Host, Ichin, level, LV12, race, Siberian tiger, weak white tiger bloodline, body size, 73 centimeters long, 28 kilograms, combat power, 21, skills, tearing claws, excellent, heart-captivating tiger roar, iron teeth and copper fangs, magical power, wind from the tiger, evolution points, 0/50. Just as I was adjusting my state, a violent killing intent came towards me. I looked up and found Tiger Dad's murderous eyes staring at me. Being stared at like that, I felt the hairs on my body stand on end and even my breathing stopped for a moment. Oh! When Tiger Mom heard the noise, she immediately turned to look at me. Her eyes were full of fear, as if she was aware of my situation, and seemed to be shouting silently, "Let me run." However, the Tiger Dad did not hesitate at all. He stepped closer with destructive energy wrapped around his body, and the weeds on the ground withered inch by inch with every step. Tiger Mom knew that she couldn't persuade me to leave, so she could only stand in front of me again. She roared, and even though her body was covered in wounds and her breath was weak, she tried her best to stop Tiger Dad's steps. That is the instinct of a tigress, the unreserved protection of her children. At this moment, I was deeply shocked. Even though I only had the memory of 3.5 months, Tiger Mom's warmth, delicacy, and love had already been engraved into my soul. However, none of this could stop the irrational tiger father. There was no emotion in his eyes, only the desire to destroy everything. I took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. System, I'm ready. The moment I took a step, the energy in my body was completely released, and the surging power rushed to my limbs and bones like a tide. Tiger Dad suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. A huge figure passed by Tiger Mom from behind and stopped in front of her. Roar! A deafening roar shook the entire tiger garden. In this battle, I will fight at my best. Looking at my own huge body, I glanced at Tiger Mom. Her expression could no longer be described as shocked. She opened her eyes wide and stared at me blankly, as if trying to confirm whether the big guy in front of her was her little cub that was only the size of a paw. Her nose twitched in the air, confirming my scent, confusion and doubt in her eyes. But my intimate actions finally made her conclude. This was her cub. She growled softly, as if to confirm with me. But then, a trace of sadness emerged in her eyes. She thought she was hallucinating, and even thought it was a delusion before death. I didn't have time to explain anything. I didn't have time to look at her. I had already started walking towards Tiger Dad. I was able to become like this because I used the time fruit. This was originally my life-saving trump card, but I had no choice at this moment. With my current strength, even if I use all the rewards and enhancements on my body, it is still not enough to match the power of one claw of Tiger Dad. The only way I can fight him is to use the fruit of time, to temporarily grow into an adult tiger with peak combat power. Before the close combat, I took the lead in launching a long-range attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of sky-splitting wind blades rushed straight towards Tiger Dad. The dense wind blades instantly covered his entire body. This is the strongest long-range attack I can do at this stage. The wind blades were like knives, stabbing at Tiger Dad's body. Some of the wind blades that deviated cut deeply into the ground, lifting up the grass and leaving bottomless marks. But these attacks had no effect on Tiger Dad, as if they were offset by some invisible barrier. Sure enough, just like in the previous life, the destruction ability not only has extremely strong offensive power, but also has terrifying defensive power. Its protective film makes it immune to most ranged attacks, and only close combat can cause effective damage to it. As expected, we can only resort to close combat. I gritted my teeth and whispered, my eyes drooping. The next moment, I activated Wind from the Tiger and rushed forward with the wind under my feet. At the same time, I equipped primary soul claw and primary soul armor. My front paws suddenly popped out, and the tips of the claws emitted a dazzling cold light. The 30-centimeter-long claws looked particularly dazzling in the sun. The tiger dad didn't avoid it at all. It rushed towards me with destructive force and pounced on me with its claws, obviously intending to fight me head-on. Swish! A sharp tearing sound was heard. Although my claws successfully caught the tiger father, it was faster and instantly cut my forearm, leaving several deep blood marks. A piercing pain surged up, and I gritted my teeth and held on, taking advantage of the blessing of wind from the tiger to quickly retreat and keep some distance. System: use primary healing potion. I growled. As soon as I finished speaking, my injured forearm healed quickly and returned to normal. But this did not make me relax at all. Tiger Dad is too strong. Even though I am now the same size as him, the real difference in combat power is still obvious. His ability, Destruction, can not only cause terrible damage, but also build a strong defense, and my wind from the tiger is obviously not enough to make up for this gap. What's more, the combat experience that Tiger Dad has accumulated since he was a child is not something a half-baked like me can compare to. I have only been in control of the tiger's body for 3.5 months, and his experience simply crushes me. Just then, something suddenly occurred to me. I should also have superpowers. The urge to self-harm that I felt in the nursery was definitely a sign of my awakening supernatural powers. I opened the system panel and took a look. Host: Ichin. Level: LV12. Combat power: 430. Skills: Tearing Claws, excellent. Heart-captivating Tiger Roar, Iron Teeth and Copper Fangs, magical power. Wind from the Tiger, evolution points, 1/50th. I was shocked. My combat power increased from 428 to 430. The extra 2 points were definitely the effect of my supernatural power. What made me even happier was that my evolution points also increased by 1 point. Although the improvement is not significant, it means that my ability is indeed effective. However, before I had time to think about it, there was a sound of breaking air, and my body was suddenly pulled out and hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. Tiger Dad's attacks became more and more violent, and the destructive energy lingering on his body could hurt me with just a touch. I was breathing heavily, feeling my strength draining away, and a deep sense of powerlessness was rising in my heart. 15 minutes. The effect of the time fruit only lasts 15 minutes. If I can't knock Tiger Dad down within this period of time, only death will be waiting for me. System: use all evolution scrolls. I growled. With the use of the evolution scroll, my body instantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy like a sponge absorbing water. My size increased rapidly again, and strength spread from my limbs to my entire body. I was filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Host: Ichin. Level: LV14. Body size: 3.8 meters long, 521 kilograms. Combat power: 530. Now, that should be enough. I looked at the changes on the system panel, felt the explosive power hidden in my muscles, and a sneer appeared at the corner of my mouth. My strength increased by a quarter, and my combat power was almost as strong as Tiger Dad's, which finally gave me some chance of winning. The Tiger Dad sitting opposite me also clearly felt my change. Although it had lost its mind, its beastly instinct made it keenly aware that I was no longer the small character that it had crushed before. It let out a low roar, full of anger and vigilance. Roar. The Tiger Dad's roar was like thunder. His limbs were tense, and violent murderous intent overflowed as he pounced towards me. The aura of destruction emanating from Tiger Dad showed that he had no intention of showing any mercy. In its eyes, this is its territory, and only one tiger can leave alive. There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain? Then give it a try. I snorted coldly, facing its attack, and rushed up with a roar. 2 huge tigers were running wildly in the tiger park. The ground was shaking violently, and everything around them seemed to become insignificant in the face of these 2 huge forces. Finally, we collided with each other. The huge force kicked up a cloud of dust, and the dull sound of impact echoed. Tiger Dad's sharp claws cut through the air, heading straight for my throat, but I used the speed granted by wind from the tiger to narrowly avoid it, and at the same time swung my rending claws to counterattack. Sparks flew when the claws collided, and Tiger Dad's strength was so strong that my arms went numb. We can't let it control the rhythm. I gritted my teeth and used my slight advantage in strength to force Tiger Dad to take a few steps back. I chased after him, my claws intertwined, and I fiercely grabbed the tiger's chest. If this attack succeeded, it would be enough to severely damage its fighting ability. But even in a violent state, Tiger Dad's fighting instinct was still strong. It twisted its body strangely and avoided my attack. Tisk! My heart tightened, but without stopping, I kicked the ground and pounced on it. Boom! I successfully jumped onto its back, piercing its hard muscles with my soul claws, and fixed myself in place. The Tiger Dad roared madly in pain and shook his body violently to try to push me off, but I held onto him tightly and didn't give him any chance. Roar! The Tiger Dad's roar was deafening, and he began to roll around wildly, trying to crush me with his weight. The impact of the ground shook my internal organs so much that I couldn't help but groan, and blood oozed from the corners of my mouth. Don't try to get rid of me, I growled, suddenly pulled out a soul claw, aimed at its back and stabbed it again. Blood gushed out like a spring. While it was frozen for a moment due to the severe pain, I retracted my claws and smashed its head with my bare palms. Bang! 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 I pressed it down tightly with one palm after another, using all my strength in each blow, but also controlling the force to prevent it from suffering fatal damage. I don't want to kill it, I just want it to pass out. Bang! With the last blow, my claws hit its forehead heavily. Tiger Dad's body finally trembled, and he fell down softly, with a weak breath, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fell into a coma. Congratulations to the host. You have won a victory. Because you defeated an opponent who is far superior to your actual combat power, you are rewarded with 3 primary blind boxes, which have been stored in the system backpack. Current losing streak, 0. When I heard the system prompt sound, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, my body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball and turned back into the size of a cub. Looking at the unconscious Tiger Dad lying on the ground, I took a few deep breaths. Fortunately, I won this battle. The next morning, I woke up in a daze, dragging my tired body, with last night's battle still echoing in my mind. That head-on fight almost exhausted all my strength, and I slept in confusion all night. However, a family living near the South Zoo was not so peaceful. Xinxinyi rubbed her eyes and propped herself up from the bed, only to find that her palm touched something cold. She looked down and saw a thin layer of frost covering the entire bed. What the hell? She suddenly woke up and quickly stood up and looked around. The white frost not only covered the bed, but the entire bedroom was also shrouded in a light layer of frost. It's July now, the tropical season in the south, and the temperature has already exceeded 30 degrees. How could frost appear? Xinxinyi stood up and stepped barefoot on the floor. The cold touch made her feet numb. She was filled with doubts, but as the sun rose, the frost in the room gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Forget it. Let's go to the zoo first. She muttered in a low voice. Xiaobao fell yesterday, and I don't know how he is now. She didn't think about it anymore, and quickly washed and fixed her hair in front of the mirror. However, when she looked up at the mirror, she was stunned. The person in the mirror looked completely different. Her skin was white and almost transparent. Her pupils were ice blue like gemstones, and her hair and eyebrows were all pure white, like an angel walking out of the snow. How did I become like this? She stroked her face with trembling hands, trying to confirm that this was not an illusion. She was stunned for a long time, until her body became stiff from standing for a long time, and she finally came to her senses. After a quick breakfast, Xinxinyi wrapped a headscarf to hide her abnormality and hurried to the zoo. The teacher said that mutations in animals and plants are likely to spread to humans. It seems to be true. She muttered to herself all the way, her mind filled with anxiety. In order to distract herself, she opened her phone and checked today's trending searches. The first piece of news made her frown. An explosion occurred in the high-end residential area of the third ring road of the imperial capital, and it is suspected to be related to the Bald Eagle country. She clicked on the video and saw that the picture was shaky. It was a live broadcast taken by a passerby with his mobile phone. In the video, a host named Taiyi is speaking excitedly to the camera. He said, "Brothers, I was scared to death. At 2:30 in the morning, I had just finished a game and was about to go to bed, but I heard a loud bang outside. A high-end villa in the community near my home was directly blown up." As he spoke, the camera turned to the distance, where a villa was seen on fire. The flames shot up into the sky, the air around it was distorted, and chilling explosions were heard in the fire. However, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. In the blazing flames, a figure suddenly jumped out. The man was burning with flames all over his body, like a human-shaped fire spirit. He did not flee in panic, but stood in the middle of the sea of fire, opened his arms, and absorbed the surrounding flames into his body. What the hell? What is this? The host's tone was instantly filled with fear. The video came to an abrupt end here, replaced by a picture of the live broadcast room being banned. Xinqingyi's fingers trembled slightly as she clicked on a few similar news items. The more she read, the more shocked she became. Almost all the news was related to similar, paranormal phenomena. She understood that these phenomena were not accidental, but rather the result of changes in the times brought about by the revival of spiritual energy. This day has really changed. She sighed softly and walked towards the zoo. Xinqingyi's footsteps gradually faded away, and Ichin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Last night's battle with Tiger Dad was full of danger, and his body is still aching. Fortunately, he managed the scene perfectly, and Xinqingyi didn't notice anything. Finally, I can see the system's reward. I was so excited. I tried my best to defeat Tiger Dad last night. This is the first time that the system has rewarded me with 3 primary blind boxes for defeating an opponent who is much stronger than me. I wonder what treasures I can get. System, open a blind box. I couldn't wait to give the order, my heart beating faster. As the system prompt sounded, a ball of golden light exploded in my mind, and then the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the White Tiger Fighting Spirit skill, which has been automatically equipped. White Tiger Fighting Spirit? My eyes lit up. The name sounded very powerful and the skill description immediately appeared in my mind. The system displays White Tiger Fighting Spirit. After activation, it greatly increases the host's combat power and explosive power in a short period of time, and grants additional damage effects. The duration is 3 minutes, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Awesome. I couldn't help but grin. This skill perfectly made up for my shortcomings. When I used it at the critical moment, my combat power soared instantly. But that's not all. There are still 2 blind boxes of system rewards that have not been opened. I took a deep breath and gave another command. System, open the second blind box. Another golden light exploded, and a translucent crystal appeared in front of me, emitting a faint light. Then the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a spirit core, which can be used to quickly restore spiritual energy or enhance skill effects. What a good thing. I licked my lips excitedly. This aura core is simply a perfect battle endurance artifact. Whether it is used to restore aura or strengthen skills, it can allow me to take the initiative in battle. Open the last one for me. I shouted impatiently. The system's golden light flashed for the last time, and this time a palm-sized scroll emerged, exuding an ancient aura. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Xin level Kung Fu Windwalking Step, which has been stored in the system skill column. I widened my eyes in shock. This is a technique. Although it is only at the Xin level, in the early stage of the spiritual energy recovery, Xin level techniques are already very rare. Wind Steps. I silently recited the name, and the skill description slowly emerged in my mind. Wind Steps. Auxiliary skills. After practicing it, it greatly enhances the host's speed and flexibility, and can temporarily increase the ability to dodge. It's perfect. This technique makes my already strong speed even better. Combined with the Wind from the Tiger ability, I can definitely make my opponent dizzy in battle. This wave is worth it. I looked at the new skills and items on the system panel, my heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. System display host, Ichin, level, LV14, race, Siberian Tiger, weak white tiger bloodline, combat power, 530. System display skills, tearing claws, excellent, heart-captivating tiger roar, iron teeth and copper fangs, white tiger fighting spirit, magic power. Wind from the Tiger, skill. Wind Step, Xin level, item. Spiritual energy core. Although this battle was difficult, the rewards from the system allowed me to make a qualitative leap in one fell swoop. Now, not only has my strength greatly improved, but my ability to deal with various situations has also become more comprehensive. But I looked down at my tiny paws and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Although Tiger Dad's fighting ability is amazing, it is just a starting point compared to those real strong men in his previous life. The spiritual energy revival has just begun, and there will be more powerful opponents in the future. If I can't speed up my growth, I will be eliminated soon. Next, we will continue to suffer defeats. I licked my paws, with endless ambition in my eyes. System, open a blind box first. I couldn't help rubbing my paws, very excited. Thinking back to the time I got the primary soul armor, I was still a little excited. This time I got 3 blind boxes directly, and my expectations were almost maxed out. Hint, 3 primary blind boxes can be combined into 1 intermediate blind box. Does the host agree to the combination? I almost gasped when I heard the system say this. What? I was stunned for half a second. This thing can really be played with combination upgrades? The same routine as teamfight tactics? Can 3 intermediate blind boxes be combined into an advanced blind box? I tested with a sneer, feeling that this routine was a little familiar. Yes. Wow, the system's answer is so straightforward that it makes me despair. The corner of my mouth twitched. This synthesis mechanism is quite particular about the fun of collecting. Synthesize. I sighed. Since the system has already raised it, it seems that the higher the level of the blind box, the higher the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate blind box. Would you like to open it? Open. I gave the order directly. The next second, the system flashed, and a line of prompts appeared in my mind. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a basic Nico's assistance. Nico? My eyes lit up. This name sounds impressive, and the system introduction really got me excited. Basic Nico's assistance. The host can designate a friendly unit, copy any ability of the unit that is not higher than epic level, and grant it to any friendly unit. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Copying skills, even supernatural powers? This is too powerful. If I could get Tiger Dad's destruction ability, I couldn't help but start fantasizing. This was one of the top 10 powerful abilities in the world in my previous life. With this ability, I would definitely take off. I looked up at Tiger Dad, who was still sleeping soundly, feeling a little excited, but also a little uncertain. System, use primary Nico's help to copy Tiger Dad's ability. Destruction? I gave the order tentatively. As a result, the system responded coldly. Warning, Bai Shan's awakened ability destruction is higher than epic level. Primary Nico's assistance cannot be copied. Please use the higher level Nico's assistance to copy. Sure enough, I gritted my teeth. I should have known that this skill was not so easy to obtain. How could the 7th ranked supernatural power in the world be copied by others so easily? Forget it. I'll keep this trump card and use it when I find a suitable target. I shook my tail. It would be a waste to blindly use such a good thing. Maybe Brother Tiger has great potential. Maybe there are good things on other mutant animals in the zoo. Just as I was thinking, I heard a noise behind me. I looked back and saw Tiger Dad yawning, stretching and waking up. When it saw the tiger mother turned pure white, it was stunned, staring at her up and down. Then it put its big nose close to her and sniffed, and only felt relieved after confirming the smell. But the next second, it suddenly jumped up as if it had been electrocuted, and looked around with a vigilant look on its face. Roar. Who was it? Who was that big white tiger last night? I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. This guy still had the memory of me, saving the beauty. It seemed that he had been completely cheated on. The Tiger Dad continued to roar, his tone full of anger and confusion. While I am out of control, does this pretty boy dare to stick to my wife? Roar. Tiger Mom replied lazily and explained helplessly, "It's our son." Hearing this, the tiger father was stunned. Then, the expression on his face changed from disbelief to anger. Roar, roar, roar. Don't lie to me. How old is my son? How could such a big white tiger be him? You are just protecting that pretty boy. Tiger Mom frowned and gave him 2 big noses. Roar. You dare to say that again? The Tiger Dad rolled on the ground after being beaten and roared in grievance. Aw. Early in the morning, the tiger park was filled with its wailing, which made me almost laugh to my death. What an idiot. I shook my ears and looked at the Tiger Dad, who was beaten black and blue. I felt a little happy for some reason. After Tiger Dad finished his fuss, he finally calmed down and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. I narrowed my eyes and began to think about my next plan. Nico's assist must be used with caution. Right now, it seems better to observe the surroundings first to see if there are any abilities worth copying. The rewards for losing streak haven't been fully digested yet. I have to find an opportunity to stack higher levels as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Official Rumor Refutation. The revival of spiritual energy is not a rumor. After being beaten up, Tiger Dad believed what Tiger Mom said after seeing Ichin's current appearance. The pretty boy who had a big fight with me yesterday and even pinned me to the ground and beat me up, is he really my son? Although Ichin is much smaller than the big white tiger yesterday, the patterns on his body are exactly the same as those of the big white tiger. Each tiger's pattern is unique. It is impossible for 2 tigers to have exactly the same pattern. Tigers recognize their own kind by smell and by patterns. Therefore, there is no doubt that the big white tiger yesterday was Ichin. Tilting his head, Tiger Dad figured it out. I gained a powerful superpower yesterday, which allows me to attach terrible destructive energy to my entire body. Then Ichin also gained a powerful superpower that allows him to grow bigger. Is there anything wrong with that? However, being beaten by his own cub made it somewhat embarrassing for the father. He came to Ichin and rubbed his head hard with his big paws. What the hell? What's wrong with Tiger Dad? Ichin was speechless. He was pinned to the ground by Tiger Dad's big claws and couldn't get up. He could only shake his head hard, trying to free himself from Tiger Dad's five-finger mountain roar. As for Tiger Dad, he became excited. See, I am still the best as a father. Moreover, when Ichin and Hoodie were still very young, it didn't dare to interact with the two cubs for fear of hurting them. But now, Ichin is 80 centimeters long and his body is strong, so Tiger Dad can rub him with all his might. Ha ha ha. The feeling of the baby's hand is not sharp. However, before it could have enough fun, it was hit by two big sinuses on its big head. Turning around, Tiger Mom was staring at Tiger Dad with a gloomy face. Tiger is really worrying. He starts bullying his cubs after not seeing them for a while. Is there any father like you? Roar. Tiger Dad awkwardly moved his paw away from Ichin and looked around. What? Is a tiger bullying the cubs? No way. I'm looking at the scenery. I am still too young now. I am not at the same level as Tiger Dad. Finally getting rid of the five-finger mountain of Tiger Dad, Ichin couldn't help but sigh. However, having been inspired by yesterday's time fruit state, he would not be negative. If I grow up to be an adult tiger like Tiger Dad, my strength will not be weak. Debunk the rumor. Debunk the rumor. In the past 2 months, many so-called mutation incidents have occurred repeatedly, and yesterday many supernatural incidents sparked heated discussions online. Freed from Tiger Dad's deep fatherly love, Ichin's ears moved and he looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that Shun Qingyi was sitting on the ground watching hot videos. Coming behind Shun Qingyi, Ichin raised his front legs, placed them on her shoulders, and put his head on one of her shoulders. Ah, it's Xiaobao. His action startled Shun Qingyi at first, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She never plays with her mobile phone during working hours, neglecting the tiger family. But what happened today made her feel a little uneasy. Getting more relevant information on the internet can help her feel less anxious. Ichin didn't move, just looked at Shun Qingyi's phone and watched the video content. Seeing that Ichin was not looking for her to play, but was looking at his phone curiously, a smile appeared on Shun Qingyi's face. These perfect creatures in nature can always bring peace of mind and relieve anxiety. This is a mobile phone. You can see what's happening around the world. For some reason, Shun Qingyi couldn't help but explain. Ichin didn't respond and just continued looking at his phone. The above is a rumor refuted by a so-called expert who said that these mutation events and supernatural events are all fake and are scams created by busybodies. Even the blame was put on the bald eagle country, saying that it was the bald eagle country that deliberately created the panic. Many people believed what he said. After all, such gimmicky things in the past were either a misunderstanding or a special effect and were just tools to attract traffic. But Ichin knew that this guy would be slapped in the face soon. Check the time. 8 o'clock sharp. Everything that happened in the previous life came as expected at this moment. The video playing on Shun Qingyi's phone suddenly changed and turned directly into news. Hello, viewers across the country. I'm sorry to take up your time, but what's coming next concerns each and every one of us. I believe that from last night till now, many people have seen many videos of supernatural phenomena such as Burning Man and Stone Man. Here, I would like to dispel the rumors on behalf of the official. This is not a rumor. Ichin was not surprised at all when seeing this sudden news, because in the previous life, it was also at this time that the official released news regarding mutation events and supernatural events. Moreover, it is not just short videos on mobile phones. All televisions, computers, supermarket advertising screens, and any place that can broadcast news are forced to play this news. The world has indeed undergone unimaginable changes, with animals and plants changing, and humans acquiring supernatural powers. But we hope that everyone will not panic. Trust the authorities. Trust the government. We have enough ability and execution power to ensure the safety of everyone's life and property. Just now, the Dragon Country officials held an emergency meeting and set up a special working group for such incidents, now named the Dragon Group. Experts in related fields and special teams from military regions are deployed to control the negative impact of such incidents and protect the safety of people's lives and property. Last night, many animals, plants, and humans mutated and gained supernatural powers, so we call it the spiritual revival tide. We call mutated animals and plants mutated beasts and mutated plants, and we call humans who have acquired supernatural powers evolvers. An announcement has been issued that the official treatment of evolvers will not be imprisoned or sliced as portrayed in many film and television works. Any Dragon Country citizen who becomes an evolver can report to the local government agency or police station, public security bureau, or public security department. While reducing factors of social instability, the authorities will carry out targeted training based on the supernatural abilities of each evolver and explore their abilities as much as possible. Each evolver who voluntarily reports within a week will be rewarded 10,000 yuan and granted a position, enjoying the same treatment as national civil servants. However, if an evolver has not reported voluntarily after a week, the authorities will deem him to have a tendency to use supernatural powers to commit illegal acts. Once arrested, regardless of whether he has violated the law or not, he will be sentenced to 1 year in prison. 1 week later, all citizens can report any suspected non-registered evolvers while ensuring their own safety. If it is confirmed to be true, the whistleblower will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. The incident is urgent and the task is arduous. We hope that local governments will do their utmost to cooperate with the central policy and do a good job in receiving and registering the evolvers. Troops stationed in various locations have entered a Level 1 combat readiness state and have moved into nearby cities to safeguard the lives and property of citizens. I hope everyone will unite as one and demonstrate the power of the Dragon Nation in this major event that concerns each and every one of us. Chapter 23. You deserve to die. Take my spear. Fuck. This is actually true. Of course it's true. I told you that there was a Moffat in Jiangxing, but you still didn't believe it. I wonder if he is the only Moffat in the world. If so, does he not have to share a brain with other Moffats? Manually funny. The above person's train of thought is really unique. That's right. I am the king of stone men. Why didn't this good thing happen to me? I was directly rewarded with 10,000 yuan and was directly enlisted. I'm so envious. Same envy. +1. Is this a fraud? This is a scam. This is national news. The number of evolvers exposed online may not seem high, but there are still hundreds in a city. If this is a scam, the country's credibility will collapse. Brother, what you said makes sense. I will report to the police station right away. What? Has the person upstairs really awakened? Click to play the video. Xinqingyi clicked on the video and saw a thin young man wearing a Yasuo cosplay costume and holding a model katana in his hand. Then, he held the sword and swung it forward. Let's face the wind. A strong tornado appeared out of nowhere, blowing the fallen leaves all over the sky, and it moved forward for more than 10 meters before gradually dissipating. Fuck. Are you serious, bro? Fuck. This is so handsome. Brother, you should find Jiangxing Moffat to recognize you as your father. If you two are together, he will hit you and you will catch him. Wouldn't you be invincible? You really deserve to die. Oh go. Take my spear. With the official guarantee, videos showing off one's achievements in becoming an evolver suddenly popped up online like mushrooms after a rain. Although they had awakened their special powers, they were afraid of being treated as aliens and did not dare to expose them in any form. But now, most of them are relieved and are posting videos to show off. This thing is a superpower. It used to be uncomfortable to hide it, but now it feels so good to be able to show it without restraint. Moreover, those who become evolvers can be enlisted in the military and are protected by the state. What the hell are you worrying about? I'll go report it too. Seeing this, Xinqingyi's anxiety was mostly gone. It's not a bad thing to be an evolver. It looks no different from the previous life. After watching the video, Ichin left Xinqingyi's shoulder. In the previous life, the Dragon Kingdom officials also quickly finalized and implemented relevant policies targeting people with special abilities. Such a quick response made Longwa the only country whose social order was not impacted by this incident in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery. Countries like the Bald Eagle Country and the Universe Country are now at a stage where the evolvers are afraid of the government and the government is wary of the evolvers. In the following period of time, crime rates in various countries skyrocketed, and even many small countries changed their governments. Supernatural abilities bring about an increase in personal strength. Powerful evolvers can, to a certain extent, possess advantages that ordinary people cannot possess. Even some backward areas have developed religious worship of evolvers, believing them to be messengers of God. As time goes on, the evolvers become more and more powerful, even strong enough to contend with thermal weapons. That's when the real chaos will occur. However, the Dragon Country officials had anticipated these situations, so they implemented relevant policies as soon as possible, registered the evolvers, provided them with benefits, and regulated their behavior in all aspects. Wow! Has Baishan's family also evolved? Baishan is over 400 kilograms now, right? At this time, the first visitors to the zoo exclaimed in surprise at the distant fence. Is that Lili? How did it turn pure white? So beautiful. Are those the two brothers Wuxing and Wudi? How come they have grown so big? How did Hu Wuxing become a white tiger? The few tourists who came were all surprised to see that Yichen's family had changed a lot. Some people even took videos and wanted to post them online. Seeing this, Yichen's heart sank, and then he relaxed. My family has changed so much that it is impossible to hide it from everyone. Moreover, before Tiger Dad Baishan escaped from the Southern Zoo in his previous life, there was no news of humans imposing sanctions on zoo animals. Moreover, it is not just his family that is evolving in this tide of spiritual energy revival. According to the rules discovered by experts in previous lives, the more powerful the creature, the higher the rate of evolution. Powerful creatures like tigers, lions, elephants, rhinos, and brown bears are extremely rare in number, and the proportion of their evolution can even reach 1/10 or even a few percent. Therefore, there were definitely quite a few animals that evolved last night. For example, the parents of the little lions and brown bears in the beast kindergarten must have evolved individuals. Therefore, the evolution of my family is not very conspicuous. In that case, my family is safe for the time being. Looking at Baishan, the tiger dad who was still being scolded by the tiger mom, Ichin smiled. It seems that my existence prevented the tragedy of my previous life from happening. If it wasn't for him yesterday, and if there wasn't a time fruit in the harvest of losing streak, maybe Tiger Brother and I wouldn't be in danger, but Tiger Mom would definitely be dead. The Mad Tiger Dad's fighting power was almost invincible in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery. Tiger Mom's healing abilities are not conducive to combat. In addition, as a female tiger, her physical condition is naturally weaker than that of a male tiger. After the same evolution, Tiger Mom is unable to catch up with Tiger Dad's advantage as a male tiger. It is conceivable that the cruelty of the Tiger Dad in the previous life must be closely related to what happened last night. Without his own obstruction, Tiger Dad Baishan would have killed Tiger Mom, his wife with whom he had a very good relationship, with his own hands. At this time, Tiger Mom seemed to notice Ichin's gaze and walked over and licked his fur gently. Roar. With a gentle call, Tiger Mom expressed her motherly love to Ichin without hesitation. If it weren't for her own cub, it would have died at the hands of her husband. It would be fine if it died on its own, but the fool Tiger Dad killed himself with his own hands. I'm afraid he will be immersed in self-blame and fear for the rest of his life, right? Tiger Mom glanced at Tiger Dad. Seeing this, Tiger Dad subconsciously shrank his neck. This tigress wants to beat me again? Wow, Baishan and Lily are so loving. Why do I feel like their expressions are more human? They look so vivid. With Baishan's size, he should be able to apply for a Guinness World Record, right? Seeing the Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom exchanging glances, Ichin stopped disturbing them. Although there is no good opportunity to use Basic Nico's help now, you can explore your own abilities now. When his special ability awakens, he has a strong desire to self-harm. According to Tiger Dad's situation, the desire that arises when superpowers awaken should be closely related to the characteristics of the superpowers. When Tiger Dad awakens his superpowers, he is filled with desires for tyranny and destruction, and his superpowers tend to be towards the extremely powerful destruction. What about your own? Could it be that he is a masochist? Chapter 24. Who the hell is the younger brother? Old man, I will remember you. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ichin shook his head vigorously to get rid of this weird guess from his mind. I am the descendant of the Beast King in my previous life, and I have a golden finger like the system. The future prospects are limitless, and the image must be glorious and majestic. So how can the masochistic supernatural powers be awakened? I just digested all the rewards from the second harvest yesterday. After taking the time fruit, my combat power is 428 and my evolution points are 0. But after I fought with Tiger Dad for a while and took damage from destruction, my combat power was 430 and my evolution point was 1. Then can I reasonably infer that as long as I take damage, my immediate combat power will increase and my evolution will be promoted at the same time? Ichin murmured. Superpowers cannot be mastered immediately after they are acquired. They require exploration and practice before they can be used best. Abilities like Tiger Dad's destruction and Tiger Mom's healing are relatively easy to discover. However, my own special abilities, as well as my brother tiger's special abilities, do not have much external manifestation, so I can only explore them slowly. But it could also be a permanent boost to combat power, but I use the evolution scroll while in the time fruit state, so I can't be sure whether these 2 points of combat power are retained. Ichin analyzed again. If it weren't for the system panel, I would probably not be able to discover the rules of this ability for a long time. However, the effect of this ability is really compatible with the system. Ichin couldn't help but sigh. The system requires consecutive defeats to accumulate generous rewards, and one's own supernatural powers require injuries in order to enhance combat power and promote evolution. Then wouldn't it be possible for me to get hurt during a losing streak, gradually become stronger, and even steadily improve my evolution level? The system's regular rewards also include blood bottles, such as primary healing potion. You can fight without any worries. As long as you can't be killed instantly, you will definitely become stronger in the battle and eventually have the power to defeat the enemy. Looking at it this way, it seems that my supernatural powers are quite strong. System, can my ability be copied using primary Nico's assistance? Ichin suddenly asked. He was quite curious about the level of his supernatural powers. The host's ability level is higher than epic level, so it cannot be copied. The system answered Ichin's question faithfully. Haha, not bad, not bad. My ability is also of a high level. Hearing this answer, Ichin was overjoyed. I thought that this ability of mine was rather useless, but I didn't expect it to be of a very high rank. Wow, why are the troops here? Is something big happening? Stand back a little. Make way for the soldiers. They must have a mission. At this moment, outside the Tiger Park's fence, the tourists suddenly started making a noise. Upon hearing this, Ichin's whole body tensed up and the hair on his body suddenly stood up. What's going on? Isn't this just the first day of the spiritual energy revival? Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by such a small change in my rebirth caused the Dragon Country officials to slaughter the zoo animals so much earlier? It's over. Die. With his current level of development and strength, he has no power to resist against human thermal weapons. The only thing they have is Tiger Dad's destruction ability, which allows them to ignore human long-range thermal weapons and give them a chance to escape. As for the rest, whether it is the Tiger Mom or herself and her 2 Tiger brothers, they are all helpless when facing humans' hot weapons. Although he didn't want to sit and wait for death, Ichin could only wait for the judgment of mankind. He was certain that as soon as he moved and showed any tendency to escape, he would face ruthless sniping with hot weapons. Teacher, why are you here? As soon as the gate of the Tiger Garden opened, an old man came in first, which made Shan Qingyi ask in surprise. Now that the issues regarding biological evolution have been made public, our work must also be exposed to the sun. For human matters, the government will coordinate and manage them, and for animal and plant matters, we professionals will coordinate and handle them with the military. The old man laughed. Professor Liao, please be careful. This tiger is too dangerous. We have to make sure you don't get hurt. At this time, a soldier next to the old man said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Haha, don't worry. I've been dealing with these animals for half my life. I don't even need to look closely to see if they are hostile. Put your gun down. Look, that kid is so scared that he's getting stressed out. Professor Liao waved his hand, extremely confident. Teacher, what does it mean above? Shen Qingyi hesitated. Don't let your imagination run wild. The meaning is very simple. We need to monitor animals and plants that have obviously evolved, and make sure they don't cause harm to humans. The purpose of our trip is to conduct risk assessment on them. The more unstable they are, the higher the risk assessment. The more powerful they are, the higher the risk assessment. The above means that stability comes first. According to the analysis of the leaders in our circle, it is unanimously agreed that evolved animals are obviously smarter than ordinary animals. So we can guide and train strong but stable individuals. But as for those who are strong but unstable, well, Professor Liao explained clearly and logically, but stopped abruptly and meaningfully at the key point. But Shen Qingyi already understood what he had not yet finished saying. Stability comes first, so those who are unstable will naturally be executed. After figuring this out, Shen Qingyi and Ichin both breathed a sigh of relief. Since he and his younger brother Tiger were still relatively young, even if they showed strong aggressiveness, it would be regarded as the playful nature of young cubs. Both the tiger father and mother are extremely docile and are even capable of interacting with strangers, but the zoo does not carry out such activities for safety reasons. Come, take a look at this little fellow first. This is the popular tiger whooshing on the internet, right? It has mutated into a white tiger. Professor Liao came to Ichin, squatted down, and checked his physical condition. The claws are big, the claws are long and sharp, the teeth are well developed, and the body is really strong. This level of evolution is a bit scary. After touching Ichin's body, Professor Liao said in surprise. Before the spiritual energy revival broke out completely, there were already many examples of animal and plant evolution. As a well-known professor of biology with strong professional skills, he was selected by his superiors and participated in many related seminars, and came into contact with many mutant beasts. Although Ichin was the first mutant beast he came into contact with after the complete recovery of spiritual energy, according to his experience, Ichin's level of evolution was also outstanding at this stage. Tiger Woody is so embarrassed. He was overtaken by his younger brother. After examining Ichin, Professor Liao looked at Hudi again and made a teasing remark. Hearing this, Ichin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who the hell is the younger brother? Old man, I will remember you. Chapter 25: The Resentful and Aggrieved Tiger Dad. Tiger Brother's evolution level is probably at the threshold of breaking through the first-order mutant beast, which is much lower than Ichin, so Professor Liao did not make any comments about it. Then he looked at Tiger Mom again. Wow, I've studied animals all my life, but this is the first time I've seen a snow tiger that's a mutation of a Siberian tiger. It's so beautiful. Looking at Tiger Mom, Professor Liao's eyes lit up. The snow tiger is actually a further mutation of the white tiger, while the albino white tiger and the snow tiger are both mutations of the Bengal tiger. There has been no wild albino Siberian tiger found so far, so if a pure white snow tiger like Tiger Mom's had happened in the past, it would have definitely caused a major earthquake in the entire biological world. And Tiger Mom's level of evolution has steadily entered the ranks of first-level mutant beasts. Although there is no official classification yet, Professor Liao can judge based on his understanding of animals that Tiger Mom's level of evolution is quite good. Wow, this should be a record. I wonder if other zoos have evolved to surpass Baishan. The last one is the Tiger Dad. He weighs 450 kilograms, but he doesn't look bloated at all. Instead, he has well-proportioned lines and blasting muscles, which made Professor Liao stare blankly. Although Tiger Dad has just broken through to the level of a first-order mutant beast, his physical fitness is extremely terrifying. In addition, he has awakened a supernatural power that ranks among the top 10 in the world, which has led to an improvement in his physical fitness, and his level of evolution is quite high. If we don't take into account his supernatural powers, I estimate that Baishan's combat power should be ranked at the top among all the animals in the entire system. Professor Liao exclaimed. Baishan, what special power have you awakened? Can you show it to us? Professor Liao spoke to Tiger Dad as if he was coaxing a child. There is a clear improvement in the intelligence of animals during evolution. The IQ of tigers is not low to begin with. Professor Liao estimates that the tiger father can understand what he says. Hearing this, Tiger Dad suddenly became excited and ran to the open space, wanting to show off his destruction. However, at this moment, a slightly childish cry interrupted its movement. It's Ichin. Hearing the baby's cry, Tiger Dad quickly ran to him and started playing with Ichin. What Ichin just said was that he wanted Tiger Dad to come and play with him. Luckily, Tiger Dad has a strong sense of responsibility, otherwise we would be in danger. Pretending to play with Tiger Dad, Ichin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Tiger Dad's supernatural power destruction, whether in terms of its external appearance, functional performance, or power, is enough to attract human attention. Even say, fear. As a human being in his previous life, Ichin is very clear about human nature. Humans will be tolerant of existence that does not threaten their dominant position. If you are good-looking, you will be popular. But if one truly possesses, or may possess, the power to threaten humanity's dominance, what one will have to face is ruthless annihilation from humanity. Even though Professor Liao's current assessment of Tiger Dad's stability is pretty good, once he truly discovers how powerful Tiger Dad's special ability, destruction, is, it will be hard to say how dangerous Tiger Dad's danger assessment is. So Ichin didn't want to gamble, and didn't dare to gamble. After calling out softly a few times, Ichin warned Tiger Dad not to show his special ability, destruction, and instead let it show its terrifying physical fitness. Roar. Hearing this, although Tiger Dad didn't understand why Ichin asked him to do this, as a good father, he always met his cub's requests. After playing for a while, Ichin lay on the ground, as if he was tired. Tiger Dad ran to the open space. His muscles tensed and bulged up. Bang! With a loud bang, Tiger Dad's body turned into an afterimage and suddenly shot towards a landscape rock in the tiger park. The tiger's claws, which were bigger than a human head, slammed violently, and the bulging muscles on its body burst out with amazing power, and nearly 10 tons of terrifying force bombarded the landscape rock. Boom! Snap! The landscape rock, which was as big as a small car, exploded instantly under Tiger Dad's palm and shattered to the ground. Roar! After doing all this, the Tiger Dad raised his head proudly and roared with joy. Look, am I awesome? Wow! It looks like the ability that has been awakened is a physical ability. No wonder the degree of evolution looks so exaggerated. Seeing this, Professor Liao felt a little regretful but also a little relieved. Unfortunately, Tiger Dad's superpowers are not rare. For a biologist, the revival of spiritual energy, the evolution of all things, and more diverse and rare superpowers naturally make him more interesting. As for the relief, there is concern for the future of humanity. A high level of wisdom, something that originally belonged only to humans, is no longer unique to humans as the spiritual energy revival develops. The more powerful the abilities awakened by other creatures, the greater the impact on humanity's dominance. Tiger Dad already has such a terrifying physical fitness, coupled with an extremely high level of evolution. If he also has powerful superpowers, it would be too dangerous. Although stability is the first key factor for the Dragon Country officials to treat mutant animals, when the talents of individual mutant animals reach a certain level, enough to make humans feel fearful, their stability will no longer be considered. This is like the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Bald Eagle Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to a peaceful and friendly foreign policy, but the Bald Eagle Kingdom has always been wary of the development of the Dragon Kingdom. The reason is that the Dragon Kingdom is too powerful, making the Bald Eagle Kingdom feel uneasy. No matter how friendly the Dragon Kingdom behaves, it will never be able to gain the trust of the Bald Eagle Kingdom. Similarly, when the strength of a mutated animal reaches a certain level, no matter how docile and friendly it is, it will not be fully trusted by humans. What kind of supernatural power is that grain? Professor Liao looked at Tiger Mom again and asked with concern. The physical enhancement ability displayed by Tiger Dad was not weak, but it was not that difficult to deal with, so Professor Liao no longer paid attention to it. Hearing this, Tiger Mom first looked at Ichin. Female creatures are often more sensitive in terms of emotions, and it probably understood something about Ichin's previous actions. Cub doesn't want to expose Tiger Dad's special abilities. Although it couldn't figure out the reason, it could also find that Ichin was smarter than them. In addition, Ichin saved its life last night, so it now has absolute trust in Ichin. Now facing a problem, it wants Ichin to make the decision first. Ichin understood Tiger Mom's actions immediately and just responded. Feel free to show it. It's okay. Hearing this, Tiger Mom suddenly scratched Tiger Dad, and in the blink of an eye, 4 bloody cuts appeared on Tiger Dad's body. This left Professor Liao dumbfounded. It even made Tiger Dad dumbfounded. No? Why are you tickling me? Then the Tiger Mom stretched out her claws and pressed the Tiger Dad's wound, and a milky white energy covered it. After a while, the 4 big cuts on Tiger Dad's body recovered as before, as if he had not been hit by the claw just now. Healing abilities. It's actually a healing ability. Great, great, great. Upon seeing this, Professor Liao finally understood what Tiger Mom's previous actions meant, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Ichin smiled faintly. He knew that Tiger Mom's healing abilities were definitely one of the most valuable abilities in the eyes of humans. Not only will showing it not bring any danger, it may even increase the level of protection humans give to Tiger Moms. As for the Tiger Dad standing aside, he looked aggrieved and resentful at the Tiger Mom, just like a bullied 900-pound child. If you want to try your superpowers, just try them. Why are you using me as a target? The Tiger Mom just raised her head proudly. Who among you here can it try on? Ichin and Hoodie are still babies, so of course they can't be tickled. If I scratch someone, I'm afraid I'll die here today. Then I can only scratch Tiger Dad, right? Chapter 26. The Evolver Organization is about to be established. What kind of supernatural power is whooshing? Professor Liao calmed down his excitement of discovering Tiger Mom's healing abilities, then looked at Ichin. Ichin was well prepared to face Professor Liao's questions. He activated his magical power, Wind from the Tiger, and instantly became as light as a swallow, running very fast. He jumped around the trees with great agility, ran a circle in the tiger garden, and returned to his original place with a gust of wind. Speed-related abilities? No, they should be wind-related abilities. Professor Liao had an extremely sharp eye, and he immediately understood what type of supernatural power Ichin had displayed. What about invincibility? Without saying much, he looked at Tiger Brother again. The wind attributed ability is considered one of the common abilities, and from what Ichin is showing now, he will only use it to improve his speed and flexibility. It seems that Ichin's ability is relatively ordinary and of low danger. In addition, he is only over a month old now. Unless something unexpected happens, he will not pose much threat to humans for a long time. Tiger Brother understood what Professor Liao said, but he just sat on the ground in frustration with his head hanging. It doesn't even know what its special abilities are. Tiger Dad has become stronger, Tiger Mom has healing abilities, and his brother can run so fast, but he himself has no special abilities, which makes Tiger Brother very hurt. Haha, don't be discouraged, you just haven't discovered what your special abilities are. It doesn't mean you don't have them. The harder it is to discover a superpower, the more powerful it may not be, but at least it is more unique. Who knows, you may be the one with the most powerful superpower in your family. Seeing that the Tiger Brother was a little listless, Professor Liao rubbed its head and encouraged it. As a biologist, Professor Liao prefers to get along with them as friends, especially now that this family of tigers are all mutants with a high level of intelligence, so he treats them like human beings. He treats a cute tiger cub like Tiger Brother as if he were a little child, with care and doting. Hearing this, Brother Who felt a little better and rubbed Professor Liao's trouser leg. Okay, the investigation and registration of Tiger Park is now complete. Contact Longjian and ask them to send a reliable construction team. Build a combat-grade fence for the Tiger Park. Baishan is a big guy with great strength, but this one is a bit fragile now. After finding out the evolution level and special abilities of Yichen's family, Professor Liao said to the soldiers standing in 2 rows. With the huge change of the revival of spiritual energy, the status of biological experts has skyrocketed, especially experts like Professor Liao who have a deep understanding of the habits of various organisms. Therefore, in a team like this, he has a certain dominant position in it. Professor Liao, why are you looking for Longjian's gang? Our Yangqing 44th Army's Engineering Brigade is famous throughout Manhwa. When it comes to combat-level construction, we must be the ancestors of Longjian's gang. At this time, a soldier laughed. That's not my business. You guys should coordinate it yourselves. I'll just give you guidance and suggestions in my field. I won't be an amateur guiding professionals. Hearing this, Professor Liao just laughed. Teacher, I've become an evolver too. Seeing Professor Liao was about to leave, Shen Qingyi remembered her own affairs and hurriedly spoke. Oh, I was wondering why you covered your head in such hot weather. Maybe there is a permanent mutation in your appearance. Upon hearing this, Professor Liao had an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Yes, my hair and eyebrows have turned white, and my pupils have turned ice blue. As she spoke, Shen Qingyi untied the silk scarf on her head, revealing her soft and white hair. That's nothing. You look even more handsome now. What is the supernatural power? Professor Liao felt relieved when he saw that Shen Qingyi did not become strange. For a girl, especially a girl with outstanding looks, to be disfigured due to evolution, it would be a huge blow. It's ice type. As she spoke, Shen Qingyi tried to return to her previous state and control her supernatural powers with her consciousness. Whoosh! A streak of ice shot out. This time both its speed and force were much stronger than before. Not bad, almost the same as Hu Wuxing's. In that case, you don't have to go to the police station to register. I'll just report it here for you. Seeing this, Professor Liao nodded with satisfaction. Longhua's attitude towards these evolvers is both troubled and delighted. The headache is that, influenced by the culture of personal heroism in the bald eagle country, many dragon people tend to hide their supernatural abilities. It would be fine if they just hide it, but many people may even have the illusion that they are above the country and society. They have lost their reverence for everything and use their special abilities to commit illegal acts, becoming a destabilizing factor for the entire society. As for joy, according to theory, the evolutionary ratio of organisms of the same species should be roughly the same. This shows that the populous dragon country must be one of the countries with the largest number of evolvers. Before the revival of spiritual energy, in terms of overall strength, the dragon kingdom had a slight gap with the bald eagle kingdom. But as long as the advantage of a larger number of evolvers is utilized, the dragon country will surely surpass the bald eagle country in a short period of time. As for the peacock kingdom, whose actual population has surpassed that of the dragon kingdom is not worried at all. For the dragon kingdom, which has a highly executive political party and military, the revival of spiritual energy is an opportunity amidst risks. But for a country like Moria Kingdom, this is a disaster. It's not that the Dragon Kingdom looks down on the Peacock Kingdom. It's that the culture, customs, and system of the Peacock Kingdom determine that they cannot rise up in such a great era. It is foreseeable that if the spiritual energy revival continues, many countries will even become more chaotic due to the existence of these very few unstable factors. The current policy of the Dragon Kingdom is to register and record all local evolvers and analyze and plan their training methods based on their abilities and degree of evolution. With the cohesion that was deeply rooted in people's hearts before the revival of spiritual energy and the guidance of important benefits, the vast majority of evolvers will join the official system of Dragon Country. What remains is for the evolved to govern the evolved. The authorities have given the lucky ones who have become evolvers a week to weigh the pros and cons. With the current convenient and developed transportation in Dragon Country, it is completely possible to cover all states, cities, counties, towns, and townships at all levels. No matter how remote the place is, it should be registered with the nearest official agency within a week. Even in areas with inconvenient transportation, online registration can be carried out. The Dragon Country officials have taken into account all possible problems. In this case, if you are still unwilling to register, what good intentions can you have? Chingy, there is an order from above to set up an evolutionary organization in the next 2 days to cooperate with the expert team to train evolutionaries and mutant beasts. You are an evolver and have extensive experience in animal husbandry. You are the most scarce talent today. You must contribute as much as possible when the time comes. Before leaving, Professor Liao patted Shun Chingy on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Evolver organization? Cultivate evolvers and mutant beasts? Hearing these 2 words, Yichen's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems that I did not catch up with the first wave of spiritual energy revival in my previous life, and I am unaware of many secrets. Chapter 27. No way? You really want to start a business? Haha, brothers. I successfully registered at the police station. The news is true. I was directly enrolled. 5 social insurances and 2 housing funds. No need to work in the office. It's so cool. Novel. Brother Suazi, you were just talking nonsense. How can the news broadcast nationwide be fake? Oh, I'm so jealous. Ogo took my spear. Eating spear +1. Eating spear +1. On the second day of the revival of spiritual energy, evolvers began to come to police stations in various places to register voluntarily. On the first day, the evolvers who had awakened their superpowers were still in a wait-and-see stage. But when a few brave enough people went to register, they were not captured and sliced for research as everyone had imagined. The authorities also fulfilled the promises made in the news without any dilution, and those evolvers who had been waiting and watching went to register. According to previous official news, if you fail to register within a week, you will be treated as a potential dangerous element in society and targeted for eradication. Even regardless of whether or not they have committed any illegal or criminal acts, they will be sentenced to at least 1 year in prison. We are all ordinary people, and we dare not go against the national policies. Especially since the government has offered such generous rewards, who among ordinary people would not be willing? You have to know that to be a part of the establishment, one needs to take an exam. There are many positions, even hundreds or thousands of people competing for one position. It is no exaggeration to say that there are thousands of troops trying to cross a single plank bridge. And now, if you're lucky enough to become an evolver, you can be directly rewarded with 10,000 cash and have a job that does not require you to work in the office. You can imagine how tempting this is for ordinary people. Lingfeng is the person who previously posted a video of himself cosplaying as Yasuo using wind-attributed powers online, and was also awarded the title of Brother Yasuo by netizens because of this. As soon as he completed the registration at the nearest South Zoo police station, he posted a video showing off his staffing certificate, which sparked heated discussions among netizens. Lingfeng was extremely happy as he watched the number of likes increase. He felt that his life had reached its peak. Although his family is considered well off, the current employment situation is not optimistic. With the resources his parents had, plus the fact that Yangqing University of Science and Technology where he was studying was not outstanding and he himself was not top-notch in his studies, it was a bit difficult for him to find a good job. But now, all the problems have been solved because of his good luck and he has become an evolver. Not only can he get a good salary within the system, but because of his identity as an evolver, he also gained a huge number of fans on Douyin overnight. Even this morning, several merchants with a keen sense of smell contacted him to take advertising, and the prices they offered were not low. While thinking whether he should wait until he has more fans before negotiating the price, or just take 2 advertisements now, Lingfeng suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Hey, classmate, Want to make some more money? Ling Feng turned around and saw that they were two fully armed soldiers. The matte black Type 95 made him extremely jealous. What do you mean? Ling Feng lowered his voice and asked curiously. You can only earn a small amount of money by exchanging your evolver status for a job. You have also carefully read the evolver management regulations. In principle, you cannot use your special abilities when there are people around. The soldier said. Then what? So you don't feel aggrieved? What's up with you? Ling Feng was puzzled. Having supernatural powers, but still being bound by rules and regulations, isn't that frustrating? The soldier continued. So what do you mean? Ling Feng frowned and found that things were not simple. Join us and you can earn many times more than the fixed salary. The soldier said in a seductive tone. What do you mean? Ling Feng was a little unsure. That's right. It's just what you think. The soldier confirmed his guess. Really? You really want to start a business? Ling Feng opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Starting a business is a big deal. It's joining the army. Joining the army. I don't know what young people are thinking about every day. The two soldiers almost choked to death after hearing Ling Feng's shocking speech. Your expression is ambiguous, but why did I join the army? Do you think my physique looks like that of a fighter? Ling Feng touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Then he stretched out his thin arms again, with an expression that said, You've got the wrong person. You can develop a strong physique through training. As an evolver, you may look as weak as before, but your physical fitness has actually reached the level of a regular soldier. The soldier shook his head. Real? Ling Feng looked down at his hands in disbelief. But thinking about the day since I became an evolver, I no longer feel sleepy when I wake up. My appetite has increased a lot, and I didn't sweat it all on the way to the police station in such a high temperature. Besides, you are different from us. As an evolver, you have advantages that we don't have. Seeing that Ling Feng was a little skeptical, the soldier explained. Is it a supernatural power? Ling Feng hesitated. That's right. Your abilities can achieve effects that cannot be replicated by current technology or that are extremely costly to replicate. They play an irreplaceable role. Furthermore, according to the research of the experts above, your abilities are likely to grow. When they become stronger, they may be comparable to the protagonists in superhero movies. Seeing that Ling Feng was interested, another soldier added fuel to the fire. So, with superhero-like powers, are you willing to just leave it there to rot? Live a carefree life and wait for death? The soldier continued to seduce. What should I do if I'm afraid of death? Ling Feng hesitated, but he was indeed tempted. After all, with superpowers, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a superhero? Although I have now exchanged my identity as an evolver for a job and a certain degree of financial freedom, it is more or less regrettable that I cannot use my supernatural powers in places where there are people. Seeing that Ling Feng's intention was obvious, the soldiers prepared to strike while the iron was hot. The team you evolvers joined is different from ours. For now, it's just some internal operations. And you don't want to try this? The soldier raised the Type 95 in his hand and raised his eyebrows with a seductive look. Can I touch it? Ling Feng swallowed and was quite interested. Can you be more ambitious? Join us, and then you can not only touch, but you can also come. The soldier was speechless. So what you said about being able to earn several times the salary, is that true? Ling Feng asked. Since the soldier said that this was an internal action for the time being, he was no longer afraid and had already made plans to join in. Of course, your salary is only about a dozen a year. If you join a special unit, you can get at least 30. Every time you participate in a mission, you will receive a bonus based on your contribution to the mission. A conservative estimate is that you will receive more than 50 bonuses a year. The soldier used his final money offensive and knocked Ling Feng unconscious. First of all, let me make it clear. I'm not tempted by the petty gains. I've wanted to join the army since I was a child. To contribute my strength to the country. Ling Feng quickly spoke righteously. Good. Very energetic. The soldier joked. So, two soldiers, when do I report for duty? After confirming it, Ling Feng rubbed his hands and said with great anticipation. Let's go. Get in the car now. The soldier patted the handsome military jeep beside him. Then what is the unit number I want to join? Ling Feng was a little messy. Dragon Group. Chapter 28 The Mission of Yichen Dragon Group. This is my first time to come to such a high-end place. When Ling Feng was brought to the training ground by the soldiers, his eyes lit up. It's just a golf course. There are too many people for training, so this is the most suitable place. We just requisitioned it temporarily. Soldiers don't care about the Tao. What the hell? Why are there lions and tigers? Ling Feng let out a cry of surprise, startled. These will all be your colleagues in the future. What is there to be afraid of? The soldier following Ling Feng laughed. Colleague? Ling Feng was dumbfounded and stammered. That's right. The evolved humans are the ones that the higher-ups need to win over, and the mutant animals are also the ones that the higher-ups need to win over. After the spiritual energy was revived, their IQs have increased a lot. Some of them are more docile and stable, which is also a great help to us. The soldier explained. So they won't bite? Ling Feng hesitated. Don't worry. These guys are smart. There are no mutant beasts that can ignore thermal weapons at this stage. When you are training, there are soldiers watching over you at all times, and they dare not move. Besides, one of your tasks in the future will be to suppress mutant beasts, and you can get a feel for it by learning from these colleagues. The soldier pointed to the many animals scattered on the grass. Hey, isn't that Hu Wuxing? After looking for a while, Ling Feng suddenly said. He had seen it this morning when he was browsing videos. Yesterday, a tourist took a video showing that the whole family in Baishan had changed drastically, and it was a hot topic of discussion. I didn't expect to meet the real owner today. That's right. Top predators like tigers have an evolution rate many times higher than humans. The Baishan family is a rare example of a family of 4 that have all evolved. If you're brave, you can go up and touch them. The soldier raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Ling Feng really became eager to make a move. He had also been to the zoo, but he was reluctant to spend 100 or 80 yuan on the special food for baby animals, so he never got to touch it. Now that I have become colleagues with these animals, can I touch them whenever I want? Ling Feng approached Ichin cautiously and stretched out his trembling hand. Roar. Ichin turned his head alertly and growled with a warning. It's so annoying. Not long after he came here, a group of nasty guys came and wanted to rub him. Now he is 80 centimeters long and no longer looks small. His voice is not so childish anymore and sounds quite powerful. This scared Ling Feng, and he quickly retracted his hand. When he found that Ichin didn't bite him, he stroked his chest with lingering fear. Classmate, Hu Wuxing is more concerned about others touching him, please understand. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came to Ling Feng's ears. You are? You are the keeper at the Tiger Park, right? Hearing the voice and looking over, Ling Feng said uncertainly. Xin Qingyi always wore a mask when she was working in the Tiger Park. Although most of her appearance is covered by the mask, her perfect face shape still allows people to see at a glance that she is a very iconic beauty. So in just 1 week, Xin Qingyi was voted the most beautiful breeder by netizens. Now that he saw his face, Ling Feng realized how pale and powerless the netizens' YY were. Once this mask is taken off, won't he be outshined by all the celebrities? And it has super rare white hair. You are the Suazi brother on the internet, right? Xin Qingyi covered her mouth and laughed. Ahem, a hero never brags about his past achievements. Ling Feng scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. Comrades, please be quiet for a moment. I have something to say. At this moment, a soldier who looked strong and capable stood on the platform. Without using any equipment to amplify the sound, he immediately suppressed the noisy voices in the venue. Ichin's eyes were slightly dim. This guy is quite strong. Seeing that everyone, even all the mutant beasts, had quieted down, the soldier began his speech. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Yingji, former commander of the 358th Regiment of the 112th Division of the 44th Army Group of the Yangqing Military Region, current leader of the Yangqing Dragon Group. Being able to come here means that in addition to being lucky enough to become evolvers, we also have a full sense of collective honor and a strong sense of national identity. Once you join the Dragon Group, you will serve the country, seek happiness for the people, and take it as your responsibility to protect the safety of life and property of Dragon Country citizens. I won't say any more cliches. Special targets deserve special treatment. You don't have to worry about any formalistic training. We will plan the training program based on your respective abilities and your own personality and abilities. The tasks you will perform in the future are: first, cooperate with the training of the Dragon Team experts and explore the functions and power of your abilities as much as possible. Second, I believe everyone who read yesterday's news knows that after 1 week, the official will no longer open the channel for accepting evolutionists and will also offer a reward for the illegal evolutionists who have not yet registered. And through the development and training of your superpowers, you will gradually be involved in the campaign against the illegal evolvers. Third, the spiritual energy revival has just begun, and your current strength is far from the end. Similarly, those countries with bad intentions will inevitably sneak into the dragon country in the form of evolvers. The best among you will be assigned to the task of suppressing foreign spy organizations and terrorist organizations according to your personal wishes, to protect the external security of Dragon Country. Finally, in the resurrection of spiritual energy, we humans are not the only beneficiaries, not even the biggest beneficiaries. The complex wild environment must have given birth to a larger number of mutant plant and animal individuals. Our enemies are not just other human countries or forces that are hostile to the Dragon Nation. We cannot ignore the potential threats. In short, we don't care about anything outside of supernatural abilities. We take care of everything within supernatural abilities. Do you understand? Almost all those who are called upon to develop into members of the Dragon Group are young people. Most people were excited by Su Yingji's powerful explanation. Participate in the encirclement and suppression mission of illegal evolvers. Fight against foreign spy organizations and terrorist organizations. There is also fighting with mutant beasts in the wild to protect the safety of a city or even a state. For most of the people present, any of these were plots that they had only seen in film and television works before and imagined in their minds. And now, these will soon become a reality in their lives. Although it's a little scary, it's more exciting. Just as those soldiers said, with powerful superpowers, would they be willing to let them rot and never use them? Impossible. Young people who have not yet been smoothed over by life often still yearn for an adventurous and exciting life. And now, all of this is at their fingertips. Looking at the young evolvers around him who were inspired, Ichin remained unmoved. He was only thinking now, with so many mutant beasts and so many people training together, wasn't that the best opportunity for him to repeat his defeat streak? Chapter 29. Meet Xiongpancher again. Do you dare to touch my cub? Ah! After Su Yingji finished speaking, all the evolvers and mutants were divided into several groups according to their species and abilities, and were led by different experts to discuss the best methods for developing abilities. Just after the groups were divided, Ichin heard a familiar voice. Turning around, Ichin was happy. It is the little brown bear named Bear Rock by tourists. In the first Beast Kindergarten theme event, in order to get the tempting losing streak on it, I urinated on its face. Until now, this guy still remembers it. As soon as he sees Ichin, he wants to fight. This little guy had already shown a remarkable level of evolution before the spiritual energy revival tide, and even had defensive skills. Without any surprise, it also evolved significantly on the night of the spiritual energy revival tide, and became a first-level mutant beast. Moreover, the change in its size is also very obvious. It was originally the size of a medium-sized doll, but now it stands upright and is 1.2 meters tall. This is probably more than 50 kilograms. Looking at the angry little brown bear, Ichin was not afraid but started to comment on it. Seeing Xiongpancher rushing towards him, Ichin calmly turned sideways and dodged its attack. Facing Ichin, who possessed the magical power of wind from tiger, Xiongpancher was as slow as a turtle and couldn't even touch Ichin's hair. But as a bear, its stubborn thinking prevented it from realizing the difference in speed between itself and Ichin. It still rushed forward, wanting to teach Ichin a lesson. However, all these were in vain. Ichin easily resolved more than a dozen angry attacks, which made it very angry. Looking at the angry Xiongpancher, Ichin decided not to tease him anymore. If we continue playing this game, this guy might not be able to handle it anymore and will give in. Ah! However, at this moment, Xiongpancher roared angrily. Boom! Its forelimbs slammed into the ground, and on the golf course that was originally covered with green grass, stone spikes emerged from the ground and quickly spread towards Ichin. Fuck! This idiot is going crazy. Facing Xiongpancher, Ichin didn't take it seriously at all, and felt that he could easily control the opponent. A nimble assassin is fighting against a bulky tank. The opponent can't even touch him, so how can there be any danger to him? However, it was this carelessness that caused him to suffer. Boom! After Xiongpancher hit the ground, a stone spike that sprang up from the ground was more than 1 meter high and knocked Ichin over in an instant. Ichin, who was lying on the ground, rubbed his abdomen with his paws, still feeling a little scared. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a skill point. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak 7. Since Ichin has grown larger after the spiritual energy revival tide, he is no longer so vulnerable to his tiger parents. In addition, The intelligence of the tiger father and the tiger mother has also been significantly improved during the spiritual energy recovery. Ichin has been able to make the tiger father and the tiger mother understand what he means relatively easily. Therefore, after his request, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were regarded by him as stable, losing streak resource points, just like Tiger Brother. Therefore, yesterday plus this morning, he had already gained 6 levels of losing streak and directly received the first level advancement reward, Evolution Scroll. Fortunately, I keep my soul armor on at all times, otherwise I might have pierced myself all this time. A tiger's abdomen can be said to be their largest weakness. Whether hunting or fighting with the same kind, tigers will protect their fragile abdomen with great care so that they can be invincible. Roar. Seeing that his blow knocked Ichin down, Xiong Pancher danced excitedly and roared loudly. Wow, that's great. When Xiong Pancher registered before, he only showed strong defensive abilities. I didn't expect that after being provoked by Hu Wuxing, he would also burst out with offensive means. Professor Liao, who was observing from the side, said in amazement. As he spoke, he entered this information into the system using a notebook. In the entire Guangdong province, he is the leading expert in the biological field. Naturally, he is in charge of the development of the abilities of these mutant animals and the management. Ichin felt quite unhappy when he saw Xiong Pancher's happy and complacent look. Wasn't it just a sneak attack that made me fall into the trap accidentally? What's so great about it? Seeing how proud it is now, I guess its fighting spirit is still high. Ichin's eyes turned and the wind from the tiger magical power was activated. His body instantly turned into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Ichin arrived in front of Xiong Pancher. While it was still opening its mouth in pride, Ichin twisted his body, raised his tail, and lifted his butt. Puff! A stream of light yellow hot liquid gushed out and sprayed accurately into Xiong Pancher's wide-open mouth. Still a familiar touch. Still the familiar taste. The smile on Xiong Pancher's face froze, and the whole audience fell into dead silence. However, after doing all this, Ichin was not at all stunned. He flicked his tail and flew away. Ah! Xiong Pancher reacted and just realized that Ichin had sprayed him with piss again. And this time it's not sprayed on the face, but in the mouth. Thinking about how he had been teased by Ichin so many times, but in fact Ichin had never suffered any pain. Xiong Pancher seemed to suddenly get it. I have never defeated Ichin at all. Ichin has always been playing tricks on me. Moreover, with his own speed, it was impossible for him to catch up with Ichin. No matter how much insults and teasing he suffered, he could only be helpless and furious. So it sat down on the ground and started crying sadly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 2 heavy muffled voices were heard, making everyone feel a sense of oppression. They are Xiong Pancher's parents. There were 2 brown bears. One looked to weigh only about 400 kilograms, but the other one looked much scarier, probably weighing nearly a ton. The mother bear ran to Pancher Bear and rubbed him with her nose, trying to comfort his young heart that had just been hurt. As for the bear dad, who was obviously mutated to a high degree, he stood up and roared at Ichin. Ah! It's you. You're the one who bullied my kid. I'll teach you a lesson. After saying those harsh words, Dad Bear ran over thinking of Ichin, and the whole place shook for a moment. Fuck. If you can't beat them, call the parents. Ichin was startled and ran away quickly. But even if he had the magical power of wind from the tiger, it was of no use facing the bear dad who was many times bigger than him. With one stride, Dad Bear can cover 3 meters. When he runs, he can cover 5 meters. His short legs have to move more than 10 steps to catch up with the opponent. As Dad Bear got closer, Ichin began to regret it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted like a child and instead had to seek revenge on Xiong Pancher. I don't know if it's because I've been a young tiger for too long and my mentality has become childish. I didn't notice it before, and now it has caused a disaster. Ah! However, at this moment, a powerful and loud tiger roar sounded, making everyone present feel their minds go blank for a moment. Boom! A huge figure collided with Bear Dad, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Tiger Dad, with his muscular body, stood in front of Ichin, staring at Bear Dad with his tiger eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. It's as if your kid has a father. Do you dare to touch my baby? Chapter 30. As a father, it's not too much to learn a trick from your son, right? Seeing Tiger Dad blocking him, Bear Dad breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely disdainful. Although it grew up in a brown bear house and had only come into contact with tigers when it was a child, It is not afraid of its tiger father at all. According to its experience, if both are equally powerful carnivores, then who is stronger only depends on body size. After being baptized by the tide of spiritual energy revival, its body weight has reached more than 900 kilograms, nearly 1 ton. Its weight is twice that of its father tiger. It looks at his father tiger as if he were a child and has no idea how to lose. The conflict between the two, caused by the fight between the two cubs, gradually intensified, and when they were about to fight, the evolvers and mutant beasts around them all came to look. Teacher, this isn't a good idea, is it? If Baishan and Xiongkue start fighting, can we control them? Xinqingyi looked at this scene and said with some worry. Especially, it involves Baishan, the furry boy she raised. Although Baishan has grown into a huge tiger and is already the father of 2 tiger cubs, in her eyes, he has always been a furry child who needs to be coaxed and cared for. Don't worry, team leader Su's strength is trustworthy. Baishan and Xiongkue are both outstanding mutant beasts that are friendly to humans in the entire Guangdong province. Seeing how they fight is irreplaceable for us to draw analogies and infer the strength of wild mutant beasts. Professor Liao patted Xinqingyi on the shoulder and comforted her. As if this was not enough to reassure Xinqingyi, Professor Liao quickly added another sentence. Li Li is right next to them. Even if any of them are injured, they can get timely treatment immediately. After hearing this, Xinqingyi nodded with relief. On the side, Ichin, the culprit of the whole incident, tilted his head. It seems that team leader Su's strength is quite formidable. Otherwise, even if old man Liao only knew Tiger Dad's physical strength, he wouldn't be so sure that he could stop Tiger Dad from fighting with Bear Dad. This is very critical information. Ichin didn't forget that he still had a plan B to escape from the zoo. Although it seems that there is no need for his family to escape from human society now, the Dragon Country officials are trying their best to win over all possible targets to face possible shocks. Even though he helped the tiger father escape the tragic fate of losing his wife and children, the tiger has no intention of escaping from the zoo now. But no one knows whether there will be any accidents in the future that will force their family to leave here. Prevention is never too late. Therefore, this team leader Su might be one of the obstacles in their escape in the future. It won't hurt to know more about him. Roar! Roar! And at this moment, the 2 possibly the strongest mutant beasts present finally exploded almost at the same time after a long period of momentum confrontation. The father bear follows the same path as his cub, Pancher Bear. They have not changed the instinctive habits of brown bears and still use the Bible of the bear family with great strength. He leaned forward, got on all fours, and rushed towards the tiger dad. With a weight comparable to that of a white-lipped buffalo, it seemed as if the earth was shaking when it ran, causing people around to hold their breath and worry for the tiger dad. Can Tiger Dad withstand the impact of Bear Dad? However, Tiger Dad was not panicked at all. When the father bear rushed towards it, the father tiger jumped up with incredible precision and avoided the father bear's sharp claws. It weighs a full 450 kilograms, but it looks like a light cat and suddenly changes its posture in the air. As if violating the laws of physics, Tiger Dad's body made a 180-degree turn in the air and switched front to back. Then, Tiger Dad landed steadily on the broad back of Bear Dad, who had just rushed under him, grasped tightly with his front paws and clamped his hind legs. It was as if it was riding directly on the Bear Dad. Pretty. Suingji, the leader of the Yangqing Dragon team who was watching the game on the side, couldn't help but applaud when he saw this scene. Regarding the establishment of dragon groups under the jurisdiction of local governments, the authorities had already designated policies at the first opportunity. He must be the most capable fighter among all the evolvers in the army to be appointed as the leader of the local dragon group. And if you have the ability to command, it would be even better. Suingji is such a perfect candidate. He not only has the strongest strength, but also has outstanding intelligence, command ability, and experience. As for single combat, even before the revival of spiritual energy, he was a soldier king level figure who won the championship in the military district competition. He couldn't help but admire the fighting wisdom, terrifying flexibility, and control that Tiger Dad displayed in the battle. When Dad Bear felt the touch on his back, he realized that Dad Tiger had landed on him. Roar! Dad Bear struggled wildly, trying to shake Dad Tiger off. However, the Tiger Dad would naturally not let it succeed. He grabbed on with his front legs and hind legs, clinging to the Bear Dad's back and refusing to get down. Hee! This trick of mine is really useless. On the night of the spiritual energy revival tide, it lost its mind and could not control its body. But it remembers the content of the battle clearly. At that time, Ichin used just this trick to defeat it by force. At that time, it had no way to resist. Later, when it reviewed the situation in its mind, it couldn't think of any good way to crack this move. Now, it used the same trick on Bear Dad and it really worked. In fact, if it could use its own special ability, destruction, it would not take much effort for it to defeat Bear Dad. But Ichin had repeatedly told it that it must not use its supernatural powers under any circumstances without Ichin's permission. Tiger Dad doesn't understand why Ichin did this, but he knows that his cub is the smartest and will never harm him. Whatever the baby says, that's what it is. No need to ask why. Therefore, if the Tiger Dad, who has tied his own hands, wants to defeat the Bear Dad, he can only use this body method. The evolution level of Bear Dad is comparable to that of Tiger Dad, and as a brown bear, he is naturally heavy and powerful. Tiger Dad is not willing to go head-to-head with this big fool, but it is a smart tiger. Without any hesitation, Tiger Dad's sharp claws popped out and stabbed Bear Dad's back hard. Ah! In an instant, several long bloody wounds appeared on the father bear's back, causing him to howl in pain towards the sky. However, the tiger father refused to give in. As if the blood had aroused his wildness as a beast, he continued to scratch the bear father, and blood spurted out, making the scene look quite bloody. Roar! It seemed that Tiger's father's mental state was not right, and Ichin shouted quickly. The familiar voice perked up Tiger Dad and he woke up suddenly. Seeing that Dad Bear was in so much pain that he had no intention of resisting, Dad Tiger jumped down lightly, came to Ichin, and licked his fur lovingly. Fuck, Baishan is too strong. With such a big size difference, he won so easily. This is why you need to use your brain in battle. If you don't use your brain, you'll end up like Shtonkue, with only strength but no way to use it. Baishan is awesome. The whole battle seems very long, but in fact the whole process only takes a dozen seconds. In the eyes of everyone, Tiger Dad defeated Bear Dad in no time, and Bear Dad had no power to fight back. Chapter 31 Aquaman will never hang himself on a tree. Xiaodu, come and treat Shtonkue. Seeing that the battle was over, Su Yingji hurriedly gave an order. At this time, a female soldier in military uniform came out and, under the protection of Su Yingji, came to Shtonkue, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Carefully placing her hands above Shtonkue's wound, a hint of light green energy appeared in the hands of the female soldier known as Xiaodu. Light green energy was slowly injected into Shtonkue's wound, and then one could see the muscles at the wound moving and slowly closing. Although healing abilities are rare, there are at least thousands of evolvers in Yangqing now, so it's normal to have a few healing abilities. However, her abilities are much weaker than Tiger Mom's. Watching the female soldier treating Shtonkue's injuries, Ichin made a comparison in his mind. Tiger Mom's special ability allows her to heal all the injuries left from a battle with Tiger Dad in just 30 seconds. And as shown to Professor Liao before, scratching a few bloody wounds on Tiger Dad can heal them in just a dozen seconds. And now this female soldier's healing ability was applied to Shtonkue's wound, which lasted for nearly 5 minutes before it seemed almost healed. It can be seen that Su Yingji really wants Tiger Mom to do this job. However, Tiger Dad had just had a fight with Shtonkue and beat him up. Even if Tiger Mom was generous enough to give Shtonkue treatment, she still had to be on guard against the possibility that this fool Shtonkue would not cooperate with the treatment and attack Tiger Mom instead. In this case, it would be better to let the military system treat Shtonkue. However, the more Su Yingji looked at Baishan, the more he liked it. He has a stable temperament, excellent physical fitness, and good combat wisdom. It can be said that it is the most outstanding mutant beast in the entire Yangqing system. What a pity! If Baishan had a powerful superpower, his potential would be much higher than this. Looking at Baishan, who was looking up and proudly showing off his achievements to his family, Su Yingji said with regret. In his opinion, animals like Tiger Dad, who grew up in a zoo, are relatively close to humans and have stable emotions, so they can be won over to become help in facing wild mutant beasts. The authorities are not optimistic about the current situation. Humans can evolve, and so can animals and plants. It seems that humans are distributed throughout most of the Earth, with a population of 8 billion. But in fact, compared with the total number of organisms on the entire Earth, it is just a drop in the ocean. Even according to the current statistical laws, the stronger the individual, the higher the evolution rate, and the weaker the individual, the lower the evolution rate. With the total number of organisms on Earth being more than 10 to the 22nd power, it is certain that there will be mutant creatures that far exceed the number of human evolutionists. Therefore, while maintaining internal stability is important, the situation of external security protection is also serious. A mutant creature like Tiger Dad who can be won over cannot be pushed away and turned into an enemy. Ichin had no idea what Suingji was thinking. Now he just wants to continue to lose layers. After taking a few glances, a familiar figure came into his sight. Leopard Pow Pow is here too. Ichin grinned and laughed. The names of these animal cubs were all chosen by voting by tourists. He was called Tiger without winner because he never won a fight in public. The little brown bear is called Bear Rock because he is usually dull and has outstanding defensive capabilities. Because the little cheetah was very timid, it was chased everywhere by Ichin and was called Leopard Pow Pow. Leopard Pow Pow is no longer a small one, but more than half a meter long, looking slender and agile. Without wasting any more time, Ichin activated his magical power, wind from the tiger, and his body became as light as a swallow, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Bao Pow Pow was very alert. When he noticed Ichin rushing towards him, he immediately ran away, but its speed is slightly slower than Ichin's. Ichin's wind from the tiger is still slower than Leopard's speed ability, but Ichin's level of evolution can be said to be the best among all the others at this stage. So even if his magical power itself is not as good as Bao Peo Peo's ability, he can still close the distance between them with a slight advantage. No way. This guy doesn't have the slightest will to fight. Even if I catch up with it, it won't dare to fight me. It will most likely lose. Seeing Bao Peo Peo's disappointing performance, Ichin was furious. There was no other way. To be on the safe side, Ichin had to stop. The last time I was able to get the losing streak from Bao Pow Pow, it can be said that it was a combination of the right time, the right place, and the right people. It was on the tree, and after it climbed up, it scratched around with its claws in fear for a while, and then it had the chance to touch the tree and let the system determine that it was defeated. Under the current circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to replicate the previous coincidence. But Ichin didn't care. Now I can no longer only gain losing streak levels from just a dozen or so small animals. In the whole of Yangqing, there are more than 500 evolvers who have registered in the past 2 days. There are more than 300 evolvers who meet the age requirements, meet the political background checks, and are willing to join the dragon group. They are all here. And there are even more mutant beasts. The origin of mutant beasts is more complicated. Some of them, like Ichin's family, were mutant animals sent from the southern zoo and zoos in several surrounding satellite cities. One part is the evolved pet individuals discovered in Guangzhou in the past 2 days, mainly animals such as cats, dogs, and alpacas. Others are evolved individuals in farms, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. Finally, there are urban wildlife, such as toads, sparrows, swallows, crows, lizards, etc. There are so many people who can defeat me in a row. Why should I hang myself on a tree? Ichin said to himself in his heart. But there are a lot of weaklings here. Most of them have terribly low IQs. Even after the baptism of spiritual energy revival, they are still relatively stupid and dominated by instinct. Ichin continued to analyze. Like those wild species in the city, they are almost all weaklings with low intelligence, and they don't even have the courage to fight him. The animals in the farm are all herbivores. When they encounter a tiger, even a little tiger like Ichin himself is dominated by the fear deep in his blood. Thinking of this, Ichin looked at a pit bull. This pit bull should weigh more than 50 kilograms, but its proportions seem a little immature, and it is obviously not yet an adult. However, it was lucky enough to become a mutant beast, which is why it has such a large size. These large, aggressive dogs are not too weak in combat and will not lose their will to fight just because they see themselves. Moreover, your strength will not be too strong, so as to lose the opportunity to run away after a series of defeats. Ah! Ichin barked at the pit bull provocatively and rushed towards it. Chapter 32. I just want to fight with everyone here. Why did Hu Wuxing pick a fight with Pitbull again? Ling Feng said in surprise. He is just like that. He even fainted from fighting too much before. Xin Qingyi covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, it would be great if we could bring our cell phones here. If I post everything that happens here online, it will definitely go viral. Ling Feng said with some regret. Before entering here, he had handed over all the electronic devices on him and asked the staff to look after them. What we are doing now is still confidential to a certain extent. Whether it is the upcoming anti-gang operation or the subsequent crackdown on the infiltration of foreign forces, it cannot be made public for the time being. At this time, Professor Liao on the side also said, the focus of everyone's attention, Ichin, has already rushed in front of the pit bull. Woof. Woo woof. The pit bull noticed Ichin's actions, and first took a step back vigilantly, and then barked twice as a warning. It doesn't want to fight Ichin. As a dog, its IQ is much higher than that of a brown bear. He might be able to beat Ichin, but the tiger dad behind Ichin was not someone he could afford to mess with. However, Ichin nodded with satisfaction. They are a little afraid of me, but they have some advantages in strength, so they will not lose all their fighting will when facing me. After walking around the pit bull for a few steps, Ichin turned into a shadow and pounced on it. The pit bull was always watching Ichin's movements and responded the next moment he took action. Wow! A dark shadow suddenly appeared above the pit bull and instantly turned into dozens of long whips like tentacles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of long whips danced in the air and formed afterimages, making the space around the pit bull airtight. Hato's ability is really good. It can be used for both offense and defense and has endless uses. It's a pity that it is on a mutant beast. But when it evolves to a higher level and its IQ increases, it should be able to perform well. Professor Liao on the side laughed. Is your personality stable? Suingji asked. He didn't know much about pit bulls, because military dogs in the army were usually breeds like German Shepherds, Rottweilers, and Malinois, which had stable personalities and equally good fighting capabilities. We should not be too reassured about the breed called pit bulls, which are often seen in the news, going crazy and biting other pet dogs or even children to death. It's okay. It's way above the passing line, and he's still young, so he has a lot of potential. Professor Liao nodded. By the way, in the next few days, we will quickly name and classify the abilities of the registered evolvers and mutants, and make the names as concise and meaningful as possible. Suingji suddenly said, Don't worry, Team Leader Su. Our School of Life Sciences is currently working on this. Professor Liao agreed readily. During the battle, Ichin was also shocked when he saw the special abilities of the pit bull. This ability is quite interesting. Ichin was quite surprised to see the pit bull's special abilities. But these are not what he wants to consider. With the blessing of soul armor, my defense can at least withstand most of the supernatural attacks at this stage. All he wanted was the losing streak on Pitbull. Ichin rushed towards the Pitbull without hesitation. The Pitbull was a little nervous, but he did not give in, and the black shadow danced faster and more intensively. Pa pa pa. Being whipped continuously by the black shadow, Ichin Lian was defeated. This power is quite powerful. It's even stronger than the bear rock. The attack from the black shadow was very painful for Ichin, but it did not cause any serious injuries. But this doesn't mean that the pit bull's attack isn't powerful enough. The soul armor that Ichin wears can withstand the terrifying killing power when Tiger Dad's special ability, Destruction, is fully activated. Now facing the attack of the pit bull, Ichin can feel the pain, which means that the opponent's attack is already quite powerful. You can beat them, but there's no need. Ichin thought silently in his heart, and then he flew backwards as if he was beaten by the black shadow and was unable to resist. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a primary evolution point random ticket. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 8. Although it hurt a bit to be beaten, at least the losing streak was firmly in my pocket. What else could I ask for? In this regard, the tiger father and mother just watched and did not step forward to protect their cubs. They are very clear about Ichin's strength. That person is strong enough to fight against the tiger dad at full power and defeat him with his skills. Even if Ichin did not use that strange superpower, his strength was still the best among mutant beasts of his size. Therefore, the tiger parents are not worried about his safety at all. Tiger Wuxing failed to awaken a special ability that would be helpful in combat. Otherwise, with its racial advantage, it would not have been defeated even though Haidu was much bigger than it. After watching the fight between Ichin and the Pitbull, Professor Liao made a comment and also recorded the performance of Ichin and the Pitbull Haidu in the fight. Whether it is human evolution or animal mutation, the superpowers gained upon awakening do not have clear instructions. For example, Ichin has only guessed the characteristics of his supernatural powers, but has not yet fully confirmed them. Even Brother who still hasn't figured out what his special abilities are. Therefore, for the currently registered evolvers and mutant beasts, the School of Life Sciences, which has just been assigned to the Dragon Group's logistics organization, can only observe and record the performance of each member during everyone's daily training, and thus analyze the specific abilities of their superpowers. Only by recording and analyzing every detail in this way can we understand the capabilities of each Dragon team member and develop corresponding improvement plans. I think this Tiger Wuxing is indeed as good as its name suggests. No one can beat him, but everyone wants to fight him. I think you can just follow him, Professor Liao. You can also collect a lot of useful information from who he fights with. Seeing Ichin had stood up as if nothing had happened, Su Yingji smiled. Haha, that's exactly what I was planning. Professor Liao stroked his beard and laughed. Ichin, who had just stood up, was delighted when he heard the two people talking without avoiding others. Originally, he was still a little reluctant to let go. After all, there are not only mutant beasts here, but also human evolvers. If I challenge an evolved being to a duel, I'm afraid humans will think I have a strong desire to hurt others. And his current race is the tiger, one of the top predators. Once such an assessment comes out, he will probably be regarded as a mutant beast with low stability and high danger, and be wiped out directly. But now, with these two, who can be said to be the highest-ranking officials in Yangqing who manage evolvers and mutant beasts, speaking, I can completely let go of myself. Ah. Without thinking any more, Ichin pounced directly towards the person next to him. Chapter 33. Facing the Gale. Fuck. Ling Feng was so frightened that he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Roar. Ichin just raised his head and growled softly. You want to fight me? After looking for a long time, Ling Feng guessed in doubt. Ichin nodded with satisfaction, indicating that was it. After the revival of spiritual energy, the IQ of all mutant beasts has been improved. Mammals such as cats and dogs have almost reached the point where they can understand human language and have their own thoughts. So Ichin stopped pretending to be stupid and expressed his thoughts directly. Haha, this Hu Wuxing really can't sit still. He just finished a fight, and he can't wait to find someone else to fight again. Professor Liao looked at Ichin's lively and active appearance and laughed heartily. Don't worry, Ling, just fight it. If you get hurt, let Xiaodu heal you. It just so happens that you and Hu Wuxing both have wind-related abilities, so you can learn from each other and accumulate some combat experience. Then, Professor Liao comforted him again. Okay then, I'll try. Hearing this, Ling Feng agreed somewhat nervously. He is a little confused now. The last time I had a fight was when I was in junior high school, and it was just a play between kids. And now, he is going to fight the tiger alone. Although Ichin is a tiger cub less than 1 meter tall, the black and white tattoo on his body looks intimidating. But he does not reject fighting. Now that I have joined the dragon group, I naturally yearn for a life that is completely different from the dull life of the past. A week later, he will face those illegal evolvers who are unwilling to be registered. In the future, we will have to face the infiltration of foreign forces. There are even invasions by wild mutant beasts. Fighting is essential. And under the care of a modern army and the protection of many powerful human evolutionists, fighting a battle that is not a life-and-death struggle is definitely a rare opportunity for him to grow. Seeing that Ling Feng was ready, Ichin rushed forward. With the magical power of wind from the tiger activated, his figure turned into an afterimage and shot towards Ling Feng. Hazagai. Seeing Ichin rushing over, Ling Feng quickly activated his supernatural powers. After a loud shout, a sharp gust of wind crossed the distance between the man and the tiger in the blink of an eye and stabbed towards Ichin. However, Ichin changed direction and avoided the wind thorn. The wind thorn pierced the ground, and a crack appeared instantly. I don't know how deep it pierced. This guy's supernatural power is quite powerful. With a glance, Ichin commented silently, "Let's face the wind." Seeing that his attack did not hit Ichin, Ling Feng quickly changed his tactics, and a wide wall of wind blocked the man and the tiger. Ichin hurriedly accelerated, but ultimately failed to cross this short distance before the wind wall was constructed. A strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere from the ground and shot towards the sky. When Ichin's body touched the wind wall, he felt a strong force pushing him upwards. In an instant, Ichin's body balance was broken and he flew into the sky. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Ling Feng's tension before the battle disappeared instantly, and only the adrenaline stimulated by the stimulation made him excited. With a clenched hand, the wind wall blown up by Ichin suddenly rolled inward from a thin piece of several meters across and turned into a tornado. This change of moves turned the wind attribute defensive move into a powerful offensive move. The switching is so smooth and the timing is so perfect that it is amazing. This kid's abilities aren't exaggerated, but his fighting instincts are great. Seeing this, Su Yingji's eyes lit up. Su Yingji has a good understanding of each of the soldiers under his command. Ling Feng is just an ordinary college student, and his record of fighting only dates back to that one time in junior high school. Even he was amazed that he could have such a brilliant performance in the battle despite having no basic skills. And Ichin did not expect Ling Feng to have such an on-the-spot reaction and was directly confused by his small combo. Seeing this, Ling Feng quickly controlled his supernatural powers and put Ichin down. This is a national first-class protected animal, and he has quite a few fans online. If other people knew that he was abusing Ichin like this, he would probably be beaten to death. Shit, I was careless. I didn't dodge. Ichin fell to the ground, screaming in his heart, feeling dizzy and retching wildly. He feels dizzy. In just a few seconds, he felt like he had fallen into a washing machine and was spun hundreds of times, with his intestines tangled up. Congratulations to the host. You have won a primary blind box. It has been deposited into the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 9. However, after hearing the system's losing streak notification sound, Ichin felt a lot better. It's worth it if you can get more losing streak levels despite the hardship. And I was lucky this time. I got a primary blind box at random. After a short rest, Ichin looked for another target. The number of mutant beasts and evolvers here totals at least 4 digits. Eliminate those guys like Bao Pao Pao who have a weak history, are cowardly as mice, and are prone to breaking their own losing streak. If we exclude those overly powerful beasts in the zoo, such as mutant beasts like lion kings, elephants, and rhinos, there would be at least hundreds of targets that could be used to repeatedly defeat them, especially those human evolvers, who, after seeing that they had fought with Ling Feng and lost, became restless. Those who joined the Yangqing Dragon group were all young people among the evolvers. In fact, according to the existing rules, evolvers are mainly concentrated in the young group under the age of 30, accounting for almost 90% of the total number of evolvers. As for young people, to put it nicely, they have a strong sense of collective honor. To put it bluntly, most of them are angry young people who are easy to fool. When these young evolvers saw Ling Feng defeat Ichin, they also wanted to try it. Although Ichin is just a little tiger, defeating an evolved little tiger is something to be proud of. Although everything within the dragon group is kept confidential now, confidential things often have a time limit. If we keep it secret now, we won't keep it secret in the future. When we tell others about it, it will be a topic of conversation, right? Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of these evolvers, Ichin couldn't hold himself back. In his eyes, these evolvers before him have become layers of rewards for losing streak. Ah, rewards. I'll do the spicy thing. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a skill point. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 10. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a magic point. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 11. Chapter 34. Are you worthy enough to snatch food from my cub? Magic power points? It should be to add points to magical power, right? Seeing the random things that came out as rewards for the second level advancement, Ichin nodded. The host's understanding is correct. Magical powers can increase the strength of magical powers, similar to skill points. 3 skill points can increase ordinary to excellent, and 9 skill points can increase excellent to rare. By analogy, higher level skills require 3 times the skill points of the previous skill level to upgrade, and the same goes for the upgrade of magical powers. In this case, it is easier to improve skills, as you can get skill points from regular rewards, but it is not easy to improve magical powers. After listening to the system's answer, Ichin began to analyze it. The first upgrade requires 3 skill points, or magic power points, and the second upgrade requires 9. Each time is higher than the last. It is very difficult to upgrade the magic power points to a high level. After all, this thing has only appeared for the first time in the second level advanced rewards. If you want to get it in the future, it will be difficult to get it easier than this. Now, the most useful ability he possesses is the magical power, Wind from the Tiger, although its lethality is somewhat useless against an opponent that is too strong. But the trait of being as light as a swallow, increasing speed and flexibility, is of great use in battle. If I could raise my magical powers to a higher level, then my own strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Thinking of this, Ichin worked even harder to accumulate losing streaks. If you want to become stronger quickly, you have to lose more games in a row to get more losing streak rewards. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a skill point. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 15. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 magic points. They have been deposited into the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak. 16. The last time the triple advancement reward was White Tiger Bloodline. This time it's 3 Divine Power Points. It looks like the reward for each level is roughly 3 times the reward for the previous level advancement. Seeing this, Ichin nodded. This is the first time that the same thing is given as rewards for different levels of advancement. But this is pretty good. With 3 magic power points, I can use them to increase the strength of my magical power and upgrade Wind Tiger from ordinary to excellent. I'm sure my strength will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Ichin prepared to take a rest. Haha, Hu Wuxing really lives up to his name. He is obviously stronger than many evolvers in terms of hard power, but he was defeated in every battle. Looking at Ichin's performance in the 10 battles, Professor Liao laughed. But it also saves us a lot of trouble, Su Yingji said in a deep voice. Professor Liao nodded in agreement. Of course he understood what Su Yingji said. Although the evolvers present were all young people and had passed the political review, the subconscious self-preservation in human nature would make them hold back in front of official personnel. After all, no one can guarantee that after revealing all their cards, they will not be used by someone with ulterior motives as a weapon against them. In addition, some people are used to slacking off. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There are always people who think that if they do not demonstrate all their abilities, their leaders will not assign them more difficult tasks. This is understandable. But the problem is that such subconscious concealment will cause Su Yingji, the leader of the dragon team, to have insufficient understanding of the soldiers under his command, and he will not be able to bring out the best role of each person. Similarly, it is impossible for experts from the School of Life Sciences, including Professor Liao, to develop targeted training plans for each individual evolver. Therefore, it is indeed not easy for experts from the School of Life Sciences to collect the complete ability characteristics of each evolver. And if the military evolvers were forced to fight every evolver, forcing them to use their full strength and expose their hidden cards, this is the simplest and most direct method, and it is also effective. But inevitably, this will create a gap between many evolvers and the official authorities. And now, there is Ichin, a lively and active guy whose strength is not weak among many evolved individuals, who is determined to challenge everyone in a duel. This is something that Su Yingji and Professor Liao welcome. Ichin is a little tiger, playful by nature, and likes to fight with others, which is reasonable. And his strength can force out the full strength of most evolvers, exposing their trump cards, allowing the authorities to collect and analyze them. Similarly, it is precisely because of Ichin's special identity that the evolvers who are forced to unleash all the functions of their superpowers will not have any rifts with the authorities. After all, the authorities can't ask a little tiger to test everyone's strength, right? Ichin had no idea what the 2 big bosses of Yangqing Dragon Group were thinking. He just wanted to eat something. He hasn't eaten since yesterday. Maybe it's due to evolution. He has no interest in tiger milk anymore. So much so that he even forgot to drink it yesterday. Coming to Shun Qingyi, Ichin called out softly and opened his mouth. Are you hungry, Wuxing? Do you want to eat something? The intention shown by Ichin's action was very clear. Shin Qingyi understood it at a glance and squatted down to ask. Ichin nodded quickly. Wuxing and Wudi are big enough now to eat meat. Ask the logistics department to get some fresh meat over. Remember to take disinfection measures. Professor Liao on the side said bluntly. After a while, 2 soldiers came with several large buckets and placed them in front of Ichin. At this time, all the carnivores present came over here after smelling the scent. Seeing this, Tiger Dad let out a loud tiger roar that echoed throughout the entire golf course, startling many people. The carnivores suddenly came to their senses, recalled the scene of Tiger Dad defeating Bear King, and retreated one after another. This guy is a ruthless character and too powerful. It is not worth offending Tiger Dad for some meat. After all, when they return to the zoo at night, the keepers will definitely not lack food for them, so there is no need to compete with the tiger family for food at this time. Seeing this, Tiger Dad nodded with satisfaction. This is delicious food that humans give to their own children. Why should they share it with these guys? Are you worthy enough to snatch food from my baby? Just when Ichin was struggling with what kind of mentality to have when eating raw meat, Tiger Brother ran to the bucket like a gust of wind, grabbed it with his front paws, picked up a piece of meat and started to gobble it up. Seeing this, Ichin stopped hesitating. The tiger's body structure is destined to be more efficient and suitable for absorbing nutrients from raw meat. If it wants to grow up, it must eat raw meat. He quickly stepped forward, picked up a large piece, and swallowed it without much chewing. The bloody fresh raw meat slides from the throat into the esophagus, and it tastes unexpectedly good? It looks like a normal physiological reaction. Just like eating tiger milk, it tastes delicious. Now, the last bit of grudge in Yichen's heart was instantly eliminated, and he began to eat with big mouthfuls. But after eating for a while, Ichin discovered that the bucket of fresh meat was almost empty. That's weird. I didn't eat much. Ichin was extremely confused. A bucket of fresh meat weighs 100 kilograms, which is not much less than the weight of himself and his brother who combined. Can the two of them eat so much? When he turned around, Ichin was shocked. Fuck. How come Tiger Brother is so big? Chapter 35 Tiger Wuxing. I become stronger by fighting. If I remember correctly, after Tiger Brother's spiritual energy was revived the night before, his size only reached about 60 centimeters and he weighed nearly 30 kilograms. But now, Tiger Brother's body size seems to be slightly bigger than his own, definitely more than 80 centimeters. At this moment, Professor Liao on the side also noticed the change in Tiger Brother and turned his gaze over. Is this the effect of its supernatural power? It looks like it has changed because it has eaten meat. So its supernatural power is to absorb nutrients and accelerate its growth. Professor Liao is worthy of being the head of Yangqing Institute of Life Sciences. With just one glance and combining the cause and effect, he came up with a roughly logical guess. Hearing this, Yichen's eyes lit up. When Tiger Dad awakened his superpowers, he showed an extreme desire for destruction, and when Tiger Brother awakened his superpowers, he showed an extreme desire for eating. Then according to the rules, the ability awakened by Brother Tiger should indeed be related to the desire to eat, so the speculation of Old Man Liao should be almost right. Ichin recalled his experiences of the past 2 days and confirmed Professor Liao's speculation. This time, the potential for invincibility is full. It all depends on the upper limit of this ability. If the upper limit is high, it may be able to reach the level of your ability, Team Leader Su. Professor Liao was overjoyed to figure out Tiger Brother's special abilities and even teased Su Yingji. Hearing this, Ichin raised his head curiously and looked at Su Yingji. This guy has become the strongest evolver in Yangqing and even the entire Guangdong province. What is his special ability? In his previous life, he had always been in the north and didn't know much about the south. However, if Su Yingji could now secure his position as the leader of the Yangqing Dragon Group, shouldn't he have been unknown in his previous life? Forget it. Maybe this guy will die early. Ichin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If its ability has a high upper limit, it will definitely be one of Yangqing's top combat forces in the future. Su Yingji was not angry because Professor Liao said that brother whose ability might be comparable to his own. Instead, he nodded seriously. Wudi can now regain his title as the Great Treasure. Coincidentally, Team Leader Su asked the School of Life Sciences to name superpowers. So, let's start with Wudi's superpower and call it gluttony. How about that? Professor Liao leaned over and touched Tiger Brother's head, saying with a smile, "That's right. Eat as much as you can to grow. Gluttony. Just right." Hearing this, Su Yingji pondered for a moment and nodded. Next, Ichin watched his brother who ate 200 kilograms of fresh beef right under his nose, and his body suddenly grew to a length of 1.5 meters. Is this the upper limit? Su Yingji said with some regret. It shouldn't be. It just reached the upper limit of the nutrition that Wudi can take in one meal. It's not even 100 kilograms now, but it ate 200 kilograms. If it didn't have superpowers, it would have died of bloating long ago. I estimate that the upper limit of invincibility should at least double from the current level, and as the level of evolution increases, the upper limit will continue to rise. Professor Liao observed for a moment and came to a conclusion. Hearing this, Ichin couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. I have to hurry up and accumulate the losing streak points. Brother Tiger now feels like a considerable threat to him. Moreover, this silly boy's ability is too abnormal. He can become stronger just by eating meat, just like those protagonists who evolve by devouring. It is obvious that I am the destined protagonist of the system. How come after being outdone by Tiger Dad, his biological father, he is now outdone by Tiger Brother? Damn, why does my own supernatural power have such a low sense of existence? Ichin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Huh? I seem to have gotten stronger. Host, Ichin. Level, LV14. Race, Siberian Tiger, weak white tiger bloodline. Body size, 84 centimeters long, 35 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 32. Skills, tearing claws, excellent, heart-captivating tiger roar, iron teeth and copper fangs. Magic power, wind from the tiger. Evolution points, 2450. The body size has increased, the combat power has increased by 2 points, and 20 more evolution points have been added out of thin air. Seeing this, Ichin was overjoyed. I just subconsciously glanced at the system panel, but found an unexpected surprise. The degree of this increase in strength is not so obvious that if I hadn't looked at the system panel, I would have almost overlooked it. So my previous speculation was wrong? Ichin murmured. Previously, he speculated that his ability was to become stronger when he was beaten and injured. But now, in the 10 battles, under the defense of soul armor, he did not bleed at all, and now he has become stronger. So, the triggering condition for my awakened ability is not just getting hurt, but fighting? Ichin scratched his chin with his claws, seeming to be thinking about something. In that case, let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Ichin became excited. If my hypothesis is correct, then the triggering conditions of my supernatural power are not much higher than those of Brother Hu. As long as you fight, you can become stronger. The degree of this supernatural power is no less abnormal than Tiger Brother, who can become stronger just by eating. Thinking of this, Ichin looked around, ready to find an evolver or mutant beast who had not experienced a losing streak to fight. Huh? What the hell is this? As soon as he turned his head, Ichin saw an animal only 1 foot tall and over 1 meter long, blinking its big eyes and staring at the meat barrels, with saliva at the corners of its mouth, wetting the ground. This guy is snow white all over, has big eyes, a long body, slender limbs, and a big fat tail. Overall, he looks kind of cute. Looking closer, Ichin couldn't recognize what it was. He just felt it looked like a giant gecko. Wu Shang has never seen Aoshing, right? This is a leopard gecko. It was previously a pet raised by someone else and was sent here by its owner yesterday. Just then, Shen Qingyi's voice came from behind Ichin. Shen Qingyi usually likes to treat animals as children. Now that Ichin and the others have improved their IQs, she will patiently answer Ichin's questions whenever she sees him having doubts. It turned out to be a palace gecko. Only then did Ichin recognize it. He had seen them on Douyin before, but those little creatures were only about 10 centimeters long. The Aoshing in front of him was more than 1 meter long, and he couldn't make the connection at all. However, this guy's previous owner actually named it Aoshing, which is unique. He ran to the iron bucket, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in front of Aoshing. The little thing hesitated for a moment, and then started eating quickly. Aoshing is the one we focus on. This is the first case in Yangqing where his size has changed so much. I guess the ability he has awakened is likely to be of a very high level. Professor Liao said with a smile when he saw Ichin interacting in a friendly manner with Aoshing. Has its special ability not yet been observed? Su Yingji asked with a frown. Not yet. This little fellow is too immature. He can't understand what we say as well as Wuxing Wudi. It's hard to cooperate with him through language. Now, let's see if Wuxing can force out his ability. Professor Liao looked at Ichin and joked. Hearing this, Ichin smiled. In that case, I'll just fight it. It's a good opportunity to test my ability. I'm also curious about what the high-level ability that Old Man Liao mentioned is. Chapter 36. What the hell is this monster? After Aoshing swallowed the meat, Ichin rushed forward directly. Aoshing seemed to have a long reaction time. He took a step back the next second and then stood there in a daze again. At this time, Ichin's slap had already reached Aoshing's head. Bang! Ichin slapped Aoshing on the head with a big nasal fan, causing his head to sink. But this guy not only didn't fight back or run away, he even came over and rubbed Ichin's body. What the hell is this? Ichin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, oh shit. Geckos are reptiles with cold body temperature, and their IQ is not high. Aoshing is a specially bred albino species, and he sacrificed his limited IQ for his appearance. This little guy probably thinks Wuxing is his owner who feeds him. Professor Liao couldn't help but cover his face and cried because of the stupidity of this little guy Aoshing. Hearing this, Ichin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Roar! With a loud roar, letting Aoshing know that he had to fight it, Ichin rushed forward again. As for whether this guy can understand it, that's none of his business. With a raised claw, Aoshing was knocked over by Ichin. Only then did the little guy realize that Ichin was going to beat him. In an instant, it was as fast as lightning and rushed out more than 10 meters. Fuck, this guy's speed is a bit exaggerated. Ichin was also stunned. This speed was almost as fast as his own magical power. Whined from the tiger. Geckos are very fast. The fastest individual can run at a terrifying speed of 3 meters per second with a length of 15 centimeters. Even if their larger size makes it unable to speed up, their speed should not be underestimated. The surprise in Yichen's expression was so obvious that Professor Liao couldn't help but explain. It quickly caught up with Ao Xing, and only then did it realize that although Yichen had fed it food, he was now hostile to it, or had the desire to fight. Therefore, Ao Xing also put on a fighting posture and looked at Yichen vigilantly. But its big amber eyes looked too cute and not intimidating. Ah! Ao Xing opened his mouth wide and made a sound like a kettle boiling water. It's afraid and is trying to deter others, which means it's ready for battle. Professor Liao answered promptly. Hearing this, Yichen rushed forward again with confidence. He still started with his claws and swung a big sinus towards Ao Xing's head. But this time, Ao Xing shook his head as fast as lightning. If Yichen hadn't quickly taken it back, he would have been bitten. This guy's fighting ability is not low. Yichen was extremely surprised. I originally thought that as a pet, Ao Xing's combat effectiveness would be very poor, especially since his original form was an inconspicuous little reptile like a gecko. But now, Yichen discovered that this guy was not inferior to himself in either running speed or attacking speed. Even the bite just now was not weaker. You know, Ao Xing hasn't used his superpowers yet. It's just that his body has become larger after evolution, and combined with the characteristics of his race, he can show such impressive combat power. No wonder Old Man Liao said that Ao Xing is their main focus and has great potential. Sky-splitting wind blade. Without hesitation, Yichen directly used the attack skill attached to the magical power, wind from the tiger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of strong winds shot towards Ao Xing like sharp blades, carrying the power to tear everything apart. However, Ao Xing did not dodge at all, but opened his mouth wide and a raging fire gushed out. The raging firestorm directly exploded and destroyed Yichen's sky-splitting wind blade, and a long tongue of fire swept towards Yichen. Fuck! Yichen dodged quickly, but fortunately Ao Xing's fiery breath only rushed forward, so he avoided its attack path by turning sideways. Wu Shang has also figured out a way to attack, but is Ao Xing's ability just fire? This brief fight was too much for Professor Liao to cope with. When he saw that Yichen could use offensive means, he was delighted at first. But when he saw that the only supernatural power displayed by Ao Xing was a breath of fire, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He had extremely high expectations for the supernatural powers that Ao Xing would awaken. This little thing's supernatural power is really amazing. Yichen couldn't help but sigh. His own, wine from the tiger. Magical power is just an ordinary magical power, and the attached skills are only slightly stronger than ordinary skills. It should be able to reach the excellent level. But he was completely defeated by Ao Xing's fiery breath. It goes without saying that this guy's supernatural power level is at least epic. However, sharing the same idea as Professor Liao, Yichen also felt that Ao Xing's ability should not be limited to this. With a flash of his figure, Yichen turned into an afterimage and shot towards Ao Xing. He didn't believe that this was the only special ability that Ao Xing had. Seeing Yichen rushing towards him, Ao Xing took 2 steps back in fright. Then he opened his mouth and a stream of white frost spurted out. Fuck! Yichen never expected that Ao Xing's second breath was no longer fire, but frost. He dodged to the side reflexively, but was too late. When the white frost brushed against his tail, Yichen felt a bone-chilling cold. Then his tail stiffened, his body lost balance, and he fell to the ground. There is also ice attribute? Seeing this scene, Professor Liao's eyes lit up, and he was extremely surprised. This little thing is a bit cruel. Yichen couldn't help but complain in his heart. The cold air from the tail made his anus tighten, and after being frozen, his blood circulation was cut off, making him feel quite uncomfortable. But, does this guy only have 2 attributes, ice and fire? Subconsciously, Yichen felt that this was not Ao Xing's limit. Sky-splitting wind blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more wind blades shot out. Yichen wanted to force Ao Xing to give him more. Ao Xing opened his mouth again, and a manic purple energy gathered in his mouth. Boom! A purple lightning, with crackling lightning, instantly defeated Yichen's sky-splitting wind blade, and the extreme speed made it impossible for Yichen to avoid it. Not good. Professor Liao's smiling expression suddenly changed, and he became extremely worried. Ah! A shrill roar echoed throughout the entire golf course. When the tiger parents saw this scene, they ran towards Yichen anxiously. The lightning faded, and Yichen's beautiful black and white fur had turned into charcoal. When he opened his mouth, a standard mushroom cloud slowly rose. Tiger Mom didn't dare to delay at all. The milky white energy attached to Ichin and quickly repaired Ichin's seriously injured body. Tiger Dad looked at Ao Xing with a fierce look in his eyes. As for Ichin, he was still frightened and his whole body was numb. Host, Ichin. Level, LV-15. Race, Siberian Tiger, weak white tiger bloodline. Body size, 88 centimeters long, 38 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 40. Skills, tearing claws, excellent, heart-captivating tiger roar, iron teeth and copper fangs. Magic power, wind from the tiger. Evolution points, 0 to 50. This serious injury directly increased his evolution level by half a level, and his combat power increased by 8. My own special abilities seem to have great potential, but the most important thing is that the soul armor that had not been broken during the previous battle with Tiger Dad was actually broken. Ichin looked at Ao Xing with horror in his eyes. What the hell is this monster? Chapter 37, Pandora's Dragon Breath. Ah. Ichin called out weakly to Tiger Dad, feeling a little anxious. Even though he was seriously injured by the little guy Ao Xing, or even killed once to be more precise, Ichin did not want Tiger Dad to get furious and kill the little guy. Firstly, Ao Xing is one of the people that Old Man Liao pays the most attention to. If Tiger Dad kills him because he was injured at his hands, although it is reasonable, it will lower the official rating of Tiger Dad's stability. Moreover, without revealing destruction, Tiger Dad might not be a match for this little guy Ao Xing. Its body is not strong, but it is very fast. The important thing is that its undiscovered supernatural power is really too terrifying. It is enough to shatter the primary soul armor with one blow. Such power is simply unimaginable at this stage. You know, according to Ichin's original estimate, this primary soul armor will have to be used until at least the late second stage. Now that spiritual energy is just beginning to revive, most evolvers or mutant beasts are only at the initial first level, but this guy can unleash a power comparable to the late second level. It's simply too abnormal. Ichin even guessed that this guy's ability was probably on the same level as Tiger Dad's destruction. Secondly, Ichin wanted to make friends with Ao Xing, and it would be best if he could trick him into becoming his younger brother. This little thing definitely cannot be raised by its original owner now. It should be centrally managed by the Dragon Group. Having just lost its owner, it must be a little uneasy. From the intimate actions it showed when I gave it a piece of meat, it can be seen that this little thing is so easy to fool. A guy whose potential is comparable to that of a Tiger Dad, and whose mind is as clear as a blank sheet of paper, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't trick him into coming here? Although human policies and measures towards mutant beasts are still relatively friendly, Ichin has no intention of bringing his family away from human control. But as a mutant member of the Dragon Group, there will definitely be a lot of battles to fight in the future. Having a strong fighter like Ao Xing would help me avoid a lot of danger, right? Hearing Ichin's cry, Tiger Dad suppressed the fierceness in his eyes, returned to his side, and whimpered in worry. Quick! Medical team! Provide rescue! Ichin was injured, and the Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom rushed forward. In just a few seconds, seeing this scene, Su Yingji also reacted and shouted quickly. Following his order, several medical staff in white coats hurried forward, but they were so scared by the tiger parents that they dared not to move forward. Li Li's special ability is much more effective than our technical means of rescue. Let's wait and see. They are eager to protect their cubs now, so don't anger them. At this time, Professor Liao stopped him with great experience. When Brother Tiger saw this, he also ran to Ichin and looked around eagerly, as if he was preventing others from hurting his brother. On the other side, Ao Xing reacted slowly and realized that he seemed to be in trouble. She wanted to go forward to check on Ichin's condition, but was glared at by Tiger Dad and took 2 steps back. She could only sob in grievance. Fortunately, Tiger Mom's supernatural power was very effective, and the primary soul armor had blocked the fatal power. In just 3 minutes, Ichin's injuries were completely healed. At this time, Shun Xingyi, the person who was most familiar with Ichin's family, hugged Ichin and washed off his charred fur. Xiao Shun, from now on you will stay by Wuxing's side and strictly monitor its battles with other mutant beasts. If there is any problem, stop it immediately. After a brief silence, Professor Liao said in a serious tone, Got it, teacher. I will definitely protect Wuxing. Seeing that Ichin was indeed cured by Tiger Mom, Shun Xingyi's heart, which had risen to her throat, finally settled down and she quickly agreed. Hearing this, Ichin's mouth twitched. I seem to have messed up my game. I'm afraid there will be many external restrictions if I want to accumulate losing streaks in the future. You're still smiling like that. You almost died just now. Do you know that? When Shun Xingyi saw his expression, She scratched the tip of his nose and said unhappily. Ichin looked around awkwardly, feeling a little guilty. How about this? Next, we will cooperate with Hu Wuxing and train Ao Xing to be his subordinate to compensate Hu Wuxing. At this time, Suingji also spoke. Suingji has been mediating conflicts in the military for half his life, but this is the first time he has mediated conflicts between mutant beasts. When conflicts arise between people, the party at fault usually compensates the injured party with money or something like that. But among mutant beasts, they don't even have the concept of value. So what can they use to compensate? Ichin was very tactful and prevented the conflict from escalating further, making it difficult for Suingji. He saw all of this. If Tiger Dad gets angry and wants Ao Xing to pay with his life as compensation, the Dragon team definitely doesn't want to see that. So, after thinking for a long time, Suingji could only come up with this idea to compensate Ichin. Anyway, Ao Xing's IQ is not very high, and Ichin may not understand what a subordinate is. In this way, there will be no substantial loss for Ao Xing, and it will also allow Ichin and Tiger Dad to vent their anger. Hearing this, Ichin's eyes lit up. This is really like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Ouch! He nodded quickly, indicating that he accepted the compensation plan, and the fierce look in Tiger Dad's eyes disappeared. Ichin agreed, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly warmed up, making Professor Liao and Suingji both feel relieved. Ao Xing, come here. After resolving the conflict between the two parties, Professor Liao waved to Ao Xing. Hearing this, Ao Xing approached cautiously. Although its IQ is not high, it has already formed a conditioned reflex to its own name. Just like before, release your breath towards the sky. As Professor Liao spoke, he also used body language to make it as easy as possible for Ao Xing to understand. After listening for a long time with his head tilted, Ao Xing finally understood. He raised his head and exhaled a breath of air into the sky. But this time, unlike the previous breaths, the dark green mist went straight into the sky. Seeing the color of the breath, Professor Liao frowned and realized that things were not simple. After taking a light sniff, a feeling of dizziness came over him. He instantly became alert and quickly covered his mouth and nose. Oh no, it's poisonous. Everyone, retreat. When he woke up again, it was already half an hour later. Professor Liao weakly held up a piece of red paper to Ao Xing. Ao Xing, continue to breathe into the sky. This time, the fire you breathe out should be red. This time, Ao Xing understood very quickly and exhaled towards the sky. However, it was not the red breath of fire that Professor Liao had mentioned, but a blazing white breath that had never appeared before, but it was equally hot. And this time the breath had substance. After falling and cooling down, it formed a silvery white metal. I guess we should have figured out Ao Xing's ability. Seeing this, although Professor Liao was weak, there was excitement on his face. What is its special ability? Suingji frowned. He still hadn't figured out what Ao Xing's special ability was. He only knew that it was breath. Its ability is to exhale, but it doesn't have any fixed properties or characteristics. And judging from the current situation, it can't control what its next breath will be. Professor Liao spoke eloquently. I think this ability can be given an appropriate name. Pandora's Dragon Breath. Chapter 38. The First, Illegal Evolver. Alas, I will never be able to complete my losing streak. Ichin was extremely distressed as he had just raised his losing streak from his younger brother Tiger to the 25th level. 2 days have passed since I was seriously injured in the battle with Ao Xing. But in 2 days, he only stacked 8 layers of losing streak. Mainly because Professor Liao was afraid that Ichin would get hurt again. So he asked Shen Qingyi to watch him at all times. Being watched by Shen Qingyi all the time, Ichin could only fight against his tiger father, tiger mother, tiger brother, and Ling Feng, who had the same wind attributability as himself. Fortunately, the quadruple advanced reward on the 21st floor is still the Fruit of Time. This is a powerful item that can instantly make him an adult and reach his peak combat power, enough to battle with Tiger Dad. With this thing, he instantly felt safe and no longer afraid of anything, right? During these 2 days, Ichin, with the cooperation of official personnel, trained Ao Xing, the little guy, to become his own little follower. The training method is very simple. This little guy is a sucker. Ichin fed it a piece of meat before, and it rubbed against Ichin happily. Now all of the little guy's food comes from Ichin's mouth, which makes the little guy understand that he can only get food from Ichin. After a simple training, Ao Xing became extremely close to Ichin and would hang around Ichin whenever he had nothing to do. However, it is relatively short, very young, and childish in temperament, so it often crawls under Ichin's body for fun. Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom were quite worried at first. After all, they could still clearly remember how Ao Xing's breath of lightning had turned Yichen into a black coal ball. But after a while, the little guy was really obedient and didn't do anything extreme, so the tiger parents felt relieved. Forget it, it's not a loss to have Ao Xing as my younger brother. Ichin could only think to comfort himself. In the past 2 days, Professor Liao conducted many tests on Ao Xing's special ability, Pandora's Dragon Breath, and found that the rules he speculated were completely correct. Ao Xing's special ability is breath, and it is purely random. It cannot control the properties of the next breath, nor can it know the properties of the next breath. Over the past 2 days, I have tested the breath dozens of times, and so far no 2 breaths have been exactly the same. Some of these breaths are extremely powerful, such as the thunder breath that shattered Yichen's primary soul armor, with a power reaching the late 2nd stage or above. Most of them are more conventional, and can reach the normal power of the late 1st stage, such as the breath of fire and ice attributes. There are also a very small number of them that have very little power, or even no power at all, such as spitting out pure black fog once, but it has no effect at all and simply blocks the field of vision. Although there is such a powerless breath, its merits outweigh its flaws. Its properties are changeable and its regular combat power is much stronger than those of its peers. If you are lucky, you can have a terrifying performance that can make the final decision. Ao Xing's special ability, Pandora's Breath, can definitely be ranked among the top 3 among all the evolvers and mutant beasts in the entire Yichen Dragon group. Such a powerful little brother is much stronger than several levels of defeat rewards. In a few days, it will be the deadline for evolvers to voluntarily report and register. There should be a lot of tasks by then. While feeding Ao Xing meat, Yichen was looking forward to the task of arresting the illegal evolver in a few days. The government in the previous life also formulated such a policy. A week after the spiritual energy revival tide, a nationwide operation to catch illegal residents was carried out. At that time, the country was in chaos for nearly half a month, and many illegal evolvers who did not actively report and register caused considerable harm to local governments. Under official policies, all evolvers who do not have criminal tendencies or bad intentions are basically registered, and the young people among them will join dragon groups in various places to safeguard the safety of the people. When the 1-week deadline is up, the dragon team will inevitably be short of manpower, and mutant beasts like himself who have a certain combat capability will inevitably be asked to carry out the task of arresting illegal evolvers. After all, the strength of the evolved beings who have awakened their superpowers is no longer something that ordinary military and police can deal with. Although most evolvers at this stage are unlikely to have the ability to resist heat-resistant weapons, arresting evolvers in the city is not the same as in the wild. While arresting illegal evolvers is important, the safety of citizens' lives and property is more important. If the arrest of these dangerous elements causes heavy casualties, no one will feel good when the higher-ups hold them accountable. Therefore, if you want to catch an illegal evolver who is determined to go against the authorities, the manpower and material resources required are definitely not as simple as just 1 or 2 evolvers. Then I can get involved and accumulate losing streaks smoothly. Ichin thought happily. Professor Liao, you have the deepest understanding of the evolvers and mutants of our Yichen Dragon group. Send me at least 3 people now. The requirements are to have certain combat capabilities, fast action speed, and strong psychological quality. Just then, Suingji suddenly came over and spoke in a deep voice to Professor Liao. What's going on? Is there a mission? Professor Liao frowned and asked in confusion. The 1-week deadline stipulated above has not yet arrived. So why do we need to draw on members of the dragon team who are still in the process of honing their abilities? Last night, there was a serial murder case committed by an evolver. The police have identified the murderer, but they cannot find him using conventional means. They can only turn to the dragon group for help. Suingji paused and said bluntly, "Why so early?" Professor Liao said in disbelief. According to official calculations, the crime committed by the evolvers is inevitable, but it should be at least after a week's deadline. That's not clear. The police are now collecting the murderer's motives. It will take some time. Suingji was also very troubled. What do you mean? You have already found the murderer's identity without sorting out the entire case? Professor Liao was surprised. According to common sense, it is often necessary to first understand the cause and effect of the entire case before finding clues to the murderer, especially in such a serial murder case. The murderer's face was captured by the surveillance camera, and other work has not yet been carried out. Suingji said helplessly, "You can't catch someone with a straight face?" Professor Liao was stunned. The murderer's abilities are so weird. Suingji frowned. Let me check the surveillance video first. Hearing this, Professor Liao's expression became serious. I want the fast one. Can I be selected? After listening to the conversation between Su Yingji and Professor Liao, Yichen's eyes turned and he became a little expectant. After a while, Professor Liao finished watching the surveillance video and returned to the golf course where he trained as an evolver and mutant beasts with a serious expression. This is the first time that the Yangqing Dragon team is carrying out a mission to capture an illegal evolver. We need strong men with both speed and combat power. Ling Feng, Hu Wuxing, and Ao Xing. I've decided that you will be the ones. Chapter 39: The Murderer in the Mirror. Next, you will see the surveillance video of the murderer Jing Hao killing the victim. You can watch it repeatedly to remember his appearance and familiarize yourself with his supernatural powers. At the Yangqing Police Department, a middle-aged criminal policeman controlled his expression and explained. There was no other way. He had been engaged in criminal case investigation for 20 years, and this was not the first time he had asked for external assistance. But the foreign aid is not human. This is the first time. Ichin, Ling Feng, Ao Xing, a tiger, a man and a palace guard, the three members of the dragon team all nodded seriously, indicating that they understood. Seeing this, the middle-aged detective turned on the surveillance video. In the picture, a fat man with a tattooed back is being intimate with a slim woman. My dear, please make me feel good. Hate it, brother, how can't you be more gentle with me? Hee hee, I just like the wilder ones. It's not the first day you've known this. The two were flirting, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who the fuck is that? This immediately ruined Brother Hao's interest, and he started cursing. Angrily, Brother Hao walked to the door of the room, opened it, but did not see anyone. What the hell is this? However, he found a thin express box about half a meter square at the door. I didn't buy any express delivery. Who the hell is playing a prank on me? Picking up the express box puzzledly, Brother Hao walked back to the room. Brother Hao, who is that? The woman said, a little unhappy. Although it is quite disgusting to play with an ugly guy like Brother Hao, no one would be happy if the interest is interrupted all of a sudden. I don't know. Someone sent me a package. I want to see what it is. As he spoke, Brother Hao picked up a fruit knife and opened the express package. Mirror? I thought it was something good. It's a mirror that only costs $12. I don't know which idiot sent it. It's disgusting. After opening the express package, Hao Gu found only a low-quality mirror inside, which made him even more angry. Okay, forget about the mirror. Let's continue what we didn't finish just now. The woman said with a seductive tone and a smile. Hee hee. Okay, bro, I'll be right there. After hearing this, Brother Hao no longer cared about the mirror. He put it on the table and climbed onto the bed happily. There has been no abnormality in the entire monitoring process so far. But just as Brother Hao took off his clothes and pants, revealing his loose fat, and was doing mechanical repetitive movements with the woman, something unusual occurred. The mirror that had just been unpacked from the express box suddenly had ripples on its surface. Immediately afterwards, a person's head suddenly rose slowly from the middle, looking thrilling and terrifying. This is not over yet. The man's head slowly rose up, and finally a complete person emerged from the mirror. Picking up a fruit knife, the man who appeared in the mirror walked gently to Brother Hao, then raised the knife and slashed with a fierce look in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a handful of blood shot up into the sky. Brother Hao, are you tired? How about we switch and I'll do the moving? Feeling that Brother Hao had stopped moving, the woman moaned coquettishly, but no one responded to her. The woman, realizing something was wrong, opened her eyes and saw blood flowing down Hao Ji's back and dripping onto her chest. Ah! A sharp, high-pitched scream filled with fear resounded throughout the room, and the woman was instantly frightened. In the surveillance video, the man who walked out of the mirror wiped the fruit knife on the bed with excitement and joy in his eyes. He returned to the table and picked up the mirror. Then, he skillfully entered the mirror and disappeared into the room. This ability is too weird, right? After watching the first surveillance video, Ling Feng couldn't help swallowing and spoke with difficulty. Even though it is mid-July, the hottest time of the year, Ling Feng still broke out in cold sweat on his back. Ichin was also shocked. He had seen countless supernatural powers in his previous life, but none of them was as strange as this one. However, the murderer killed someone and hid in the mirror, so logically he should still be in this mirror. Ah! Ichin raised his paw, pointed at the mirror in the surveillance video, and then looked at Professor Liao. He knew that Professor Liao should be able to understand his body language. If only this matter were that simple. Wuxing, do you think he is still in this mirror? As expected, Professor Liao instantly understood Yichen's meaning and shook his head. Yichin frowned. Isn't this what he thought? Professor Liao said nothing, but just gestured to the middle-aged detective. Seeing this, the middle-aged criminal policeman operated the monitoring console and played the next surveillance video. I saw another room, also with a tattooed man with a fierce look on his face. But he wasn't playing with women, he was talking on the phone with someone. Sanner, the 3 payments from the Wanchi district should be due by now, right? Can they pay it back? Can't you pay it back? That's fine. I remember there's a guy with a hot wife inside. I can have a good time with her then. Don't worry, if I have a bite of meat to eat, you will have a bite of soup to drink. When I get tired of playing, I will throw it to you to play with to your heart's content. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the same knock on the door sounded, making Brother G frown. Who is it? Courier. There's a package for you. He walked to the door, took the package, and kicked the courier twice. Brother G was extremely confused. I didn't buy any express delivery. Did someone send me something? When he opened the package, he found another cheap big mirror inside, which left Brother G puzzled. Forget it. It's so late. Have a good sleep. Unable to figure it out, Brother G put the mirror aside, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After a while, a snoring sound was heard. At the same time, a head popped up in the mirror, exactly the same as the man before. In his hand, he was holding a fruit knife exactly the same as Brother House. Sizzle. With that extremely sharp blow, Brother G died in his sleep without any pain. Then the man lifted up the mirror and went back in. Fuck, how did this guy leave the scene? After watching this surveillance video, Ichin felt horrified. I have a question. Judging from the layout of the 2 rooms, they don't look like hotel suites. They should be their residences. How come there are such clear surveillance cameras? At this time, Ling Feng scratched his head and asked. Both victims were suspected of being engaged in the gray industry. They installed surveillance cameras in their own homes on their own initiative, perhaps hoping to leave evidence of someone's misconduct here. The middle-aged detective answered. Professor Liao, do you have any ideas about this case? How did he leave the scene? After getting the answer from the criminal police, Ling Feng turned to Professor Liao and asked. I'm engaged in biological research. This is beyond my field of expertise. I have no idea yet. Professor Liao said embarrassedly. And the police? Ling Feng looked at the detective again. The middle-aged detective shook his head. I have a bold guess now, but I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Ling Feng said with his eyes shining. Chapter 40 Transferring from one mirror to another. Tell me about it. Professor Liao urged. I just checked the timestamps on the surveillance video. The 2 assassinations took place within half an hour of each other. Considering that we asked a courier to deliver the package, the murderer moved very quickly, which is probably the main reason why Professor Liao asked us, the evolved individuals with the advantage of speed, to participate in the arrest operation. Ling Feng talked freely. Professor Liao did not answer, but just nodded. Ling Feng seems to have clear logic. He was able to maintain a good mental state, even when seeing a real murder scene for the first time. He is a promising talent. I think the police professional should have also noticed the murderer's behavior of entering the mirror after committing the crime, right? Ling Feng pointed at the surveillance camera. Of course, the key issue now is how the murderer Jing Hao used his supernatural powers to leave the murder scene. From the surveillance footage, we can see that he entered the mirror again. But if it appears in the mirror at the next crime scene, we have no way of knowing. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice. Then have you ever thought that he left the scene through the mirror? Ling Feng asked back. We know, of course, that he escaped through the mirror. The middle-aged detective frowned, feeling that Ling Feng was playing a trick on him, and became a little impatient. I mean, he can enter the mirror and come out of the mirror. So is it possible that he can go directly from one mirror to another? Ling Feng said with a smile. Then he picked up 2 metal ID badges from the conference table and held them at an angle on their backs. The metal surface behind the ID cards was smooth and visible. Ling Feng squatted down and looked at the surface of one of the ID cards. Look, I shine through the first mirror into the second mirror, and you, officer, can also see my reflection in the mirror facing you, right? Ling Feng said with a smile. And in the middle-aged detective's field of vision, it was Ling Feng's smiling face on the back of the second ID card. I see. So after his 2 murders, before entering the mirror, he lifted up the mirror and adjusted its direction. Our criminal investigation team had discussed this repeatedly before and had determined that this was the most unusual part of the entire murder process, but we were unable to connect it in this direction. If your hypothesis is true, then it makes sense. His action before entering the mirror was actually to adjust the direction the mirror was facing, so that it is completely parallel to the mirror he originally prepared, so as to receive his image in the mirror at the crime scene. After listening to Ling Feng's guess, the middle-aged criminal policeman suddenly understood and connected the whole method of committing the crime in a reasonable way. I understand. Let's go to the crime scene. Xiao Lu, call the surveying team and bring Ms. Chung with you. Remember to calm her down, as we'll need her to support our hypothesis. After figuring out everything, the middle-aged detective excitedly said to a young police officer. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the door in a swift and decisive manner. The first crime scene was at Jinxiu Courtyard Community. Xiao Lu, according to the surveillance footage, have the surveying team start working. We must find out which direction the murderer Jing Hao faced after he killed the victim and placed the mirror. We must find out which nearby building it overlapped with. I need to be accurate to the room. As soon as he arrived at the crime scene, the middle-aged criminal police began to quickly arrange the work. Ms. Chung, we know that you have just experienced such a horrific scene and are extremely frightened now. You need to calm down. But now, the case has made some progress, and we need your memories to support our guesses and carry out the next investigation. Please cooperate as much as possible. After arranging the work, the middle-aged criminal policeman looked at Ms. Cheng, who was brought in, and said seriously, Ms. Chung is the woman who was seen exercising in the room with the first victim, Brother Hao, in the surveillance video. This is the first time I've seen the heroine in a movie walk into reality. Ichin on the side tilted his head and muttered to himself. Not to mention, the surveillance footage is a bit blurry and not very clear. Looking at it in real life, this woman's figure is really amazing. In fact, he also thought of the possibility that Ling Feng had guessed, but unfortunately, since he couldn't speak, he had to let Ling Feng steal the limelight. Impossible. Impossible. That's a ghost. It's not a human at all. How can you police catch him? Let me go back. I want to go home. However, no matter how the middle-aged detective tried to make his expression more friendly, he could not calm Ms. Chung down. Although she did not see the process of Brother Hao being killed, she saw the murderer Jing Hao crawling into the mirror. Just imagine, an ordinary woman sees the man she was exercising with die in front of her eyes, his body drooping heavily, and she also sees the murderer crawling into the mirror. How can she not be terrified? If you are not scared into going crazy, you already have strong mental strength. In fact, Ms. Chung is not far from being scared crazy. That's not a ghost, but a superpower. It's the evolved reported in the news before. They have supernatural powers that are different from ordinary people, but they are still human. We in Yangqing also have evolvers, and they are far more numerous than those social evolvers. This time, our police have also found such evolvers to help catch the murderer. The other party will definitely not be able to escape the punishment of the law. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice. Really? Ms. Chung was skeptical and shrank back. She is now afraid of evolvers like the murderer Jing Hao, even though she knows they are official. That's right. This time we have found 3 evolvers to apprehend the murderer. If necessary, we will apply to our superiors for more evolvers to join the arrest operation. You may not know the others, but there is one you should have heard of. That is Tiger Wuxing from the Southern Zoo. Look, that's the one next to me. He is also an evolved individual with awakened superpowers, and now serves the government. The middle-aged detective pointed at Ichin beside him and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ms. Chung turned her gaze to Ichin, who was standing next to the middle-aged criminal policeman, and the doubt in her eyes eased a little. Then she hesitated again. Can I touch it? She had seen Ichin a long time ago, but she was so immersed in fear that she didn't investigate further. Well, it depends on its own will. We can't force it to do anything. The middle-aged detective was slightly stunned, but there was a smile on his face. It seems that bringing Hu Wuxing along is a wise choice. Ichin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn it. Wasn't he here on a mission to arrest someone? How come it became a mascot again? But seeing Ms. Cheng's expectant eyes and her previous tragic experience, Ichin still softened his heart. He nodded with difficulty and let Ms. Chung touch him carefully twice before Ichin relaxed. Forget it. Although this woman looks like a plaything of Brother Hao, the fright she suffers will not be reduced in any way whether she is pure or not. Just think of it as comforting her. After all, I have good intentions. Just then, there was a sound of jogging outside the door. Captain Wang. The surveying team has determined the direction of the mirror in the room. Chapter 41, the third victim. I'll report this later. Ms. Chung, are you ready to cooperate with our investigation now? Captain Wang was not in a hurry to know the results of the surveying team, but just looked at Ms. Chung and asked, Ask me. After learning that the murderer Jing Hao's method of entering the mirror was not something supernatural, and with the comfort of petting the big cat, Ms. Chung has dispelled 70% of her fear. You lived in this house under Wang Jihao's name for nearly a week before the incident. Is this true? Captain Wang asked. That's right, Ms. Chung said calmly, without a trace of embarrassment. Did you notice any light spots on your bedroom table this week, especially yesterday afternoon near dusk, that had never appeared before? Captain Wang said with great confidence. I seem to have some impression. Yesterday afternoon, when I returned home and opened the bedroom door, the reflection from the table dazzled my eyes. I was wondering, this has never happened before? Ms. Chung pinched the bridge of her nose and recalled. Hearing this, Captain Wang raised a smile and picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist. Surveying team, take a look in the mirror. As he finished speaking, a square spot of light flashed into the room where the crime was committed. It was shaking and wandering at first, but after a few seconds, it stabilized on the table in the bedroom. And that location was exactly where the murderer Jing Hao placed the mirror in the surveillance video. It seems that Brother Ling Feng's guess is almost right. Looking at the light spot on the table, Captain Wang smiled. Who was the guest who stayed here yesterday? The group arrived at the room determined by the surveying team, and Captain Wang asked. According to the hotel registration, it's a woman named Dongfang Man, aged 25. Xiao Lu replied. Call headquarters to summon him, investigate, and collect evidence to see if he is an accomplice who intentionally assisted Jing Hao in committing the crime. Captain Wang ordered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu quickly ran to the side to contact the Yangqing Police Department. After a while, he came back with a strange expression on his face. Captain Wang, the headquarters has found out Jing Hao's social connections. This Dongfang Man is his wife. So where is she now? Captain Wang frowned and asked. She's dead. What? When did he die? How did he die? Captain Wang's pupils shrank and his heart tightened. The clue is broken. Dongfang Man died a month ago. The cause of death was gang rape, Xiao Lu said with gritted teeth. Who were the ones who gang raped me? Captain Wang opened his eyes wide, and his professional intuition made the truth emerge in his mind. There are 3 people, Wang Jihao, Ji Yiming, and Yu Yongming. The first 2 were the ones Jing Hao murdered this time. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang rubbed his brows and said angrily, put aside the issue of not bringing the murderer to justice in the Dongfang gang rape case. Now let's go find Yu Yongming. Quickly. Brother Hao and Brother Ji are in trouble? Brother Long, are you kidding me? Have I met an enemy? Should I find a place to hide first? If you ask me, they are just too cruel. Who knows, one day they might catch a really cruel person and get themselves involved. Okay, I'll pack my things now, book a flight ticket for tonight, and go travel to Ziziju for 10 days or half a month. It just so happens that now that I've made so much money, it's time to go out and have some fun. I heard that there is a new tourist activity in Zairizhi where you can practice with an action movie teacher. I have to try it. Yu Yoming got up from the bed in a daze, answered a phone call, and instantly woke up with a start. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yoming took out his suitcase and packed it up. Wearing a sexy short-sleeved shirt and floral shorts, he came to the floor-length mirror in the room. Tisk, TSK, bro is just handsome. When he gets to Shaori's place, won't he charm all those Sakura girls? Yu Yoming looked at himself in the mirror, struck some sexy poses, and said with great conceit. However, when he saw the light spot on the floor-length mirror, he frowned again and looked back. Who the hell is this? Pointing the mirror at my house for no reason. I can't even see clearly. He turned around cursing, and at this moment, the cell phone on the bed rang. Who is it? I just answered Brother Long's call, and here comes another one. I picked up the phone in confusion, and saw that it was 110. Fuck. This gave him a fright. He was originally engaged in a gray industry, doing things on the edge of the law, and he had committed many illegal and criminal things. This was the first time the police called him. Is it Yu Yongming? There was an urgent voice on the phone. Yes. Officer, what do you want from me? Dragging the phone, Yu Yongming said respectfully. You are involved in a very dangerous case that will pose a serious threat to your life. Now, no matter where you are, go to the nearest police station to seek shelter. Quick. The police on the phone said anxiously. Officer, I don't understand. Yu Yongming was extremely confused. He didn't listen to the direct meaning of the police's words at all. He just felt as if he had committed a crime, and the police were trying to trick him into surrendering. Stop having those fucking thoughts. Someone is going to kill you. It could be an hour from now, or it could be a minute from now. Now, go to the nearest police station and seek shelter immediately. The angry curses coming from the phone made Yu Yongming hesitate. Considering the accidents that happened to Brother Hao and Brother Ji one after another, he couldn't help but believe it a little. Is there really someone who wants to kill me? Yu Yongming murmured. Real. A voice filled with indifference and hatred suddenly sounded in the room. Although the sound was not loud, it was like a heavy drum striking Yongming's heart. Yu Yongming turned around suddenly when he heard the sound and was extremely shocked. Sizzle. A not-so-obvious sound was heard, and an ordinary fruit knife easily pierced his chest. The bright red blood stained and soaked his flashy short-sleeved shirt, and the breath of life was madly draining away. He feels so cold. It's a scorching hot summer, but people feel cold limbs. No, it's more than just a feeling. Novel. His limbs were really getting colder, and at an extremely fast speed. It's you. He uttered these words with great difficulty, but the blood foam in his mouth made it impossible for him to say any more. Jinghao didn't say anything. He just pulled out the fruit knife, wiped it clean on the bed, and put it back into the scabbard. As soon as the tip of the knife left Yu Yongming's chest, a fountain of blood spurted out. The sharp knife that originally took his life became the key to save his life. When the key was pulled out, the lock of his life was completely closed. Glancing at the phone that slipped from Yu Yongming's hand, Jinghao murmured in an imperceptible voice. The police have already found out. I have to hurry. After saying that, he entered the floor-to-ceiling mirror that was as tall as a person and disappeared from the room. Yu Yongming. Yu Yongming. And what came from the phone was the police's urgent questioning voice. Chapter 42 Wuxing. You are so smart. There is no doubt that Ling Feng's guess is correct. The murderer Jinghao entered the crime scene in such a strange way, from one mirror to another. After attacking and killing Yu Yongming, he left the crime scene in the same way. Arriving at Yu Yongming's residence and looking at Yu Yongming lying in a pool of blood, Captain Wang said in a deep voice, "They are late." Based on the previous information, we can preliminarily infer that the targets of the murderer Jinghao's continuous attacks were the participants in the gang rape of his wife a month ago. But now, the 3 suspects involved in the Eastern Man gang rape case have been avenged one by him. So now that the clues are broken here, how can we catch him? Captain Wang continued in a deep voice, full of pressure. This was the first time he had encountered such a case involving evolvers since the spiritual energy revival. Originally, on the first day of the spiritual energy revival, the entire public security system in Yangsheng conducted an analysis and rehearsal of possible crimes committed by the evolvers. But now it seems that the past criminal investigation experience is still too inadequate when facing evolved beings with supernatural powers. A killer who can travel freely through the mirror, a criminal whose escape route cannot be blocked at all, makes past experience and methods no longer applicable. I don't think it's very difficult to catch him. Captain Wang, you don't know enough about the evolvers, and you were frightened by Jinghao's ability. Professor Liao comforted him at this time. What do you mean? Captain Wang's eyes lit up and he felt hope. The abilities of an evolver cannot be used without restrictions. It has only been 5 days since the revival of spiritual energy. No matter how high the level of evolution is, the use of supernatural powers needs to be carefully calculated. Especially when Jinghao has extremely strange abilities, he consumes even more spiritual energy. So based on my experience, Jinghao probably won't be able to use this kind of mirror jump, which can span hundreds of meters from one building to another, more than a few times in a short period of time. The several members of the dragon team that I brought with me, Ling Feng, Hu Wuxing, and Ao Xing, are all individuals with outstanding speed. As long as we find Jinghao's general area, it will not be difficult to catch him if we chase him down. Professor Liao analyzed calmly. The key now is to determine the approximate area where Jinghao is. Xiaolu, leave a team behind to protect the scene, and go back to the headquarters to retrieve the files of the Dongfang Man gang rape case to see if we can find any clues. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang acted decisively. There's no file on this case? Are you fucking kidding me? Arriving at the archives room at the headquarters, Captain Wang angrily yelled at the archive manager. Captain Wang, the Dongfang case was not a gang rape, but a rape case. Only a month ago, Jinghao came to the police station with her body to sue the 3 people and request to open a case. However, after forensic identification, it was discovered that no DNA residues of the 3 people were found in Dongfang Man's body, but instead there were DNA residues of Jinghao himself. Therefore, it was judged at the time that Jinghao had his own hallucinations, and in fact he raped his wife for too long, leading to her death. Later, he was examined by a male specialist at the city hospital, who found that he suffered from hypersexuality, with sexual desire and ability far exceeding that of an average person, which confirmed the conclusion that he raped his wife to death. The archives manager dug out the file of the Dongfang man rape case and explained it to Captain Wang. Why isn't there a continued investigation into this obvious frame-up and distortion of facts to get away with it? Captain Wang was so angry that he almost exploded. I don't know either. It is said that the chain of evidence is complete, and all the evidence points to Jing Hao himself raping his wife Dongfang man to death. The evidence is irrefutable, so the case was closed and filed. The archivist said helplessly. He is just a person in charge of archives. How can he take care of these things? Arriving at the conference room, Captain Wang opened the file and read it carefully. Then, he pasted the photos of all the people involved on the whiteboard, connected them with lines, and added text to indicate the relationship between them. To reconstruct the case, the Dongfang gang rape case is obviously the cause of this case. Judging from Jing Hao's life, he has a high sense of social responsibility and national belonging. Psychologically speaking, if he has done everything he should do, he will most likely turn himself in. Captain Wang analyzed in a deep voice. It's clear that he has unfinished business. Professor Liao echoed. What else does he want to do? Meet his parents? Ling Feng asked. Put yourself in his shoes. He felt that he had killed several people and avenged his wife, so he should be able to see his parents for the last time, right? After all, if nothing unexpected happens, such a heinous crime will inevitably be punished by death. The police are already staked out at Jing Hao's parents' place, but they haven't found any signs of him returning home yet. Xiao Lu said at this time. So what else is he going to do? Ling Feng scratched his head, having no idea. When the discussion entered a silent phase, Ichin curiously came to the whiteboard and looked at the relationship lines between the characters. If it were me, after killing the culprit who raped my wife, what would I do next? Ichin was also thinking about this question. Now everyone in the conference room knows that the key to catching Jing Hao next is whether they can capture his next move. Those three people are the biggest enemies, but not all enemies. The reasons why he took action himself were, firstly, that he now possessed superpowers, and secondly, that his previous request to bring the three murderers to justice had not been met. There are many factors that led to this result. If nothing unexpected happens, there are bad people in the police force, otherwise the case would not be closed so easily. But he probably wouldn't dare to look for the bad apple in the police station now. His special ability obviously didn't add any combat power, so he still had some concerns when facing guns. So, who else is causing him to suffer injustice? Ichin walked back and forth, sorting out the causes and consequences of the entire case. Wait, I think I figured it out. At this moment, Ichin had an idea in his mind, and he suddenly looked at the character relationship diagram on the whiteboard. The reason why Jing Hao suffered injustice was because of that bad apple in the police force. However, Jing Hao's own social connections were not enough for him to find out who was behind this and help Yu Yongming and the other two escape punishment. Therefore, what he can see should be the people who are on the surface of the entire case. Thinking about this, Ichin suddenly jumped up and took down the two photos on the whiteboard. Wu Sheng, don't interfere with the discussion of the case, eh? Noticing Ichin's actions, Professor Liao said helplessly. However, when he saw Ichin put two photos on the table, raised his head and looked at him with a serious expression, he stopped trying to stop him. After carefully looking at the photo that Ichin took down, Professor Liao was suddenly shocked. Wu Sheng, you are so smart. Chapter 43. It's really exciting. I saw a dinosaur chasing a tiger. Professor Liao, what's wrong? At this time, Captain Wang turned around and asked. From Ling Feng, he obtained the operating rules of Jing Hao's supernatural powers. Although he failed to save Yu Yongming, he also found the tail of the clue. Therefore, he now has an inexplicable trust and expectation in the evolvers. Although it is a bit far-fetched to expect a little tiger to figure out the key to the case, it's good to have more ideas now. And judging from Professor Liao's performance, Ichin might have accidentally found the idea for the next analysis. I should be able to understand Wu Sheng's meaning. His idea should be like this. Jing Hao has already killed the culprit who raped his wife, but the matter is not over yet. Let's go back to a month ago. After Jing Hao's wife was gang raped by three men, he went to the police station and wanted to bring the three men to justice. But it failed. Instead, the three of them used some means to make it happen that Jing Hao raped his wife and killed her. Therefore, in addition to those three people, there should be three more people that Jing Hao hates the most. First, Captain Wang. I no longer give face to your public security organs. There is at least one cadre with certain power in your team who has intervened in this. The second one, the key to distorting the facts, is the person who tampered with the DNA identification in Dongfang Man's body, that is, the forensic doctor Qin Shi, who was one of the photos that Wuxing took down. The third one, Yang Yang, the male specialist who falsely diagnosed Jing Hao as having hypersexuality, was also removed by Wusheng. Professor Liao analyzed everything in a deep voice and glanced at Ichin. Ichin nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, there is Professor Liao, a master in the biological field who has extensive research on animal body language. Although I cannot speak, I can ask him to do it for me and express what I want to express. This novel. When Captain Wang saw Ichin's humane expression, he was stunned and a little frustrated. I actually overlooked such an important thing, and it took an animal to remind me. Although Professor Liao had said before that the IQ of evolved mutant beasts has been greatly improved, and the outstanding individuals among them are even as intelligent as humans. But it is still unbelievable when you truly realize that their intelligence is no different from that of humans. Xiao Lu, where's Qin Shi? Find him for me. However, his psychological quality was still strong. He did not dwell on this issue and gave orders directly. Captain Wang, forensic doctors are different from us who are on call at any time. They only report to the unit when they have something to do. Qin Shi is not at the headquarters now, Xiao Lu said with a grim expression. Take a team of people and go to Yang Yang's place. Equip your guns. Find him and keep an eye on him. Without hesitation, Captain Wang led a team directly to the home of forensic pathologist Qin Shi. Hello, Qin Shi? Are you at home now? Now hurry up and stay in crowded public places near your home. Wait for us to come. After getting in the police car, Captain Wang immediately called Qin Shi. Beep, beep. However, before Captain Wang could finish his words, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone, indicating that the call was hung up. Oh no. Captain Wang couldn't help but growl. Jing Hao took action. Captain Wang, it's rush hour. There's a traffic jam. There's no way to get through. To make matters worse, at this already extremely anxious moment, there was a traffic jam, which prevented the entire team of criminal police from rushing directly to the crime scene. Ling Feng, Wu Sheng, Ao Xing, get off the car and go directly to Qin Shi's house. The address is here. The situation was urgent. Professor Liao did not even discuss it with Captain Wang. He directly opened the car door and threw the mobile phone with navigation set into Ling Feng's hands. Wu Sheng, keep an eye on Ao Xing and don't let him get into trouble. Then, Professor Liao still felt a little uneasy and gave Ichin some instructions. Ah. Hearing this, Ichin's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. After seeing the location clearly on the map on his phone, Ichin took the lead and jumped out of the car. He immediately activated his magical power, Wind from the Tiger, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage. Ao Xing has a low IQ and can't quite understand the map, but it was very obedient. Before it came out, Professor Liao had told it to follow Ichin closely no matter what it did. So, when it saw Ichin running out, it also took a step with its long legs, lowered its body, and followed in the direction Ichin left. Wait for me. Seeing the two mutant beasts so anxious, Ling Feng shouted and ran away. By observing Ichin using the magical power of Wind from the Tiger, he also figured out how to use the wind attribute ability to increase his speed, so he was chosen as a participant in this mission. What are you doing in front of you? The traffic has been stuck for almost half an hour. Why aren't you moving at all? That's right. Did the guy in front stop the car to have sex? If you want to have fun, go back home. It's annoying to leave it on the road. Fuck. Why is there a big cat? No, that's a tiger. Looking at the pattern, it looks like tiger whooshing. Am I still drunk? How come I saw a dinosaur? And there's a Superman. He flew 3 cars in one step. Traffic police? I'm in the middle of street. I'm reporting. Someone is driving under the influence here. Ichin, Ao Xing, and Ling Feng's quick actions in public caused chaos on the entire traffic jam street. Before, when Ichin and his friends traveled to various places, they always sat in the police car and no one could see them. But now, in order to quickly reach Qin Shi's house and block Jing Hao, who was very likely to have just tried to kill Qin Shi, the 3 of them ran without any scruples, scaring everyone who saw them. Many people took out their mobile phones, took pictures of the 3 fleeting figures, and exclaimed in amazement. However, Ichin and the other 2 knew nothing about this. They only wanted to rush to the scene and arrest Jing Hao. With the help of Wind from the Tiger, Ichin's speed is faster than that of an adult cheetah in straight-line acceleration. In addition, his body is less than 1 meter long, and he is petite, with great flexibility. He can walk on the roof of a car as if it were flat ground, through the gap in the workshop parked on the road. Feeling the pleasure brought by the unrestrained running, Ichin felt more comfortable than ever before. In this life, he was reborn as a little tiger, locked up in a zoo all the time, and his range of activities was limited to an area as big as the Tiger Park. Even the golf course that the Dragon Group has booked these days is just a designated area. As for the previous life, the wilderness was occupied by countless powerful mutant beasts. The size of the city was drastically reduced, and people could only live in small settlements under the protection of the strong. In his previous life, he was a weakling who later became an evolver. He was nothing more than cannon fodder in the beast tides and had no freedom at all. And now, running without any worries makes Ichin feel unprecedented freedom. This feels really good. Put such thoughts behind you. Now there is work to do. In just 1 minute, Ichin arrived at the community where Qinshi lived. Qinshi's house is in Building 10, and the room faces south. Therefore, the only building that Jinghao can leave is Building 12 in the south. Looking at the layout of the community, Ichin quickly analyzed Jinghao's escape route in his mind. Without thinking, Ichin ran towards building number 12. Jinghao's ability is so powerful, so the consumption every time it is used must be huge. Therefore, unless it is necessary, he will never perform the mirror jump again in this way. Chapter 44. It's not too much to give two big sinuses more trouble than help, right? As soon as he arrived in front of building 12, Ichin smelled a faint familiar scent. When he sensed this smell, Ichin's eyes lit up. It's Jinghao. Although it sounds a bit insulting to Hu Gu, it is true. During the process of being involved in the case, the police found some clothes that Jinghao had worn but had not had time to wash in his home. These clothes were also brought for Ichin and Aoshing to smell. Tigers and geckos have excellent sense of smell. Ichin and Aoshing both memorized Jinghao's scent in their minds. Now, when I came to building 12, I smelled his scent. There was no doubt that my judgment was correct. Captain Li Wang called Qinshi, and Jinghao committed the crime again, but only for 1 minute. Qinshi's residence is on a high floor of Building 10. In order to accurately mirror the room where Qinshi is located in Building 10 and create the conditions for Jinghao's supernatural power to be able to mirror jump, the room that Jinghao prepared in Building 12 should also be on a high floor. Even if there happened to be an elevator stopping at the floor where he was, he would not need to wait for the elevator to get off. This trip would probably take more than a minute. So, if nothing unexpected happens, Jinghao is still in Building 12, and my keen sense of smell also confirmed my judgment. At the entrance of Building 12, there was only a faint smell of Jinghao. This means that he had passed by here before and should have been setting up a mirror to escape from the scene. But the faint smell also indicated that he had not passed by here in the past few minutes. In other words, after killing Qinshi, he did not leave Building 12. I just need to wait here. Ichin nodded and crawled into the gaps between the landscape shrubs in the community, hiding himself. In the entire Building 12, the doors of 2 units are in this direction. As long as Jinghao comes out of the building, he will definitely be caught with his speed. Less than half a minute after he squatted down, a person walked out of the unit door closest to Ichin. Even in the hot summer, this man wrapped himself tightly and held a large mirror under his armpit. It shouldn't be wrong. It's Jinghao. Ichin was extremely happy. He didn't expect that he could catch the other party so easily. But at this moment, a sharp sound like a kettle boiling came from behind Ichin. When Jinghao heard the voice, he immediately became alert and suddenly looked over. Ichin's extremely conspicuous black and white stripes were discovered at once. Without any hesitation, Jinghao ran away. Although he didn't know why a tiger appeared here, he had just killed someone and was extremely sensitive to any abnormalities in the outside world. Whenever a situation occurs that is different from his past life experience, he will become alert instantly. Ichin couldn't help but cover his face with his paws. He turned around and gave 2 big slaps to Aoshing, who had just arrived, and he hurriedly chased after him. Depend on. This little thing is so stupid. Didn't you see that you were hiding in the bushes? It's coming. It's coming. Why are you shouting so loudly? Aoshing shook his head in confusion and continued to follow Ichin with his tongue wagging. After becoming an evolver, Jinghao's physical fitness has been greatly improved, and his current speed is at least at the level of a national track and field athlete. But he is facing Ichin, who possesses the magical power of wind from the tiger. As a tiger, Ichin is much faster than humans, and with the help of wind from the tiger, he was even more powerful, and catching up with Jinghao was a piece of cake. But Jinghao was not a fool. Realizing that he could not escape Ichin's pursuit just by relying on his own body speed, he quickly observed the surrounding environment. Take out the mirror from under your armpit, adjust it in the right direction, and enter the mirror smoothly. Even though he had seen this special ability many times on surveillance, Ichin was still extremely surprised to see it with his own eyes at such a close distance. Ignoring the mirror on the ground, Ichin hurriedly started looking in the direction of the mirror. It's impossible for this guy to lock himself in the mirror and let others do whatever they want. He must have jumped to another mirror. Following the direction of the mirror on the ground, Ichin quickly locked onto the target. Opposite this mirror is a bronze landscape monument in the community. Although there are some words on it, the surface is smooth and mirror-like overall. And on the bronze stele, there happened to be Jinghao's appearance. The two mirrors are 100 meters apart, but Ichin can reach them in an instant. But just as he ran to the position, he found that Jinghao's mirror image disappeared instantly. Damn it, I got fooled. Ichin cursed in his heart, but soon he figured it out. Jinghao used mirror jumping to jump onto the bronze stele, but the bronze stele and the previous mirror were still parallel to each other, so he now switched back to the previous mirror. Sure enough, as soon as he turned around, Ichin saw Jinghao crawling out from the original mirror, holding the mirror and continuing to escape in the opposite direction. Seeing that the little guy Ao Xing was chasing after him, but was a little slow and was still quite close to Jinghao, Ichin shouted hurriedly, signaling it to catch Jinghao quickly. Hearing Ichin's voice, Ao Xing tilted his head, a little confused. However, after understanding the meaning of Ichin's roar, and recalling the smell it smelled in the police station, it finally turned around and chased after Jinghao. Because of what happened before, in order to compensate Ichin, it has become Ichin's little follower and obeys Ichin's words. Ichin himself did not stop and quickly followed. Just at this moment, Ling Feng had just arrived. He stood at the gate of the community and watched Ichin and Ao Xing's actions, still a little confused. However, when he saw the two people chasing each other with mirrors in their hands, Ling Feng understood instantly. Wu Sheng, Ao Xing, good job. After saying that, Ling Feng quickly activated his wind-based abilities and surrounded Jinghao. Great, this should be foolproof. Ichin was also very happy to see Ling Feng. He, Ao Xing, and Ling Feng are all known for their speed. If the three of them surrounded Jinghao, no matter how strange his abilities were, he would not be able to escape. Seeing that he was being attacked from both sides, Jinghao's heart sank, and he quickly put the mirror on the ground again before the three people who were surrounding him could get close. Jinghao quickly got into the mirror and disappeared on the spot again. Seeing this, Ichin hurriedly yelled at Ao Xing. Hold on to this mirror. This is the experience Ichin has learned from previous lessons. No matter how Jinghao jumps across the mirror after entering it, as long as the mirror he jumps over cannot change direction, he can only jump back to the original mirror. And if there is only one person to catch him, given his proficiency in superpowers, it would be basically a fantasy to catch him. But now, there are three of us on our side, who can completely block his retreat. After determining the direction the mirror was facing, Ichin continued to chase out. Chapter 45. For her. Live on. Although Jinghao's supernatural powers are strange, they can actually be traced. He can enter the mirror and jump between mirrors, but the prerequisite is that the two mirrors must be parallel and opposite to each other so that they can reflect the image in the opposite mirror. Jinghao turned into an image in the mirror, existing both in the first mirror and in the second mirror. It can be said that in terms of straight-line movement speed alone, no other supernatural power can compare to Jinghao's, because the speed of image propagation between two mirrors is directly equal to the speed of light. Therefore, regardless of the delay caused by Jinghao's use of his supernatural powers, he can reach another mirror from one mirror at the speed of light. But light propagates in a straight line in the same medium, so the next mirror he will go to using his supernatural powers can be determined by the direction the original mirror is facing. This was also the principle behind the room where the police mapping team determined the evacuation route that Jinghao had prepared for the assassination of Brother Hao. As a tiger, Ichin's control of direction and distance is extremely precise. If it is hundreds or thousands of meters, his judgment may still have some errors. But now, he was certain that Jinghao would never be able to use the mirror jump to cross the hundreds of meters between two buildings like he did after killing Brother Hao and the others. After all, everyone is only a first-level evolver now, with limited spiritual power in the body, and it requires careful calculation to activate supernatural powers. Especially in terms of physical conditions, humans are not able to accommodate as much spiritual power as large evolved individuals like tigers. Jinghao should have just attacked and killed the forensic Dr. Qinshi, and then moved from Building 10 to Building 12 through the mirror jump. Such a mirror jump must have consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, The distance of the mirror jump he can perform now should not be too far. Otherwise, his ability would be too abnormal. Under good air quality conditions, he could easily jump from the top of Mount Everest to the foot of the mountain, covering dozens of kilometers. With just one glance, Ichin found the target that Jinghao was jumping to. A few dozen meters away, the frosted window on the third floor of Building 12. Although the frosted window is not a mirror, with the frosted bottom, the window glass has reached the level of reflecting clear images and can be used by Jinghao as a stepping stone. Looking closely, Jinghao's figure was indeed in the frosted window. After quickly observing the surrounding situation to make sure Jinghao could not jump to other mirrors, Yichen yelled at Aoshing again. Ah! Smash the mirror. Hearing this, Aoshing obediently raised his tail and with a sweep, he smashed the mirror that Jinghao was carrying. Let me see where you're going to run now. Ichin smiled sinisterly and rushed towards the frosted window on the third floor. With a running start and the assistance of tree trunks along the way, Ichin activated the magical power, Wind from the Tiger, and his body suddenly rose taller. The height of the balcony on the third floor is only about 7 meters. When he was only as big as a cat, he could climb up a tree of this height to catch a leopard. Now that he has become so much stronger, it is natural for him to catch it with ease. Jinghao was extremely shocked to see Ichin's exaggerated flexibility. Now, he also realized that Yichen, Aoshing, and Lingfeng were the reinforcements sent by the police. Having killed so many people, he knew that he would surely die if he was caught. But now, there is still that bastard expert who forcibly diagnosed him as having hypersexuality and helped those 3 beasts get away with it. Yang Yang was unwilling to accept not killing him. Therefore, I can't be caught now. While Yichen was not there yet, he quickly got out of the frosted window, squeezed in the middle of the narrow anti-theft window fence, and adjusted the direction of the frosted window. Without any hesitation, he once again drilled into the mirror of the frosted window and disappeared into the mirror. Damn it, this guy is harder to catch than a loach. Ichin, who had just been clinging to the security window fence, couldn't help but curse. He smashed the frosted window to pieces with one claw and quickly rushed in the direction of the frosted window. To deal with Jinghao's superpowers, his original mirror must be completely destroyed so that he has no springboard to jump back and forth. Turning around, I saw that the frosted window was facing the shiny silver iron sign on the security room at the entrance of the community. Is this guy going to die? Building 12 is more than 1,000 meters away from the security room at the entrance of the community. According to Jinghao's previous consumption, this jump is completely a life-threatening one. At this time, Jinghao had already crawled out. He felt weak all over and fell from the door of the security room, bleeding from all his orifices. Hey, young man, where did you fall from? Why are you so badly injured? At this time, the old man in the security room heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. He saw Jinghao struggling on the ground and hurried forward to help him up. Uncle, stay away from him. He has a knife in his hand. Lingfeng ran over quickly from a distance, shouting loudly. The life of the dragon group these days is not only about training their superpowers, but also about learning ideological education. According to Suingji, their dragon group is not only a special military unit, but also a special police force with a certain establishment, and they must have a high level of ideological awareness. Regardless of whether the mission can be completed, the casualties of unrelated civilians must be minimized in the process. As for the damage to personal or public property, it doesn't matter. The local finance will pay for it unconditionally, so there is no need to worry at all. This is also the reason why Ichin smashed the frosted window so casually, since he has a backup plan anyway. When the security guard heard Lingfeng's words, he quickly stepped back, took out an electric baton from behind, and trembled as he faced Jinghao. I'm just a gatekeeper. If you want to leave, just go ahead. Jinghao ignored him, just struggled to get up and staggered out. But his speed was too slow. Lingfeng and Ichin caught up with him almost at the same time. Seeing this, he touched the shell of a car on the side of the road. It was shiny and smooth as new. He hasn't given up on escaping yet. I struggled to get a hand into the car shell, but I couldn't get my hand in any further. His spiritual power has been drained. Don't run away. If you force yourself to use your powers again, you won't survive more than half an hour. Lingfeng shouted hurriedly. I still have someone I haven't killed yet. After I kill him, I will turn myself in. Please let me go. Please. Jinghao, who had been silent all this time, spoke with difficulty, but the blood foam in his mouth made his words intermittent and unclear. With one hand trapped in the car shell, He forced himself to kneel down and beg to Ling Feng and Ichin. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kowtows could be heard one after another. A 1.8-meter tall man knelt on the ground and begged continuously, just wanting to avenge his wife completely. Seeing this scene, Ichin felt a little uncomfortable. Come back with us. Your special ability may save your life. The police have taken your wife's case seriously. Although justice delayed is cheaper than a whore, I believe the authorities will bring those people to justice and redress you and your wife. Ling Feng said in a deep voice. However, Jing Hao's eyes were still numb, and he just kept on kowtowing, begging to be let go and kill the last person who deserved to be killed. Do you think that by killing Yang Yang, you have really smashed all the injustices? Seeing this, Ling Feng said with great regret. Hearing this, Jing Hao stopped what he was doing. I have read the information about Brother Hao, Brother Ji, and Yu Yongming. They should be hooligans who engage in loan sharking. I believe that your wife's incident is also due to this reason. But do you think that by killing them you are avenging your wife? No. What is the reason that allows them to continue to commit crimes, and no one can stop them? What is the fundamental reason that allows them to get away with it? You know, but you don't know who it is, and you don't have the ability to take revenge now. Ling Feng stared at Jing Hao's eyes with a bewitching look. The revival of spiritual energy and the acquisition of superpowers will cause all of this to change dramatically over time. The higher-ups attach great importance to evolvers. Live on. Those who have caused you and your wife's suffering will one day be crushed to death as easily as crushing an ant. Beep woo beep woo. The sound of a police car brought Ling Feng to an abrupt halt. Patting Jing Hao on the shoulder, Ling Feng said in a barely perceptible voice. You are willing to die for her, but are you not willing to live for her? Chapter 46. The world's trend is irreversible. July 23, 2023, 1 week after the spiritual energy revival tide. The weather is sunny. Brother Tiger roared loudly with excitement, looking forward to going out and playing. On the morning of the second day after the night of spiritual revival, the news was broadcast nationwide that today, a nationwide reward would be offered for the capture of evolvers who had not registered with official agencies. In fact, the internet was already extremely lively last night, with many people looking forward to becoming a bounty hunter and getting rich. After all, the first true news about an illegal evolver can get a cash reward of 100,000 yuan, which is quite tempting for most people. 2 days ago, Brother who listened to Ling Feng's account of the whole process of how he, Yichen, and Ao Xing arrested Jing Hao, and he was so excited. For it is so fun to run around freely and hunt down the illegal evolvers, with all kinds of interesting superpowers. So, it has been unable to sit still these past 2 days, and has been looking forward to today. Because, once the 1-week deadline is up, no matter whether the illegal evolvers are discovered by the police or reported by the masses, they will be handed over to the local Dragon Group members as the main force, with the assistance of the police, to carry out the capture operation. Mutant beasts like Tiger Brother, who have good combat power and stable temperament, have long been selected and will become the first members of the Dragon team to participate in the anti-gang operation. It is worth mentioning that Tiger Brother's ability, Gluttony, is even more terrifying than Professor Liao predicted. In just 4 days, after eating again and again, his body length has reached a terrifying 2 meters. This is already the size of a subadult tiger. If we don't know its past, who would dare to guess that this guy is just a month-and-a-half-old cub? Looking at his excited Tiger Brother, Ichin stretched lazily. It can be said that he did not gain any benefit from the previous operation to capture Jing Hao. After all, Jing Hao is a first-class escapee, but his actual combat power was too weak. I don't even have a chance to get a losing streak from him. However, after much discussion, he finally saved his life, as Ling Feng said. His ability is too powerful. Ichin had never heard of it in his previous life, and it is not recorded in the existing ability database. It has great research value. Therefore, Professor Liao, against all odds, and with the support of Dragon Team leader Su Yingji, managed to keep him. With Jing Hao's narration, the whole incident became clearer. It all started because Jing Hao's wife Dongfang Man had no anti-fraud awareness and fell into the trap of a lending company founded by Hao Gu and others. Dongfang Man was afraid of being blamed by Jing Hao, so she delayed telling him about the loan sharking, so she kept delaying the repayment until she was unable to pay it back. Hao Gu and others came to ask for money. The young couple could not pay off the high debt, so the 3 of them raped Dongfang Man to death in front of Jing Hao. Later, the results were exactly as the police had speculated. Jing Hao called the police, but was falsely accused of raping and killing his wife, leaving the 3 men at large. Jing Hao, who awakened his superpowers a week ago, finally had the ability to take revenge. After becoming familiar with his superpowers, he planned this serial murder case with revenge as the theme. As for the review of the two cases, it is still ongoing. In order to make Jing Hao return to his senses, Suingji even asked the police to impose severe sentences on all those who caused the incident. The shell company where Hao Gu and others worked, which provided usury to the outside world, was completely destroyed in the name of cracking down on pornography and illegal activities. Relevant personnel were thoroughly investigated, and many people were sent to jail. Yang Yang, a male health expert who provided evidence of Jing Hao's hypersexuality and fabricated false evidence that Jing Hao raped his wife to death, was also sentenced to 7 years. As for deeper things, Ichin had no way of knowing. But with Suingji's current energy, this step was probably already his limit. Just as Ling Feng said, there are some things that Jing Hao can only do if he survives. As usual, Tiger Brother was taken to the golf course where the Dragon team trained by a special car, and he couldn't wait to run around. However, Ichin found that the atmosphere at the scene was a little wrong. In the past, at the beginning of each day's training, the human evolvers, especially the female evolvers, would smile and interact cordially with the cute, beautiful, and good-looking mutant beasts. Especially white tigers with extremely high looks like himself, and cute little ones with a pair of big, kiss-like eyes like Ao Xing, are the most popular among the evolvers. After all, who wouldn't want to pet a big cat? Although Ichin is unwilling to let them touch him, there are always some guys who want to touch the tiger's butt. But today, why doesn't anyone come to touch it? In fact, many people looked at him and the many mutant beasts with a bit of distrust and fear in their eyes. What happened? Ichin was extremely confused and realized that things were not simple. At this time, Ichin heard Hooty's cry of grievance. Originally, it was excited that it could go out and play today, and wanted to share its joy with everyone. It stood up and hugged an evolver it had become more familiar with in the past few days. But the evolver retreated quickly as if he saw a flood or a beast, and hurriedly avoided it. Tiger Brother, whose enthusiasm was ignored, whimpered, like a child who had done nothing wrong but was scolded by adults. Even though Tiger Brother is so big in size, he is still just a 1-month-old tiger cub at heart. When faced with such a situation, he naturally feels very aggrieved. Seeing this, Ichin hurriedly looked for Shan Qingyi. Something must have happened that made the evolvers avoid them like the plague. Shan Qingyi's white hair was extremely conspicuous, and Ichin found it immediately and trotted over. Fortunately, although Shan Qingyi looked conflicted, she did not avoid him like the others did. He raised his paw and patted Shan Qingyi's butt, the cell phone in his pocket. He must check out the news online. There must be something wrong with the public opinion on the internet, otherwise the evolvers would never act so out of character. Sensing Ichin's intention, Shan Qingyi's face turned pale. She took out her cell phone hesitantly, opened it, and placed it in front of Ichin. "You shouldn't know these things," Shan Qingyi murmured. "There's no need to look for it. As soon as you open it, you'll see a video with over 100 million likes. This video can't even be called a video. It's just a picture announcement." Notify. On July 22, 2023, a major terrorist case occurred in Zhaoyang district of the imperial capital. The animal exhibited in the lion pavilion of the former imperial capital zoo was the lion Caesar, now a member of the imperial capital dragon group. At 9:15 last night, he led thousands of mutant beasts that originally belonged to the imperial capital dragon group to escape, causing heavy casualties. So far, the number of injured has exceeded 100,000 and the death toll has reached 5,899. This is an unprecedented, premeditated, extremely vicious rebellion with mutant beasts as the main force. Citizens of the imperial capital, please protect yourselves and stay away from the northeast of the imperial capital. At the same time, we should re-examine the relationship between humans and animals, and between humans and mutant beasts. Here, the Dragon State government guarantees that it will always take the safety of life and property of Dragon State citizens as its top priority and abide by the founding principle of a people-oriented nation. Seeing this, Ichin's heart sank. Finished. It was originally thought that if Tiger Dad had not escaped to the southern zoo, humans and some of the originally friendly mutant animals could have lived in peace. But now, Ichin could only smile bitterly. I, a tiny butterfly, ultimately failed to flap my wings to change the situation in my previous life. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. "Suingji, are you shaking now that you have some power? Do you still recognize me as your old leader?" "Old chief, we in the Yangqing Dragon Group are now in a good relationship. We can't just kill them all with one blow. Get out of my way. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Today, they must die." Not a single one shall be spared. Chapter 47 7th Level Advancement Reward, Immortal Level Supernatural Power Experience Voucher. Hearing the quarrel coming from far away, Ichin no longer had any hope. The authorities have issued an order to eliminate all mutant beasts in areas where humans are concentrated. Compared to the previous life, this time is more cruel and bloody. In the previous life, the cleansing of mutant beasts was instigated by Tiger Dad, but at that time, Tiger Dad may have fled the southern zoo because of himself and his younger brother. Moreover, when they escaped, only dozens of people were killed and hundreds were injured. Compared with the casualties in the Imperial Capital Zoo in this life, it was nothing. Therefore, the targets of the official crackdown in the previous life were only the mutant animals in the zoo. But now, there is no doubt that more casualties and worse social impacts have caused the Dragon Country officials to directly expand the scope of the attack and spread the targets to all mutant beasts. I can't just sit there and wait for death, Ichin said silently in his heart. System, show me the accumulated advanced rewards. First level advanced reward, Evolution Scroll. Second level advancement reward, Divine Power Points. Triple advanced reward, 3 magical power points. Quadruple advanced reward, Time Fruit. Fifth level advanced reward, Rare Magical Power, Soul Dialogue. Sixth level advanced reward, Intermediate Soul Armor. After seeing all the advanced rewards for this losing streak, Ichin felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The current losing streak is at 33 levels. Conventional rewards are not very effective. Only advanced rewards can really turn the tide. Among the current rewards, there is a powerful life-saving artifact like Intermediate Soul Armor. In the upcoming cleanup by the Dragon Country officials, it will not be a problem to protect yourself. But he doesn't want to just protect himself. In this life, humans' efforts to eliminate mutant beasts are definitely much more powerful than the forces deployed in previous lives. In his previous life, the Tiger Dad was able to lead the animals in the South Zoo to escape, but it's hard to say about this life. Given the current level of evolution of most mutant beasts, they have absolutely no chance of survival under the coverage of human heavy firepower weapons. In fact, in the previous life, after Tiger Dad escaped, the Dragon Country officials clearing out of the remaining mutant beasts in the zoo was also quite successful. The terrifying thermal weapons were simply not something that most mutant beasts at this stage could resist. I can survive myself, and Tiger Dad can survive, but it will be difficult to protect Tiger Mom and Tiger Brother. Ichin looked serious. Moreover, he not only wants to protect the Tiger Mom and Tiger Brothers, but also wants to protect Ao Xing, Bao Pao Pao, Xiong Pancher, and other friends who used to be in the zoo. Even though they were just fighting and playing around in the zoo, and even though Pancher the bear hated him to the core, Ichin treated them like naughty kids. We have been together for such a long time and have some feelings for each other. It would be regrettable if I watched them die in front of me. Looking at the losing streak that had reached the 33rd level, Ichin's eyes became stern. Give it a try. I hope the 7th level advancement reward will be a miracle. All his thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash, and Ichin quickly turned around and looked at Brother Hu. Come on, defeat me. Hearing his brother's voice, Tiger Brother, who was originally feeling a little aggrieved, suddenly became happy again. Snorting at the evolver who avoided its hug, Tiger Brother turned around and trotted back. Snort. If you don't want to play with me, I don't want to play with you either. I have a brother to play with me. Due to his special abilities, Hudi's body is obviously much larger than Ichin's. After hearing Ichin's cry, it rushed down the mountain like a tiger and pounced towards Ichin. Without wasting any time, Ichin fell to the ground instantly and rolled several times. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a specified body part strengthening potion. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 34 levels. Roar. Then, Ichin continued to yell at Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Then he rushed towards the Tiger Father and Mother. Hearing Ichin's voice, Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom cooperated very well and took turns giving him a big sinus. Although they don't understand why Ichin did this, they have been cooperating with Ichin to suffer consecutive defeats for many days. After the revival of spiritual energy, the IQ of the mutant beasts increased a lot, and the Tiger Father and Mother could easily understand Ichin's meaning. Therefore, they were no longer surprised by Ichin's strange requests. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a primary evolution point random ticket. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 35. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an immortal level supernatural power experience voucher. It has been deposited into the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 36. Ichin's losing streak this time reached a terrifying 36 levels after he took on all the losing streaks from Tiger Brother, Tiger Dad, and Tiger Mom today. This was the longest losing streak he had ever achieved. It only took a few tens of seconds to gain several levels of losing streak, and at this time, the sound of quarreling outside gradually approached and had already arrived in front of everyone. The leader was a man in military uniform with 3 golden stars printed on his shoulder epaulets. His face looked a little old, but his eyes were bright, and he walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking very imposing. Behind him, officers of all levels surrounded him, and Suingji, the leader of the dragon team, followed beside him like a minion. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Ichin was dumbfounded. Admiral, he said, how could someone treat Suingji, the leader of the dragon team who holds real power, like a grandson? It turned out that it was a general who was a real big shot in the dragon country's military. Now, Ichin didn't dare to hold on to any hope at all. The Admiral's arrival must represent the unanimous will of the Dragon Kingdom's officials. The Dragon Kingdom officials want to kill all mutant beasts. Look, you said safety is guaranteed. Look at your dragon group. The mutants are several times more than the evolvers. The Admiral looked around the golf course, his face furious. Commander Liu, the mutant beasts present here have all been identified by the Institute of Life Sciences as individuals with extremely stable temperaments. Moreover, they have high IQs and know how to weigh the pros and cons. They know that we have the power to wipe them out at any time, so there will be no problem. Suingji on the side explained with sweat on his forehead. The Life Science Institute in the Imperial capital said the same thing, but what happened? The Imperial capital was turned upside down by those beasts. Not only did the soldiers suffer heavy casualties, but the citizens also shed countless blood. Our dragon country has become an international laughing stock. Do you know that? The Admiral continued to curse. Commander Liu, the physiques of mutant beasts cannot be generalized. Our Yuezhou dragon group will never experience the tragedy that happened in the Imperial capital. Please give me a chance, give them a chance. Suingji said under pressure. In the past, he was just a regimental commander with the rank of colonel. Facing Commander Liu, the commander-in-chief of the Guangdong military region and a general, if he had not been a soldier under the other party before, he would not even be qualified to say a word now. But now, even if it means sacrificing his own career, he wants to protect the mutant beast members of the dragon group. In just 1 week, he felt the purest emotions from these mutant beasts. There were no twists and turns. If they liked something, they liked it, and if they didn't like something, they didn't like it. These are a group of guys who are purer than the soldiers in the army. Moreover, the revival of spiritual energy is still continuing, and there will inevitably be more enemies to face in the future. So, to destroy the help that has already been cultivated is no different from cutting off one's own arm? Okay, who is the commander-in-chief of the Yuezhou military region? You, Suingji, or me, Liu Shaoxuan? Tell me. Chapter 48, I'll shoot you to death. While Commander Liu was still arguing with Suingji, Ichin quietly approached Bao Pao Pao. Chew! Being slapped by Ichin's big nose, Bao Pao Pao let out a scream like a sharp bird cry. Such a sneak attack frightened it so much that it ran away as fast as its feet. But Ichin used his magical power, wind from the tiger, to subdue it in an instant. Woo-woo. Unable to escape, Bao Pao Pao could only crouch down and whimper for mercy. Why is this big guy bullying it again? I'm not going to eat it this time. The leopard father and mother could only walk back and forth anxiously, but did not dare to move forward. Ichin is in the period of growing up now. Even without using the system's means to accelerate evolution, he has grown to a length of nearly 1 meter in just 1 week. Although the leopard father and mother also underwent the baptism of spiritual energy revival and became mutant beasts, the cheetah itself is not big in size and can only grow to a maximum of 1.5 meters. After evolution, they are only close to 2 meters. The tiger's racial advantages make them afraid of Ichin, not to mention that there are tiger parents watching them. Therefore, when they see their cubs being bullied, they dare not step forward to rescue them and can only stand there and worry. But Ichin didn't intend to hurt Bao Pao Pao. Congratulations to the host. You have won a victory. You have received all the rewards for losing streak accumulated so far. All the rewards have been put into the system backpack. Current losing streak, 0. It's a pity that it happened so suddenly, otherwise I would have accumulated more losing streaks in advance even if I had to take the punishment. Ichin couldn't help but sigh. Now that the crisis is at hand, it is no longer possible for me to accumulate more higher-level advanced rewards. Therefore, it is inevitable to directly harvest the vegetables and digest the harvest. System, put on the intermediate soul armor for me. Without any delay, Ichin put on the soul armor directly. The heavy feeling brought by the terrifying defense in his body suddenly rose, making him feel extremely relieved in an instant. Now, my defense has probably reached the 3rd level or above. Even withstanding Ao Xing's powerful dragon breath is no problem. Feeling the powerful defense, Ichin was extremely excited. System, use all your magical power points on Wind from the Tiger. Congratulations to the host, the magical power, Wind from the Tiger, has been upgraded to the excellent level, unlocking the additional skill, Tiger with Wings. Spiritual energy turns into wings and gains the ability to fly. I didn't expect that I could gain such a practical skill by improving my magical power. Hearing this, Ichin couldn't help but feel happy. System, what is the effect of soul dialogue? Then, Ichin continued to ask. This is a great thing. Now I can communicate with all mutant beasts without any obstacles. After listening to the introduction of the system, Ichin's eyes lit up. The current situation has reached the point where we have no choice but to flee Guangzhou. If they want to escape from the encirclement of the many hot weapons troops of the Yangqing military region, all the mutant beasts present must work together and break out in one direction. Otherwise, facing the encirclement and suppression of an entire army, fleeing everywhere would be like a pile of scattered sand, and they would have to be defeated one by one. With Soul Dialogue, you can communicate directly and accurately with other mutant beasts, and gather the power of all mutant beasts to break through. Thinking of this, Ichin prepared to try out the effect of this magical power. Ao Xing. Huh. Seeing the little guy Ao Xing turning around in circles in confusion, tilting his head to look around, Ichin nodded with satisfaction. He didn't even open his mouth, but through Soul Dialogue, what he wanted to say rang directly in Ao Xing's mind. Xinxingyi and the others often call Ao Xing's name, so it now knows very well that someone is calling it. However, after looking around, it couldn't find who was calling its name, so it could only continue to lie there in confusion. The effect is good. It seems that commanding the mutant beasts should not be a problem. With the Soul Dialogue, Ichin has more confidence in breaking out of Yangqing. System, what superpowers can I use with this? Immortal level superpower experience voucher? Ichin has extremely high expectations for the 7th level advancement rewards. Immortal level. It sounds very powerful. Is it equivalent to terrifying supernatural powers such as time, cause and effect, and rules? Or is it something like Tiger Dad's destruction, which can rank among the top 10 superpowers in the world? Although it is just a trial voucher, it should be enough for emergency use. Now is the time when we need something extremely powerful that can turn the tide. According to the nature of the system, one-time consumables will inevitably be more powerful than permanently acquired items in a short period of time. For example, Time Fruit can only last for 15 minutes, but during its duration, its power is even greater than the Soul Dialogue, which is a reward for the 5th level advancement. Immortal level supernatural power experience voucher requires the host to throw it randomly. After throwing it, the host will gain the right to use the supernatural power for 1 hour. Would you like to throw it now? Throw now, Ichin said quickly. Seeing that Commander Liu was about to shoot him, he didn't use his trump card yet. Was he saving it for the new year? Throw successfully, gain the permission to use the immortal level supernatural power Emperor for 1 hour. The host can use it at any time. Soon, the system responded. Emperor? What kind of power is this? Ichin asked doubtfully. I have never heard of this in my previous life. However, before the system introduction could begin, even more intense conflicts came from Suingji's side. Suingji, old man, see that you are brave and resourceful, and I appreciate your talent, so I help you like this. Otherwise, how can you, a private with no background, have the rank of colonel at such a young age? As soon as the higher-ups sent me a message about forming an official supernatural organization, I introduced you to them, and this is how you repay me now? Commander Liu said angrily. Commander Liu, I have no selfish motives, but the crisis that humans will face in the future is not optimistic. In just 1 week, mutant creatures in the wild have already become a disaster. Northwest, southwest, many major roads are no longer accessible. Many farmlands have been occupied by mutants. The main theme in the future will inevitably be to compete with mutants for land. Now we have a large number of powerful mutant beasts that are friendly to humans. This will be a great help to us in dealing with mutant creatures in the wild in the future. Suingji insisted. All benefits and no harm? What a joke. How do you explain the tragedy in the imperial capital? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If they are not of the same race, why would they fight to the death for us? Today, they must die. Not a single one will be spared. If you stand in my way again, I will shoot you dead. Commander Lu took out his pistol, loaded it instantly, and pointed it forcefully against Suingji's forehead. Chapter 49, Please let me be buried with them. Commander Lu pointed a gun at his forehead, and Suingji's pupils trembled. After hesitating for a long time, he finally closed his eyes and spoke bitterly. I obey the organization's arrangements. There's no way. He is still a human being after all, a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. He cannot go against the will of the Dragon Kingdom officials, and trying his best to fight for it is already his limit. Hearing this, Commander Lu's expression softened, and he put down his pistol. These are the soldiers I, Lu Xiaoxuan, have led. I know you value friendship, but we are soldiers. We may not fight, but we must never deviate from our stance. You may think that I am unkind, but this time is different from the past. Too many people who should not have died and could not have died in the imperial capital. Commander Lu patted Suingji on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Suingji's pupil shrank and he murmured. As a colonel-level officer, he is no longer just a soldier who trains in combat skills. Political sensitivity is an instinct that every person in a high position needs to master. It looks like a lot of big shots, or their relatives and friends, have died. After hearing this, Ichin also understood. According to the trend in the previous life, if the casualties were only civilians, all mutant beasts would never be killed indiscriminately like they are now. In his previous life, Tiger Dad escaped from the southern zoo. Although the casualties were far less than those of Caesar, the lion in the imperial capital zoo, it was still bad enough. But in the previous life, the authorities only targeted the mutant beasts in the zoo, and the scope of impact was far less wide. In his previous life, in the mountain city where he lived, there were many powerful mutant beasts that became partners of humans and helped them resist the invasion of wild mutant beasts. I can't wait any longer. System, please tell me what effect this immortal level ability Emperor has? Seeing that Suingji had compromised, Ichin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Immortal level ability Emperor, with 3 basic auras, 3 active skills. First Halo. Marching. When in the marching state, the recognized friendly unit's load-bearing capacity and endurance are greatly increased. Second Halo. Training. The effects of training and cultivation for individuals identified as your own units are greatly improved. Third Halo. Combat. When in combat mode, the strength, speed, and physical recovery of the identified friendly units will be increased. First active skill. Commander. Designate a unit of yours as a general, greatly increasing its combat power. Second active skill. Array. Allows all friendly units to share the general's ability and have 50% of its original power. Third active skill. Dynasty. All friendly units gain immortal fighting spirit. In the Dynasty area, the enemy can't help but feel fear, and the combat status is negatively affected. Damn it, this superpower is so fucking awesome. After listening to the introduction of the system, Ichin was stunned. It is worthy of being an immortal level terrifying power, completely comparable to the top powers such as time, rules, and cause and effect. Even in team combat, this ability can be said to be the undisputed strongest ability. By combining this first and second active skill, I can even make the entire Dragon Group mutant beast members leave Yangqing without even landing. Soon, Ichin came up with a way to deal with the encirclement and suppression of the Yangqing military region based on the effects of several skills of the Emperor. Alright, all the evolvers of the Yangqing Dragon Group, step out. At this moment, Commander Lu cleared his throat and spoke loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, teams of soldiers surrounded the entire golf course. The guns in their hands emitted a dark cold light, which made people tremble with fear. There were even hundreds of infantry fighting vehicles equipped with long and thick heavy weapons. The most outrageous thing was that Ichin actually saw anti-aircraft machine guns inside. Oh my goodness, this is too much importance, isn't it? If Tiger Dad wasn't with me, it would be like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Soon, under Commander Lu's order, the Dragon Group's evolvers emerged from the mutant beasts one after another. After spending a few days together, they have developed a fairly harmonious relationship with many of the mutant beasts present. But now, the military's intentions are clear. If they don't recognize their position, they will face the same hail of bullets as the mutant beasts. It's not worth risking your life for a mutant beast you only get to spend a few days with. There is no need to weigh the pros and cons at all. It is a choice that you can't go wrong even if you think about it. In just 1 minute, most of the evolvers had left the mutant beast team and stood behind the troops brought by Commander Lu. Ling Feng's lips trembled slightly, and he wanted to step forward and say something, but his clenched fists could only loosen weakly. Wu Shang, I want to fight for you, but I don't have the courage. I'm sorry, please forgive my cowardice. He squatted down and faced Ichin, his tone filled with reluctance and sorrow. Since his supernatural power and Ichin's, wind from tiger, are both of wind attribute, the communication between the man and the tiger can be said to be more than anyone else's these days. Although he had difficulty understanding the meaning of Ichin's shouts, with the help of body language and direct demonstration, he learned a lot from Ichin. It can be said that there is a brief relationship between the man and the tiger, that of both teacher and friend. But now, this is the trend, and even Su Yingji, the leader of the Yangqing Dragon Group and the strongest among the evolvers, cannot stop it. What can he, an insignificant one among thousands of evolvers, do? Hearing this, Ichin was stunned at first, and then just smiled. Ah! Ichin raised a paw and placed it on Ling Feng's shoulder, then called out. Go away, I won't hold a grudge against you for this. Ichin felt that there was nothing wrong with Ling Feng's choice. As a human being, Ling Feng could not betray his own tribe. As a young man with parents and relatives, it was normal for him not to take meaningless risks for an animal friend with whom he had only been together for a week. After understanding the meaning of Ichin's cry, Ling Feng's eyes turned red and he remained silent for a long time. Gently pushing Ling Feng, Ichin urged him to leave. What is to come is bound to be a brutal battle. If Ling Feng doesn't leave early, he will be broken into pieces at the slightest touch. Ling Feng staggered to the rear of the army and looked at Ichin from afar. Commander, do we really have to kill them? At this moment, a shrill roar sounded, attracting the attention of everyone present and the mutant beasts. It was Shun Qingyi. Her eyes were already red. In the face of crisis, we must put the safety of people's lives as our top priority. In the near future, foreign threats will inevitably arise from all directions. We cannot leave such a time bomb in our nest. Commander Lu said in a deep voice. Then let me be buried with them in the hail of bullets. Hearing this, Shun Qingyi nodded slowly, and then showed a determination without fear of life or death. She has loved animals since she was a child and was attracted by the peculiarities of various animals, which is why she later studied biology. A considerable number of the mutant beasts here were raised by her, such as Tiger Dad Baishan, Tiger Mom Lily, and Leopard Dad and Leopard Mom. She couldn't stop the official decision to kill the mutant beasts, but she also couldn't stand by and watch these lovely creatures she had raised die in front of her. Therefore, this is the only way to make myself feel at ease. Even if the price is life. Chapter 50 Emperor. Command. Formation. Dynasty. Qingyi, don't do anything stupid. Professor Liao in the crowd couldn't help but shout loudly. Xin Qingyi is his student, and her genuine love for biology is extremely valuable in the current scientific research environment. He was still thinking about training her and having her inherit his legacy, but he didn't expect this girl to do something stupid at this time. Teacher, I have made up my mind. Please stop trying to persuade me. Xin Qingyi shouted stubbornly. Seeing this scene, some of the evolvers felt ashamed, some were puzzled, and some were disdainful. Do you think the will of the country can be kidnapped just because you risk your life? However, Commander Lu's response was extremely tough, just like his military uniform, with hard lines and no smoothness at all. Behind Shun Qingyi, Ichin was extremely moved, and an impulse rose in his heart. Take Xin Qingyi with you, break out, go deep into the mountains and forests, and don't care about the flood outside? But soon, he suppressed this impulse. She still has parents who love her, and teachers like Old Man Liao who care about her. Besides, she is already used to the conveniences of modern cities, so it would be torture. We won't let her get involved in this. Thinking of this, Ichin stood up, pushed Shun Qingyi's back with his claws, and urged her to leave. No victory. Shun Qingyi was puzzled and asked doubtfully. Let's go. I won't die. None of us will die. Ichin directly used soul dialogue and spoke to Shun Qingyi. You? A voice suddenly came from her mind, and Shun Qingyi couldn't help but scream out, but it stopped abruptly. Obviously, it was Ichin who was talking to her. She looked at Ichin with a questioning look, and only when Ichin nodded in response did she completely believe it. Seeing that Commander Lu was already impatient, Ichin pushed Shun Qingyi again, urging her to leave. Pushed by him, Shunqingi finally took a step forward and walked towards the army's encirclement and suppression line. She didn't know why she believed Yichen's words so easily. Perhaps it was the intelligence that Yichen had shown in the past, or perhaps it was because Yichen had never shown the ability to speak to her, but now she had a mysterious trust in Yichen. Wuxing can solve the crisis they are facing. Commander Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had left the area where the mutant beasts were. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to point the gun at his own people. I know you all understand what we say and know what you will face next. Likewise, I know that most of you are innocent, but we have no way to tell them apart. Here, I would like to say sorry to you on my own behalf. Commander Lu looked at the many worried mutant beasts and spoke sincerely. Hearing what this guy said, Yichen's heart tightened. It's coming. He quickly used soul dialogue to connect with all the mutant beasts present and said in an extremely fast manner, I am Hu Wuxing. Now, if you want to survive, you must obey me. Such a voice sounded in the mind of every mutant beast, startling all of them. But most mutant beasts now have enough intelligence to know the power of human thermal weapons. If there is no change now, everyone will die. And Ichin said that he could keep them alive. No matter it was true or not, they could only hold on to this straw. Oh, roar. For a moment, various responses were heard, making the entire mutant beast group noisy. What's going on? No more waiting. Fire. Seeing this sudden change, Commander Lu couldn't help but feel inexplicably uneasy and quickly gave the order to open fire. All of a sudden, all the soldiers started loading their guns. System. Use the Emperor Temporary Use Voucher. Seeing this, Ichin shouted immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a feeling of looking down on everyone emerged from Ichin's heart. There was clearly a modern army of the size of a full infantry division in front of him, but when he looked at them, it was as if he was looking at a group of ants that could be crushed to death at any time. In order to quickly get rid of this strange feeling, Ichin quickly activated this terrifying supernatural power that was at the immortal level. Emperor. Command. Appoint Baishan. Emperor. Form your formation. Emperor. Dynasty. 3 active skills were released in succession, and a terrifying aura emanated from all the mutant beasts. At this moment, all the soldiers were ready, raising their guns and firing bullets at the mutant beasts. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but cover his eyes, and Shan Qingyi even screamed. Roar! At the critical moment, Ichin yelled at Tiger Dad, use your powers, don't hold back. Hearing Ichin's words, Tiger Dad instantly became excited and jumped to the front of all the mutant beasts. Before the rain of bullets arrived, Tiger Dad's originally orange, white and black fur seemed to be burned by flames, and the darkness spread from the tip of his nose. In just a blink of an eye, destruction was fully activated, and Tiger Dad's whole body seemed to be burning with dark flames, transforming into a peerless black tiger. This is not over yet. As Tiger Dad's destruction is activated, the dark color of destruction appears on the surface of all mutant beasts and also spreads in the blink of an eye. Such a scene was extremely shocking. All the mutant beasts originally had various colors, like a circus, but in an instant, they turned into a uniform black. At this moment, they seemed to have transformed into an army of all beasts, dark, mysterious, and carrying a terrifying sense of oppression. Ding, ding, ding. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of explosions and thousands of guns fired at the mutant beasts like a violent storm. Bullets full of impact and penetrating power fell on the bodies of numerous mutant creatures. The bullets, which were originally intended to be equally effective against all carbon-based creatures, seemed to have hit tungsten steel alloy. When hit by bullets, all the mutant creatures just bared their teeth and easily endured it. As for Tiger Dad, he felt nothing at all, as if he was bathing in warm spring water. Only 50% of the power of destruction is enough to allow other mutant creatures to withstand bullets. Tiger Dad, the owner of destruction, enjoys its full power, so naturally he doesn't feel anything. The other mutant beasts were extremely horrified. They have seen human soldiers conducting shooting drills many times this week. This is the daily scheduled project proposed by Su Yingji. Its purpose is to make the mutant beasts recognize the strength of humans and prevent them from having any rebellious thoughts. But now, this horrible weapon that could have beaten them into a pulp failed to kill them, and they only endured a little pain. For a moment, their admiration and awe for Ichin reached an unprecedented height. Soon, a round of shooting ended. After the smoke cleared, all the mutant beasts were intact, but had turned pitch black and stood in front of him. Commander Lu showed an incredulous look. How is that possible? Chapter 51. The Indestructible Iron Army. The sky changed. Seeing the scene before him, Commander Lu was more shocked than ever. Although he did not experience the turmoil at the founding of the country, he reached the rank of general by working his way up from a private. Even though the international situation is generally peaceful and there are only local wars, Longwa has not been at war with any country, but it does send a lot of peacekeeping troops every year to coordinate international affairs. When he was young, the Dragon Kingdom was weaker and the international situation was more turbulent. Such peacekeeping missions and border conflicts were much more frequent than they are now. Therefore, it can be said that he has experienced quite a lot of battles. In his original worldview, hot weapons represent absolute power. No matter how powerful you are, one bullet can kill you. Even those powerful large creatures on this planet, such as lions, tigers, rhinos, and elephants, are only a matter of a few more bullets. So, now with nearly 50% of the firepower of an infantry division, the mutant beasts in front of him were able to withstand such a hail of bullets. This directly refreshed his cognition. Hearing Commander Lu's unbelievable roar, Ling Feng opened his eyes and saw this scene that was enough to make everyone feel oppressive. Tens of thousands of mutant beasts, all covered in the mysterious and powerful black color, look like an army made of steel. Fuck, isn't this too cool? Ling Feng let out an inappropriate exclamation of praise, and when he realized what was happening, he quickly covered his mouth. But no one around blamed him or stopped him. He expressed everyone's thoughts. That's great. That's great. And Shun Qingyi whispered excitedly. She didn't know why she trusted Ichin so much before, and she felt regretful after being pushed out by Ichin. How could Wuxing possibly have the ability to resist the human war machine? It's just comforting itself. However, the scene before him directly confirmed Ichin's words. He could really survive such a horrific massacre. You can even survive with all the mutant beasts. I don't believe it. Give me the heavy machine guns, bazookas, anti-aircraft cannons. Commander Lu shouted loudly with a trembling voice. This scene was such a shock to his worldview that it made him feel speechless fear. This is breaking the thing he trusted most in the past. Dignity lies on the top of the mountain, and truth is only within the range of cannons. There has never been any creature on this planet that can withstand the firepower of thermal weapons, and there shouldn't be any such creature. But now, this iron rule has been broken. How could this not shock him? Following his order, the long, black creatures on the infantry fighting vehicles stood up, with their black muzzles and gun barrels pointing at the group of mutant beasts in the center of the golf course. The Dragon Team's training ground was set on the golf course. This was the tone that had been set from the beginning. Although this land was temporarily requisitioned as a training ground for the Dragon Team, and the authorities paid a lot of compensation to the owner of the golf course, it was worth it. Since the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, experts who proposed to transform mutant beasts into helpers of the Dragon Kingdom have discussed it and anticipated possible changes. If a mutant beast rebels, the empty golf course is extremely suitable for the deployment of an entire hot weapons force. Now is when this move comes into play. For a moment, although there were only a few hundred machine guns and cannons firing, the deafening roar was far louder and more dense than the sound of thousands of rifles. Hundreds of machine gun rounds per minute and thousands of machine cannon rounds per minute turned into lines of fire that tore through everything, like long spears, piercing into the mutant beast herd. The power of those individual rocket launchers and small artillery should not be underestimated. They explode instantly when they hit the ground, and a crater with a diameter of several meters appears out of thin air. And their killing area will be even larger. After each shell explodes, it will shoot out thousands of steel balls and sharp fragments, as if thousands of bullets were fired at a very close distance. If it were an ordinary creature, even the mutant beasts from a few minutes ago, they would definitely be torn to pieces in an instant if they encountered such a dense hail of bullets with no gaps at all. Even their bodies would not be intact, as they would be swept into minced meat and shattered bones by this terrifying metal storm. But with the blessing of Ichin's Emperor skills, Tiger Dad Baishan's supernatural power, destruction, was shared with all mutant beasts. Although it only had 50% of its power, its ability to ignore 99% of ranged damage instantly silenced the metal storms that could have torn them into pieces. Compared with the first round of light weapons fire, the power of this round of heavy machine guns, machine cannons, and rocket launchers has increased by who knows how much. Those who are big, stand in front. Those who are small, run behind the big guys and hide. Seeing such a horrific bombardment, Ichin hurriedly used soul dialogue to shout to all the mutant beasts. Upon hearing this, all the mutant beasts started moving. Large mutant animals are mostly elephants, rhinos, pigs, and cows. Such animals are relatively honest and simple, and relatively smart. Therefore, with Ichin's help, they survived the last round of attacks. Now facing Ichin's orders, they did not hesitate too much and stepped forward directly. The small mutant beasts quickly hid behind large mutant beasts such as elephants and rhinos. The terrifying metal storm came in an instant and hit the mutant beast. Baishan, the tiger dad who was at the forefront, is still unharmed. But the large mutant beasts in the front row, such as the mutant elephants and mutant rhinos, had blood flowers blooming on their bodies. But that's all. The palm-sized 20mm machine gun bullets fired at these large mutant beasts, but the weakened version of destruction reduced most of their power, just breaking their rough skin. A 20mm bullet that was enough to turn a person into a pulp was exhausted and only penetrated about 2 centimeters. Even if the more powerful shells hit these large mutant beasts, they would only push them back a little and cause their internal organs to churn. Although this is extremely painful and uncomfortable, they feel extremely fortunate to be able to survive under such firepower. What is this little bit of pain? As for the steel balls flying out from the shells, their power is only about the same as that of regular 7.62mm bullets, and they can only leave a little blood on the large mutant beasts. This round of bombardment lasted longer than the previous rifle fire. Commander Liu wants to kill all the mutant beasts in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face such a devastating fact. It can be said that all modern soldiers are absolute believers in hot weapons, and the guns in their hands are their beliefs. When hot weapons no longer have the power to kill all beings equally, their faith collapses. However, this round of shooting eventually stopped. After the smoke cleared, the group of mutant beasts that were still standing in the same place made Commander Liu feel frightened. With a trembling voice, Commander Liu sighed, took a step back, and put his hands on the car. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. The sky has changed. Chapter 52: Commander Liu's confidence in Su Yingji's special abilities. In fact, long before the spiritual energy revival tide broke out, relevant experts had predicted that if the biological mutation continued in this way, it would inevitably impact the dominant position of mankind. But Commander Liu scoffed at this. As a soldier, there is no reason to trust the rifle in your hand. How could there be creatures in this world that could withstand thermal weapons? Not in the past. Not now. There won't be any in the future. But after the spiritual energy revival tide, there did appear a very small number of evolvers across the country who were able to withstand or avoid thermal weapons, which shook his solidified ideas. But those were monsters that could not be found among thousands of evolvers, and the shock they brought was far less terrifying than the terrifying scene in front of them where tens of thousands of mutant beasts could withstand thermal weapons. You know, the evolutionary rate of humans is far lower than that of the top predators whose bodies are already extremely powerful. The first batch of naturally awakened evolvers accounts for only about 1,000th. A first-tier city like Guangzhou has a population of about 17 million, and the actual number of evolvers is about 17,000. However, there are still many evolvers hiding their identities, so the number of evolvers in Yangqing is less than 10,000. Therefore, the number of evolvers who can withstand or avoid damage from thermal weapons can be counted on one hand. Such a number is nothing compared to the tens of thousands of mutant beasts that can withstand thermal weapons. No wonder Commander Liu was so shocked when he saw this scene. It's impossible for all mutant beasts to have such horrific abilities. It must be that the ability of one mutant beast can spread to the rest. However, he had witnessed many big scenes after all. After a brief shock, he managed to come back to his senses under the pressure and quickly looked at Su Yingji and Professor Liao beside him. These two people are the top and second in command in coordinating all matters of the Yangqing Dragon Group. One is in charge of combat, and the other is in charge of logistics. They are most familiar with the mutant beasts present. It should be Baishan. I said that with Baishan's race and its level of evolution, it is definitely not just awakening an ordinary physical enhancement ability. Professor Liao felt extremely complicated. On the one hand, Baishan did awaken extremely powerful supernatural powers as he expected, even more powerful than he expected, which made him very excited. But on the other hand, Baishan's supernatural power was too powerful, and it reversed the situation in an instant. The modern thermal weapons, the greatest confidence of the Yangqing military region, could not pose a fatal threat to the mutant beasts present. In that case, Xiao Su, the country has devoted all its efforts to training you, and now is the time for you to show your value. Hearing this, Commander Lu nodded and turned to look at Suingji. Suingji's face darkened, and he became a little hesitant. What? Xiao Su, you don't want to take action? I can understand that you are reluctant to attack these mutant beasts that you have been living with for some time, but now thermal weapons cannot cause effective damage to them. Although this place is not in the main urban area, the surrounding population is quite dense. If they go on a killing spree and cause heavy casualties, how can they live up to the trust of the people? By then, you and I will both be sinners of the country, sinners of the people. Seeing this, Commander Lu urged. He had confidence in Suingji's strength, although it seemed that Bai Shan's abilities were very shocking and he was almost immune to thermal weapons. But this must be the characteristic of superpowers, and Suingji's superpowers give him absolute confidence in it. Don't be fooled by the large number of mutant beasts in front of him, but in fact Suingji only needs to kill Bai Shan, and the other mutant beasts can be easily dealt with. Being morally blackmailed by Commander Lu, Suingji could only sigh. All right. Seeing this, Yichen's heart sank. Although Professor Liao attributed the chemical reaction produced by Emperor and Destruction to Tiger Dad Bai Shan, this will not have any impact on the human side's assessment of Tiger Dad Bai Shan's strength. According to his estimation, it is totally impossible for Suingji to defeat the future Beast King with his Tiger Dad, who possesses the 7th-ranked superpower, Destruction, in the world. But now, the human side is very obviously confident, which makes Ichin very puzzled. What exactly is Suingji's ability? Ichin was extremely curious. Although Suingji would come to the training ground from time to time these days to get familiar with the evolvers and mutant beasts, he never trained his own superpowers with everyone else. So, until now, the members of the Dragon Group don't know what his special abilities are. But it doesn't matter. I guess Emperor and Destruction are both immortal-level superpowers. Standing at the top of superpowers, even if Suingji's superpowers are at the same level, he can't beat the combination of 2 immortal-level superpowers. Ichin thought so. Just as he was thinking, Suingji walked out of the team. Bai Shan, racial positions cannot be violated. Sorry. After clasping his fists towards Tiger Dad Bai Shan, Suingji's eyes became sharp. Ah! Hearing this, Tiger Dad jumped out of the mutant beast group, faced Suingji alone, and roared. He could understand Suingji's difficulties and knew that this battle had to be fought. Therefore, regardless of hatred, regardless of everything, it is just a struggle for racial interests, a fight between life and death. Since humans want to kill them, let's give it a try. He is a Siberian tiger. It is one of the top predators on the planet and has its own pride. Even if they grow up in a zoo, the wildness hidden in the deepest part of their genes will not fade away with such a comfortable life. Suingji fights for humanity, for his family, and for humanity's dominance. Behind Suingji are millions of Guangzhou people. But doesn't it have its own reasons to fight? It's for its own survival. Behind it are his wife and children. There are many mutant beast companions behind it. Since Suingji wants to fight, let's have a good fight. How could it be afraid? A loud tiger roar represented that it accepted Suingji's challenge. A loud tiger roar also represents its belief in victory. Seeing this, Suingji emanated a powerful and strange energy. Then he stretched out his hand and put his fingers together. Law. Fly. With a loud shout, his body suddenly flew up. Law. Speed. Law. Power. Law. Defense. As he shouted loudly, his muscles swelled up instantly. Even his skin had a faint metallic luster and looked extremely hard. Then, he shouted again. Law. Dharma. As soon as he said this, his body suddenly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye he was 8 meters tall. Seeing this, Yichen's pupils shrank. What the hell? A lower-level ability of Rule and Law, which ranks 27th among all abilities. Chapter 53 Angry Tiger Dad, Level 3 Attack. Even though Ichin racked his brains, he never expected that Suingji's special ability would be Law. Although Law is ranked only at the end of the top 30, it can be said to be one of the most powerful abilities in single-soldier combat. According to the results of research conducted by many experts who specialized in studying superpowers in previous lives, it is estimated that Law is very likely a lower-level superpower than Rules. Rules can be said to be truly binding and are even enough to change the existence of physical laws. Although Law cannot achieve the incredible effect of Rule, it is almost comparable to Rule without changing the laws of physics. Therefore, in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery, the strength of command can even be directly regarded as one of the top 3 rules. This is a bit troublesome, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Tiger Dad's destruction may be weaker than Law at this time, but with my Emperor leading the team, it won't be difficult to defeat Law. Seeing this, Yichen's expression first tensed up, then relaxed. The Emperor's taking command has more than just the effect of cooperating with forming a formation. Take command can directly greatly enhance the strength of the designated general. Even though Suingji's law can be said to be the best individual combat power at this stage, how does it compare to the Tiger Dad who possesses destruction after being strengthened by Emperor? Suingji was seen meeting Tiger Dad by Shan. Under the effect of law, his body size increased dramatically, and he could be said to be on par with Tiger Dad. Tiger Dad's skin is covered with dark destructive energy, like a burning fire. It stood up directly and slapped Suingji with a pair of tiger paws with extremely terrifying power. Compared to when he just awakened his superpowers a week ago, Tiger Dad's body size has continued to grow, and his all-round attributes have also made great progress. Now, its length has reached 4 meters and its weight is close to 800 kilograms. And now, a tiger paw strike can exert a force of at least 10 tons. A pair of tiger claws slammed over, and the impact force of nearly 30 tons was enough to crush a heavy truck. Faced with such a terrifying attack from Tiger Dad, Suingji did not dodge at all. Instead, he rushed forward with both fists, determined to confront Tiger Dad head-on. Is this guy stupid? Comparing strength with a tiger? Ichin was extremely surprised. Although after the revival of spiritual energy, the influence of superpowers in battle is greater than that of race, but command is not an overwhelming advantage over destruction. After all, even if decrees can be used as rules, in the early stages, they are all powerful superpowers in the top 10 of the superpower list, and the superpowers ranked at the top are not much stronger than those ranked at the bottom. But everyone knows that the human body cannot compare with that of a tiger. After all, even with the same body size, the muscle density and bone density of a tiger are far beyond what humans can match. So whether in terms of speed or strength, humans cannot compare to tigers. Only in terms of endurance can humans crush most large animals. But the outcome of a battle is often decided in an instant. How is Suingji's direct physical confrontation with Tiger Dad any different from seeking death? But then, reality made Ichin understand where Suingji got the confidence to confront Tiger Dad head-on. Boom! Tiger Dad's claws and Suingji's fists collided in the air, making a terrifying explosion, like thunder from the blue sky. The collision between the two is like 2 heavy trucks colliding at full speed, and the power is terrifying. But there was only a brief stalemate, and a figure flew backwards, defeated in this pure battle of power. How is that possible? Ichin was stunned. The figure that flew backwards was actually Tiger Dad. No, Tiger Dad has my Emperor blessing, so he can't lose to Suingji in terms of strength. So, the gap is in the degree of evolution. Damn, Suingji is already at the 2nd level. At this time, Ichin used the evolution level detection method he learned in his previous life to discover that Suingji had actually reached the 2nd level. This detection technique is a common one developed by the Dragon Country government, but it was the highest level of detection technique that Ichin could access in his previous life. Since it is relatively low-end, this detection technique can only sense the opponent's specific degree of evolution when the opponent is at full strength, which can be said to be quite useless. And in the past week, Suingji didn't even train in front of the Dragon Team members, so Ichin had no way of finding out how much he had evolved. Tiger Dad's evolution speed is not slow. According to the system's rating, his current evolution level should be around LV14. But after the revival of spiritual energy, each advancement is a large-scale quantitative change. When the levels of supernatural powers are similar, a 2nd-level strongman will crush a 1st-level one. Therefore, even though Tiger Dad had his own Emperor blessing and his original race could overwhelm Suingji physically, he was easily defeated by him with the power that Tiger Dad was proud of. Being knocked away by Suingji, Tiger Dad was horrified and filled with anger. I am a tiger. How could they be defeated by a race as physically weak as humans? Thinking of this, a violent impulse arose in Tiger Dad's heart. His mouth opened wide, and a heart-pounding energy gathered. This energy was extremely violent and filled with a violent and destructive aura, causing everyone present to feel extremely terrified. In just 3 seconds, a dark ball of light condensed in Tiger Dad's mouth, and it was still expanding rapidly. Not good. Seeing this scene, Suingji's face darkened. He never expected that Tiger Dad's ability would be so powerful. This destructive energy, when released, would probably be even more terrifying than the dragon breath that Ao Xing used to accidentally injure Ichin. The power of this attack can definitely reach the third level. What kind of monster is this? Able to unleash a third-level attack at the first level. In fact, even Ichin didn't expect this scene. After all, in his previous life, he was just a cannon fodder and the level he could access was not high. It is because Tiger Dad is so famous that only his minions can get fragmentary information. Therefore, he knew that Tiger Dad's destruction had the ability to resist most long-range attacks, but he had never heard of a killer move that could release a killer move that far exceeded his own level of evolution. Actually, it's not his fault. Because of the Tiger Dad in the previous life, this attack is usually released only when the situation is desperate. Therefore, anyone who uses it must be killed. All the strong men who have seen this attack are dead. Therefore, no one could make the information of this attack public. Luckily, Tiger Dad had lost his mind on the day when the spiritual energy revived. Otherwise, if I had used this attack, I'm afraid that even the soul armor might not be able to save my life. Seeing Tiger Dad's accumulating power for a terrifying attack, Ichin felt a little scared. At this moment, Tiger Dad's brutal and murderous attack was ready, and the dark ball of light had expanded to a diameter of 3 meters. Immediately afterwards, the huge ball of light suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it shrank to about 10 centimeters. Although its size has shrunk dramatically, its aura has not weakened at all. In fact, due to its rapid condensation, its aura has become even more terrifying. Ah! A thick, long black line shot out, faster than lightning, with the power to destroy the world, and went straight towards Suingji. Chapter 54. The protagonist always takes action at the critical moment. Protect the commander. Seeing this scene, the guards around Commander Lu quickly blocked him behind them. These are the best among the evolvers in the army. Although their strength cannot compare to Suingji, they are also extremely powerful. It doesn't matter. The country has spent a lot of money to train Xiao Su. How could he be defeated by a beast? However, Commander Lu waved his hand and spoke calmly. Before, he was frightened by Ichin's, Emperor, and Tiger Dad's destruction, which gave all mutant beasts the ability to resist heat-resistant weapons. But now, he has adjusted himself and regained the composure of a veteran. Even if thermal weapons no longer have absolute dominance, the country and the army will never lose their dominance. The foundation of a great country cannot be compared with some beasts who have the luck to obtain powerful superpowers. In fact, it is all thanks to the country that Suingji has been able to make such a rapid improvement in his evolutionary level in such a short period of time. The revival of spiritual energy does not happen overnight. The entire precursor period lasts 2 or 3 months. During this process, Longwood detected the key to biological evolution, spiritual energy. Although the detection methods are different from conventional research methods, the Dragon Country officials have also initially mastered some uses of spiritual energy. Through some ancient prescriptions and alchemy techniques in ancient books, the Dragon Kingdom officials have developed an elixir that can effectively accelerate biological evolution. And this kind of medicine was named Spirit Gathering Pill. It was put into use right after it passed the trial stage. Due to the scarcity and preciousness of the materials, the number of Spirit Gathering Pills that can be refined is extremely small, so it can only be provided first to the strongest and most loyal evolvers in the army. Suingji is among them. Therefore, Commander Lu has absolute confidence in Suingji's strength, and in front of Commander Lu, Tiger Dad's terrifying black light shot out. The only one standing in front of him was Suingji. Law. Mirror reverse. However, Suingji, the one who faced the attack from the Tiger Dad, was not as calm as Commander Lu. This blow from Tiger Dad gave him the pressure to face death. If this blow lands directly on his body, he will definitely die. However, as he shouted loudly, a silver-white energy appeared in front of Suingji, surging like mercury, and instantly condensed into a thin, smooth mirror. Immediately afterwards, Tiger Dad's black light attack came in an instant and hit the mirror in front of Suingji. The terrifying black light sank into the mirror, as if the violent aura was an illusion, engulfing it completely. After Tiger Dad released this attack, his whole body seemed to be drained of energy, and the dark energy on his body also faded by 3 points. It can be seen that such a full-strength attack is also extremely exhausting for Tiger Dad. Haha, I said that Xiao Su's Spirit Gathering Pill was not eaten in vain. A beast is a beast. Even if it has powerful superpowers, what does it matter? Aren't they still played around by humans? Seeing this scene, Commander Lu laughed out loud. Commander Lu is absolutely right. With the foundation of an ancient and powerful country like us, shouldn't it be easy for us to deal with these beasts? Yes. As long as Captain Su kills this big tiger, the guns and cannons in our hands will let the rest of the mutant beasts know who is the overlord of this planet. If you ask me, the mutants in this dragon group, especially by Sean, probably have had rebellious intentions for a long time. Otherwise, why would they hide their special abilities? That's right. If you ask me, it's enough for us humans to have wisdom. It's ridiculous for other creatures to have wisdom. Hearing Commander Lu's hearty laughter, many officers joined in. On the one hand, it was flattery, and on the other hand, the scene of the mutant beasts collectively resisting heat weapons had shocked them too much. Only by completely defeating and humiliating them now could the previous fear be less shameful. However, no one noticed that Su Yingji, who was highly expected by everyone, was trembling all over and bleeding from all his 7 orifices. Even though he is 1 level higher in evolution than Tiger Dad, it would still cost him a huge price to block Tiger Dad's attack. This attack is comparable to that of a 3rd level strongman. Even if Su Yingji possesses a command that is comparable to a rule, he cannot easily block it. However, he is still a 2nd level strongman after all. Law. Fight back. With a loud shout, Su Yingji exhausted his last bit of spiritual power. The mirror that had swallowed up Tiger Dad's terrifying attack began to tremble. Boom! A black light that was exactly the same as the attack that Tiger Dad had just released appeared again. However, the goal this time, it's Tiger Dad. Finally, after releasing this attack, the silver mirror in front of Su Yingji instantly collapsed, and his body staggered. That should be enough? Su Yingji murmured weakly, with a smile on his face that was uglier than bitterness. As a soldier, it is worth being happy that Commander Lu completed the task assigned to him by the organization. But putting aside his own identity and killing a friend, with whom he had been on good terms for some time, condemned his conscience. Only he himself can understand all the flavors and bitterness. Haha, great. Xiaosu really gave us a big surprise. Not only can he block Bai Shan's attack, he can also fight back. So cool. Seeing this scene, Commander Lu was even more ecstatic. Yes, it is Yangqing's fortune to have a strong man like Captain Su. It is the fortune of the people of Yangqing. This is all thanks to Commander Lu for discovering talent. Otherwise, how could Captain Su have achieved what he has today without the training from above, even though he has powerful abilities? That's true. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. I think Commander Lu is the good horse trainer for Commander Su. A group of officers came to flatter him again. Even though Commander Lu had heard a lot of flattery, he felt extremely comfortable after hearing such praise. At his level, there is no room for improvement. So if you praise him personally, he may not feel anything. But if you praise him for his ability to judge people, that would just hit the spot. And Shun Qingyi, who was behind them, felt a tightness in her heart. Originally, it seemed that Bai Shan and his men could survive, but now a ruthless man like Su Yingji appears and suppresses Bai Shan. And now, Bai Shan might be in danger. On the other side, Ichin smiled bitterly. Hey, I was thinking I could save some cards, but now it seems I can't save any. Looking at the bursting black light and Tiger Dad lying exhausted on the ground, Ichin shook his head. Then, his eyes became sharp. System, give me the time fruit. Use everything else you can. As he shouted, his body suddenly grew in size, and the aura on his body was also increasing rapidly. Host, Ichin. Level, LV21. Race, Siberian Tiger, weak white tiger bloodline. Body size, 521 centimeters long, 1,024 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 1396. Evolution points, 11/100. Looking at his extremely powerful panel, Ichin was full of confidence. Sure enough, the protagonist always takes action at the critical moment. Chapter 55. Su Yingji is unable to fight again. After spending all the rewards from this harvest at once, Ichin's strength has undergone a drastic change. A week ago, when he was fighting Tiger Dad, his combat power was only over 500, and now, the combat power has more than doubled. In terms of size, it even surpasses its tiger father, with a body length of 5 meters and a weight of over 1 ton. More powerful than a tiger. With a loud shout from the bottom of his heart, the spiritual power in his body surged, flowing out from his shoulder blades and instantly condensed into a pair of huge white wings. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Ichin activated the immortal-level supernatural power, Emperor, and inflicted Tiger Dad Baishan's destruction on himself. Wow! Like scales and also like flames, the dark destructive energy enveloped Ichin's skin, turning him into a terrifying black tiger. The spiritual wings condensed on the back also turned into a pair of pitch-black wings under the blessing of destruction, as if they were cast in steel. The broad black wings enveloped Ichin, fitting tightly together, facing the black light reflected back from the mirror constructed by Su Yingji. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a violent explosion spread out. The terrifying shock wave overturned the grass of the entire golf course, exposing the wet soil. Under the bombardment of destructive energy, these soils instantly turned into scorched earth and turned into dust. A strong wind blew past, making it impossible for the surrounding soldiers to open their eyes. Did he kill him? Commander Liu said expectantly, looking at the direction where Su Yingji was attacking with reflected blacklight. Although he knew that Su Yingji was stronger than Baishan's previous performance was still too terrifying, making him somewhat uncertain about the outcome of the battle. Commander, don't worry. Captain Su is a second-level evolver. Facing these first-level mutant beasts, shouldn't it be easy for him to capture them? That's right. Captain Su's supernatural powers are among the best in Dragon Country, and he has also undergone a qualitative change from level 1 to level 2. Even though Baishan is strong, he can't make any waves. The officers around him began to echo him again. However, when the smoke cleared, the scene before them left them stunned. How is that possible? Commander Liu exclaimed in disbelief. In his field of vision, what was visible was not the Baishan mountain that had been blown into pieces, but the even more powerful Baishan mountain. Baishan has become much larger than before, and has grown a pair of huge wings on its back, which are gathered in front of its body to block the terrifying attack that has a power of the third level. But now it is stretched out and looks even more powerful and terrifying. Has Baishan become even more powerful? Commander Liu said with a trembling voice. No, this is not Baishan. Baishan is behind. Beside him, Professor Liao pointed forward and said in a deep voice, "So where did this guy come from?" Upon hearing this, Commander Liu quickly looked in the direction Professor Liao pointed. Behind this big guy that he mistook for Baishan, Baishan collapsed from exhaustion and couldn't stand up anymore. Professor Liao quickly observed, Tiger Mom Lily is still here. Tiger's brother Tiger Invincible is also here. It's Wushing. It's Tiger Wushing. After searching for a long time without success, Professor Liao trembled as he gave a guess that he himself could not believe. Due to climatic reasons, there is only one tiger from Baishan in the southern zoo, and even in the whole of Guangzhou, there are only 4 of them. Therefore, among the mutated beasts, there is only Baishan's family of tigers, and the other 3 are still there. Who else could that mighty giant tiger that suddenly appeared in front of him be? Tiger Wushing? Isn't it only a little over a month old? Even after the mutation, it should only be about 1 meter long, right? Commander Liu was surprised. He didn't have a very deep understanding of the Dragon Team members, but the Baishan family had been very popular on the internet recently, especially Ichin, who was frequently on the hot searches, so he had heard of them a little. Maybe it's a superpower that can make the body larger. Professor Liao guessed. I remember its ability has already been determined, right? It's a wind-attributed ability. This is completely different from Baishan's situation, right? Commander Liu frowned. I don't understand it either. Logically speaking, Wuxing's ability is indeed of wind attribute, but it is not ruled out that it is a special individual that we have never discovered. It is possible that it has 2 abilities. This contradictory situation has even left Professor Liao, a biology expert, confused. In fact, this is also the reason why he subconsciously assigned the ability of all mutant beasts to ignore thermal weapons to Tiger Dad Baishan. After all, Yichen's special abilities have long been discovered, and unlike Tiger Dad, they do not show much outward expression. However, due to preconceived ideas, until now, he has not associated the feat of all mutant beasts ignoring thermal weapons with Yichin. Dual powers? Commander Liu's heart trembled. The fact that the evolvers and mutant beasts possess one superpower has already created a gap between them and all other creatures. He simply cannot imagine how powerful a mutant beast would be if it possessed 2 superpowers. And from the fact that Ichin was able to withstand Su Yingji's reflection of Tiger Dad's white mountain blacklight, it can be seen that Ichin's second superpower, that has been hidden for a long time, is very powerful. These mutants are so ambitious. They are hiding something from us. I'm afraid they have been planning to rebel for a long time. This is outrageous. Thinking of this, Commander Lu said with his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Professor Liao hesitated for a moment and swallowed back what he was about to say. Ichin is just a tiger cub who is a little over a month old. Even though his body has changed due to the revival of spiritual energy, and he looks almost 8 or 9 months old, his mental age will not change. Even though the mutant beast's IQ has been greatly improved, Ichin's current mental age is only that of a toddler. How could he be so cunning? According to his guess, Ichin originally didn't know that he had a second superpower, but when he saw Baishan was in danger of death, he stimulated his potential and used his second superpower. As for Commander Lu's accusations, they are perfectly normal. By demonizing and conspiring the enemy's behavior, you can give your own behavior a positive image. Commander, don't worry. We still have Captain Su here. It will be easy to defeat Hu Wusheng. There's nothing to worry about. That's right. Commander Su can defeat the old tiger Baishan, but can't he defeat the cub Hu Wusheng? Commander, don't worry. At this time, many officers spoke out to comfort Commander Lu. Now is the time to show off. They will not miss this opportunity. Right. Xiao Su has the spirit gathering pill to quickly upgrade his level. He is now a second level evolver. Even if there are more first level mutant beasts, what can they do? Hearing this, Commander Lu's expression improved a lot, and he pretended to be calm. Commander Lu, I'm afraid things may not go as everyone says. At this time, Professor Liao hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to remind him. Why do you say that? Commander Lu's brows, which had just relaxed, tightened again, and he asked anxiously. I'm afraid Team Leader Su no longer has the strength to fight. Professor Liao said firmly. How is that possible? Commander Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Old leader, I am indeed like what Professor Liao said. I am no longer able to fight. At this time, Su Yingji spoke weakly. His breathing was extremely unstable, and it sounded like he would die if he delayed any further. Chapter 56. A big bell bigger than your head. How come you are unable to fight anymore? Commander Lu questioned with his eyes wide open. Su Yingji did not answer, but just sat cross-legged on the ground. He has reached his limit and can't even stand steadily. Although his level has reached the second stage, Tiger Dad's 7th-ranked supernatural power, Destruction, can be said to be the most explosive one in the world. He used up all his spiritual power and physical strength to unleash this attack, which has reached the power of the 3rd level. Even though Su Yingji is a 2nd-level evolver, the supernatural power he possesses is the law that is comparable to the rules in the early stages. Blocking this attack and returning the full amount is already the limit. It's not that Team Leader Su is not doing well in the battle, it's that Baishan is too strong. Professor Liao then defended Su Yingji. What should we do now? Commander Lu finally got really panicked. Under the premise that thermal weapons cannot effectively kill mutant beasts, the role of the evolvers is infinitely magnified. Su Yingji is the trump card of the Yangqing military. Now Su Yingji has no ability to fight. How will the Yangqing military resist these mutant beasts that are over 10,000 and ignore thermal weapons? No. At this time, Professor Liao discovered an extremely contradictory phenomenon. What's wrong? Commander Lu asked quickly. Baishan's current condition is not much better than Team Leader Su's. Why can these mutant beasts still maintain their state of ignoring thermal weapons? Professor Liao frowned, extremely confused. According to his speculation, the mutant beast's ability to ignore thermal weapons was an effect added by Tiger Dad Baishan's supernatural powers. But now, Baishan is obviously not in good shape, so why can this effect still be maintained? This isn't Baishan's ability. It's from another mutant beast. Commander Lu was not stupid and quickly found the key to the problem from Professor Liao's short sentence. Thinking of this, Commander Lu quickly looked around among the mutant beasts, trying to find the mutant beast that made all the mutant beasts ignore thermal weapons. However, it is all in vain. How can I find that one among tens of thousands of mutant beasts? What's more, the truth of the matter is that the ability that allows all mutant beasts to ignore thermal weapons is possessed by Ichin. However, Ichin has now been identified by them as a person with dual superpowers, so they have to directly rule out the possibility that this superpower still belongs to Ichin. 3 superpowers. I dare not even think about it. So what should we do? Guns and cannons are useless, and Captain Su is exhausted. How can we destroy these mutant beasts? If we release them back into the forest, given their intelligence, they will definitely bear a grudge against us, and then we will definitely be troubled. Don't think about the future. Who can control them now? The tragedy of the imperial capital is about to be repeated in our Yangqing. Upon learning that Baishan did not possess the ability that allowed all mutant beasts to ignore thermal weapons, many officers panicked. If this superpower belongs to Baishan, and Su Yingji kills Baishan, then this superpower will be automatically cancelled. The effect of thermal weapons will be released, and the guns in their hands will be able to suppress it. But now, this superpower does not belong to Baishan, and it is still unclear who possesses this superpower, so the mutant beast is invincible. At this time, Commander Lu turned around and looked at the evolvers of the Yangqing Dragon Group. Comrades, everyone should be able to see clearly the current situation. The guns and cannons in our hands have little effect on mutant beasts. But behind us are 17 million people in Guangzhou. Among them are not only my relatives and friends, but also your relatives and friends. If these mutant beasts were allowed to trample on the world without any scruples, there would surely be a huge loss of lives. So, for Guangzhou, for everyone's relatives and friends, comrades, please contribute your strength. Commander Lu played the emotional card very beautifully. Although it was moral kidnapping, it left the evolvers unable to refute. I don't want to. We signed the agreement before joining the Dragon Group. Whether to participate in the mission, each of us evolvers has the power to accept or refuse. There are only 9,000 evolvers in Yangqing and 28,000 mutant beasts. You are sending us to our deaths. At this time, an evolver stood up and refused righteously. That's right. If you hadn't wanted to kill Baishan and the others, would they have rebelled? Yes. We get along so well with these mutant beasts. Don't we know whether they will attack humans? You are the ones who stirred up the conflict and hatred, and now you want us to pay with our lives. How dare you ask for that? Someone was the first to stand up, and many people followed suit to object. Seeing this, Commander Lu's face darkened. At this time, an officer saw this scene and knew it was his time to show off. If you don't care about Yangqing, don't you care about your own family? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If I had superpowers and could fight against mutant beasts, I would definitely be the first to step forward. When we wanted benefits before, everyone came forward to do so. But now that we ask you to fulfill your obligations, you just shirk your responsibilities. Do you still have any sense of collective honor? Not to mention, at the end of his speech, the officer pushed the leather gun bag on his waist, and the threat was obvious in his words. Seeing this, the evolvers were all speechless. They are not Baishan, who possesses the ability to ignore thermal weapons. They are still extremely weak now, and only a very few evolvers can withstand or dodge the bullets. Moreover, they were only facing a small number of guns. If they were facing such a large-scale, well-organized modern army, they would be useless. Seeing this, Commander Lu nodded slightly. Of course he noticed the officer's little move. However, special circumstances require special measures. I can't play the emotional card anymore, so I can only resort to risky and damaging tactics like this. Human nature. Looking at this scene, Ichin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I thought that after experiencing so many things in my previous life, I had seen the extreme evil of human nature. However, I didn't expect that it was just because I was standing at too low a height in my previous life and couldn't see many things. Now I have learned a lot. Walking slowly in front of Su Yingji, Ichin lowered his head and looked at him with a pair of tiger eyes. Can you feel relieved by killing me and spare the lives of the people of Yangqing? Su Yingji raised his head, looked at the huge head, and felt the hot breath. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of fighting with Baishan and Ichin. Even attacking Baishan made him feel deeply guilty. Now, if I could die at Ichin's hands, it would be considered atonement. Hearing this, Ichin shook his head. Killing Su Yingji would be too easy for him. Seeing Ichin's actions, Su Yingji sighed. I knew that my life alone could not quench all your anger. I just asked that you kill fewer people for my sake. For the sake of Professor Liao and Xianqing, Su Yingji pleaded. He knew that the lives of the people of Yangqing were now completely in the hands of these mutant beasts. Humans are such complex creatures. They are capable of both extreme evil and extreme good. Looking at Su Yingji, Ichin couldn't help but sigh. But then, he turned around, revealing a big bell that was bigger than Su Yingji's head. Immediately afterwards, a strong stream of water gushed out, soaking Su Yingji like a drowned chicken. Chapter 57. Heart-stirring tiger roar. No one dares to stop it. Ichin shook his tail leisurely and let out a shocking tiger roar towards the sky. At the same time, soul dialogue was activated and sounded in the minds of all mutant beasts. Let's go. Leave Yangqing. After hearing the voice in their heads, the mutant beasts responded in different ways. Most of the mutant beasts obey Ichin's words unconditionally. If Ichin hadn't spread Tiger Dad Baishan's destruction to them, none of them would have survived the hail of bullets from humans. Therefore, they had the utmost respect for Ichin. Although they did not understand why he did not press on and vent his anger when he was sure of victory, they still obediently started to move. But there are very few mutant beasts that are unwilling to stop. Why don't they retaliate against humans after being attacked by them? Why don't they pay the price they deserve? It's so frustrating to just leave like this. Among them, the most dissatisfied was Xiong Poncher's father, Xiong Ba. Ah! Raising his head, Xiong Ba yelled at Yichen in confusion. It wants to take action and make humans pay the price. Seeing this, Ichin was not surprised at all. Although they have an IQ that is comparable to that of humans, the mutant beasts are still animals after all and have not formed human-like thinking. If the immortal-level superpower, Emperor, is permanent, I'll be even more terrified than you. Ichin muttered to himself in annoyance. Instead of foolishly following Xiong Ba's roar, Ichin simply raised his claws and eliminated the destruction effect granted by Xiong Ba's Emperor second active skill array. Then, Ichin tilted his head towards the direction of the Yangqing army with a casual look on his face. You are so brave, just do it yourself? Feeling that the dark color on his body faded away and the destruction effect disappeared, Xiong Ba panicked. Ichin's meaning couldn't be clearer. If you want revenge, go by yourself. See how many bullets and cannons you can block? With so many guns pointed at him, without the blessing of destruction. What's the difference between this and running naked? With a weak howl, Xiong Ba stepped back in despair. It wants to vent its anger, not to die. Seeing this, the other restless mutant beasts also shrank back. Whether to seek revenge or not, put it aside for now. Your own life is more important. Now, no mutant beast opposed Ichin's decision to evacuate Yangqing, so the entire mutant beast group began to move. I remember the Tiger Dad in my previous life. It seems that he built a restricted area for himself on top of heaven. It is for the most powerful people in the world. After getting an idea of the direction, Ichin picked up Tiger Dad, who was lying on the ground exhausted and unable to get up, and walked towards the northwest. The rest of the mutant beasts followed behind him. Even though the entire group of mutant beasts was not neat and orderly, their huge size and the uniform black color of destruction alone gave people an infinite sense of oppression. Seeing this scene, both the soldiers in the army and the evolvers of the dragon group were frightened and stepped back. What now? How can we possibly stop these mutant beasts? If we let them rush out, what will happen to the people of Yangqing? By then, we will be the sinners of Yangqing, the shame of Longhua, the laughing stock of other countries. But what can we do? As soldiers, we would die without regrets if we could use human lives to fill the gap. But the guns and cannons in our hands have become firewood sticks. We can't stop them even if we die. For a moment, everyone panicked. We must stop them, even if it means sacrificing our lives for our country. At this time, Commander Liu said in a deep voice, "Go, push them up." Commander Liu set the tone, and the officer who had stood out earlier quickly took out his pistol and shouted loudly at the evolvers. Following his movement, the soldiers around him also raised their guns, ready to fire at any time. Even though the dragon group's evolvers looked unhappy, they had no way to refuse. The mutant beasts are not afraid of guns and cannons, but they are not. The evolvers who had just become familiar with their supernatural training crawled in front of the mutant beasts, looking back every few steps, and faced these terrifying beasts head-on. Seeing this, Ichin just opened his mouth and let out a loud and high-pitched tiger roar, like thunder from the blue sky. The heart-stirring tiger roar. Although it is an ordinary blank skill and has not been used much since it was obtained, with Ichin's current second level, the power of a tiger roar cannot be underestimated. As his voice spread, the evolvers in front of him, including the soldiers farther away, all felt silent fear in their hearts. There are even timid people who get their crotch wet or fall to the ground. In battles of the same level, heart-catching tiger roar is just a useless skill, but being one level higher than all evolvers, this skill's ability to clear the field is still outstanding. Continuing to move forward, no one dared to stop Ichin. The dense crowd spread out to form a broad avenue, as if welcoming a supreme king. Many soldiers wanted to struggle to stand up and shoot, but the fear from the bottom of their hearts made them unable to move. This is the fear of facing the top predator on Earth. This is a crushing blow from the life level. Those evolvers who were one level lower than Ichin could still barely stand. But these ordinary people who had not evolved, even if they were soldiers who had gone through many hardships, could not resist such physiological tremors. Just like that, although there were more than 10,000 people in the crowded venue, it was completely silent. The dull silence made people's heart palpitate. Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Ichin walked in front with a swagger, leading the group of mutant beasts out of the dilapidated golf course. It was not until Ichin and the mutant beasts had been gone for a while that the officer spoke hesitantly. "Commander, what should we do now? Should we stop them?" "Stop them. Follow them. If they attack the people, then? Commander Lu kept saying then, for a long time, not knowing what to say next. Even if the mutant beasts started killing the people, what could they do? Ichin's tiger roar can make them lose the courage to fight, and they can't even pick up their guns. Even if the gun can be raised, what difference does it make? Guns and cannons are of no use to these mutant beasts. Even these evolvers cannot be relied upon. Once Su Yingji fell, the official evolvers from Yangqing were no match for the mutant beasts, either in terms of quantity or quality. Asshole, this is outrageous. After saying then, for a long time, Commander Lu still couldn't think of what to say, so he could only hammer the hood of the infantry fighting vehicle angrily. Su Yingji, who was still sitting cross-legged on the spot, wiped the tiger urine off his body and turned to look in the direction where the mutant beasts left. Ha ha, ha ha ha. After being stunned for a while, he burst into laughter. Then, he stood up with difficulty and bowed deeply in that direction. Thank you very much. Chapter 58. Parading through the streets. The whole country is shocked. Everyone, keep your claws and mouths under control. I will eat anyone who can't control themselves. Walking on the wide street, Ichin used soul dialogue to speak to all the mutant beasts in advance. Roar. Oh. Squeak. Although they don't know why Ichin restricts them in this way, Ichin is now their savior and their boss, so whatever he says is what goes. Moreover, most of these mutant animals have no urge to hurt people. After all, they are either domesticated by humans or members of the zoo. They were able to refrain from taking action against the Yangqing army that wanted to kill them, and naturally there was no need for them to take action against the people who had no grudges against them. This is also why Su Yingji laughed out loud after the mutant beasts left. Su Yingji knew that Ichin's IQ was higher than that of ordinary mutant beasts. And Su Yingji is also a smart man. Since Ichin didn't kill him on the spot, but instead gave him a bucket of tiger urine like a child throwing a tantrum, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. This pee is your punishment. I'll spare your life rather than hurt the people. Therefore, when Ichin sprayed his face with urine on him, Su Yingji not only did not feel humiliated, but was sincerely grateful. Xiongba, Nicole, come here. Then, with Ichin's gentle call, Xiongba and a small creature ran over. Leaving the incapable tiger dad to Xiongba to carry, Ichin continued. Nico, use your powers to create an illusion of my current size. Do you understand? After hearing Ichin's words, Nicole tilted her head and blinked. After a while, a colorful mist emerged from its body and enveloped Ichin. Immediately afterwards, the fog gathered again, and Nicole's figure shook, and she turned into a mighty giant tiger that was exactly the same as you, Ichin, now. Well done. Now you are in the front. Don't be afraid. Just follow the direction I say. Seeing that Nicole completed the task assigned to her perfectly, Ichin couldn't help but praise her. Nico is a mutant beast that evolved from a chameleon. Her awakened ability is named Illusion, which allows her to simulate the appearance of everything. Although the simulated thing is just a paper tiger in appearance, the effect of the time fruit is about to end, and a paper tiger is needed to control the situation. After hearing Ichin's words, Nicole became happy and happily followed Ichin's instructions and walked in front. Ichin, on the other hand, hid himself among the many mutant beasts and concealed himself. After doing all this, less than half a minute later, Ichin's body suddenly shrank and turned back to the size of a young tiger. Host, Ichin. Level, LV21. Race, Siberian tiger, weak white tiger bloodline. Body size, 184 centimeters long, 135 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 108. Evolution points, 20/100. However, because his evolutionary level has been greatly improved this time, his body size has also improved significantly. Even without the blessing of the time fruit, he is still a full 1.8 meters long. Huh? I got a few more evolution points. It must be because of my superpowers. Ichin said in surprise, looking at the fact that after digesting the reward from harvesting vegetables this time, he had a few more evolution points before the battle. It's funny that every time one of his abilities was exposed, they were all regarded as superpowers, but in fact, no one knows what his real superpowers are. Fuck, there are tigers. No, no, no. Lions, elephants, bears, rhinos? Damn it. Is the drama in the imperial capital going to be staged in our Guangzhou? What's going on? I saw a large group of troops heading into the golf course earlier. I guess they were there to suppress the mutant beasts. Why did they let these mutant beasts come out again? Did they fail to suppress them? Run. Seeing this black mass of mutant beasts, the pedestrians on the road were all terrified. The news was just released this morning, but now it is known to everyone. It can be said that the fear of mutant beasts among the people of Dragon Country has become a common phenomenon. Therefore, seeing so many mutant beasts appearing on the street so brazenly was naturally shocking. However, Ichin did not care about the frightened pedestrians and continued to command the mutant beasts, moving steadily towards the direction of Top of Heaven. Tiantangding is the highest mountain in Guangdong Province. Although it is not well known in Longhua, it is a good mountaineering destination for outdoor enthusiasts in Guangdong Province. In the previous life, the tiger dad escaped from the southern zoo and came to Top of Heaven, where he stayed and established his own restricted area. I guess Heaven's Top should have one of the earliest secret realms. Otherwise, there would be countless strong people with powerful superpowers, and Tiger Dad in his previous life would not have become the master of the world-famous restricted area. Ichin guessed and looked forward to it. The revival of spiritual energy is a period of racing for all living beings. In the early stage, you can get resources and opportunities that others don't have. Being one step ahead can lay the foundation for a huge advantage in the future. Those world-famous strong men in the previous life were all rare among billions of creatures in terms of supernatural powers, opportunities, and character. Only by leading in all aspects can we create a terrifyingly powerful person who is at the forefront of the times. The Tiger Dad in the previous life is the best example. However, looking back at Tiger Dad, who was being carried by Xiongba and was as tired as a dog, but was still trying to show off his achievements to Tiger Mom, Ichin couldn't help but feel worried. After I changed the course of my previous life, Tiger Dad didn't have the experience of losing his wife and children. Wouldn't that make him useless? Seeing Tiger Dad still showing off by sticking out his tongue, Ichin couldn't help but cover his face with his tiger paws. Forget it, even if Tiger Dad is useless, I have superpowers and race as a foundation. Even if I can't reach the level of a top-tier expert like in my previous life, I can still be a top-tier expert. In that case, I will work hard to replace Tiger Dad in my previous life and become the Beast King of the Heavenly Top restricted area, and Tiger Dad will continue to be Tiger Mom's licking dog. Looking at the loving tiger parents, Ichin shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the entire Yangqing, Yuezhou, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar. Fuck, brothers, something just happened in the capital, and Guangzhou has repeated the same mistake. What? The mutant beasts in Yangqing are also rebelling? What's the situation? I still have friends in Yangqing. I'm at the scene. Don't listen to the nonsense above. I'm from Yangqing, and I'm near the golf course where the special department is said to be training. I just saw a large number of mutant beasts passing by Yuhua Road. Oh my god. A strange thing has appeared at the scene. What is going on? Report it quickly. I'm afraid a lot of people will die this time, right? I said these mutant beasts can't be trusted. Pet cats and dogs may go crazy and hurt people. Putting mutant beasts with powerful powers in the city is like hiding a grenade in your crotch. Hope fewer people die. The above guess is wrong. The mutant beasts have walked nearly 8 kilometers and have not hurt anyone yet. It seems that they are deliberately giving pedestrians time to escape. However, in order to clear the road, many cars were damaged, but it is fortunate that no one died. Chapter 59: The attention of the highest level of Dragon Country. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Peony Hall. I've said it before. We can't just kill mutants with one blow. We should differentiate them based on their personality stability, win over the good ones, and eliminate the bad ones. Now, just as the capital city was in trouble, Guangzhou has another major problem. 2 major incidents in a short period of time have not only shaken the country's credibility, but also made a lot of people in the international community laugh at us. Those who supported the extermination of mutant beasts before, now you tell me what to do. An old man said angrily. At this moment, everyone at the meeting turned their eyes to the other old man. Oldly, you say that lightly. Do you know how much manpower and resources are needed to assess the personality stability of all mutant beasts? In our imperial capital alone, there are more than 30,000 mutant beasts. There are probably 5 million mutant beasts in cities across the country. These are only those that can be discovered within a week. There will be even more that have not been discovered. And what kind of stability assessment do you think will ensure that they don't cause trouble? So many academicians from both academies have analyzed this before. Caesar's character is very stable. What's the result? With everyone's eyes focused on him, the old man remained calm and spoke slowly. If there is a risk, we will clear them all. We already have several psychic evolvers who have trained their abilities and can put them into use right away. The success rate of identification is over 95%. Invest more resources and divide the forces into several groups, and you will be able to identify all the mutant beasts in the city within 3 months. And this is just the imperial capital. There are definitely people with this kind of ability in other cities. The progress will only be faster. Oldley, who spoke at the beginning, was filled with indignation. So what? In just 1 week, 2 major incidents have occurred across the country. There are countless incidents of varying sizes caused by other mutant beasts. In 3 months, our dragon country will be in chaos. What's more, you think that if human evolutionists can awaken psychic powers, why can't mutant beasts? By then, the mutant beast will have the means to conceal their own thoughts, and we will unconditionally believe in the identification results of the psychic evolvers. Then the real danger will be right beside us without us knowing it. We must be responsible for Dragon Country. We must be responsible for the people of Dragon Country. The old man responded with ease. Lei Yaojun, you speak so righteously. Do you dare to say that you have no selfish motives in attacking the mutant beasts? If your eldest son and granddaughter had not been beaten to death by Caesar, would you have spared no effort to attack the mutant beasts indiscriminately? You are such a competent father and a competent grandfather. You are using the future of Dragon Country to vent your anger on your eldest son and your little granddaughter. At this point, Laoli couldn't help but speak loudly. Upon hearing this, Lei Yaojuan's originally calm face suddenly darkened, and his pair of old but sharp eyes stared at Laoli. At this moment, everyone's face tightened. How could this oldly not think before speaking? Can this be said to someone's face? Li Hongyuan, you are looking for death. Li Hongyuan's words touched Lei Yaojuan's sore spot, making him instantly furious. All right, stop bringing up the past. Our top priority right now is to solve the problem in Yangcheng. At this time, the old man who had been silent and sitting at the head of the conference table spoke. Snort. After hearing the old man's words, Lei Yaojun and Li Hongyuan both snorted coldly and stopped talking. Chief Yang, let's connect with the Yangcheng military region first. This morning, the various military regions entered major cities to eliminate the mutant beasts. They should know best what the problem is in Yangcheng. After a brief silence, someone took over the conversation. Let Lao Lei handle military matters. Yang Jinyu said lightly. Connect with the commander-in-chief of the Yuezhou military region, Lu Xiaoxuan. Hearing this, Lu Yaojun turned his head and said to his secretary. After a while, Lu Xiaoxuan's figure appeared on a huge screen on the wall of the conference room. Minister. Chief. Lu Xiaoxuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he saw a group of top leaders of Longhua were in a video conference. Although such a big thing would inevitably attract the attention and accountability of all the senior officials of Longhua, Lu Xiaoxuan still felt a headache when he really faced this scene. Tell me, the news has gone viral online, and you haven't taken the initiative to report it. Do you think that mutant creatures are becoming more and more rampant in the wild, and we can't reach Yangcheng? Lei Yaojun said with a gloomy expression. I have no such intention, but this incident is too shocking, and I still haven't recovered from it. Lu Xiaoxuan quickly expressed his opinion. Then you should explain it in detail. The 3 armies of the Yuezhou military region, with more than 300,000 troops, can't even deal with 10,000 or 20,000 mutant beasts. I want to see what excuse you have. Lei Yaojun continued with a straight face. Among the mutant beasts of the Yangcheng Dragon Group, there is a special ability that can ignore hot weapons. Lu Xiaoxuan replied. So what? Doesn't the Yuezhou military region have any evolved beings that can ignore thermal weapons? Can 1 or 2 mutant beasts that can ignore thermal weapons make so many troops in your Yuezhou military region helpless? Lei Yaojun said angrily. It's not just 1 or 2. Minister. All mutants have the ability to ignore thermal weapons. Lu Xiaoxuan defended. What? You said that 10,000 or 20,000 mutant beasts can all ignore thermal weapons? How is that possible? How long has it been now? Lu Xiaoxuan, this is not the way to escape responsibility. Do you think all of us are fools? The ministers of various departments who were originally waiting to be questioned by Lei Yaojun were suddenly furious. My dear ministers, I can issue a military order. If I tell even the slightest lie, just shoot me. The process of fighting with the Yangqing mutant beast is recorded on video. You will know after watching it. Lu Xiaoxuan said righteously. Then, the screen in the conference room changed, Lu Xiaoxuan's figure shrank into a small corner, and the main screen turned into a video of the Guangdong military region sending troops to eliminate mutant beasts. In the picture, with the firing of thousands of guns, all the mutant beasts were covered in a uniform black color. When the shooting was completed and the smoke dissipated, all the mutant beasts remained motionless. Immediately afterwards, there was another round of heavy weapons and gunfire, but just like the previous round, all the mutant beasts still stood still. After the end, the whole process of Su Yingji's battle against Baishan was shown. Finally, Ichin transformed into a giant tiger with wings and blocked the black light reflected back by Su Yingji. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Have you found the mutant beast that can spread Baishan's superpowers to all mutant beasts? Li Hongyuan immediately saw the crux of the problem and asked in a deep voice. No. We initially thought that this ability belonged to Baishan, but after Su Yingji severely injured Baishan, the effect of ignoring thermal weapons still persisted on all mutant beasts. It definitely can't be Baishan. Baishan's ability has already reached the SSS level. If he can spread this ability to all mutant beasts, it will far exceed the SSS level. Theoretically, it is impossible for an ability above the SSS level to appear. Seeing this, Li Hongyuan analyzed it attentively and then gave instructions. Put Baishan and Hu Wuxing on the list of key targets. According to animal behavior analysis, this group of mutant beasts will not attack the public. As for Yangqing, just pay attention to evacuating the crowd in advance. Chapter 60. What a rip system. I fuck Li Liang. Guangzhou, Peace Avenue. The widest road in the entire Guangzhou was emptier than ever before. The mutant beast's movement speed was not slow, but the speed of the network was faster. On the main roads of Yangqing, tens of thousands of mutant beasts paraded through the streets, becoming a hot topic and causing people in the direction of the mutant beasts to evacuate spontaneously and quickly to make way. Although the mutant beasts have not actively hurt anyone so far, no one dares to gamble with their own life. They will not be the first to be killed. What's more, given the size of these mutant beasts, even if they don't actively hurt people, they can easily crush people to death if they bump into them. Hey, it would be great if the Emperor was permanent. Ichin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the people who were taking pictures and looking carefully in the direction of the mutant beasts, even though they were very scared. You know, being able to ignore thermal weapons in the early stages is extremely rare, whether among mutant beasts or evolvers. Just like today, tens of thousands of mutant beasts ignored thermal weapons. It took at least a powerful beast tied with an average level of 7 or above to do it. What is the current level of these mutant beasts in the Yangqing Dragon group? Most of them are first-level mutant beasts, and I am the only second-level mutant beast. In his previous life, Ichin would never have dared to imagine such a feat. It's a pity that there's only 1 hour left. I'm afraid rewards like this won't appear at a fixed number of losing streak levels like the Evolution Scroll and Time Fruit. This made Ichin extremely regretful. Congratulations to the host. You are about to leave the human settlement and get a system selection. Option 1. The system will issue losing streak rewards according to the original rules, without any changes. Option 2. The system gets an upgrade. After the upgrade, all regular losing streak rewards are replaced with legendary superpowers, Lord, Superpower Fragments. Accumulate enough Lord Power Fragments to fuse into a legendary Lord. After unlocking the legendary Power Lord, all regular rewards will be replaced with Immortal Power, Emperor, Power Fragments. Accumulate enough Emperor Power Fragments to fuse into the Immortal Level Power Emperor. Just when Ichin was feeling regretful, the emotionless electronic voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. What the hell? Is this going to happen just as you thought? After reading the system's words over and over again several times, Ichin finally reacted, and his little tiger face showed human joy. System, if you upgrade, how many Lord Power Fragments do I need to accumulate to fuse the Lord Power? What about the Emperor? Ichin asked quickly. Although this upgrade option is very tempting, it is probably a pie in the sky that cannot be fulfilled, right? Only after the host makes a choice can he obtain the permission for such information. Hearing this, Ichin's face suddenly fell. This is not just empty talk, it's like opening a blind box. But this pancake is so tempting. But facing this big pie, Ichin still drooled shamefully. No matter how much effort it takes, as long as Emperor can be turned into a permanent superpower, it will be worth it. The regular rewards before were nothing good, just useless stuff like evolution point random voucher and healing potion. 10 regular rewards are not as good as one advanced reward, and they don't improve me much. Besides, my own ability can improve the degree of evolution in battle, and Tiger Mom's ability, Rebirth, can completely replace healing potion. Losing these rewards is no loss to me. Then, Ichin analyzed the gains and losses before and after the upgrade and found that the advantages would definitely outweigh the disadvantages after the upgrade. In that case, system, I choose to upgrade. If you understand the pros and cons clearly, there is nothing to hesitate about, Ichin said directly. The system is being upgraded. Estimated upgrade time, 8 hours. During the system upgrade, all system functions will be closed and opened after the upgrade is completed. As Ichin finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. It will take time to upgrade? Wait, will the system functions be shut down? When Ichin heard that there was an upgrade time, he thought it was nothing, but when he heard that the system function was shut down, he was suddenly horrified. The immortal level superpower Emperor experience voucher that he was currently maintaining was not a permanent superpower that he had directly obtained. If the system function was turned off, however, as the system upgrade began, the darkness covered by destruction on the mutant beasts instantly faded away, making Ichin curse in his heart. This is a shitty system. Damn Li Liang. I have read thousands of books in my previous life, but I have never seen a system that cheats the host like this. You can obviously wait until you bring the mutant beasts into the deep mountains and forests before letting yourself choose whether to upgrade the system. Why did he have to do this to himself on his way out of Guangzhou? This damn system definitely did this on purpose. It just wants to trick me to death. Ichin cursed. At the same time, at low altitude, following behind the mutant beasts, an armed helicopter was monitoring the mutant beasts. Report. Report. The dark energy on the mutant beasts that can ignore thermal weapons has disappeared. The observer shouted into the intercom. Commander, this? At the same time, the information officer beside Commander Liu asked. Commander, this is the best opportunity. The mutant beast that can spread Bai Shan's superpowers to other mutant beasts must have been exhausted. Such a powerful superpower can definitely not be maintained for too long. Now they are at their weakest point, and we can definitely annihilate them with just one salvo. Upon hearing this news, the officer who had previously threatened the evolvers became extremely excited and shouted loudly. This is the real opportunity to perform. If Yichen can get rid of the serious threat of mutant beasts because of my suggestion, then I can completely make up for my mistake. And I must be the one who deserves the most credit. Hearing this, Commander Liu was quite interested. Whether it is a genius like Tiger Dad Baishan, who can rival the second level with the first level, or a monster like Ichin who has dual superpowers and has reached the second level without any official help, or maybe the mysterious mutant beast that has not yet been found can spread Tiger Dad Baishan's supernatural powers to all mutant beasts. It's all scary. If he releases these mutant beasts into the mountains and forests, he will definitely not be able to sleep or eat well. If we wipe them all out, we can make up for our mistakes and get rid of the biggest worry. Now, the guy who can spread Tiger Dad's superpowers to other mutant beasts is suspected to have been exhausted, and the restrictions on thermal weapons are instantly released. Without Tiger Dad's destruction, these mutant beasts are now just mortal bodies and have no power to resist against hot weapons. So, now is a good time to annihilate them. However, just as he was about to speak, Professor Liao suddenly spoke. Commander Liu, you absolutely cannot do that. Chapter 61. Your Majesty the Emperor, my mission is accomplished. What do you mean by that? When the officer heard that Professor Liao was singing a different tune at this time, he suddenly became unhappy. This is a good opportunity for him to make a contribution. Therefore, before Commander Liu could even speak, he jumped out and questioned loudly. Commander Liu also looked unhappy, but not because of the officer's interruption, but because Professor Liao spoke out to stop him. If I can keep these mutant beasts, then I won't be derelict in my duty. Even because of Baishan, Ichin, and the guy who has not been found yet and can spread Baishan's supernatural powers to other mutant beasts. If he can eliminate these potential threats at the same time, not only will it be without fault, it will even be a great achievement. Commander Liu, I won't say much. I'll just ask you a few questions. After I finish asking you, if you still insist on taking action, I will not stop you. Professor Liao said seriously. You say so? Commander Lu frowned and said impatiently. He wanted to see what Professor Liao could say, and whether a few questions would make him give up this great opportunity to annihilate the mutant beasts. First question, how can you ensure that the mutant beast that has not yet been discovered has exhausted its spiritual power? What if the mutant beast just stops temporarily to save its spiritual power when it sees that there is no threat? The second problem is that even if the mutant beast's spiritual power is really exhausted, it would be easy for thermal weapons to kill the mutant beast with mortal bodies, but they are now in a downtown area. Although most people had evacuated the vicinity, they only evacuated about 2 kilometers in a short period of time. There were even many daring people who came close to take pictures. If the siege begins, can you guarantee that all mutant beasts will be eliminated within 30 seconds? If not, how many lives will be lost? The third question is, there are definitely more than 1 or 2 mutant beasts like Baishan that have the ability to ignore thermal weapons. Once the gunshots are heard, with their speed, the 2-kilometer distance will be reached in an instant. When they rush into the crowd, thermal weapons are ineffective, and we don't have a strong enough evolver like Team Leader Su. How can we stop them? How many lives will be lost in the end? Professor Liao's thinking was very clear, and he answered all the questions he wanted to ask at once without stopping. The more he listened to Professor Liao, the impatient expression on Commander Lu's face turned into seriousness, and in the end, it became uglier. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed confused by the sudden change of the mutant beasts and became too eager for quick success. All your questions are based on assumptions. How can they count? If we miss this great opportunity, these mutant beasts will surely become a serious threat to Yangqing. Can you shoulder this responsibility? However, Commander Lu was able to remain calm in the face of huge temptation, but the officer could not. Upon seeing this, he quickly questioned loudly. I am just giving a suggestion from the perspective of the people of Guangzhou. If the military insists on using the lives of the people in exchange for military merit, I, a mere academician, cannot bear this responsibility. Professor Liao spoke in a cold tone, neither humble nor arrogant. Okay, you are using the lives of the dragon people to hijack the military's decision. You deserve to be killed. Upon hearing this, the officer's face suddenly turned red, and he was extremely angry. It doesn't matter. My whole family is in Jiangqing. I am already nearly 70 years old. If I die, I die. But I don't know how many relatives and friends of the soldiers present here have in Yangqing. If the guns in my hands become weapons to drive away mutant beasts and swallow my relatives and friends, I wonder if I can have a clear conscience for this brilliant military achievement. After hearing this, Professor Liao smiled and walked away. Commander, these bastards in research just look down on our military. They are preaching to us. They are disrupting our morale. We must not listen to their slander. Seeing this, the officer looked extremely unhappy. All right, let them go. Commander Lu's eyes flickered, but in the end he could only sigh. Commander, I said, let them go. The officer wanted to say something, but was stopped abruptly by Commander Lu's loud shout. Yes, I'll give the order right away. The officer gritted his teeth and could only swallow his pride. After everyone had left, Commander Lu patted the armchair solemnly. Now that I'm in this position, it's better to do nothing than to make no mistakes. That's the way to live. At the same time, in the main urban area of Yangqing, Ichin seemed to be on high alert and seemed to be in a state of panic. This is weird. The destruction? Energy on us is gone, and the sudden change in color should be very conspicuous, right? Why hasn't the army come to take advantage of the opportunity to annihilate us? Ichin muttered in his heart. He could see the low-flying armed helicopter clearly. Logically speaking, when the Yuezhou military saw this change, it should be easy for them to guess that they could no longer remain invincible against hot weapons. It's been almost 10 minutes. Why is there still no movement? Oh, roar. Squeak. At this time, many mutant beasts also realized that the black energy on their bodies that could resist thermal weapons had disappeared, and they became restless. Everyone, be quiet. Keep moving forward with confidence. Seeing this, Ichin hurriedly used soul dialogue to speak to all the mutant beasts. Now is the critical moment. Although I don't know why the Yuezhou military didn't take action immediately, I guess they have concerns that they haven't thought through yet. If we lose our composure and show weakness at this moment, all we will be greeted with is merciless bombardment from their artillery fire. Without the blessing of the Emperor, Tiger Dad's destruction cannot spread to all the mutant beasts, and they can't withstand a round of salvos now. This is a test of psychological quality. If even the slightest flaw is revealed, the outcome will be disastrous. Under the prestige that Ichin had accumulated from turning the tide before, the entire group of mutant beasts seemed casual, but in fact they continued to stride forward cautiously. However, at this moment, on the central avenue where many mutant beasts were walking, a man suddenly jumped out from an intersection. Without any hesitation, the man walked towards the mutant beast group, as if this was his original goal. It's strange. It's already commendable that someone dared to shoot a video from a distance on a high floor of a building. How can there be such a fearless guy? Seeing this person, Ichin frowned and quickly got out of the herd and to the front of the team. The whole team is in a tense moment now. Any little bit of external stimulation may cause unimaginable chaos. We must prepare for it. Roar! Yelling at the man, Ichin wanted to scare him through this intimidation. It's a pity that without the blessing of the Emperor's dynasty skill, if I use the mind-captivating tiger roar now, it might cause the mutant beasts to become chaotic. Otherwise, the effect would be better. However, upon hearing Ichin's intimidating tiger roar, the man paused for a moment, his legs trembling, but then he continued to walk towards this side stubbornly and even started to run wildly. Is this guy a lunatic? How can someone seek death like this? Ichin found it unbelievable. But then, the man was very close to the mutant beasts, and Ichin could see his face clearly. I saw his eyes were bloodshot and his face was red as he shouted, "Mr. Kameda, His Majesty the Emperor, my mission is accomplished." Chapter 62, The Cowardly Pangolin. Oh my god, I really met a spy. Hearing what this guy said, Ichin couldn't help but swear. Even if you use your butt to think, you can figure it out. The guy in front of you is a spy from the Sakura country, hidden in the Dragon country. Now rushing towards the mutant beasts without fear of death means he is seeking death. Given the current state of the mutant beasts, without the Emperor, to share destruction, the nerves of all the mutant beasts have been stretched to the extreme. Even during this week, the Dragon team allowed all mutant beasts to live with humans for a long time, and most of them have completed desensitization training. But in a life-and-death situation, a week of desensitization training is not enough. Now that this Sakura country spy is rushing over like this, it will easily provoke a stress response among many mutant beasts, causing them to attack subconsciously. This person looks like an ordinary person at first glance. He can't stand the destruction of these big guys. He can be torn into pieces with just a little force. At that time, the bloody mutated beasts will most likely become ferocious, and there are many people around who are difficult to catch, but are so close and bold enough to take pictures. The terrorist riot that broke out in the center of Yichen City cannot be stopped. The stubborn Sakura country is really evil. Ichin couldn't help but cursed in his heart. It is too easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and the effect must be significant. By then, the tragedy that happened in the imperial capital will inevitably happen again in Yangsheng. The result was that Yangsheng suffered heavy casualties, and Longhua became an international laughingstock. And for Ichin, it was also an unimaginable disaster. After all, he knows exactly how much he is worth now. If the mutant beasts start to riot, the disadvantage that the Emperor can no longer be used will be exposed. Even if the mutant beasts can cause serious damage to humans, what is the use? My purpose is not to fall out with humans or the Dragon Country officials. Although the decision of the Dragon Kingdom officials has offended me greatly, I am not without the ability to fight back now. When you don't have the strength, you should put away your fangs and claws, sharpen your weapons, and hone your strength. When you really have the strength to fight back, then talk about revenge. The roar of the weak is nothing but a joke in the eyes of the strong. Luckily, it was me who met him, otherwise today's tragedy would be inevitable. All his thoughts were completed in just a moment. Ichin activated, whined from the tiger, and a pair of white and broad spiritual wings emerged from his shoulder blades, more powerful than a tiger. As the pair of wings emerged, Ichin's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed out of the mutant beast group. Before all the mutant beasts could catch up, Ichin swiftly knocked down the Sakura country spy. At the same time, on the low-altitude armed helicopter, soldiers synchronized the images here to the temporary command center of the Guangdong military region. Professor Liao, Captain Su, is this what you said? Do these beasts know their limits? They won't attack the people? Seeing the synchronized images, the officer sneered as if he had caught the two men. Although the soldiers on the scene cannot get too close and cannot transmit the sound synchronously, if Colonel Ruan's political sensitivity is so low, I have to doubt how you got to this position. Hearing this, Professor Liao sneered unceremoniously. You. After being scolded by Professor Liao, the officer in front, Colonel Wan, looked as ugly as pig liver. He naturally knew that the man rushing towards the mutant beast in the picture was most likely a spy from another country with such strange behavior. But being looked down upon so blatantly by Professor Liao in front of so many people still embarrassed him. I can guarantee it with my life. Wuxing will not kill me. Su Yingji, on the other hand, stared at the situation on the screen with a firm gaze, extremely confident. Even he, the one who personally attacked Tiger Dad Baishan and Commander Liu, the one who openly led the killing of all mutant beasts, did not take action when Ichin had absolute initiative. Ichin would never take action against an ordinary person. Ichin naturally did not disappoint Su Yingji. Although everyone knows that this pangolin is a spy, the foreign forces that are eyeing Longhua and Yangqing at this moment will definitely not miss the opportunity to distort the facts and discredit Longhua. When a full-scale war is impossible, public opinion warfare is the normal form of confrontation between countries. As long as Ichin kills this spy, even if the mutant beasts did not riot, those online trolls would have no scruples in accusing the dragon country of inaction and watching their own people being killed by mutant beasts. This is a shake to the country's credibility. And if Dragon Nation were to take action against the mutant beasts under pressure, that would play right into the hands of those foreign forces. The conflict escalates, and everything that happened in the imperial capital is bound to happen again in Guangzhou. The carefully prepared ammunition will inevitably fall heavily on the Dragon Kingdom. So, this is an open conspiracy. An unsolvable conspiracy. Unless the mutant beast can resist killing that person. But how is this possible? Even if their IQ is improved, animals are still animals after all. How can they think of so many details? And even if the mutant beasts do not attack this spy will commit suicide among the mutant beasts. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely be blamed for this shit. However, among the mutant beasts there happened to be an extraordinary existence like Ichin. He is reborn. I was alone in my previous life. He can think of things that the mutant beasts cannot think of, and thus avoid them. When he came in front of the pangolin, the man closed his eyes in fear, and his whole body was trembling. With such little courage, you want to be a spy. It's really ridiculous. Ichin sneered and grabbed the spy's shoulders with his claws. Sensing the touch on its shoulder, the pangolin trembled even more violently. But how do we solve this guy? After catching this guy, Ichin started to have a headache again. It is impossible to kill. But if I let him go directly, this guy would probably rush over again and ask for death. After turning his head to think for a while, Ichin's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he grabbed the pangolin directly, flapped the wings on its back, and flew towards the low-altitude armed helicopter. Headquarters. This is the tit. Hu Wuxing is flying over with that person, requesting instructions. When the soldiers on the armed helicopter saw this scene, their hearts tightened and they quickly reported to the headquarters. Commander, this is a provocation. Hu Wuxing wants to throw this man to death in front of us. If we don't do anything at that time, I'm afraid the Dragon Kingdom will lose all its face. Seeing this, Colonel Ruan hurriedly spoke loudly. Commander Liu just squinted his eyes slightly, with a hint of disgust on his face, and then continued lightly. Hold still, keep a safe distance, and see what it does. Chapter 63: An intelligent race capable of threatening humanity's dominance. People in the Yuezhou military region were nervous because of Ichin's actions, but Ichin was not nervous at all. Although the system is being upgraded now, he cannot use Emperor and cannot be covered with destruction energy. But this does not mean that he has no ability to resist thermal weapons. After all, intermediate soul armor is not a vegetarian. Although it may not have the nearly rule-level long-range power reduction of destruction, it is still more than enough to deal with the firepower of an armed helicopter. Since this armed helicopter was tracking and filming a group of mutant beasts, both doors were wide open for the best filming effect. Go! After taking aim, Ichin swung his claws, and the Sakura country spy caught in his front paws slipped out. Ah! Yam! After Ichin let go of this, the pangolin was suspended in the air for a while. Although it is flying at a low altitude, that is only relative to an airplane. In fact, the attack helicopter is now at a height of more than 30 meters, which is more than enough to kill a person. Even if the spy had already decided to die, those who dare to die are not afraid of death, let alone being thrown to death from a great height. However, within just 1 or 2 seconds, he was accurately thrown into the armed helicopter. When he landed in the cabin, His crotch was still wet, and his crotch was covered with shit. Several soldiers couldn't help but pinch their noses and looked at Ichin warily. This spy is not dangerous. The real danger is Ichin, a mutant beast with extremely strong mobility. Roar. I'll leave the person to you. I have nothing to do with the rest. However, Ichin didn't care at all. He said hello and flew back to the group of mutant beasts without looking back. Several soldiers stared at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Ichin didn't attack them. Chickadee, continue to follow the mutant herd. Hummingbird will take over your job in 5 minutes. Bring that person back to the headquarters. At this time, an order from the headquarters came over the wireless communication, which made several soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. Since there are instructions from above, they just need to follow them. They didn't have to think too much, and they didn't have to stay with this smelly guy for too long, so they were naturally happy. Command Center. What do you think? I told you that Wuxing is very smart. He can understand a lot of things. He knows that this spy is a difficult guy and cannot be killed. He even handed him over to the military. He is much more sensible than some guys. Seeing Ichin's actions, Professor Liao said with a smile. So what? Is it a good thing that it's so smart? It's shaking our position as the only intelligent race on Earth. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. Hearing this, how could Colonel Ruan not hear that Professor Liao was secretly mocking him? How to deal with these mutant beasts in the future depends on the discussion above. We must let them go now. However, Commander Liu no longer blindly believed what Colonel Ruan said and calmly set the tone for the next step. As Professor Liao said before, he cannot exchange the lives of the people for military merit. During wartime, if hundreds of lives were lost and tens of thousands of enemy troops were annihilated, everyone would praise the strong army as a wise and brave commander. But now is peacetime, and exchanging human lives for animal lives, even if it is one for 10,000, is a serious offense. Now, the mutant beasts led by Ichin know their limits and will not touch his bottom line. This is undoubtedly the best result. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. I have nothing to do with it now. As for Ichin, after throwing away the shit, anyway, it was not a good thing. The Sakura country, he was relieved. The Uezhou military district has not taken any action against the mutant beasts, including itself, probably because it is concerned about the people around it. In this case, it doesn't seem like a big deal to upgrade the system at this time. Hide yourself among the mutant beasts and follow the main force forward, heading straight to the top of heaven. At the same time, the eyes of the whole world were focused on Yangqing and this group of mutant beasts, and there was a lot of heated discussion on the internet. Sure enough, mutated beasts cannot be trusted. There is the imperial capital in front of them and Guangzhou behind them. We humans are kind to them, but they are wild and hard to tame. Their submission is just a disguise. They are always waiting to bite us back. That's right. I heard that the relevant departments of our dragon country not only provide them with good food and drink, but also help them learn to master their own special powers. Even so, they were not satisfied, and instead instigated a riot, causing heavy casualties to us humans. How ruthless. My parents died in the mutant beast riot in the imperial capital yesterday. I swear, I must kill that lion dog Caesar. Take off its head. My condolences to the brother above, but the many armies of Dragon Country failed to stop Caesar last night, so you can imagine its strength. Listen to my brother's advice. Don't do such a stupid thing. I believe the authorities will avenge your parents. Thank you, but I am an evolver, and my abilities are strong enough, but my current evolution level is not enough to bring them out. When I am strong enough, I will definitely take his head. I am very confused about one thing. Why didn't Yangqing mobilize troops? Who said they didn't move? I saw a large number of troops entering the city and heading to the golf course early this morning. But guess what? Those mutant beasts came out of the golf course. What on earth do the troops in Yangqing want to do? They take the salary paid by taxpayers to the national treasury and do nothing? Isn't this deceiving the subordinates and hiding the truth from the superiors? It should be something that happened. I was working at a construction site nearby. I heard 2 explosions early in the morning. One was like setting off firecrackers, and the other was like a firecracker factory exploding. I guess it was full fire. Then why are these mutant beasts still able to come out? It is said that there are only about 30,000 mutant beasts in the imperial capital. How can our Guangzhou have more than the imperial capital? But in the video taken by those brave guys, there are at least 10,000 or 20,000 mutant beasts. I don't know. Maybe these mutant beasts can ignore thermal weapons? But why don't they attack humans? If I were a mutant beast and survived a round of bombardment by human thermal weapons, I would definitely kill anyone I saw. What else could it be? They are afraid of humans. They don't dare to attack humans. Don't be complacent too soon. This is exactly the most terrifying thing. Brother, what do you mean? Think about it. If they were unharmed after being attacked by the army, it is obvious that they have overwhelming strength to crush the army. But he did not take action against the people. What does that mean? What does this mean? This means that they know about the human race as a whole, or at least know that Dragon Country has a power that they cannot contend with. What do you think it could be? They can ignore conventional thermal weapons. What they fear should be large-yield weapons, or even nuclear weapons, right? That's right. What's so scary about that? Isn't it good for them to know fear? Wrong. The premise for them to know fear is that they know how to weigh the pros and cons. Knowing how to weigh the pros and cons means that they have learned the human way of thinking and have left the category of wild beasts. A group of powerful beasts is not scary. What is really scary is a group of mutant beasts that can think like humans. It can even be said that an intelligent race is enough to threaten the dominance of mankind for millions of years. Chapter 64. Artillery Fire. This family must die. There was a lot of heated discussion on the internet, but the protagonist of the discussion, Ichin, was totally unaware of it. He is just feeling excited now. In a few minutes, we will reach the edge of the city and will soon enter the territory of Heaven Peak. The increasingly lower houses and more natural green plants made Ichin realize that he was about to leave Yangqing. However, when the spiritual energy revived in my previous life, I did not leave the city. I did not expect that the mutant plants in the wild would grow so fast. Looking around, there is an extremely dense primeval jungle not far away. The trees are either tall or winding, but without exception, they are extremely tall. During the week in the Dragon Group, he not only honed his wind-related abilities with Professor Liao and others, but also gained a good understanding of the map and terrain of Guangzhou. We have just arrived at the suburbs, and we have seen this scene. It seems that human control over areas outside the city is rapidly declining. Looking at these places, only the provincial and national highways leaving Guangzhou show signs of regular cleaning, while the rest of the places are already lush and green. No wonder it only took a month after the spiritual energy was revived for us to travel between major cities and needed a strong team of evolvers to escort us. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ichin sighed. But as they were getting further and further away from Yangqing and about to enter the deep mountains and forests, Ichin stopped. The other mutant beasts were extremely confused. We are about to enter the jungle, which means it is safe. Why not keep going forward? Everyone. No. All the beasts. Disperse. Each large mutant beast brings several small mutant beasts with them, each forming a team and keeping a distance from each other. Disperse into the jungle. When the mutant beasts were confused, Ichin used soul dialogue to broadcast to all the mutant beasts. Roar. Oh. Squeak. After hearing Ichin's words, the mutant beasts all became nervous and quickly asked Ichin if he didn't want them anymore. Because of Ichin's existence, they were able to survive the previous fire of hot weapons from the Yuezhou military region. Even though he didn't know why now, Ichin could no longer give them the same protection as before. But their instincts drive them not to separate, and their simple wisdom makes them firmly believe in one truth. There is strength in numbers. If they gather together, humans will be afraid of their strength. If they are scattered, they will definitely be defeated one by one. Roar. Ichin yelled and continued to express his meaning through soul dialogue. Humans have more powerful weapons. If they gather together, they will be wiped out in one fell swoop. If you want to survive, do as I say. The effect of soul dialogue is very powerful, and it can even perfectly present Ichin's tone in the mind of every mutant beast. After listening to Ichin's explanation, the mutant beasts hesitated for a moment, then obeyed him very well. For a moment, the mutant beasts, which could only occupy the size of a football field when concentrated together, were spread out in a wide area outside the city. In just a few minutes, the entire group of mutant beasts turned into a carpet, at least 15 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers long. And this area is still expanding. Charge into the jungle at full speed. Gather at Paradise Lake at the foot of Paradise Peak Mountain. Seeing that the team's formation was almost ready, Ichin issued the final order. Following this tiger roar, the entire group of mutant beasts began to run wildly. At once, thousands of beasts rushed forward, and the entire ground was shaking. The large mutant beasts used their huge bodies to cut through the dense and lush weeds, and the medium-sized mutant beasts followed the paths they had opened up. The small mutant beast firmly fixed itself on the large mutant beast, fearing that it would be thrown off. This is an extremely shocking scene, a wonder that can never be seen in the city. On the other side, the temporary command post of the Guangdong military region. Damn it, is this still a mutant beast? Looking at the synchronized images, Commander Liu angrily hammered the armrest. These guys are really smart. Colonel Wan, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked and murmured. According to their original plan, after the mutant beasts left the suburbs and before entering the jungle, there was still a considerable distance for them to be covered by long-range firepower. Even the Guangdong military region's ace rocket force has been deployed in the suburbs of Yangqing near Tiantangding Nature Park. With the mutant beasts' densely packed positions before they left the suburbs, a round of slow-moving barrage fire could completely cover them all. When cleaning up the battlefield at the golf course where they had previously confronted the mutant beasts, many soldiers found a lot of bloodstains on the soil. What does this mean? This means that even if there are mutant beasts that can share Baishan's destruction, with all mutant beasts, there is a limit to the effect of making mutant beasts ignore thermal weapons. Since heavy weapons such as anti-aircraft machine guns and individual rocket launchers can break through defenses, it shows that thermal weapons are still useful. The reason why we were not able to eliminate these mutant beasts before was simply because our caliber was not big enough. Since the 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun doesn't work, let's use the 100mm cannon. If the 100mm artillery is not enough, then use the 155mm howitzer. If that doesn't work, there are still 300mm or even 370mm rocket launchers. I don't believe that I can't kill those mutant beasts. If the moment becomes truly critical, Commander Liu can even apply to his superiors for the use of small-yield tactical nuclear warheads. However, the range of that forbidden weapon is too wide, and it is too dangerous to bombard it so close to the city. If the big guys really come into play, Commander Liu believes that these mutant beasts will definitely be unstoppable. But now, these are just beautiful fantasies. The originally dense group of mutant beasts could be destroyed to pieces by a single round of slow-moving barrage fire from the rocket force. After Ichin's response, the mutant beasts covered an area of 60 square kilometers, and this area is still expanding. If one wants to cause effective damage over such a large area, even if the temporarily mobilized rocket force uses up all the artillery shells it carries, it will not be enough. At least one of them is a mutant, and it anticipated our artillery attack. Commander Liu gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of disbelief. The fact that the mutant beasts did not attack any ordinary person after leaving the golf course was shocking enough. And now, the mutant beasts know how to avoid artillery fire, which makes him feel deeply frightened. These mutant beasts are growing too fast. Then, Commander, will the rocket force still carry out the attack? Colonel Wan hesitated. Strike. Of course we must strike. Otherwise, our Yuezhou military region, our dragon country will lose all face. Hearing this, Commander Liu's face turned stern, and he said viciously, but the rocket force's firepower is not enough to cover. Then attack the Baishan family. Leave the others aside. I don't care about anything else. This family must die. Chapter 65. Ultimate Destruction and Ultimate Rebirth. Whoosh! 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 Sharp and piercing noises came from afar, getting closer and closer, making the mutant beasts that were running wildly panic. Fuck, they really gave us a big one. This bastard commander has too much money to burn. Subconsciously looking back, Ichin couldn't help but swear. Densely packed artillery shells of all kinds whizzed in, and even the rockets that dragged long-tail flames made sharp whistles, which were extremely harsh. Boom, boom, boom. But within just a few seconds, the shells landed, covering the huge area where the mutant beasts were located with dense roars. Countless bomb craters exploded, which was terrifying. The shock wave, accompanied by flames, spread everywhere. Shrapnel was like sharp flying knives, and steel balls were like large-caliber stray bullets, flying all over the open grassland. Oh, roar, squeak. All kinds of beast roars were heard, but they were all drowned out by the louder roar of artillery shells. Without the Emperor to cooperate with destruction, thermal weapons exert their terrifying power, allowing all living things in the world to understand what kind of forbidden power humans, who have ruled the earth for a long history, possess. Under the horrific bombardment, even though Ichin had spread out the mutant beasts in advance, the density of the mutant beasts was extremely low, making it impossible for the artillery to exert its power. But there are still a considerable number of unlucky people who were hit by this round of artillery fire. There is no need to even hit the mutant beast with great accuracy. It only needs to explode within a dozen meters of the mutant beast. The huge mushroom cloud that expands from the terrifyingly powerful howitzer will be able to engulf it with the scorching flames. Even a distance of dozens of meters is not safe enough. The shell of a 300mm rocket launcher can turn into thousands of flying blades that are enough to cut through the air and emit terrifying howling sounds at the moment of explosion. They were like a handful of death notices casually thrown by the god of death. Any mutant beasts that were hit by these flying blades, no matter they were small birds, nimble cats, or huge elephants, could not escape the fate of being knocked down. At this time, if they stop, what awaits them will only be an even more terrifying baptism of fire. Roar! Seeing the mutant beasts around them turned into burnt barbecue and loose minced meat under the baptism of artillery fire, Tiger Dad did not hesitate and pounced on Tiger Mom, Ichin, and Tiger Brother together. In an instant, the unique black color of destruction covered Tiger Dad's entire body. Its body, which is much larger than that of the Tiger Mother, blocks all firepower behind its broad back, while its softest and warmest chest and abdomen embrace its wife and children. Fortunately, I deliberately spent enough time in Yichen to allow Tiger Dad's spiritual power and physical strength to recover. Being held under Tiger Dad's body, Ichin thought with lingering fear. He had anticipated that the Yichen military would launch a beyond visual range attack. Therefore, Tiger Dad was allowed to recover in advance, and the mutant beast formation was changed before leaving Yichen. All this was to ensure that his family could survive as much as possible. As for the other mutant beasts, he did not feel sorry for them. After all, he could let this large army continue to break into the jungle according to the previous formation, while he and his family could act alone. In this way, the Yichen military region will most likely make destroying the large force its first goal, and the safety of his family will be greatly improved. But he didn't do that. They had been together for a week, and they had gotten to know each other even though they didn't have any feelings for each other. He couldn't let them die. As it is now, although casualties are inevitable, they have been reduced to the lowest level, and I have done my best. It is estimated that there should be about 70% left. Gazing around through the gaps in Tiger Dad's fur, Ichin estimated. Although they look powerful and terrifying, after I let all the mutant beasts disperse, the density of mutant beasts in the open ground between Yichen and Tiantangding Natural Park is already extremely low. Even though the Guangdong military carried out the bombardment for free, the vast majority of the shells were conventional artillery, and only a very small number had guidance capabilities. Therefore, the killing effect is not optimistic. Now, the most important thing for the mutant beasts is to overcome their fear. As long as they are not scared to the point of being afraid to run forward and do not rush forward without thinking and enter the dense forest, they will basically be safe. Boom. Woo-woo. After a huge shock, Tiger Dad couldn't help but whimper in pain. After a while, traces of blood seeped out from Tiger Dad's dark hair. Tiger Dad is injured. Damn. Did he get hit by a large caliber howitzer? Ichin couldn't help but curse. Even with Tiger Dad's 7th-ranked terrifying superpower destruction, at the first level, it is impossible for him to remain unscathed even if he withstands large caliber artillery shells. Boom. Ah. But then, there was another huge earthquake, and this time the Tiger Dad screamed out in pain uncontrollably. No, it's not bad luck. This shell is aimed specifically at Tiger Dad. In the huge area where the mutant beasts are spread out, if there is no targeted bombing, a crater will take at least until the second round of shooting before the second shell falls here. Just as Tiger Dad was hit by one shell, he was hit by the second one right after. It was obvious that he was being targeted. However, given Tiger Dad's previous performance, he will definitely be the focus of attention of the Guangdong military. Ah! Tiger Mom cried out in pain, then activated her special ability, Rebirth. Milky white energy emerged and was directly injected into Tiger Dad's body. At the same time, the hideous wound on Tiger Dad's back that was blown open by the artillery shells began to heal rapidly with the granulation tissue surging. The name of Tiger Mom's superpower was given by Professor Liao himself. He compared the healing superpowers of dozens of states and cities. Judging from the first-level performance, none of them can compare to Tiger Mom's superpowers. Therefore, he simply gave Tiger Mom's special ability this name, Rebirth. This means that as long as you receive treatment from Tiger Mom's special powers, no matter how serious the injury is, it is equivalent to being reborn. Ichin also agreed with this name, as it just happened to correspond with Tiger Dad's special ability, destruction. As black as ink, it is the ultimate destruction. As white as the moon, it is the ultimate rebirth. Tiger Dad felt much better as he was continuously healed by Tiger Mom's new life. However, Ichin was not optimistic at all. Although the Tiger Dad is much bigger than the Tiger Mom, it is still not big enough to move quickly while completely covering all 3 tigers. In this case, the family of 4 would move too slowly. In addition, Tiger Dad has been targeted by the Yuezhou military. If he doesn't get into the jungle quickly, even with Tiger Mom's rebirth constantly repairing him, Tiger Dad will probably be killed by the intensive and targeted artillery fire. Is there any way for us to enter the jungle safely together? If Tiger Dad could fly in the sky, and we ran on the ground, our speed should be greatly improved. However, I couldn't support Tiger Dad's weight when flying under him, and I couldn't even fly. I don't know if intermediate soul armor can block rockets. At the critical moment, Ichin's brain worked quickly, trying to find a way to help his family overcome the current difficulties. And at this moment, an extremely familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding, system upgrade completed. All system functions enabled. Welcome to experience. Chapter 66, system upgrade successful. Nico's help is useful. Hearing this voice, Ichin couldn't help but burst into tears. Before the system was upgraded, he had already used up all the rewards that could be used on himself. So he didn't wait for the system to be upgraded, but directly commanded the mutant beasts to rush into the dense forest. But he just remembered that there was a reward that he had not used before, which could perfectly solve the current crisis. However, when the system was upgraded, all system functions were temporarily shut down, and he couldn't even open the system backpack. Fortunately, even if I didn't wait for the system upgrade to be completed, the system upgrade was almost completed while I was waiting for Tiger Dad to recover. System. Open your backpack. Use basic Nico's assistance to copy my magical power, Wind from the Tiger, and give it to Baishan. Hearing the sound of the system upgrade being completed, Ichin shouted loudly without any delay. Using primary Nico's help, copying successful, gifting successful. Great. It really works. Hearing this, looking at Tiger Dad who suddenly seemed a little confused, Ichin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This reward was obtained from the intermediate blind box, which was synthesized from the 3 primary blind boxes obtained by defeating Tiger Dad before. However, for such a long time, Ichin has not figured out how to use this item, so it has been idle in the system backpack. But now is the time for it to play a key role. To deal with the crisis at hand, Tiger Dad only needs to be able to fly, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters from the ground and flying at an ultra-low altitude, like a flying carpet. Then the 3 tigers, Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, and themselves, controlled the distance and kept running under the coverage of Tiger Dad's body at all times. In this way, the family's speed is greatly improved, and the Tiger Father can still rely on destruction to protect 3 tigers including himself. Otherwise, using the previous method, Tiger Dad is only half a meter taller than Tiger Mom. So Tiger Mom needs to crawl on the ground and Tiger Dad needs to raise his body as high as possible to move forward at an extremely slow speed. After copying the wind from the tiger to Tiger Dad, Ichin quickly yelled at Tiger Dad using soul dialogue. Dad, use the power you just gained and fly up slowly. Although Ichin had no objection to treating Tiger Dad as his own father, he still felt a little embarrassed when he actually called him that. Woo! Tiger Dad was a little curious and carefully activated his spiritual power, injecting it into the magical power of wind from the tiger he had just acquired. Then, something magical happened. A pair of broad spiritual wings spread out from Tiger Dad's back. At first, they were pure white, but in an instant they were covered with the dark color of destruction. The pitch-black wings emit a cold, metallic glow and look extremely tough. Call. With just a slow flap of its wings, the Tiger Dad's huge body weighing nearly a ton left the ground. Realizing that he was too high off the ground, the Tiger Dad quickly folded his wings, and just as he was about to land, he gently flapped his wings again, allowing himself to float at an ultra-low altitude of 2 meters. Great. Just maintain this altitude. You fly in the sky at a slower speed, and we'll follow you on the ground. Ichin was pleasantly surprised to see that Tiger Dad had learned to maintain altitude and protect the 3 tigers at all times without any instruction from him, so he continued to give instructions. Roar. Tiger Dad is very smart. When he saw that he could fly, he understood Ichin's intention. This way they will be much more flexible in their movements and will no longer be targets for artillery shells. After hearing Ichin's words, Tiger Dad tried to maintain a height of 2 meters and slowly accelerated forward. As for Tiger Mom and Tiger Brother, there was no need for Ichin to explain. They cleverly hid under Tiger Dad's body and ran at the same speed as Tiger Dad. After flying, Tiger Dad didn't even need to wrap his limbs around Ichin and the others. The area of the protective umbrella was larger, allowing Ichin and the others to run more confidently. In this way, the speed of the family of 4 increased, making it less likely to be hit by artillery fire. Because the firepower of the Yichen military district was clearly aimed at Tiger Dad, it did not evenly cover the entire venue. With Tiger Dad's limbs freed, Ichin's family sped up, making it difficult for precision-guided rockets to hit them. After all, it was an almost motionless target before, but now it is a very fast-moving target. In this case, the trajectory needs to be recalculated, taking the lead time of movement into account. The ace rocket force of the Yichen military region. What's going on? Why is Baishan moving so fast? The rocket force commander-in-chief asked loudly. The gun smoke is too thick. Visibility is extremely poor. The frontline sentinels will need some time. See it. See it. The sentry at the front line said that Baishan has grown a pair of wings on his back. He is flying at an ultra-low altitude of about 2 meters above the ground. Li, Hu Wuxing and Hu Wudi are running under Baishan. What the hell? Isn't growing wings Hu Wuxing's ability? Upon hearing this observation, the rocket force commander-in-chief looked as if he had seen a ghost. Recalculate the trajectory and intercept them on their way. However, the rocket force commander-in-chief had extremely high military literacy. He was only surprised for a moment and then returned to his normal state. In this era, there are so many new things, and unscientific things are also countless, like crucian carp crossing the river. What they need to do is to use the methods they have honed for countless days and nights to break all the methods and smash these fancy monsters. The calculation is too difficult. Their current speed has not yet reached a stable level and is continuously accelerating. The acceleration is also unstable. But the technician's response made him frown again. Then forget it. Just use your feelings and experience to estimate. I trust my soldiers. Hearing this, the rocket force commander-in-chief said decisively, "Thank you for your trust, Commander. We will never lose face for you." After hearing this, all the rocket force soldiers had an expression of, "A soldier would die for his friend," and said enthusiastically, "Soldiers like them have almost no chance of actual combat and can only fire real guns and live ammunition a few times during exercises. But their professional skills have been honed to perfection through repeated simulations. Now is the time to test the results." The rocket force's commander-in-chief's trust in them is the greatest affirmation of them. Following the order from the rocket force's commander-in-chief, the rocket force no longer relied on technical means for guidance, but relied on their own experience to make estimates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, long and thick rockets whizzed out from the launch vehicle, soaring into the sky with a sharp whistle. Then, they drew a graceful arc in the air and were pulled towards the ground under the influence of the Earth's gravity. The bullet head was shining with a terrifying metallic luster, and it turned a slight red due to friction at high speed. Roar! Seeing this horrifying scene, Ichin quickly warned Tiger Dad. Damn it, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Chapter 67. Fight against the barrage and escape. Tiger Dad's face turned serious when he heard Ichin's reminder. He was well aware of the power of rockets, and he almost died after being hit by 2 of them just now. If it weren't for Tiger Mom's Rebirth, extremely fast healing speed, even if its destruction could ignore most of the power of long-range attacks, it might have been lying there now. Roar! With a loud roar, signaling the other 3 tigers, including Ichin, to follow, Tiger Dad continued to speed up. Upon seeing this, Tiger Mom and Tiger Brother concentrated their attention, paying close attention to Tiger Dad's flying speed, and trying to stay covered by Tiger Dad's body at all times. They do not have the magical power of wind from the tiger, and their speed is only at the level of ordinary first-order mutant beasts. Therefore, trying to keep up with the speed of Tiger Dad is a very energy-consuming task. But now their lives are at stake. No matter how difficult it is, they will not complain at all and will grit their teeth and rush forward. As long as they rush into the dense forest ahead, the military monitoring satellites of the Guangdong military and the sentinels on the front line will not be able to accurately locate them. By then, they will be shuttling back and forth inside, and the Guangdong military will not be able to track them and kill them effectively. The artillery shells of the Yichen military region were not blown by the wind. The sound of a cannon was worth a fortune. If they couldn't find the target, the Yuezhou military region couldn't sustain the meaningless bombing. The most important thing is that the recovery of spiritual energy is still continuing, and the evolution of mutant beasts is also accelerating. More and more wild areas have become places that cannot be controlled by humans. There will be many places that will need artillery shells in the future. If Ichin's family could be killed, the Yuezhou military region would definitely not be stingy with artillery shells. However, as long as they rushed into the dense forest, the probability of hitting them would be terribly low, and it would be completely not worth it. Therefore, rushing into the dense forest ahead means victory. But the Yuezhou military was also very aware of this, and they used barrages to completely block the way for Ichin's family to enter the dense forest. Roar! With a loud tiger roar, the tiger dad released the fear in his heart and charged forward courageously. Cats are extremely afraid of being hurt. But now, for the sake of his wife and children, the tiger dad overcame his fear and the instinct to stay away from danger, and struggled forward despite the barrage of shells. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Rockets landed on Tiger Dad's back, making his flight unstable, but he still insisted on flying at low altitude, using his newly acquired tiger with wings to clumsily control his body. Hearing the tiger father's cries of pain, the tiger mother was extremely anxious, but now when she was running wildly, it was very difficult for her to keep up with the tiger father's speed and keep herself under the tiger father. Even if he wanted to activate his own special power, Rebirth, to heal Tiger Dad, he couldn't do it. At this moment, it felt extremely remorseful and regretted why it had been lazy and had not worked hard to hone its abilities during this period. If it could now master the use of Rebirth stably while running, it would be able to relieve Tiger Dad's pain. Ichin was also terrified and extremely worried about Tiger Dad's condition. Tiger Dad is only at level 1. Is it too much for him to withstand so many rockets? The closer to the edge of the jungle, the more terrifying the density of rockets. After the difficulty of positioning increased dramatically, using manual experience to judge, most rocket troops chose to intercept in advance. The rocket barrage they deployed was several kilometers wide. If it were just Tiger Dad and Ichin, it would not be difficult to go around them, but Tiger Mom and Tiger Brother greatly restricted the speed of the entire Tiger family, so they had no choice but to charge forward. All kinds of rockets bombarded the road ahead, but most of them failed to hit Tiger Dad, so they all fell to the ground, creating one small mushroom cloud after another, with grass and trees splashing and soil flying, even blurring the vision. Roar! Strings of blood fell from the sky, and Ichin knew it was Tiger Dad's blood. Almost there. Almost there. It's almost there. Although he could no longer see the road ahead clearly, Ichin could still estimate his current location, and he silently thought to himself, whoosh! At this moment, from the smoke where visibility was extremely low, a whistling sound was heard that broke through the air. Wind from the tiger not only increases Ichin's speed, but also makes him extremely sensitive to wind. This shrapnel is coming towards Tiger Mom. After making a quick judgment, Ichin flew in front of Tiger Mom without any hesitation. Sizzle! There was a sound of a blade cutting through fur, and Ichin only felt a huge force knocking him away, and then he fell on Tiger Mom. After blocking the shrapnel, the Tiger Mom realized belatedly that her cub was injured. Drops of blood seeped out from Ichin's fur, making Tiger Mom extremely worried. But now it is still time to escape, so it can only carry Ichin and worry in vain. Fortunately, the defensive power of the intermediate soul armor is still very strong. It's just that my skin was broken and I bled. Sharp shrapnel flying at supersonic speeds like this is as powerful as a full-strength attack from a 4th level or even higher level evolver or mutant beast. Being able to withstand such an attack at the 1st level and only suffer minor injuries can be said to have excellent defensive capabilities. Noticing this, the Tiger Dad endured the pain of being bombarded by rockets repeatedly, lowered the flying altitude again, and covered the family of 3 with his broad limbs, trying his best to block unknown stray bullets for them. After this accident, it seemed as if he had crossed the last hurdle, and Tiger Dad was not even hit by a rocket again. It's almost here. Amidst the thick smoke, Ichin discovered that the terrain and vegetation under his feet were becoming more and more complex, and he was ecstatic. Sure enough, after running forward for a few dozen meters, bushes more than 1 meter tall appeared, followed by densely packed towering trees. I ran forward for 1 or 2 kilometers in one breath. There was no more artillery fire, and the thunder-like rumbling sound in my ears gradually faded away. Great! I survived. The joy of surviving the disaster surged in Ichin's heart, making him filled with emotion. However, at this moment, the tiger dad flying in the sky fell down with a bang, and the sound of breaking the branches of the bushes was creaking. Looking closer, there was no intact fur on tiger dad's back. His broad back muscles were even burnt, and even the gaps between his ribs were exposed. Between the ribs, you can see the fragile and soft internal organs beating, which is shocking. Roar. Tiger Mom was extremely worried, and she quickly went to Tiger Dad and activated Rebirth. The white energy covered the hideous wound on Tiger Dad's back, and countless granulations began to fly and repair. No, it's not completely safe yet. Now is not the time to stop. Hearing the sound of gunfire approaching again, Ichin made a prompt decision and shouted to Tiger Brother. The younger Tiger Brother hurried over, and the two brothers crawled under the Tiger Father together, supported its body together, and slowly moved forward. After the evolution, Ichin and Tiger Brother have greatly improved their strength. Although the two little guys weigh only more than 300 kilograms together, it is not difficult for them to support Tiger Father who weighs nearly 1 ton. Just like that, a family of tigers disappeared into the dark and deep jungle, leaving behind only the horrific record that shocked countless people and fermented in human society. Chapter 68. The Trick System. An unexpected surprise. Report to the commander. We couldn't find the bodies of Baishan's family. After cleaning up the battlefield, a group of senior officials from the Yuezhou military region came to the area near Tiantangding Natural Park in Yangsheng, where the mutant beasts were bombed, to wait for the results of the Rocket Army's battle. But after hearing the final report, the atmosphere in the entire command center dropped to freezing point. So what should we do now? Baishan has one of the strongest defensive abilities in the entire Dragon Country. Baishan has one of the strongest burst abilities in the entire Dragon Country. Lily has the strongest healing ability in the entire Dragon Country, bar none. As well as Hu Wuxing, the first dual-powered mutant beast in Dragon Country, and Hu Wudi, who is not as evil but has equally unlimited potential. Now there is not a single one left. Do you know how big a hidden danger this will bring to our Yuezhou? Huh. After listening to the report, Commander Lu roared loudly like an old lion. The entire command center was in silence, and no one dared to speak. Although everyone knew that no one of them could be blamed for this incident, and if anyone was to blame, it could only be the person above who issued such an irrational order, but no one dared to point it out in public. Commander, maybe they were hit directly by a shell. With the power of a 370mm rocket, no carbon-based creature can leave a corpse under its bombardment. At this time, Colonel Yuan spoke to comfort him. Are you a fucking pig? Other mutant beasts left behind broken corpses in this bombing. Baishan, who possesses destruction, couldn't resist it. Hu Wuxing, who is already at the 2nd level, couldn't resist it. Commander Lu slammed the table suddenly, his eyes full of bloodshot, as if he was about to choose someone to devour. No one dared to touch Commander Lu again, and the entire command center fell silent again. Although I was unable to keep the Baishan family this time, there is one thing I can be happy about. At this time, Professor Liao suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Commander Lu asked, suppressing his anger. It took more than 9 hours from the time the mutant beasts left the golf course to the edge of Yangsheng, where the rocket force launched a beyond visual range strike. And through the way the mutant beasts respond to each event, it can be seen that there is at least one among them who is as smart as humans. They could have moved faster, but it took 8 or 9 hours. I guess they were waiting for Baishan to recover. Professor Liao spoke eloquently, causing Commander Lu to nod silently. Continue. Commander Lu urged. So, since we can deliberately delay time to wait for Baishan's condition, why not delay even longer to wait for the condition of the mutant beast that can spread Baishan's destruction? They were clearly consciously avoiding beyond visual range attacks, which I guess they learned when they were being trained and taught about the powerful human military force every day. But why didn't they do that? Professor Liao did not review the whole thing directly, but raised the question. That ability cannot be restored in a short time. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu's old eyes sparkled with brilliance. Phew, this place should be safe. While the Yuezhou military was analyzing and reviewing the situation, Ichin and his family had already run more than 10 kilometers and found a relatively safe place with water to rest. Tiger Dad's condition was so bad that even with Tiger Mom's new life, which had extremely strong healing abilities, she was unable to repair all of his injuries at once. Fortunately, after Tiger Mom used up all her spiritual power, Tiger Dad was out of danger and had no problem moving around on his own, but fighting might be a little difficult. Let's wait here for a while. The remaining mutant beasts that survived should pass by here. At least we can reunite with some of them first. Observing the surrounding terrain, Ichin analyzed it. Although his family is now powerful, there are countless mutant creatures in the wild, and the density is much higher than in the city. A week has passed since the revival of spiritual energy, and no one knows what kind of monsters will be born. There is strength in numbers. By gathering together the mutant beasts that have a good relationship with our family and have received favors from our family during this crisis, we can share the risks and gain many benefits. And most importantly, if the system is upgraded successfully, all regular losing streak rewards will be replaced with power fragments of the lower level power, Lord of the Emperor. After synthesizing the Lord, all regular losing streak rewards will be replaced with Emperor's ability fragments. Ichin knows very well how perverted the Emperor is. Therefore, in order to obtain the Emperor, as soon as possible, I must accumulate defeats as quickly as possible. After this crisis, the mutant beasts who are almost completely obedient to him are the best targets for defeat. Moreover, the immortal level ability of Emperor consumes very little spiritual energy. The more subordinates he controls, the more terrifying effect it can exert. Therefore, the return of this group of mutant beasts is Ichin's greatest gain in this crisis. Oh, right. System. I want to combine and exchange Lord and Emperor. What are the rules? Thinking of this, Ichin couldn't wait to ask. The host will be rewarded with a Lord Power Fragment for each regular defeat. A total of 10,000 Lord Power Fragments can be synthesized and exchanged for the legendary power Lord. After the host obtains the legendary superpower Lord, all regular losing streak rewards are replaced with Emperor Superpower Fragments. 1 million Emperor Superpower Fragments can be synthesized and exchanged for the immortal superpower Emperor. 1, 10,000? 1, a million. After listening to the introduction of the system, Ichin was completely stunned. I have been fighting so hard for so long, but I have only been defeated 3 times in a row. First time on the 15th floor, novel. The second time on the 21st floor. The third time, 36 floors. There are only 72 floors in total. Now he needs to accumulate 10,000 levels before he can redeem Lord. Only after accumulating 1 million layers can you redeem Emperor. How long will it take to save up this money? But if I gather all the mutant beasts here and do nothing all day, just queue them up to accumulate defeats, 1 per second, that's 3,600 per hour. Excluding eating and sleeping, I can save 50,000 or 60,000 per day. It doesn't seem that difficult. But thinking that there was no limit to the number of losing streaks he could accumulate, Ichin planned happily, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Host reminder. After this system upgrade, the host's cheating accumulated losing streak must meet the battle time of more than 5 minutes to be recorded as a losing streak. In addition, the advancement rewards will no longer appear after every 5 consecutive defeats, but after every 100th level. However, the system's next response instantly shattered Ichin's beautiful dream. You're making these changes secretly. Why didn't you warn me when you upgraded the system? You're adding clauses without my permission. This is an unfair contract. I want to complain. After hearing what the system said, Ichin couldn't help but curse. And more. Your broken system deliberately tricked me into upgrading the system when I needed it the most, causing my Emperor's experience coupon to disappear halfway through, putting me in danger. You won't explain this matter to me clearly. I won't accept it. After being tricked by the system, Ichin's defense was broken directly, but after saying I for a long time, he couldn't come up with any action that could sanction the system. He could only say, I don't accept it. In order to compensate the host's mental loss, the system gives the host an immortal level ability, Emperor Experience Coupon. Please accept it while you are ahead. Chapter 69. It feels so good to be trusted. Haha, that's more like it. After hearing the compensation given by the system, Ichin felt relieved. Although the system has added an additional condition for obtaining a losing streak and the number of levels for obtaining advanced rewards has changed, it is actually understandable. I had spent most of my time in the zoo before, and in the past week I had been training in the dragon group. In addition, he was seriously injured by Ao Xing when he was accumulating losing streaks, so it is extremely difficult to obtain losing streaks and he can't accumulate many layers. But now, in this crisis, the shells are mainly concentrated near their family, and the other mutant beasts will be much safer and have a greater chance of survival. Therefore, there must be quite a few mutant beasts that can survive. In addition, I have done them a great favor and have the powerful communication tool, Soul Dialogue. so the difficulty of getting more consecutive defeats in the future will be greatly reduced. If there were no restrictions, and each mutant beast defeated itself once a day, even if only half of the mutant beasts were left, tens of thousands of levels could be obtained in a day. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to synthesize and obtain the Lord in one day, and the Emperor in about 3 months? Oh right. System, I never thought of asking before, how are the levels of superpowers ranked from low to high? At this time, Ichin remembered that he had always heard the system talking about epic level, legendary level, and immortal level, but he had no clear concept of the level. All levels are divided into common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, sacred, immortal. The rest of the skill levels and magical power levels are divided in the same way. I see. The Emperor is indeed the most powerful ability. Although the Lord is not as powerful as the Emperor, it is also an extremely powerful ability. Hearing this, Ichin nodded and began to analyze silently. Even with a 5-minute limit, I can still accumulate 12 levels of consecutive defeats in an hour. With 8 hours of eating, drinking, and sleeping a day, 16 hours means I can still accumulate nearly 200 levels. After almost 2 advancement rewards, it only takes about 2 months to obtain the legendary power, Lord. It doesn't seem too slow. After a careful calculation, Ichin felt better. And with the Emperor Experience voucher, he will be full of confidence. Even if he encounters a terrible crisis, he can handle it with ease with the help of Tiger Dad's destruction. In that case, the most important thing for me now is to collect as many surviving mutant beasts as possible. After planning for the future, Ichin nimbly jumped onto the branch of a large tree with a wider view. His family was at the front of the entire mutant beast team, and they were the fastest group. The rest of the surviving mutant beasts should be still behind them. Gather the mutant beasts. This is his biggest gain from this crisis. With the activation of Wind from the Tiger, Ichin simply felt the direction of the wind and felt delighted. Ah! Yelling at Tiger Dad, Ichin activated Soul Dialogue at the same time. Dad, go lie down on the big rock. Hearing Ichin's words, Tiger Dad was a little confused, but he listened to his cub obediently, came to the big rock that Ichin mentioned, and lay down. Not to mention, it's quite comfortable to be in this position with the gentle breeze and the cool, smooth stones touching. Seeing this, Ichin nodded with satisfaction. It happens to be upwind. As an adult male tiger, Tiger Dad has a strong scent that can spread a long distance with the wind. These mutants have been with Tiger Dad for quite some time, so they should be able to find him by following the scent. Ichin looked towards Yichen with anticipation in his eyes. Sure enough, in just 3 minutes, the mutant beasts from the original dragon group came one after another. When they saw Ichin's family, they were all ecstatic. Next, from just 1 or 2, to dozens or even hundreds. In just half an hour, thousands of mutant beasts gathered. The mutant beasts rubbed and sniffed each other, expressing their concern for each other and their joy of being reunited alive. Here, he waited for a whole night until the sun rose, and Ichin woke up from his alert light sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a dense crowd of mutant beasts crawling under the tree, looking up at him, a not very strong young tiger, with respect. After the mutant beasts gathered here, they saw that he was sleeping, and they consciously slowed down their movements and tried not to make any noise. This was their most straightforward expression of admiration and respect for the benefactor who saved their lives. After a quick glance, Ichin estimated the number of mutant beasts present, which was roughly around 8,000, slightly lower than the lowest number he had estimated before. After observing it more carefully, he discovered the key to the matter. The artillery fire was concentrated near our home. The casualties of the remaining mutants should be very low. Most of the carnivores have come, but there are fewer herbivores. Some probably didn't have a good sense of smell and were unable to find us. This really hadn't been considered before. When in the dragon group, the rations for all mutant beasts were supplied by the government, so carnivores, with their high intelligence, could restrain their instinct to eat herbivores. But after leaving Yichen and humans, they will have to solve their own food problems in the future. It's not so bad for herbivores. Under the effect of the revival of spiritual energy, even if the plants in the wild have not mutated, they are growing wildly, so they will not lack food at all. But it's hard to say about the food of carnivores. The herbivores that did not return to the group were all very smart creatures, and they thought one step further into the future than the other herbivores. But it's okay this way. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep for a day, and accumulate a defeat every 5 minutes, I only need 288 mutant beasts, and the current number is more than enough. Those herbivores that ran away just didn't trust him enough, and running away could be considered as a way to purify his team. Looking at the mutant beasts, especially the herbivores, crawling respectfully under the tree, Ichin couldn't help but want to tease them. I'm glad you're all back, but aren't you afraid that I'll eat the herbivores among you if you come back? Ichin said with a smile, using soul dialogue to make his voice heard in the minds of all mutant beasts. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar below, especially the mutant beasts that were mutated from herbivores. Most of them were extremely horrified. The expressions on their faces are extremely funny, as if to say, why the hell didn't I think of this before? Seeing the expressions of these guys, Ichin couldn't help but cover his face. As expected, most of them are simple-minded and strong-limbed, and have never thought of this at all. We trust you. I can't speak for all herbivorous mutants, but I can speak for myself. Even if you eat me, I won't regret it. But at this moment, a voice sounded in Ichin's mind. Soul dialogue made it very easy for him to find the owner of the voice. He came from the same South Zoo as me and was the largest mutated African elephant in all of Guangzhou, Qingtian. Its strength is top-notch in the whole of Yangqing. Even before Tiger Dad showed his true strength, Professor Liao believed that it was the leader among the mutant beasts in Yangqing. Hearing this, Ichin was quite moved. It feels so good to be trusted like this. Chapter 70 The Gears of Fate began to turn slowly. In this case, I will never let you down for your trust. After hearing Qingtian's words, Ichin's eyes became stern, and he spoke loudly using soul dialogue. Although there are very few herbivorous mutant animals like Qingtian who still return even though they know there is a risk of being eaten. But those who were not so smart and came back stupidly, didn't they also trust him unconditionally? Now, if you haven't thought it through when you came back before, you can leave if you want to. I will never stop you. But the carnivorous mutants among us will never stop eating meat. If the herbivorous mutants that leave are unlucky enough to become our food in the future, they will bear the consequences themselves. Using soul dialogue and shouting loudly, Ichin handed the decision-making power to all the mutant beasts. After hearing Ichin's words, although many herbivorous mutant beasts were shaken, none of them left. Although they are not as smart as Qingtian, their IQ is not low either. They just didn't think of this step before. Judging from Ichin's words, does he mean that if you stay you will never be eaten? Very good. Since everyone is willing to stay, I will set the following rules. First, we all come from Yangqing. From now on, there is no race here. There is only the beast and other beasts. Second, from now on, the carnivorous mutant beasts present must not eat the herbivorous mutant beasts present, otherwise they will die. Third, from now on, all mutant beasts present will share their own recipes. While searching for their own food, they can search for food from other mutant beasts, bring it back and exchange it according to their needs. Fourth, if the herbivorous mutant beasts present cannot pass the threshold of killing other herbivorous mutant beasts, they can only inform the carnivorous mutant beasts present of the information of the prey. Fifth, if you encounter a mutant beast of the same species, and if a mutant beast on the scene takes a fancy to the other beast and wants to mate with it, you can deal with it yourself if you find it, and if you find it with other mutant beasts, you need to exchange it with the other beast's food. Ichin thought about this for a long time before coming up with the possible situations he might encounter in the future and came up with solutions for each of them. The mutant beasts present listened carefully to each rule and thought about the pros and cons to themselves. The first one, everyone has no objection. The second rule is a restriction on the carnivores present, but with the prestige of Ichin's family, everyone can accept it. Third, the carnivores were all happy. Although the second one is purely restricting them, the third one makes up for them. Many carnivorous mutants are more agile and can easily pick fruits that herbivores prefer. And herbivorous mutant beasts are more likely to approach other herbivorous mutant beasts, and the difficulty of hunting is greatly reduced. Once everyone exchanges, they can get the food they need most in an easier way. As for the fourth point, even if the herbivorous mutant beasts cannot bear to kill their own kind and only provide information about their prey, it is also very useful for the carnivorous mutant beasts. After all, the longest part of hunting for most carnivores is searching for prey. Hunting often only takes a few seconds or a dozen seconds, but looking for prey requires several hours of patient lurking and waiting. As for the fifth article, I'm afraid it will only benefit those small mutant animals. After all, although the environment of Tiantangding Natural Park is good, the animals living there are only those small animals that are small in size and pose no harm to humans. Even if spiritual energy is revived now, it is impossible to conjure up big creatures like tigers, lions, rhinos, and elephants out of thin air. In general, The checks and balances of several rules are beneficial to almost all the mutant beasts present, so no objections arise. Under such rules, the mutant beasts present had even greater respect for Ichin. A temporary favor cannot maintain the long-term stability of a powerful force. Only real interest can make every member of the force follow the rules of the force from the bottom of their hearts and earn benefits for themselves. A friendship of life and death, plus shared interests, these are already the necessary conditions for a powerful force to maintain a virtuous cycle. Ichin looked at the happy mutant beasts and couldn't help but feel ambitious. In the past life, humans occupied urban settlements, and mutant beasts occupied the wild. Many mutant beasts established one restricted area after another on this blue planet. The tiger dad in the previous life was one of them. But the tiger dad in his previous life could be said to be a lonely king. Due to his tyrannical temperament, he didn't even have any beast kings of lower strength to protect him. However, now, he has gathered thousands of mutant beasts, including many geniuses with the potential to become future beast kings. In addition, with the existence of his own system, he will definitely be able to unlock the immortal-level supernatural power Emperor in the future. With the combination of the two, I only need to focus on development, and in the future I will definitely be able to create an army of mutant beasts that can defeat everything. The tiger dad in the previous life can be said to be an alternative. There are many lonely kings like it, but looking around the world in the previous life, most of the world-famous beast kings were wild mutant beasts. After all, the mutant beasts in the wild had adapted to the jungle law of the survival of the fittest before the revival of spiritual energy. After the revival of spiritual energy, the density of mutant beasts was far greater than that in the city. This has created an even more intense competitive environment. Every mutant beast that can make a name for itself in the wild is a ferocious beast that has experienced countless life and death battles. But in this life, Ichin is ready to show all creatures on Earth a little bit of the shock of the mutant beasts of the original Yichen dragon group. The top beast king in the previous life, Tiger Dad Baishan. Tiger Mom Lili, who possesses the healing power, Rebirth, which is almost the best in Dragon Country. There are many mutant beast geniuses who possess powerful superpowers, have strong combat capabilities now, and have great potential in the future. For example, Ao Xing, who possesses Pandora's dragon breath. For example, Qing Tian, who has the body of steel. For example, the Tiger Brother, who possesses gluttony. And there are huge numbers of powerful mutant beasts with one mind. Finally, the immortal-level supernatural power, Emperor, that can bring about a qualitative change in the entire mutant beast group. As long as such a powerful force can grow, it will be invincible and victorious. Looking at Ichin's high-spirited look, the cruel and tyrannical tiger dad in his previous life had a lazy look on his face. In this life, it has not lost its wife and children. It is just a big lazy tiger. He has no desire for power and only hopes to spend his days with his wife and children. As for Ichin's actions, it didn't care. Just let it do whatever it likes. As long as the baby is happy, that's enough. The tiger mom's eyes are full of doting and love. Have a look. My baby is so handsome. Brother Tiger tilted his head back, his eyes full of stars. I wish I could be as handsome as my brother. Looking at the mutant beasts who are full of expectations for the future, Ichin is also full of expectations for the future. Since we have left Yangqing and the dragon group, we are no longer mutants of the dragon group. We should come up with a new name for our faction. Hearing this, Qing Tian asked curiously, what are we called then? After thinking about it, Ichin subconsciously remembered the system's introduction to the Emperor, and his eyes lit up. Since the original intention of establishing his power was to obtain the power of Emperor and form an invincible army of mutant beasts. The name of our new force is Dynasty. At this moment, the gears of fate are turning quietly. At this moment when the sun is rising, a terrorist force that will be famous in the world in the future is slowly born like the sun. Chapter 71. This is the soil for the rise of the Dynasty. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a legendary superpower Lord Fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 100. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Lord Fragment random voucher. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 101. After the system was upgraded, the reward for the first level advancement changed? Looking at the advanced reward, which was different from the previous 100 levels which all had a Lord Fragment, Ichin became confused. I originally thought that every time I advanced to a higher level, I would be rewarded with an evolution scroll, so I could just exploit the bug to quickly increase the level of evolution. Now it seems that this fancy plan has to go down the drain. Looking at the changed advanced reward, Ichin was speechless. This time, the system upgrade has plugged all the loopholes that can be plugged. Forget it. I'm already ahead in evolution, so it doesn't matter if I can't continue to advance quickly. It's also good to exchange it for this random Lord Fragment voucher. This way, the time I need to accumulate 10,000 pieces can be greatly reduced. However, Ichin is not a tiger who can only see the disadvantages. The change in the rewards for the first level of advancement can only be said to have gains and losses. There are 8,000 swordsmen, ugh, 8,000 mutant beasts. With so many mutant beasts that admire and respect him, it would be much easier for Ichin to accumulate a losing streak. Just say it, even if everyone doesn't understand why Ichin does this, they are all happy to help him. It only takes 5 minutes anyway, and even though he is much weaker than Ichin, he will be careful about the degree of sparring and will not let the opponent get hurt in every battle. In such a favorable environment, Ichin's losing streak increased rapidly, and in just half a day, he reached the 101st level. System, what is the upper limit of the number of fragments that can be obtained from this Lord Fragment random voucher? Ichin asked casually, wanting to know how much this first level advanced reward could help him speed up the synthesis process to obtain Lord Fragment random voucher. After using it, you will randomly obtain 10 to 100 Lord Fragments. Wow, the sun really rises from the west this time. There is even a guaranteed product. At least it can withstand 10 consecutive defeats, and at most 100 consecutive defeats. If you are lucky, you can fuse a Lord within a month at the fastest. After hearing the introduction of the system, Ichin was extremely surprised. If I unlock Lord, will the first level advancement reward be replaced with Emperor Fragment random voucher? By analogy, Ichin immediately thought of this possibility. Although the system did not answer, the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Ichin, in a good mood, stopped his losing streak. It's not that he's lazy, it's that he's hungry. He hasn't eaten anything since the night before. Although tigers in the wild can survive without food for up to a month after being fully fed. But after the revival of his spiritual energy, his consumption was much greater than that of an ordinary tiger. Although he actually took action yesterday, he only blocked Suing Ji's attack that reflected Tiger Dad. But later, crossing the entire Guangzhou city, dealing with the pangolin, using the emperor, and defending the tiger mom and tiger brother from dirty bullets were all quite a cost. And now, after half a day of accumulated defeats, his physical strength has been almost exhausted. If it weren't for the stimulation of the defeat rewards, he would be too hungry to walk. Only because he was surrounded by his own beasts from Dynasty, he dared to do this and failed to maintain his perfect condition. The members of Dynasty trust him, and he also trusts the members of Dynasty. The emotions between animals are the purest. Even after becoming mutant beasts, their emotions are far purer than those of humans. When Ichin is with them, he doesn't need to be on guard at all. Just then, a loud tiger roar was heard from a distance. But Ichin was not worried at all, because he heard excitement from the tiger's roar. It's Tiger Dad. Then, there were a few more roars of beasts. All of them were very excited. After a while, he saw the group of carnivorous mutant beasts led by Tiger Dad returning, each holding a fresh prey in their mouths and showing off. Taking a look at the prey in their mouths, Ichin couldn't help but frown. Although the biological resources in Tiantangding Natural Park are rich, there are few large animals. But the prey that Tiger Dad holds in his mouth are not small in size. The Tiger Dad was holding a deer in his mouth. The deer was 3 meters tall and 4 meters long, not much smaller than the Tiger Dad. The prey species eaten by other mutant beasts varied, including pigs, sheep, rabbits, roe deer, squirrels, and various kinds of birds, very diverse. But there is one thing that makes Ichin shudder. The size of all prey is larger than that of mutant beasts of the same species in Dynasty, and not just a little bit. This shows that the overall evolution level of the mutant beasts on the top of heaven is much higher than that of the mutant beasts of Dynasty. There were even a few prey that Ichin felt had reached the second level, but because of their racial disadvantage, they were successfully hunted by Tiger Dad and his men. You know, in the entire Dynasty, there is only one second-level mutant beast like him, and the rest are first level. It seems like it's really hard to survive in the wild. Looking at these prey, Ichin was filled with emotion. No wonder the tiger dad in his previous life went straight into the top of heaven and reappeared as a terrifying beast king with terrifying strength, standing at the forefront of the road of evolution. Under such great competitive pressure, those who survive must be the strongest among the strong. But Ichin was not afraid of this. Perhaps under the strong competitive pressure and as they continue to devour each other, the mutant beasts in the wild have temporarily evolved ahead of the mutant beasts in the dynasty. But now, in dynasty, there are Tiger Dad who is invincible in the same level, and there are strong men like Qingtian, Aoxing, Xiongba who have few rivals in the same level. In addition, if everyone is united, what does it matter if the mutant beasts in the wild have a high level of evolution when fighting alone? If one level 1 can't beat a level 2, then use 10. If you can't beat 10, then try 100. As long as you are not like Su Yingji, who has the most top-notch supernatural powers and an overwhelming level of evolution, you can make up for it with quantity. Moreover, among the mutant beasts of Dynasty, there are many powerful races such as Tiger Dad, Qingtian, and Xiongba that do not belong to the local ecosystem of Yuezhou. Whether in the early or late stages, racial advantage is a major factor in determining combat effectiveness. Looking around the world, the Siberian tiger, African elephant, and brown bear are all land overlords. For the creatures in the ecosystem at the top of heaven, it is an absolute crushing defeat. As for the future, after everyone has eaten a large amount of mutant creatures, their evolution level will definitely catch up. After I obtain the Lord, maybe I can also help the mutant beasts of the dynasty to increase their advancement speed to a certain extent. If that's the case, then what is there to be afraid of? This is the hunting ground of the dynasty. It is the perfect soil for the rise of the dynasty. Chapter 72. The people support it, and all the beasts offer food. While Ichin was thinking about the future because of his prey, the other mutant beasts didn't think so much. They only know that there is plenty of food here, and they won't be hungry. Especially the tiger dad. He ran to the tiger mom happily and put the prey in front of her like offering a treasure. Then he sat on the ground, with his tail spinning slowly and his ears standing up, looking like he was asking for praise. This liquor. Ichin couldn't help but cover his face. He couldn't understand why Tiger Dad could still maintain such a warm love for Tiger Mom, even though they were already an old couple with 2 cubs. However, after receiving the prey from Tiger Father, Tiger Mother did not start eating immediately. Instead, she gracefully called out to Ichin and the Tiger Brother who was playing in the tree. Brother Tiger quickly scurried down from the tree, looking forward to a great meal. It was also so hungry that it couldn't stand it anymore. Ichin was about to walk over when he was suddenly stopped by Xiongba. Seeing this, Ichin raised his eyebrows. What? The crisis had just ended, and you were going to trouble him and avenge your son? Seeing this scene, Tiger Dad also stood up alertly and watched Xiongba's actions. As long as it dares to attack, Tiger Dad will rush down the mountain like a tiger and kill it. You want to bully my kid? You're dreaming. However, Xiongba's next move surprised Ichin. I saw it put down the prey in its mouth. It was a roe deer of considerable size, not smaller than the deer caught by the tiger father. Obviously, this prey has also evolved to a high level. After putting the mutant roe deer down, Xiongba skillfully used his sharp claws to cut open the roe deer's belly, then reached in and rummaged around, pulling out a piece of bloody milky white internal organs, which he then placed on the stone slab in front of Ichin. After doing all this, it picked up the roe deer again and walked towards the mother bear and Pancher Xiong. So you're bringing me food. Only then did Ichin understand the meaning of Xiongba's actions. What is in front of you is the liver of a mutant roe deer. For carnivores, the liver has a high fat content, a fine texture, and is easy to digest. In terms of taste and texture, it is the best part of the entire prey. Xiongba was expressing his gratitude to him. However, this was just the beginning. Every mutant beast that returned from hunting would separate the most essential parts of their prey and place them in front of Ichin. Most of the mutants gave him livers, and some smaller mutants found honey and placed royal jelly and bee pupae in front of him on leaves. In short, everyone was expressing their gratitude in their own way, wanting to give Ichin the best food. I accept your kindness, but I can't eat so much, and hunting is not easy for everyone. This is enough. Looking at the increasing amount of food essence piled up in front of him, Ichin hurriedly used soul dialogue to speak to the many mutant beasts that were still distributing food to him. However, these mutant beasts still stubbornly gave Ichin the best parts of their prey, and he could only smile bitterly. There was nothing he could do. Everyone wanted to express their feelings, and he couldn't even stop them. Ah! So he shouted at his little brother Tiger, who was looking at this side with his saliva dripping all over the floor. Hearing his brother calling him, Tiger Brother hurried over like a gust of wind. No matter how much he wanted to eat, after he came to Ichin, he just squatted obediently and waited for Ichin to speak. Ouch! Ichin continued to roar, signaling his younger brother who to eat quickly. The food these mutant beasts gave him was already much greater than his weight, and the amount was still increasing. With his appetite, he would definitely not be able to finish the food before it went bad. But things are different now that Tiger Brother is here. Tiger Brother's gluttony was born just for eating. When he was in the Yichen dragon group, Brother Tiger showed a terrifying appetite and could eat far more than his own weight in one meal. Moreover, after eating, its digestive ability is extremely abnormal, and it won't take long for it to eat a large amount again. The more he eats, the more he grows. It is no exaggeration to say that Tiger Brother's body size has grown visibly to the naked eye. You should know that Ichin has evolved drastically 3 times through system rewards, and now he has even reached the 2nd level. But in terms of size, it is still not as big as Tiger Brother. Brother Tiger is still at the 1st level now. Tiger Brother's gluttony has obviously broken the limit of the mutant beast's evolutionary level. As long as he eats more, he will grow bigger. And this is not just false fat, but can actually be converted into combat power. The fighting power of Tiger Brother can be increased proportionally as its body size increases. Therefore, Professor Liao and Ichin are looking forward to its gluttony, and believe that as long as there is a good growth environment, this may be a powerful ability that is not inferior to Tiger Dad's destruction. However, in the past 2 days, Tiger Brother's rapid growth in size has slowed down, so Professor Liao lowered his estimate of Tiger Brother's potential, thinking that it might be close to reaching its upper limit. But Ichin doesn't think so, because Brother Tiger is still young, and more importantly, the food in Yangqing is all ordinary meat. Now that we are in the wild, there are countless mutant beasts. With such a large hunting ground, plus Tiger Dad's strong physical fitness, catching prey can be said to be a piece of cake. The meat of mutant animals promotes evolution, which has been confirmed by many experts in previous lives. And now, Ichin can more intuitively understand this point from the difference in the overall evolution level between the mutant beasts of the dynasty and the mutant beasts in the wild. Although Tiger Brother could eat his fill every day before, for a mutant beast like him, this was just a feeling of fullness and not real fullness. When Tiger Brother smelled the delicious aroma of the mutant beast's internal organs, his eyes widened. The desire that was aroused from the depths of its soul made it swallow quickly in big gulps after hearing Ichin's command to eat. The delicate internal organs can be easily digested without any chewing, so it doesn't chew at all and just gobbles them up. And as it swallowed, an orange-red fluorescence emerged from its body. Then, its body was like a furnace, emitting a scorching hot breath. It seems that my guess is correct. After eating the mutant beast meat full of spiritual power, Tiger Brother's growth rate will soar. Ichin was surprised. His little Tiger Brother had grown up visibly. The growth rate, which had originally slowed down, soared again. This made Ichin even more excited about it. Maybe this was another future Beast King, or even a Beast Emperor. The talents of my family are truly astonishing, and none of them is weak. Seeing that Hu Di was eating happily, Ichin also lowered his head and started eating. Having been a tiger for so long, he has long been accustomed to eating raw meat. The inheritance deep in his genes makes him feel that raw meat is extremely delicious. But after taking a bite, the plump and tender liver, its delicate texture, and the blessing of spiritual power made Ichin extremely satisfied. This is much more delicious than the ordinary beef and mutton I had before. So, he didn't think any more about it, and immediately started eating like his brother Hu. The tiger's mouth and esophagus are very conducive to swallowing. After just a few minutes, Ichin was full after swallowing dozens of kilograms of internal organs. Hold head high. Just when everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, a loud elephant cry came from a distance, which made Ichin's eyes flash. The sound of the elephant's cry carries a sense of fear and a cry for help. It's Qingtian. Chapter 73. Even more powerful than before, the Tiger Dad reaches a new level. Hearing Qingtian's cry for help, Ichin hurriedly led a group of powerful mutant beasts to the direction of the sound. Qingtian's strength is one of the best among the mutant beasts in the entire dynasty, and only Tiger Dad Baishan can suppress him. Even it had to let out a terrified cry for help. What kind of danger had they encountered? However, in just a few minutes, a group of mutant beasts arrived at where Qingtian was. However, The situation before them made many mutant beasts hesitate. I saw an area as big as a large stadium, but there was no vegetation at all. It was covered by dense towering trees around it, and no sunlight could penetrate. But this is not an open space, but a bubbling swamp. More than 50 meters from the edge of the swamp, Qingtian and dozens of large herbivorous mutant beasts were trapped inside. Especially Qingtian, whose terrifying body size of over 10 meters tall made its weight extremely terrifying. After falling into the swamp, it had no way to escape and even kept sinking. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that around the many trapped mutant beasts, including Qingtian, there are long and thick giant insects with a diameter of nearly 1 meter clinging to them as if they are risking their lives. If you look closely, these giant worms look like earthworms, but their heads are not round like earthworms, but huge and ferocious mouthparts. The mouthparts consist of 4 huge, sharp steel teeth with barbs and densely packed smaller sharp teeth, making these giant insects extremely lethal. Once they cling to your body, the skin and hair of these herbivorous mutant beasts cannot stop their sharp mouthparts from biting you. These giant insects are like tunnel boring machines used in subway construction. Their mouthparts pierce into the skin of herbivorous mutant beasts, and their 4 huge teeth fix themselves on their prey. Then, countless tiny sharp teeth greedily grinded forward. Even for species with thick skin and flesh like buffaloes and elephants, their own defense would be useless as long as the supernatural power did not have strong defensive capabilities. After the giant insect made a bloody hole in the body of its prey, it drilled into it head first. While the prey was still conscious, it sank its entire body right under the prey's nose. Then, there will be a feast. They will enjoy the freshest flesh and blood of the prey while the prey is still alive. Fortunately, Qingtian's special ability is Body of Steel. After activating it, his skin can become as hard as steel. These giant insects cannot break his defense, but its fellow elephants were not so lucky. One after another, the giant elephants had the giant insects drilled into their bodies. They felt the giant insects swimming under their skin, in their muscles, and beside their bones, making them all scream in agony. Isn't this the worm from King Kong's Skull Island? Seeing the dense swarms of giant insects wreaking havoc on the dynasty, herbivorous mutant beasts, Ichin couldn't help but shudder. This method is too painful. However, before Ichin could figure out how to rescue the herbivorous mutant beasts, Tiger Dad took the lead and rushed forward. Although he looks impulsive, Tiger Dad is actually never rash. Seeing Qingtian and the others trapped in the swamp, he directly activated the wind from Tiger that Ichin copied to him. As soon as adding wings to a tiger is released, a pair of huge white spiritual wings grow out of Tiger Dad's back, looking extremely holy. But then, destruction was activated, and Tiger Dad's whole body was covered with dark destructive energy, and his spiritual wings did not fall. Then, a pitch-black and extremely ferocious tiger appeared in the blink of an eye, flying in the air, exuding terrifying power. Roar! Even though he was Tiger Dad, he felt a little scared when he saw Qingtian's fellow tribesmen being drilled, entangled and bitten by the giant insects, so he did not hesitate and directly used destruction. In the destruction state, Tiger Dad not only possesses the defensive power to offset most long-range attacks, but also exudes energy filled with destructive aura. These energies don't just color Tiger Dad. Any enemy who engages in close combat with Tiger Dad will suffer terrible erosion and burning. On the night of the spiritual energy revival, Ichin fought with Tiger Dad. After using the evolution scroll, his hard power overwhelmed Tiger Dad. He even took the opportunity to jump onto Tiger Dad's back, but despite such a great advantage, he still suffered serious injuries. This is the benefit of Tiger Dad's skin being covered with destructive energy. Long-range attacks are ineffective against it. If you want to fight it in close combat, you must first be prepared to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and your own 800. This is also the main reason why the Tiger Dad in the previous life was able to become famous. With the power of destruction, it can be said that it was born to fight against many enemies alone. Covered by the destructive energy, Tiger Dad finally gained confidence and rushed forward to rescue the mutant beasts including Qingtian. Sure enough, when it flew to the side of Qingtian and other mutant beasts, the giant insects sensed its presence and rushed towards Tiger Dad one after another. But when they came into contact with the destructive energy from the Tiger Father, it was as if they had encountered a raging fire. Just when they opened their mouths to make a bloody hole in the Tiger Father's body and feast on him, they retreated like lightning. Some even rushed too hard and were killed on the spot by the destructive energy and broke into pieces. Seeing that these extremely disgusting little creatures had no way of getting close to him, Tiger Dad was delighted and became even more unscrupulous in his hands. The destructive energy rose from the tiger's paw like a burning fire, and with one slap, dozens of giant insects were charred and broken, and fell into the swamp, jumping twice before becoming motionless. Seeing that his killing effect was excellent, Tiger Dad became even more excited. He flapped his wings and flew up and down around the mini dynasty mutant beasts. Every part of his body could become a weapon. For a moment, these giant insects had no power to resist at all, and were defeated by Tiger Dad. Hold head high. Seeing Tiger Dad like a god descended from heaven to save all his fellow tribesmen, Qingtian couldn't help but thank him loudly. When the other herbivorous mutant beasts saw how fierce Tiger Dad was, hope ignited in their hearts. Originally, they thought they were trapped here, surrounded and bitten by a large number of giant insects, and they were doomed to die. But unexpectedly, once Tiger Dad arrived, he solved most of the problems single-handedly. This is the case of one force defeating 10 skills. Seeing that Tiger Dad was about to solve the problem so vigorously, Ichin couldn't help but sigh. Originally, Tiger Dad's destruction can be said to be a powerful ability that can adapt to all environments. No matter what kind of enemy he encounters, he can push through it all the way. However, Tiger Dad also has a weakness, that is the problem of mobility. As the father of the Siberian tiger, the mobility is more than enough to face most enemies. However, faced with powerful flying capabilities or this kind of combat environment where there is nowhere to stand, it is a bit stretched for the former Tiger Dad. But fortunately, he had used basic Nico's help to copy a copy of his own, Wine from the Tiger, for Tiger Dad. At the same time, after upgrading his magical power level twice, Wind from the Tiger unlocked a very practical skill, adding wings to a tiger, which directly made up for Tiger Dad's last shortcoming. Today's Tiger Dad has invincible defense, unmatched close combat, and amazing mobility. He can be said to be a flawless all-round warrior. Ichin is looking forward to it. Will this Tiger Dad be more powerful in this life than in his previous life? Chapter 74: The Interest Between Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom. Although he came here to rescue people, Tiger Dad had a lot of fun on this trip. Those giant insects posed no threat to it. After being killed again and again, they finally understood, even though their intelligence was not very high after the spiritual energy was revived and evolved. If you continue to pounce on the herbivorous mutant beasts including Qingtian, you will only die. Although they were very reluctant to let go of the prey they had caught, they had no choice but to compromise when it came to their lives. So after Tiger Dad killed 7 times in and out, these giant insects finally became afraid and retreated back into the swamp mud, no longer sticking their heads out. However, Tiger Dad is very good at fighting and killing, but after solving the fighting problem, he is at a loss as to how to rescue Qingtian and the others. Even without the bites of those giant insects, they would not be able to get out of the swamp due to the terrible weight of these big guys. As for everyone working together to pull them out, it would probably be extremely difficult. Once they are deeply trapped in the swamp, the harder they push to get out, the stronger the suction force of the swamp will be. If they struggle with the swamp, there is a high probability that even if Qingtian and the others are pulled to death, they will not be able to be pulled out. Roar! Seeing this, Ichin knew that it was time for him to take action. He called out to Tiger Dad, signaling it to continue guarding Qingtian and the others and repel the giant insects that showed up. Then he activated Soul Dialogue and faced the mutant beasts that came with him. Now, everyone, go find a straight and thick tree trunk nearby. Cut down the tree, remove all the leaves and branches, and drag the processed trunk here. Although the mutant beasts didn't know what Yichen wanted them to do, they all trusted him unconditionally. After they understood what he was supposed to do, they scattered. After a while, mutant beasts came over one after another, dragging logs with a diameter of several meters. Because these logs were too thick and long, it took more than a dozen large mutant beasts working together to drag them. Seeing that the log was in place, Ichin directly activated another skill of Wind from the Tiger, Sky-Splitting Wind Blade. After the upgrade of Wind from the Tiger, the power of this skill has been greatly improved. It is no longer a useless skill in battles with opponents of the same level. Precise wind blades flew out, and Ichin carefully controlled them to cut through the logs. In just a few seconds, he split a 3-meter thick and 50-meter long log into several evenly spaced half-meter thick wooden boards. This should be enough to support the weight of Qingtian and the others. Looking at these wide and thick wooden boards, Ichin nodded with satisfaction. Ah! Then, he issued another order, asking these mutant beasts to put the cut wooden boards onto the swamp. Following his command, the wooden board was placed flat on the surface of the swamp. What surprised many mutant beasts was that these heavy wooden boards, which required several powerful mutant beasts to move together, were floating motionless on the surface of the swamp and only sank 10 centimeters at most. Seeing this, Ichin raised spiritual wings on his back and flew to the wooden board. He first stepped on it carefully and then jumped hard. The wooden board floating on the surface of the swamp remained motionless. Sure enough, the area is large enough, the pressure is evenly distributed, and it can't sink at all. Seeing this, Ichin felt relieved. Roar! Then, he asked the mutants to continue this process, processing the tree trunks into logs and sending them here, where he would be responsible for cutting them into planks and finally placing them on the surface of the swamp. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, but at this time, many of the trapped herbivorous mutant beasts had already sunk half of their bodies and were having difficulty breathing. Go and call all our mutant beasts that can fly. Seeing this, Ichin made a prompt decision and gave the command through soul dialogue. Hearing this, Aoshing, the little guy, was too small to help with the heavy work, so he volunteered and ran back. In just a few minutes, a group of bird mutants flew over and stood neatly on the treetops waiting for Ichin's orders. Go help Qingtian and the others, break up the mud on their surface, and be careful not to get stuck in it. At the command, numerous bird mutant beasts rushed out. Although most of them are small in size, there are not a small number of them, hundreds of them, breaking through the mud bit by bit and carrying it away, giving the herbivorous mutant beasts that have been trapped for a long time a chance to catch their breath. On this side, Ichin and other mutant beasts did not stop their actions. They worked together and their cooperation became more and more skilled. Soon they spread the wooden boards around the trapped herbivorous mutant beast. Then, Ichin used the wooden boards that were continuously delivered to surround the trapped mutant beast. At this time, these mutant beasts also understood the purpose of Ichin's action and hurriedly leaned their bodies against the wooden board before sinking. With the support of a place, the trapped mutant beasts can recover their strength and then break free from the swamp bit by bit. Slowly, with everyone's help, many mutant beasts managed to escape, lying on the wooden boards, gasping for breath with lingering fear. Looking at this scene, Ichin, whose spiritual power was almost exhausted, smiled. It seems that the videos I watched when I was bored before are actually useful. During the week he spent in the dragon group, especially after he was accidentally injured by Aoshing, he was restricted from fighting. Apart from training his superpower, Wind from the Tiger, he spent the day eating and sleeping. He was extremely bored. However, after his constant coaxing and begging, and after the dragon group lifted the restrictions on electronic products, Shunqingi still secretly brought him a tablet for him to play with. The little tiger who could watch videos amazed all the evolvers at that time. And in the video I saw before, there happened to be an example of how Bear Grylls saved himself after being stuck in a swamp. It is quite effective now. Once you fall into the swamp, you can't just keep struggling. The more you struggle, the faster and deeper you will sink. Increase your own force-bearing area. It would be best if you had a sturdy wooden board to leverage on. You can pull yourself out little by little without external help and escape. To be on the safe side, Ichin split the logs into planks that were half a meter thick. The wide planks fit closely to the surface of the swamp and could support even a behemoth like Qingtian that weighed nearly 100 tons. As sunset approached, the herbivorous mutant beasts were finally able to escape. They were all extremely grateful to Ichin and the tiger father Baishan. During this rescue, the hostile instincts that were originally engraved in the genes of the herbivorous mutants and the carnivorous mutants were completely eliminated, and the atmosphere of the entire dynasty became more harmonious. Later, Ichin asked the bird mutants, especially the woodpecker mutants, to help the herbivorous mutants that were seriously injured by the giant insects to remove the giant insects that still remained in their bodies. Looking at those extremely disgusting giant insects, the victims who were tortured by them chopped them into pieces in great anger. Once on the ground, these things were completely vulnerable to the huge herbivorous mutant beasts. If you have long-range attack capabilities, destroy this swamp. Looking at the mutant beasts with healing abilities, including Tiger Mom, healing the wounds of the wounded, Ichin spoke loudly to the other mutant beasts. Hearing Ichin's words, Tiger Dad opened his mouth in joy, and a heart-pounding wave of terror rose up. After accumulating power for more than 10 seconds, a terrifying black light shot out and plunged into the swamp. Then, as if a cesspool had exploded, the entire swamp exploded, countless muds splashed, and a large number of giant insects hiding in it let out miserable screams, and then turned into minced meat. Ouch! The tiger dad roared with excitement, feeling proud of his masterpiece. Look, I'm awesome. I shot this thing up to the sky with just one move. However, a lot of mud splashed out, covering all the mutant beasts. Woo! Just as it was feeling proud of itself, a dangerous growl came from behind. Turning around, I saw Tiger Mom staring at Tiger Dad angrily. Her beautiful snow-white fur was also covered in mud. Ah! Immediately afterwards, in the dense primeval forest, the tiger father's miserable cries rang out one after another. Watching the tiger parents engaging in their daily hobbies, Ichin shook his head with a smile and looked deeper into the jungle. It's not too far from Yichen, and there's already such a dangerous place. I wonder what more terrifying creatures might be in the deeper areas. But looking back at the dynasty members who were all of different races, carnivores or herbivores, snuggling together and watching the tiger parents, flirting, Ichin smiled. No matter how scary he is, we can still defeat him. Chapter 75 Ao Xing's Gift. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a legendary superpower Lord Fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 201. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a random intermediate Lord Fragment voucher. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 202. Seeing this reward, Ichin couldn't help but twitch his lips. System, what is the range of the number of fragments obtained from this? Intermediate Lord Fragment Random Voucher. Intermediate Lord Fragment Random Voucher. After use, you will get 50 to 200 Lord Fragments. After hearing the system's explanation, Ichin felt that this was not bad. On the second day after leaving Yichen, the number of losing streak reached 202, and I received the second level advancement reward. Although the annoying thing is that the reward is still Lord Fragment, and there are no other powerful items, it can speed up your acquisition of the legendary power Lord, so it is not a loss. The regular rewards are already 200 Lord Fragments. The first level advanced rewards are 10 to 100, the second level advanced rewards are 50 to 200, and the minimum is 260. If you are lucky, 2 random coupons will give the highest amount at the same time, which means the total amount will be 500. Although my luck shouldn't be that good, but even if it's the worst case, at this rate, 260 in 2 days, and that's without spending enough time accumulating losing streaks. If you focus on accumulating losing streaks, you can defeat 200 levels in a day. Add to that the advanced rewards, and it's a sure thing that you can synthesize and obtain Lord within a month. This was much faster than the 50 days he had calculated before. As for the lack of other powerful advanced rewards, it's actually nothing. Under the current circumstances, there is no need for him to fight externally. Even food was given to him spontaneously by large numbers of dynasty mutant beasts, so he didn't need to hunt on his own. At worst, Tiger Dad would give him the prey he caught to eat, even though his current size was close to 2 meters, which would have made him an older subadult tiger before his spiritual energy was revived. But in fact, he only has 1 month and 10 days now. Humph. He is still a baby, so what if he relies on his parents for support? Besides, he and Tiger Brother are the first litter of tiger parents, and Tiger Dad is in his prime. In addition, Tiger Dad left the city and returned to the mountains. It seemed that he had awakened the instinct hidden deep in his genes. He became extremely interested in hunting and would not feel comfortable unless he caught a few big fish a day to show his courtesy to Tiger Mom. In fact, Ichin originally thought that these mutant beasts from Dynasty that came out of Yichen would probably suffer for a while after entering the mountains and returning to the wild. Because they have never survived in the wild, their hunting skills are much worse than those of mutant beasts in the wild. Even Ichin considered that the carnivorous mutant beast might have to go hungry for a while before it could hone its hunting skills to feed itself. But after it really came out, Ichin realized that he had made the mistake of empiricism. In fact, the mutant beasts of Dynasty do not have experience in hunting in the wild. But perhaps the revival of spiritual energy activated their primitive instincts. After seeing the prey, they lurked, approached, pounced, and strangled the prey in one go. Although it was still crude, at least it worked. In addition, during the 1 week of training of the Dragon Group, with the help of experts led by Professor Liao, these mutant beasts have become far better at developing and utilizing their own superpowers than mutant beasts in the wild. This is the main reason why the Dynasty mutant beasts have extremely high hunting efficiency. Although the IQ of mutant beasts has been improved to be no less than that of humans after the revival of spiritual energy, having IQ does not mean that they can think. Most mutant animals in the wild will not use their superpowers after gaining them. They just know that their size has increased dramatically and their physical fitness has improved. They still survive in the same way as before and compete with their physical strength. However, a very small number of mutant animals in the wild are aware of the existence of their special powers and use them in a limited manner. For example, the giant insects before had the ability to create mud with slightly corrosive properties, and every giant insect had the same ability. That swamp was their common masterpiece. This is what Ichin researched from the giant insects he captured from trapped mutant beasts. If they were not so numerous, they would not have formed such a large mud swamp, nor would they have been able to trap large mutant beasts such as Qingtian. In comparison, the Yangqing dragon group can be said to have mobilized a large amount of manpower and material resources, and numerous teams conducted research and analysis, providing each mutant beast in the Yangqing dragon group with a tailor-made direction for the development of superpowers and corresponding training methods. Although these methods may not be completely correct, at least the temporary direction is not wrong. Moreover, communication with humans has broadened the thinking of the dynasty, mutant beasts, and cultivated the habit of active thinking. The strength of a mutant beast is a comprehensive reflection of factors such as degree of evolution, race, level of superpowers, degree of superpower development, combat skills, etc. Although the mutant beasts of Dynasty are not as advanced in evolution as the mutant beasts in the wild, they are also not as powerful as the fighting skills honed by the mutant beasts in the wild through thousands of life and death battles. But they have gone much further in developing their own superpowers than mutant beasts in the wild. In addition, many of them are from southern zoos, and their racial advantages are obvious. Their hunting efficiency is much higher than Ichin initially estimated. However, there are thousands of mutant beasts, and a considerable number of them are large mutant beasts, and their daily food intake is astonishing. Therefore, they are completely unable to stay in one place permanently, because after 2 or 3 full meals, they can eat up most of the edible mutant beasts within a few miles. Fortunately, the biological resources of Tiantangding Natural Park are extremely rich. Ichin can lead the mutant beasts to migrate continuously, staying in one place for only one day, catching and eating easy prey, and then advancing into the depths of Tiantangding. The deeper you go, the higher the density of mutant beasts becomes, which is enough to support the consumption of this huge team. And they will not kill all the mutant beasts in one place, but leave enough seeds. With the crazy growth rate of various species after the revival of spiritual energy, maybe when they come back in a month, there will be enough prey for them to have a meal again. Just when Ichin was taking a break to think, the hunting team that went to the outskirts of the dynasty team returned again with a full load. Tiger Dad was still the leader. There was no human connection among the mutant beasts, only strength was respected. Tiger Dad's strength was recognized by all the mutant beasts, and all the mutant beasts consciously followed one step behind him. The Tiger Dad also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He swaggered around with the prey in his mouth to show off, and then ran to the tiger mom like a dog to show his courtesy. The other mutant beasts once again consciously took out the essence of their prey and placed it in front of Ichin. Ichin no longer tried to stop him. He wanted to accumulate defeats, so it was impossible for him to hunt on his own. He could only rely on the tribute from other mutant beasts to survive. At this time, the little guy Ao Xing also ran over, looking very excited. Then, I saw it curling up with a constipated expression. After a few seconds, it opened its mouth and spit out a big cricket filled with stomach acid. After doing all this, Ao Xing left a shadow with his tail and looked at Ichin expectantly, signaling him to eat quickly. Yesterday, everyone brought gifts for Ichin, except himself, which made Ao Xing feel very guilty. So today, he gave his favorite cricket to Ichin. Looking at Ao Xing's innocent expression, Ichin couldn't help but cover his face. Chapter 76, Lions Attacked. Terrible enemy. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a legendary superpower Lord Fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 302. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Senior Lord Fragment random voucher. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 303. Fuck. Why is the triple advancement reward still Lord Fragment? System, did you secretly change all the rewards? There will be no other rewards in the future? After eating and drinking his fill, Ichin threw himself into his losing streak again, and finally, near midnight, he accumulated enough levels for triple advancement rewards. But when he saw the reward, he couldn't hold it anymore. No, after the system upgrade, the first 3 levels of advanced rewards are primary, intermediate, and advanced Lord Fragment random vouchers. Future advanced rewards will be different random items, and will be more powerful than the rewards before the upgrade. Please accumulate more losing streak levels as soon as possible to unlock more high-quality rewards. That's more like it. Ichin twisted his mouth and muttered. Although the ultimate goal reward of Emperor can almost determine your future development direction, the various advanced rewards before the system upgrade can play a very huge role. Therefore, if there really are no various rich rewards in the future, it would be really hard to accept. But fortunately, the system has given a clear response, so it looks good. The first 3 levels of advanced rewards will increase the speed of obtaining Lord and Emperor. Also, starting from the 4th level of advanced rewards, more powerful rewards will appear. This couldn't be better news. However, in this way, if I want to get help from the system before I can synthesize and obtain the Lord, I need to stack to at least 404 layers for each defeat. 404? This doesn't have a good meaning. Oh right, system. What is the range of Lord Fragments that can be obtained after using Advanced Lord Random Voucher? This time, after muttering a few words, Ichin asked the system again. After using the Advanced Lord Random Voucher, you will get 100 to 500 Lord Fragments. That seems pretty good. I have 400 regular rewards now, and the 3 random coupons can give me at least 160, which means a guaranteed 560. If I'm lucky, I can get 1/10 of the fragments needed to synthesize a Lord. Thinking of this, Ichin became happy again. In that case, let's work harder and continue to accumulate losing streaks. With the system's more specific reward rules, Ichin is more motivated and continues to look for mutant beasts to accumulate defeats. In fact, after leaving Guangzhou, he realized that he didn't need much sleep to maintain an energetic state. And it's not just me who is a mutant, but everyone is like this. Perhaps it was after the revival of spiritual energy that the entire mutant beast group underwent such changes. However, before in Yangqing, there was no danger around them, and everyone ate and slept as usual, and no one noticed it. It may also be due to the environmental problems at the top of the sky that no one can sleep well. Now, Ichin only needs to take a 2-hour nap every day, and he doesn't even need to fall asleep to fully restore the energy consumed in the day. This is a very good thing for him, as it means he has more time to accumulate losing streaks. And he didn't have to worry about not having mutant beasts to practice with him. After all, everyone didn't need much sleep, and for safety reasons, they went to sleep in batches strictly according to the habits of their respective races. In this way, awake mutant beasts can stand guard outside the camp and respond promptly to any danger. Other mutant beasts that need sleep can sleep peacefully. High-quality, short sleep is far more conducive to restoring energy than long, nervous, shallow sleep. Although such an action is somewhat unnecessary now, after all, nearly 10,000 mutant beasts are gathered in a very small area. Among them are many powerful and fierce-looking guys like Tiger Dad, Qingtian, and Xiongba, and the mutant beasts in the wild have no time to hide. But it is never unnecessary to prepare for a rainy day. Now we are only at the outer edge of the top of heaven. Who knows if there are more powerful existences in the deeper parts? It is precisely because of this system of sleeping in batches that no matter when Ichin wants to accumulate a losing streak, there will always be a group of mutant beasts awake. For mutant animals, especially nocturnal mutant animals like cats, night is their happy time. Ouch! However, after Ichin suffered a series of defeats in sparring with several mutant beasts, a shrill roar was heard from the outskirts of the camp in the distance. The mutant beasts around all turned their heads suddenly and looked in the direction of the source of the roar. Ouch! Roar! However, the first roar is not the end, but just the beginning. Ah! Ichin's eyes were extremely solemn. He roared and called on the mutant beasts around him to follow him. He activated, adding wings to a tiger, stretched out a pair of spiritual wings, and rushed towards the source of the sound. Tiger Dad also grew wings on his back and flew in front of Ichin. There must be danger this time. How can there be a cub in front of me? I have to be in front of the cub to protect it from danger. Needless to say, the other mutant beasts, those that could fly flew, and those that couldn't fly were either running wildly on the ground or flying on the trees, one by one keeping up with the pace of Ichin and his son. While hurrying on the road, Ichin looked forward with a serious look. This time is different from the previous time with Qingtian. Judging from the sound, the one in danger this time is clearly the lion from the South Zoo, also a top predator. Although none of the lions in the South Zoo have awakened top-level superpowers like Tiger Dad's destruction, as top predators, they have a high evolution rate and the awakened superpowers are not weak. Among the 8,000 mutant beasts in the entire dynasty, not to mention the many others, the strength of the lion group leader Bill is still among the top 20. The strength of the remaining 11 adult lions, the weakest of which can be ranked in the top 200, the entire lion group can be said to be one of the strongest tribes in the dynasty. Anything that could make a group of lions roar in fear and horror must be a fatal crisis. How strong is the person who can make the entire lion group feel deadly and attack them? However, before the mutant beasts including Ichin arrived, the howling of the lions came to an abrupt end. Oh no! Ichin's heart tightened even more. Speed up quickly. Tiger Dad also realized the seriousness of the problem and rushed away at full speed. When Ichin arrived at the scene, he saw only blood, messy hair, and traces of a fierce battle. The scene was in chaos, but there was no trace of the entire lion group, including the Lion King Bill, whose strength was firmly ranked in the top 20 of the dynasty. We're in big trouble. Chapter 77. This thing is too hot. Seeing this scene, not only Ichin, but also Tiger Dad, a guy with a bit of a nervousness, looked stern. Although in its eyes, no one in the entire dynasty can fight him, but that is only compared to itself. Compared with other mutant beasts, Bill's strength can be considered top-notch. What's more, it has a younger brother who is only slightly weaker than it, and a large harem of lionesses whose strength is also not to be underestimated. Although the gathered power cannot threaten himself, it can threaten Qingtian, the second most powerful African elephant in the dynasty. They rushed over here the moment they heard the sound. Even though flying in the dense forest was difficult, it was still much faster than running on the ground. However, in just a few minutes, a group of lions that was enough to threaten Qingtian was completely wiped out, and even their bodies were taken away. If the enemy encountered is one, how strong will this enemy be? Looking at the traces at the scene, Ichin was shocked. This was a completely one-sided massacre and crushing. It can be said that this unknown enemy is definitely stronger than Qingtian. Apart from Tiger Dad, there should be no one in the entire dynasty who can fight against it alone. There is only the scent of the lion family in the air. No other scent? Is it that they are consciously hiding their own scent? Or do they have no scent at all? After sniffing the smell at the scene, Ichin felt a little confused. According to his experience, whether it is the hundreds of mutant beasts in the dynasty, or the mutant beasts he encountered in the wild in the past 2 days, as long as they are powerful, they all have a smell. The smell of herbivorous mutant beasts is lighter, but the carnivorous mutant beasts that need to be hunted all have a strong smell without exception. For example, lions, tigers, and brown bears. A strong smell can demonstrate their status. The strong do not need to hide their existence. This powerful enemy that attacked the lion group actually had no smell. This is unbelievable. Ah! Just as Ichin was thinking, Tiger Dad yelled at him. Looking up, Tiger Dad raised his head and motioned Ichin to follow. Although they could not smell the unknown enemy, that enemy took away the corpses of the entire lion group. The strong smell on the lions and the blood brought by the injuries and bleeding in battle could guide them to find the whereabouts of the enemy. Hearing Tiger Dad's voice, Ichin thought for a moment and followed him. Tiger Dad has destruction, and he himself has intermediate soul armor. Considering that it is only the 10th day since the spiritual energy was revived and the level of evolution of global creatures is estimated, there is almost no mutant beast that can break through their defenses. As for the mutant beast dynasty, that was still catching up from behind. Tiger Dad and I could leave a strong scent behind, so we would definitely not lose it. 2 tigers, one big and one small, were running through the dense forest following the scent. After running for nearly 10 kilometers, Ichin and Tiger Dad finally found the place where the smell was last seen. I saw a huge hole appearing on the ground, covered by dense bushes. It extended diagonally downward. It was deep and dark, and I didn't know how deep it was. It looks like the unknown enemy has gone into this big hole. Maybe this is its lair. The enemy's predecessor must have been a burrowing animal. Looking at the big hole, Ichin analyzed. When animals mutate, they will basically inherit all the habits of their original species, just like a tiger mutant is still a night owl. The big hole is 10 meters in diameter. It would be a bit difficult for Qingtian to get in, but for a man of Tiger Dad's body size, he can move freely in it. But Ichin's knowledge of biology is only mediocre. Just by looking at the pattern of the cave entrance, he cannot find the corresponding creature. However, Tiger Dad started to urge again. What are you doing? You found the place. Just go in and kill them all. What are you waiting for? Hearing the voice, Ichin could only shake his head helplessly and followed Tiger Dad. After fighting with Suingji, Tiger Dad realized how powerful he was. Later, he even withstood the powerful rockets he saw in the videos of the Dragon Group and became more confident in his own strength. So, now everyone looks like a punk to it, and it's time to get it started. And the existence that can kill a group of lions instantly is enough to arouse its desire to fight. As for losing, it had never thought that among its peers, it was invincible. As they entered the cave, the two tigers' pupils, which had already dilated, expanded again as they adapted to the almost lightless underground environment. However, before they could go deeper into the cave, just after they went in 20 or 30 meters, a tremor came from the surrounding cave walls. Something is coming out. Without even having to think about it, Ichin had already figured out what was going on. Tiger Dad excitedly activated destruction, and a dark flame began to burn from the tip of his nose, covering his entire body. Boom, boom, boom. A dull roar came from far away and burst out from the deep cave, deafening. Boom. Before he could see what it was, a dark figure came from the depths of the cave and hit Tiger Dad like a cannonball. The enormous force shocked the tiger father. After growing a second time through the high-quality food in the past 2 days, the tiger, which weighed more than 1 ton, could not stand and was pushed out of the cave by the black shadow. Ichin quickly dodged and avoided the terrifying battle between Tiger Dad and the black shadow in the relatively narrow cave. Seeing Tiger Dad being pushed out, he quickly chased after him. What the hell? So strong. After just one encounter, Tiger Dad, the strongest fighter in Dynasty, was blown away. Although this does not mean that the opponent's combat power crushed Tiger Dad. But under the premise that Tiger Dad can be prepared, such an effect can still be achieved. The opponent's strength is really terrifying. After chasing out, Tiger Dad is engaging in the most primitive and thrilling close combat with the opponent. And only then did Ichin see clearly what the other party was. Fuck, is this a mecha? When Ichin saw the enemy fighting against Tiger Dad, his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. This guy's size is not exaggerated, about 3 meters and 5 meters tall, and overall he looks a size smaller than Tiger Dad. But it actually stands on 2 feet like humans. And not only does it stand on 2 feet, the overall visual feeling it gives people is that of a person wearing extremely heavy armor. The limbs are well proportioned, without losing the sense of heavy power. The legs are thick and powerful. The soles of the feet are huge, and it looks like the lower body is extremely stable and full of explosive power. The upper limbs are also slender and strong, covered with a metallic shell, and the hands have very delicate 5-fingered claws. It also has a long and thick tail behind it, which is also of metallic color, as if one bone after another is interlocked and connected to each other. It is stable and yet has great flexibility. Finally, I saw the head, which was covered with an inverted triangle of bone armor. Under the 2 deep holes were eyes without any emotion, but you can see that this guy has a mouth. The upper jaw is connected to the bone armor, and the lower jaw is separate. When it is opened, there are 2 rows of fine and sharp teeth. Although they are enemies, Ichin has to say, this thing is too hot. Chapter 78. Tiger Dad regains his strength in front of Tiger Mom. There is no way. Even though he has been reborn as a tiger in this life, Ichin has not lost his aesthetic taste as a human being in his previous life. This humanoid mutant beast that looks like a metal mecha is really in line with men's aesthetic taste. The smooth lines, fierce structure, and symmetrical proportions are all pinnacles of aesthetics. I can't believe this thing is a random mutation in the wild. The most important thing is that this thing is really powerful. With a body size that is obviously smaller than that of Tiger Dad, the power it unleashes can actually overwhelm Tiger Dad. The previous attack that pushed Tiger Dad out of the cave was not an accident, but the opponent's power is indeed stronger. What's even more terrifying is that the opponent's explosive speed is so terrifying that it is even stronger than Tiger Dad, who possesses Wind from the Tiger. This guy is already at level 2. The opponent's strength was not concealed at all. Relying on the perception techniques that were very popular in his previous life, Ichin quickly determined the opponent's degree of evolution. Facing such a powerful enemy, Tiger Dad also finds it difficult to cope. However, it was not afraid, but quickly adjusted its battle rhythm to adapt to the opponent's attack intensity. Soon, The tiger dad stabilized the situation by taking advantage of the cat's more flexible body. The opponent is stronger than tiger dad in terms of speed and strength, but only to a limited extent. Therefore, even if he is at a defensive disadvantage, tiger dad shows no signs of defeat in the short term. But being suppressed like this all the time, tiger dad felt aggrieved, so he activated, adding wings to a tiger, and his body flew into the air. Not only does it have powerful melee capabilities, it also has terrifying long-range attacks. Moreover, it does not have any so-called pride of the strong that requires it to compete with the opponent in close combat. Flying into the air, tiger dad opened his mouth wide, ready to charge up his ultimate move. A small, dark ball of light began to condense in its mouth, like an abyss that swallowed up all light, expanding and condensing. However, at this moment, the humanoid mutant began to squat slowly, making a clicking sound like a mechanical clockwork. When it squatted down, its body looked like a trigger was pulled, and it soared up from the ground like a bullet bursting from gunpowder. The speed was extremely amazing, but in the blink of an eye, he accurately rushed to tiger dad, who was still charging up his ultimate move in midair. Then, it stretched out a hand in an extremely domineering manner and slapped the tiger father on the mouth while he was horrified. Boom! A terrifying wave surged in the air, and the powerful shock wave shattered all the surrounding trees into pieces. The tiger dad's ultimate move, which was half-charged, was forcibly pushed back into the opponent's mouth. The severely injured tiger dad fell from the air, but tiger dad's ultimate move exploded in advance, and the lethality was not directional. While causing harm to tiger dad himself, the opponent's arrogant right arm was also blown off. Although it had not fallen off yet, it was broken and could not be used. Ah! The tiger dad had a bloody mouth and was howling in extreme pain. It was so miserable. But the opponent, who was also seriously injured, did not dare to attack tiger dad again. The explosion just now made it afraid of tiger dad. After a moment of stalemate, all kinds of beast roars came from far and near. We're finally here. Hearing the noisy sound, Ichin's eyes lit up. It's reinforcements. He and his tiger father possessed the power of adding wings to a tiger, and their flying speed was so fast that the other mutant beasts could not keep up with the speed of the father and son. But after fighting for a while, everyone caught up. After hearing this voice, the guy who had fought with tiger dad and was both injured realized that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he quickly rushed into the cave and disappeared into the deep tunnel. Seeing this, Ichin and tiger dad also breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. Not only is his level higher, but his physical qualities in all aspects are also ridiculously high. This is a machine born for fighting and killing. Oh! Roar! Soon, all the mutant beasts of Dynasty came over. They had just heard the noise of fighting here. The two giant beasts kept fighting in close combat, and in the end tiger dad failed to accumulate enough energy, and his ultimate move was forcibly interrupted and exploded by the opponent, which made everyone understand that tiger dad was in trouble. When the mutant beasts saw tiger dad's current condition, they were all shocked. They all know very well how powerful tiger dad is. He was a terrifying warrior who could defeat Suingji, a second-level warrior, in the face of a large human army and take them away from Yichen. And he is definitely the strongest person in the dynasty at this stage. How strong is the opponent to be able to injure tiger dad? Being stared at with such horror by so many mutant beasts, tiger dad felt a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Can I win? It's just that the other party has no moral principles and is here to cheat, to sneak attack. When it is preparing for its ultimate move, suddenly attack and interrupt it. Otherwise, it is still unknown who will win. Seeing this, Ichin could only give an order and ask everyone to go back. Of course, we have to take care of the tiger dad's emotions. However, the opponent's strength is too terrifying, and now tiger dad is injured again. It is extremely dangerous to fight with the opponent again. But this doesn't mean that Ichin will let the other party go. Such a dangerous target. All the clues point out that the other party is the culprit who slaughtered the lion group. Therefore, I can't let the other party go. Otherwise, if my beasts are killed and I don't avenge them, how can I lead this team? But now that tiger dad is injured, although the mutant beasts present are not weak, only a few of them can survive a few moves at the hands of the opponent. Even if Qingtian, who has thick skin and strong muscles, faces an extremely flexible opponent, he will probably just be teased even if the opponent has an injured arm. Therefore, let's go back first and let Tiger Mom heal Tiger Dad's injuries before we talk about revenge. When they returned to the camp, Tiger Mom was extremely surprised to see the Tiger Dad being carried back by Qingtian with his mouth bruised and twisted. She immediately started to treat him out of concern. It could never have imagined that such a powerful tiger father would be hurt. Tiger Dad lowered his head, feeling a little ashamed. I have always maintained an invincible attitude in front of my wife. Now, because of that guy, my invincible image in my wife's eyes has been shaken. This revenge must be taken. Otherwise, how can it act like a tiger in front of its wife in the future? After Tiger Mom's treatment, Tiger Dad regained his strength and became as strong and vigorous as ever. Without thinking, Tiger Dad called a group of mutant beasts and prepared to fight that guy again. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy must still be in an injured state. He definitely wouldn't have thought that Tiger Dad could recover to his peak condition in such a short time. In this case, now is indeed the best time to take advantage of the opportunity and use the strong to defeat the weak. After thinking for a moment, Ichin followed Tiger Dad's steps. When they arrived near the cave, Tiger Dad went alone, urging, like a tiger with wings, to fly into the cave. This time it didn't come into contact with the cave, but went straight to the dragon's lair, catching that guy off guard. Not long after, Ichin and other mutant beasts who were waiting outside heard the sound of fighting. Then, the sound became louder and louder, coming from far away and soon rushing out of the cave. Bang! With a loud bang, a black shadow flew out of the cave, and it turned out to be Tiger Dad. Looking at the cave again, the figure that walked out made Ichin's jaw drop. How is that possible? Chapter 79. A strong man will not fail twice with the same move. The figure in front of him was the humanoid mutant beast that had fought against Tiger Dad before. It had evolved to the second level and had extremely exaggerated combat power. But what Ichin didn't expect was that the opponent's right arm that was blown off by Tiger Dad only half an hour ago was actually intact. You know, Tiger Mom Lily's special ability, Rebirth, was rated by Professor Liao as the strongest healing power temporarily recorded in China. It's too outrageous that a random mutant beast seen in the wild can possess such powerful healing abilities. Although this place is far away from Guangzhou, it has not yet reached the deepest part of Tiantangding Natural Park. Why are the mutant beasts we encounter more perverted than each other? Who would have thought that a mutant beast with such powerful combat capability could actually have a healing ability? No wonder I couldn't figure out what special abilities the other party had during the previous battle. However, since the opponent did not directly use the healing ability to heal himself at that time, it means that the use restrictions of this healing ability are far more than Tiger Mom Lily's Rebirth. At the very least, it should be used under the premise that no one is disturbing you. But even so, Ichin's eyes fixed. Originally, Tiger Dad thought that he could quickly receive treatment from Tiger Mom, recover to his prime, and defeat the weak with his strength. Now it seems that this plan has gone wrong. However, having had the experience of fighting against it once, Tiger Dad was not afraid this time. Even if the opponent is very powerful and has now recovered to his prime, as long as I pay attention to not making the same mistakes as before, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Roar! With a roar, the Tiger Dad flew into the air and looked down at the other party from mid-air. The opponent's level of evolution, speed, and strength are stronger than it, so it is not wise to continue to engage in close combat with it. Therefore, if you can gain control of the air and guard against the opponent's direct attacks like before, you will have a great chance of winning. Sure enough, seeing Tiger Dad fly up, the guy squatted down, and his joints made a click-click sound, just like the sound of winding up a spring. Then, its huge body rose from the ground and shot towards the tiger father like a cannonball. But how could Tiger Dad fail twice with the same trick? Like a tiger with wings, extremely flexible, with a flap of wings, the Tiger Dad's huge body moved sideways for a distance, just avoiding the opponent's flying figure. To put it bluntly, the opponent's method is a miraculous high jump move with great strength. Relying on his strong physical fitness, he can burst out a powerful impact force in a very short period of time and shoot himself out. But this also has an extremely obvious disadvantage. That means you can't change direction. Once the bullet leaves the chamber, there is no possibility of changing its trajectory. Therefore, if it wants to hit Tiger Dad, there are only two options. One is to aim at the position where Tiger Dad was hanging in the air a second ago. One is to predict the direction that Tiger Dad will dodge next, so as to rush in that direction in advance and hit Tiger Dad accurately. However, with this guy's IQ, he has not thought about such a high-end combat game, so his attack this time was just a straight punch, hitting Tiger Dad's originally suspended position. Therefore, no matter how Tiger Dad dodges, As long as he reacts the first time the opponent rushes, he will be able to avoid its attack. After dodging the opponent's attack, Tiger Dad did not stop there. He was extremely confident in his own defense ability, and when he dodged, he only shifted 1 or 2 body lengths away from the place where he was originally suspended in the air. After avoiding the opponent, the Tiger Dad quickly folded his wings, exerted force on his waist, and turned his body 180 degrees in the air. In an instant, its posture changed from looking down at the ground to looking up at the sky, almost directly below the humanoid mutant beast. The big mouth opened, and in the center of the 4 exaggerated fangs, a black ball of light expanded and contracted, quickly condensing extremely terrifying energy. As for the humanoid mutant beast, due to inertia and the fact that there was no obstruction in front of it, it could no longer control its body. The ball of light in the mouth grew bigger and bigger, and then, when it expanded to nearly 1 meter, it suddenly shrank and became only the size of a soybean. Boom! A terrifying beam of light shot out from Tiger Dad's mouth, pointing directly at the humanoid mutant beast. The terrifying destructive beam of light hit the opponent's carapace with incredible precision amidst the opponent's horrified expression. The shell, which originally had amazing defensive power, could not sustain any damage even after withstanding the bombardment of Tiger Dad's pure strength in the previous battle. However, it was easily blasted through under this terrifying black light. The humanoid mutant beast with a pierced chest collapsed instantly, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground. Coming to the humanoid mutant beast, Tiger Dad grabbed the other's drooping head with one of his tiger claws and pulled it hard. The humanoid mutant beast let out a painful roar, but it was no longer able to resist Tiger Dad's powerful strength. Finally, its hideous head was pulled off by Tiger Dad, and a transparent light yellow liquid spurted out. After his head was pulled off, the guy's body twitched stiffly for a few times, and then he completely lost his life. Roar! After completely defeating the enemy, Tiger Dad roared to the sky with excitement. Look, I'm still the best. The guy who was able to suppress me before was now killed by me easily. However, at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the empty space next to Tiger Dad. Swoosh! A clear and sharp sound whistled through the air and attacked Tiger Dad's neck. Sizzle! There was the sound of a sharp knife tearing cloth, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Ah! The Tiger Dad howled in pain, but endured the pain, turned around suddenly, and stared at the guy who attacked him. This is a mutant beast that is very small compared to Tiger Dad. It is similar to the guy just killed by Tiger Dad and is covered with a metallic shell. However, the difference is that the shell of the original mutant beast was dark red, almost black, while this one is emerald green. Moreover, their styles are also very different. If the previous one was a warrior who could both resist and fight, this one is a light and ethereal, terrifying assassin who can kill with one blow. With a height of only 2 meters, it can only be considered medium-sized among mutant beasts, and its body is abnormally slender. But that pair of extremely exaggerated, mantis-shaped blade limbs was a full 1.5 meters long and emitted a cold light. In addition, its lower limbs are a pair of large feet like grasshoppers, which are thick and slender, full of power, and it is obvious at first glance that they have extremely terrifying explosive power. This combination allows it to burst out with terrifying speed and ultimate, instantaneous lethality in an instant. The wounds on Tiger Dad's body are the most direct reflection of its attack and killing capabilities. The horrific wound extended from Tiger Dad's shoulder to his chest and abdomen. A large amount of blood gushed out. The wound was so deep that even Tiger Dad's hard ribs were cut. If Tiger Dad didn't possess the magical power of wind from the tiger, which allows him to sense the subtle flow of the air around him, this blow would have hit its neck and would have killed it instantly. Woo! Staring at the guy who seriously injured him, Tiger Dad's eyes were extremely dangerous, and he growled in a low voice. It almost died at the hands of the other party. Chapter 80 Terrible Speculation. Ichin takes action. Wrong. Seeing this guy who suddenly appeared and almost killed Tiger Dad, Ichin's mind flashed with light, and he discovered many abnormalities before. Although this guy and the big guy before have very different fighting styles, they look very similar and have similar aesthetic styles. They are definitely the same kind of people. In addition, judging from the big guy's previous combat power, he is not a weakling among the second-level mutant beasts, and he will definitely not possess healing abilities as previously speculated. This time, Tiger Dad had learned his lesson from the previous lesson and killed the opponent without engaging in any close combat. Therefore, it is still unknown whether the one killed by Tiger Dad is the same one as before. Looking at the guy who seriously injured Tiger Dad, Ichin had a bad guess in his mind. If my analysis is correct, and this little mutant beast is absolutely rational in sacrificing the second big guy in order to wait for the best opportunity to kill Tiger Dad, then perhaps they are not independent individuals. They have no independent personalities. They are just extensions of a more powerful existence. Thinking of this, Ichin couldn't help but shudder. The big guy before was already strong enough, and in close combat he could suppress Tiger Dad, a terrifying monster who possessed the 7th superpower, destruction, from his previous life. I couldn't see any difference between the second one and the first one, so whether they were the same mutant beast was just a guess. And the little creature that just appeared in front of him and almost killed Tiger Dad is even more dangerous. So if there really is a powerful existence behind them, how terrifying is this existence? The second order is definitely an underestimate. It is very likely to be a third order. This made Ichin even more anxious. He knew that mutant beasts in the wild had a more cruel environment and could devour each other's flesh and blood to speed up their evolution. But he didn't expect that after only 10 days of the spiritual energy revival tide, a terrifying existence suspected to be at the 3rd level was born. Roar! Without any hesitation, Ichin shouted at Tiger Dad, asking it to retreat quickly. Even though Tiger Dad looks like he's ready to eat someone, Ichin knows very well that he's already at the end of his strength. Tiger Dad's ultimate move, which Ichin jokingly calls Destructive Death Ray, is so powerful that it can unleash terrifying attacks that far exceed its own evolutionary level. But this skill also has significant disadvantages. The first thing is to accumulate energy. The second is that it is difficult to control the power. When Tiger Dad used Destructive Death Ray for the first time, he used up all his remaining spiritual energy at once. In the past 2 days, Ichin has been urging Tiger Dad to train his special abilities, especially his ultimate move. It would be best if he could train it to the point where he could freely control the total amount of spiritual power injected each time it was activated. Otherwise, you can only exhaust yourself with one strike every time. Wouldn't that make you a suicide truck? Either you kill the enemy with one blow, or you fail to kill the enemy with one blow, leaving yourself in a situation where you have no power to resist. However, for the time being, controlling the output power is still a very difficult task. After 2 days, it is barely possible to avoid using up all the spiritual power at once, and only about 10% will remain. Therefore, Tiger Dad, who had just released a big move, now had almost exhausted all his spiritual power and could only barely stand. If it can scare the other party, the situation is still within control. But if the opponent sees that it is powerful on the outside but weak on the inside, then it will only be met with a fatal blow. As Tiger Dad's cub, how could Ichin let Tiger Dad fall into such a dangerous situation? Flying forward, Ichin rushed directly towards the mutant beast that looked like a combination of a mantis and a grasshopper. It can be seen that the opponent is not like the big guy before, who is a heavily armored warrior who can fight and resist from head to toe. But he is an assassin with high agility and high burst. The disadvantage of an assassin is that, for the sake of powerful mobility and lethality, most of the endurance and defense are sacrificed. In a head-on battle, this guy won't be too strong. As for the terrifying explosive power that makes people extremely wary, Ichin is not that afraid. Because he was wearing the intermediate soul armor, with amazing defensive power. Don't think that the intermediate soul armor performed far worse than Tiger Dad's destruction under the previous bombardment by the rocket force of the Guangdong military region. Tiger Dad's destruction was vulnerable to the sharp blades of the mutant beast in front of him, so he mistakenly believed that the intermediate soul armor would also be easily broken by the opponent. But in fact, Tiger Dad's destruction can withstand 99% of long-range attacks, so the defense effect against rockets is surprisingly good. But when facing close combat, Tiger Dad's destruction might only reduce damage by 50%. Although this kind of damage reduction, taken alone, is already an extremely powerful defensive ability. But facing the opponent's terrifying lethality, it is not enough. The defense of Ichin's intermediate soul armor is fixed. Whether it is the defense against long-range attacks or the defense against melee attacks, it is the same. Therefore, being able to withstand rocket fragments that travel at supersonic speeds, Ichin's intermediate soul armor has the defensive power to withstand at least a 4th level attack. The opponent's evolution level is obviously at level 2, and his explosive power can roughly reach level 3, but this is already the limit. There's no way to break his defense. Facing the mutant beast, Ichin directly sent out several sky-splitting wind blades and cut towards the opponent. After Wind from the Tiger reaches excellent level, the power of sky-splitting wind blade is no longer useless in battle and can fully exert its outstanding lethality. But that mutant beast is indeed an assassin-type individual. It is extremely fast. With a flash, he dodged Ichin's wind blade. However, Ichin did not think that he could defeat the opponent by relying on splitting wind blade. He just relied on the wind blade, which did not consume much spiritual energy to compress the opponent's maneuvering space and directly force the opponent into a dead corner where he could engage in close combat. Also at the second level, Ichin is a Siberian tiger. Even though he is still a cub, his physical fitness in all aspects is extremely amazing. Moreover, he has the intermediate soul armor, so as long as the opponent's attack does not fall on extremely fatal parts, such as the eyes, nose, and mouth, it is nothing more than a tickle to him. Without having to worry about defense, he had absolute offensive initiative. Ichin pounced on the opponent like a tiger descending from a mountain. Upon seeing this, the guy subconsciously used his sharp-bladed limbs to form a cross and chop towards Ichin's wide-open chest. The fur there is white and delicate, soft and fragile. Normally, no tiger would be so careless as to expose its fatal weakness to its enemy. Clang! A pair of sharp blades landed on Ichin's chest, but what followed was not the sticky feeling of the blades cutting through his chest and into his internal organs, but the hardness of hitting a steel door. Chapter 81: The Terrifying Force That May Exist, Zerg. Hey, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Seeing that the mutant beast swung its bladed limbs but did not cause any harm to him, a human-like look of doubt appeared on the face of the triangular-headed man, and Ichin grinned. This is the fun of cheating players crushing civilian players. However, Ichin did not stop his actions. He used his wide tiger paw to go straight for the mutant beast's head. It was about the same size as himself, but had a much smaller head. Realizing that its attack had no effect on Ichin, it quickly retreated, trying to get away. An assassin must escape quickly after an unsuccessful attack, otherwise he may easily lose his life. But facing Ichin, the moment it was stunned after the attack, it was already sentenced to death. Wind from the Tiger uses his magical powers, and at this moment, Ichin is the king of the wind. The mutant beast wanted to retreat, but Ichin controlled the flow of air around it. The force of the wind caused it to stumble as it retreated, and its retreating afterimage came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterwards, Ichin flapped his wings, swept up with a strong wind, and crushed towards the opponent. Blocked by the strong wind, the mutant beast realized that it was doomed, and it swung its pair of blade limbs wildly, trying to stop Ichin's attack. But Ichin possessed the intermediate soul armor, and simply ignored its attack instead of defense, and swung his tiger palm towards its head without being moved. This time, there was no surprise. Ichin's tiger paw hit its head, and the head, which was connected to the body by only a thin exoskeleton joint, was instantly knocked off. It feels a bit crispy. It turns out that it's hard for an ultimate assassin not to be crispy. Kill this guy, Ichin murmured. Roar! Without delaying any further, Ichin quickly called Qingtian to carry Tiger Dad on his back and leave this place immediately. If my guess is correct, there are far more than one or two mutant beasts of the same type as the previous ones in the cave. And when Ichin saw the two mutant beasts killed by Tiger Dad and himself respectively, he had a bold guess in his mind. If this guess is correct, these two mutant beasts are just the tip of the iceberg. With the current strength of Dynasty, I'm afraid it is no match for them at all. Oh! Looking at Tiger Dad, who was injured again and was carried back by Qingtian, Tiger Mom was extremely confused. How come you got hurt again after just being out for such a short time? However, the Tiger Mom naturally felt sorry for her husband, so she quickly activated Rebirth and healed quickly. Ah! Without wasting any time, Ichin directly announced his next decision. Get out of here. On to the next hunting ground with plenty of food. This was a choice he made after careful consideration. It was still unknown how many mutant beasts as powerful as the previous ones were in the cave. A warrior-type red mutant beast can fight on equal terms with Tiger Dad. An assassin-type green mutant beast was able to sneak attack Tiger Dad and almost kill him. The appearance of these two mutant beasts represents a signal. These mutant beasts are not solitary loners, but a group with a social division of labor, and they are part of it. This would also explain why Tiger Dad was careless and suffered heavy losses from the red mutant beast. But when he returned in just half an hour, he saw the beast reappear intact. because they are not the same one at all. After bringing back the body of the guy killed by Tiger Dad and observing it carefully, Ichin became more convinced of this. Fighting, especially extremely high-intensity and high-speed fighting, will generate heat. If the red mutant beast that appeared the second time was the same as the red mutant beast that appeared the first time, then when Ichin went to examine the corpse after Tiger Dad killed it, the muscles on its body should have been abnormally hot, because the battle between Tiger Dad and the red mutant beast that appeared for the first time lasted for quite a while, and it was a real close combat, a fist-to-flesh confrontation. If such a battle continues, a huge amount of heat will accumulate in the muscles. Considering that the opponent's armor looks like metal but is actually a hard and heavy exoskeleton structure, the heat dissipation effect will not be very good. Therefore, even after half an hour, the impact caused by such heat accumulation has definitely not been eliminated. The red mutant beast that Tiger Dad fought for the second time only performed one action throughout the whole process, which was squatting and high jumping, rushing towards Tiger Dad in midair. This kind of action is a very short burst, and the heat accumulation is almost negligible. However, Tiger Dad's destructive death ray directly penetrated the opponent's chest cavity without affecting the limbs. But when Ichin finally examined the corpse, after spending a lot of effort to break the exoskeleton, he found that its muscles were still at room temperature, or even a little cold. Therefore, this mutant beast must not be the same as the previous one. The green mutant beast that appeared later and attacked Tiger Dad was the key problem that Ichin found difficult. It's not about how strong the opponent is. Although he has a burst of power of almost level 3, this guy is so fragile that a young Siberian tiger like me can knock its head off with one palm. What really makes Ichin feel difficult is the existence of this mutant beast, which makes Ichin understand that the two mutant beasts are a group, and they have developed different divisions of labor. The red mutant beast is obviously the powerful troop that this collective is responsible for external warfare. The green mutant beasts are like assassins, and they carry out decapitation operations. If it was just this kind of division of labor, it would be fine, but two red mutant beasts appeared that looked almost identical, so much so that Ichin and Tiger Dad couldn't tell the difference. That means this is not just a simple division of labor, but a specially created type of soldier. And this kind of creation is controllable. Only with controllable creation can two individuals appear who are infinitely close in appearance and qualities in all aspects. In addition, after the bodies of these mutant beasts were disassembled, their obvious insect body structures made Ichin even more convinced of his previous guesses. I'm afraid we've encountered Zerg. Exoskeleton, bladed limbs, compound eyes, pale yellow and clear blood, various types of replicable soldiers. When these things are combined together, it is hard not to think of the terrible race that often appears in various film and television works, the Zerg. If they are really the Zerg, they have been able to create powerful second-level soldiers like the Red Warriors who can overpower the Tiger Father. So how strong are their overall strength? What is shown now is just the tip of the iceberg. Ichin knew very well how fast the Zerg's expansion was. Now, Dynasty is definitely no match for the other party. It can only temporarily avoid its edge, develop quickly, and enhance its own strength, so that it has the power to survive in the vast area of Tiantangding Natural Park. After the previous confrontation, the other side did not come out in full force, which shows that they are also afraid of Dynasty. But Dynasty will never just disappear like this. If the Zerg develops, they will plunder without restraint. Then what kind of living environment does the Dynasty have? When I am strong enough, I will definitely come back with the Dynasty to eliminate this huge threat. Chapter 82. Dragon Country's Grand Plan and the Approaching Crisis. I didn't notice it before, but now that I've walked a long way, I've discovered that the number of mutant beasts around the Zerg territory is controlled within a range that's neither too high nor too low. Compared to normal areas, the density is much lower. After migrating with the mutant beasts of Dynasty for most of the day and covering nearly 100 kilometers, Ichin finally stopped the team. This made him even more certain that although he and Tiger Dad had only encountered 3 Zergs, in fact the area they actually controlled was not small. This means that although their strength has not surfaced, it should not be underestimated. This made him feel an even greater sense of crisis. The Dynasty must become stronger as soon as possible and wipe out the Zerg as soon as possible. Otherwise, when they grow up, they will be like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. In that case, the Dynasty, without food, would either starve to death or have to fight head-on with the Zerg that have developed to their full potential, and their chances of winning would be slim. However, although he was afraid of the Zerg, Ichin was not anxious. The Zerg has been living in this paradise-top natural park. Since the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy, they have grown by devouring mutant beasts. It is understandable that they are currently stronger than the dynasty in overall strength. But now, the dynasty, which was originally lagging behind, can also have sufficient mutant beasts as food, speeding up the pace of evolution. Roar! Thinking of this, Ichin shouted loudly, "Let's go hunting. Make sure we are full at all times. Now, it's time to compete with the Zerg in speed." According to everyone's previous habits, as long as they are not hungry, there is no need to continue hunting. The instinct hidden deep in their genes makes the carnivorous mutants unconsciously protect the ecological balance of their hunting grounds. Because in the wild, the food in an area is limited, and it takes time for herbivores to reproduce. In order to survive, carnivores must ensure the sustainability of their main food source. But now, if we fail in this race and the Zerg rises, that will be a real large-scale collapse of the ecological balance. Although on the surface there is no obvious conflict of interest, in reality, the situation between the two groups has become a life-and-death struggle. When the mutant beasts of Dynasty heard Ichin's order, although they were confused, they still obediently did what Ichin said. All the mutant beasts present knew that Ichin was smarter than all of them. They couldn't figure out the meaning of doing this, but Ichin must have his reasons for doing so. Just like before the rocket bombing by the Guangdong military region, all the mutant beasts scattered and fled Yichen. They were puzzled before, but after escaping, they understood that Ichin had anticipated that humans would launch such a terrible offensive, so as to minimize the probability of their casualties. Just like before when Qingtian and the others were trapped in the swamp and all the mutant beasts were helpless, Ichin led them to cut trees, make wooden boards, and pave roads, and only then did they rescue Qingtian and the others. This time, they believed that Ichin's order, which they could not understand, could still have an effect they could not imagine. Most of the mutant beasts went out to look for food, but there were still quite a few mutant beasts left in the temporary camp. Because in this dense forest, there are plants and other foods that can satisfy the herbivorous mutant beasts everywhere. When the herbivorous mutant beasts go out, they mostly just look for delicious fruits to improve their meals. However, after Qingtian and the others were trapped in the swamp, most of the herbivorous mutant beasts did not dare to go far. After all, eating grass and leaves could ensure their nutritional intake and the needs of evolution. Therefore, most of the herbivorous mutant beasts began to eat on the spot, also to protect the large number of cubs in the dynasty. There are very few individuals like Ichin and Hoodie who have evolved to possess impressive strength since their infancy. Therefore, in such a dangerous wilderness, even if the adult carnivorous mutant beasts go out to find food, the rest of the mutant beasts will gather together to resist possible dangers. Ah! As soon as he stopped, Ichin shouted at Hoodie, "Come fight." The crisis hidden deep in the Tiantangding Natural Park has surfaced before his eyes. In order to completely wipe out the opponent, you must seize the time to accumulate defeats. It would be best if you can accumulate enough supernatural fragments required to synthesize the Lord. Ichin doesn't want to use this trump card, Emperor Experience Voucher, in the fight against mutant beasts. This is a trump card for future use against human thermal weapons and even future enemies from the sea. Lord, as the lower-level supernatural power of Emperor, is expected to greatly enhance the overall strength of Dynasty. By that time, the evolution level of the mutant beasts of Dynasty will be able to catch up with the intake of high-quality flesh and blood of wild mutant beasts. With the two combined, he was confident that he could fight a great battle with the Zerg that had not yet developed and win at a not-too-high price. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a legendary superpower Lord fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 304. Looking at the legendary superpower Lord fragments that were constantly accumulating despite the continuous defeats, Ichin became more confident. At the same time, at the Yuezhou military region headquarters, report. A loud voice rang out from the door of the plain-looking office. "Come in," Lu Xiaoxuan said lightly. "Commander, Suingji, leader of the Guangdong Yangqing Dragon Group, is here to report, requesting instructions." Suingji held his head high, chest puffed out, eyes fixed straight ahead, and spoke with a firm gaze. "Look at you. Are you angry with me? Don't you want to call me old leader anymore?" Looking at Suingji's aloof attitude, Lu Xiaoxuan shook his head and laughed. "This is in compliance with military discipline. It has nothing to do with my personal opinion." Suingji said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hey, you say you're not angry, but you still have a grudge in your heart. But in my position, what can I do? Can I resist the iron order from above? Lu Xiaoxuan said earnestly. But Suing Ji said no more. He just stood in military posture, waiting for Lu Xiaoxuan's order, as if doing his job in an official manner. I have my own difficulties. Do you think I don't want to continue to maintain a good relationship with the mutants? In the disaster in the imperial capital, the eldest brother of the Lei family and his most beloved granddaughter died. This is a blood feud that cannot be reversed. Lu Xiaoxuan lowered his voice and revealed some secrets, which made Suingji's pupils shrink suddenly. Do you understand now? There is nothing we can do. At 9 o'clock tonight, there is a flight to Rongqing, Minzhou. We have received an order to launch the recovery plan. Based on the principle of proximity and mutual help, 3 to 5 states form a temporary mutual aid group, gather the powerful evolutionary forces of 3 to 5 states, eliminate the power of mutant beasts, and concentrate on recovering one state. Our mutual aid group in Yuezhou has 2 other members, Minzhou and Ganzhou. Our first stop is Minzhou. When the time comes, we will protect ourselves and show the style of our Yuezhou military region. Seeing that Suingji's resentment from the previous extermination of the dragon group's mutant beasts had been somewhat alleviated, Lu Xiaoxuan struck while the iron was hot. Hearing this, Suingji heard the hidden meaning of this plan. That is to say, there will be a force of evolvers from the 3 states coming to support Yuezhou and recover the lost territory? He asked hesitantly. That's right. The military of our 3 states have already discussed it. If we can successfully capture Minzhou as the first stop, the second stop will be Yuezhou. The main wilderness area in Yuezhou is Tiantangding Nature Park. In addition, the mutant beast of the Yangqing Dragon Group drilled into the top of the sky. This will be a tough nut to crack, and the top has given it the highest attention. Chapter 83. Damn it. Is my mouth blessed? Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a legendary superpower Lord Fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 403. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a primary upgrade. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 404. The losing streak accumulated to level 404, the level of the 4th level advanced reward. When Ichin heard that the system rewarded him with something he had never seen before, a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. System, what is this primary upgrade? 4. Primary upgrade can directly upgrade any ability of the host that does not exceed the epic level by 1 level, and can also directly upgrade the host by 1 evolution level. This is a good thing. After listening to the system introduction, Ichin's eyes lit up. In the system, whether it is skills, magical powers, or supernatural powers, they are all clearly divided into levels. Ordinary level, excellent level, rare level, epic level, legendary level, sacred level, immortal level. With every level upgrade, an ability will inevitably be significantly improved, and an immortal level, Emperor, has the terrifying effect of taking away the will of heaven and turning decay into magic. The first magical power he obtained, Wind from the Tiger, was only upgraded from ordinary level to excellent level, and he gained an extremely practical skill, adding wings to a tiger. The rare level, Soul Dialogue, allows one to communicate with all living beings without hindrance, greatly reducing the difficulty of communication and playing a vital role when escaping from Yangqing. Before the system upgrade, the only reward that could improve supernatural powers was supernatural power points. However, whether it is the difficulty of obtaining or the number of magic power points required to upgrade magical powers, it is very difficult to improve magical powers. Because every time you upgrade your magical power level, the number of magic power points required is 3 times that of the previous time. It is not difficult to upgrade from ordinary level to excellent level, as it only consumes 3 magic power points. But when it comes to rare level, there will be 9. Epic, there will be 27. Legendary level will be 81. As for the divine level and immortal level that come later, they also grow exponentially. To want to accumulate a magical power to the immortal level by relying on magic power points is nothing but a foolish dream. Now with this upgrade, it will be much easier. Although, primary upgrade, it can only improve abilities no higher than epic level. But even if Wind from the Tiger is upgraded to rare level, it is equivalent to saving 9 magic power points. Even if you upgrade the Soul Dialogue to epic level, you can save 27 magic power points. It seems that after the system upgrade, Although the number of levels required for advanced rewards has increased significantly compared to before the upgrade, the quality of the rewards will only be higher. With the motivation of primary upgrade, Ichin is looking forward to the rewards that will come later. This is just the quadruple advanced reward, the first reward besides the random Lord Fragment voucher. If we really talk about the upper limit of this reward, it can upgrade epic level abilities to legendary level. That is equivalent to 81 magical power points. I remember the last time I harvested vegetables before the system upgrade, the second advancement reward was a magic power point. The triple advancement reward is 3 magic power points. Assuming that each level of advancement reward is 3 times the value of the previous level of advancement reward, then this time a quadruple level advancement reward is directly equivalent to the value of the 6 levels of advancement rewards before the upgrade. In that case, I will quickly accumulate more losing streaks. I believe the rewards for advancement will be even better. Ichin tasted the sweetness of the system upgrade and worked even harder to accumulate losing streak. At this moment, the excited roar of Tiger Dad suddenly came from the front. What's wrong? Ichin looked ahead with some confusion. Although Tiger Dad has always been positive and optimistic, it is very rare to see him shouting so excitedly. Moving forward, Ichin soon arrived at Tiger Dad's position, the front of the large group. Before he even met Tiger Dad, Ichin understood why Tiger Dad was so excited. It's an open space. It is an almost endless grassland. The warm and dry sunshine made Ichin, who had stayed in the primitive dense forest for several days, feel that all the moisture in his body was driven away under the warm sun. Although for a mutant beast like Ichin who has been affected by the revival of spiritual energy, and whose evolutionary level is not low in the early stage of the revival of spiritual energy, the idea of moisture entering the body is completely nonsense. But the bright and clear feeling of seeing the sun again can indeed make people feel physically comfortable and happy. Seeing this scene, the mutant beasts of Dynasty rushed into the grassland from the dense forest, rolling in the deep grass that was nearly 2 meters high, enjoying the dry sunshine. Yuezhou is humid all year round, and the environment is even more serious in the dense forest of Tiantangding. In the South Zoo, in the golf course where the dragon team trains, everyone has a comfortable environment created by humans. But once you are in the wild, whether you like the humid and hot environment that is almost like a rainforest or not, there is no other choice. Tigers like Ichin usually prefer drier places, but they prefer places with cool water sources in the hot summer. But here, it is hot and humid almost every moment, and the whole body is covered with heat. If you stop for a long time, there will even be warm dewdrops on your body. Such an environment is not friendly to tigers, but they can only endure it. So, after seeing the open grassland, the Tiger Dad was so excited that he immediately ran around happily and rolled on the grass. Seeing that everyone was very happy, Ichin did not join in, but looked up at the sky. It's such an open area, I don't know if the Yuezhou military region is keeping an eye on the Tiantangding area. In such clear weather, the monitoring satellites can probably see it clearly. Ichin frowned, a little worried. This is not a case of him being paranoid, but a precautionary measure. With the current level of technology, surveillance satellites cannot clearly see human faces on the ground, but they can definitely see clearly animals as big as cars, or even behemoths like the Skyrim that are as big as minecarts. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Ichin shouted loudly, reminding the mutant beasts of Dynasty to quickly go back into the jungle. However, at this moment, neat and thin lines appeared in the sparse clouds in the sky, like a huge, fine-toothed comb brushing across white marshmallows. Looking again, Ichin's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck, is my mouth good enough? As soon as I said I would be seen, the barrage of attacks came. Chapter 84: The Nuclear Bomb is Coming. Although he didn't know why so much artillery fire came towards this side as soon as everyone appeared on the grassland, Ichin didn't have time to think about it. System. Use the Emperor Experience Voucher. Faced with such a large area of firepower coverage, and it is already so close, there is absolutely no way to escape. And now, the only means he had that could withstand such a large-scale firepower attack was this extremely precious Emperor Experience Voucher. After saying this, Ichin felt extremely painful. He also planned to use this powerful trump card during the window period between the Lord and the Emperor. I didn't expect that I would have to use this trump card to save my life before I even got the Lord, but there is no other way. In the face of such a crisis, not using the Emperor Experience Voucher would be tantamount to committing suicide. However, while he was thinking, the system's response was still not coming. What's going on? This time, he was completely panicked. Emperor experience coupon cannot be used. System. System. Where the hell have you been? Use the Emperor experience voucher for me now. Seeing that the shells were about to fall like a storm, Ichin was extremely terrified and cursed in panic. However, no matter how much he cursed, the system's response was slow to come. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another sounded, following the dense toothed comb-like trace between the clouds, and then there was a loud bang. Without the Emperor and Ichin to spread Tiger Dad's destruction to every mutant beast, their weak first-level bodies would be unable to withstand the power of this horrific weapon that represents human civilization. A shell landed in the center of the Dynasty mutant beast herd. Since everyone was originally gathered together, even after having fun on the grassland for a while, they maintained a relatively dense formation for safety. If facing danger in the wild, gathering together like this can very effectively deal with almost all dangers. But now they are facing human thermal weapons and heavy artillery shells with a huge killing radius. The formation that originally protected them has instantly turned into an accomplice in slaughtering them. Even though they recalled the horrific scene a few days ago when they saw the shells flying through the clouds, they could not withstand the speed of the shells. Every time a shell hits the ground, it can create a huge pit with a diameter of several meters and a terrifying fireball with a range of more than 10 meters. The killing range of the shockwave is far more than the visible explosion fireball. As for the rapidly flying stray bullet fragments and broken steel balls, their speed was even more astonishing. The mutant beasts were ruthlessly harvested before they could even come into contact with the whistling wind. Oh, roar, squeak, hold head high. All kinds of shouts came one after another, but Ichin knew that such sounds would not last long. Damn it, why is the system not working? Looking at the mutant beasts falling one after another under the coverage of artillery fire, Ichin's eyes were red and he was extremely angry. At this time, the Tiger Mom and Tiger Brother could only huddle under the Tiger Dad, who had already activated destruction and was covered in darkness and trembled in fear. Such a scene reminded them of the Doomsday-like scene 3 days ago. Even though they survived it, they still felt extremely terrified. And this time, it is even more terrifying than the last time. Because the mutant beasts of Dynasty are too concentrated, the overwhelming artillery shells can be more concentrated accordingly. As a result, all the mutant beasts in the entire Dynasty were in dire straits. In just half a minute, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Seeing Ichin still in a daze, Tiger Dad endured the pain and shouted at him. With no other options, Ichin could only quickly crawl under Tiger Dad. Seeing Ichin coming, Tiger Mom licked his fur lovingly, as if to comfort him and as if to alleviate her own fear. As the whole family gathered together, the Tiger Dad also flew up skillfully, hovering 1 or 2 meters in the air, and broke through the dense forest behind. Without Ichin's command, Tiger Dad, who had experienced the bombardment 3 days ago, knew what to do at this time. Looking at the Dynasty, mutant beasts falling one after another around him, a trace of pity flashed across Tiger Dad's eyes, and then he became determined again. There is no way. Ichin cannot share his destruction with other mutant beasts, so he can only make protecting his wife and children his top priority. If I can't save the other mutant beasts, I can only save the lives of my own family. Ichin, looking at the mutant beasts falling one after another, felt extremely painful. There is the honest and simple Qingtian. There was Xiong Ba, who had fought with Tiger Dad for his cubs, and Xiong Panshur, who had been bullied by him. There were Leopard Dad and Leopard Mom, who kept watch at the edge of the camp every day, and Leopard Pow Pow, who was chased by me around the zoo. And there was Ao Xing, who was so stupid that he thought he was the boss, and gave himself crickets that he vomited out of his stomach. 2 many mutant beasts that he was familiar with fell before his eyes. I can save them. I can definitely save them. Ichin choked and his eyes were bloodshot. However, things have come to this point. Ichin can only follow Tiger Dad's judgment and retreat to the dense forest behind. Yuezhou military region, I will remember you. If I can survive this time, the ending of Yangqing will one day be exactly the same as in the previous life. As Tiger Dad evacuated, Ichin swore through gritted teeth. Tiger Dad, who had different trajectories in his previous life and this life, seems to have an extreme hatred for Yangqing. The city of Yang was destroyed by a mutant beast created by Tiger Dad, which shocked people all over the world in the previous life. And now, Ichin's hatred for the Yuezhou military region has reached its peak. He wishes he could destroy it right now, and then destroy Yangqing, so that they can also feel his pain. But at this moment, a dazzling star fell from the sky. Ichin, who had very sharp eyesight, could see the appearance of that thing clearly in an instant. It is round, fat, and very big, at least 6 meters long. Nuclear bomb? Seeing this thing, Ichin was extremely desperate and his mind was in a mess. Isn't this near Yangqing? How dare the Yuezhou military region use nuclear weapons so close to us? Aren't they afraid of blowing Yangqing up? However, within a few seconds, the fat round warhead arrived as expected. Before it landed on the ground, countless dazzling beams of light shot out in all directions. Boom! First there was a blinding bright light, then a scarlet rose blossomed from a seed, and gradually a black and gray mushroom cloud rose up. At this moment, an extremely terrifying shock wave surged out, carrying with it extremely high temperature. Ah! Looking at this horrifying scene, Tiger Dad threw Ichin out. Tiger Brother has grown too fast in the past few days. Under the effect of gluttony, his size has surpassed Tiger Mom, and Tiger Dad is not far behind. In this last moment of his life, he could only throw Ichin away as much as possible, even if it would only allow Ichin to live one more second. In Ichin's eyes, Tiger Dad was covered with destruction, and his invincible defense collapsed instantly. In the strong light, Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Tiger Brother were torn apart and evaporated together. No! Looking at the annihilated Tiger Father, Tiger Mother, and Tiger Brother, Ichin was heartbroken, but soon after, he was also overwhelmed by the terrifying shock wave. Ah! A voice sounded in the darkness, waking Ichin up. When he opened his eyes, Tiger Brother's excited face came into view, as if inviting him to play. Looking up and around, it was a quiet night. The mutant beasts of Dynasty were doing their own things. Some were eating, some were playing, and some were taking a nap. It was a harmonious and leisurely picture. I'm not dead? Chapter 85. Zerg Invasion? Dream of the past life. Was the previous one a dream? After being in a daze for a long time, Ichin muttered, "Now I guess this is the only explanation. Otherwise, if everything I experienced before was real, I would be dead. Unless you can be reborn again and can go back in time, instead of being randomly reborn into another body. If my special ability had not been clearly explored, I might have really thought that my special ability was time. However, after such a long period of exploration, Ichin has already figured out the basic effects of his supernatural powers. Continuous fighting can improve your level of evolution. If you are injured, your temporary combat power will increase exponentially according to the degree of injury. After the battle, not only will his injuries be healed, but his level of evolution will also be greatly improved. This can be clearly seen through the precise display of the system panel. The system does not have the function of detecting the level of superpowers, but according to Ichin's estimation, even if his superpower is not as good as Tiger Dad's destruction, it should be only one level lower. Therefore, the strength of the supernatural power that has been demonstrated is very powerful, and with the rewinding effect of time. It is too incredible. After figuring it out, Ichin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fine. Fortunately, everything before was just a dream. The overwhelming artillery fire, the successive rockets, and the devastating nuclear explosions were all fake. But he didn't die. Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Tiger Brother, the 3 family members he cared about the most, did not die. Dynasty, the 8,000 mutant beasts that walked out of the Yangqing dragon group together, experienced numerous hardships and dangers, and still stayed together, did not die. For me, this is the best outcome. But why am I dreaming? Am I under too much pressure recently? Ichin couldn't help but wonder. Since he was reborn into the body of this little tiger, he seldom dreams, and every time he dreams, it is only a short and blurry fragment. However, the previous dream was so real. The clear picture, the realistic sound. Every detail seems so real that it is impossible to tell the difference. Maybe I'm too worried about the hot weapons of the Yuezhou military region. Now we are deep in the mountains and forests, and it is almost impossible for the military to locate us. There is no need to be so afraid. Ichin stood up and looked behind him. That was the direction of Yangqing. When the mutant beasts of the Yangqing dragon group followed him to escape from Yangqing, the overwhelming rockets came from that direction. But this dream also gave me a warning. If I encounter an open and uncovered place in the future, I must not rush out to have fun without thinking about anything. Otherwise, if I am located by the Yuezhou military region, I may be in great trouble. Turning around, Ichin had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Roar. Moo. Hold head high. At this moment, there was a commotion at the back of the camp, and the screams of various mutant beasts were heard. What's going on? Hearing the voice, Ichin frowned and turned around suddenly. Without any hesitation, Ichin activated, like a tiger with wings, and instantly took off into the air, tumbling and moving in the dense forest, moving forward at a very fast speed. Behind him, Tiger Dad also caught up. The enemy that can make so many mutant beasts scream must be a very powerful one, and that is exactly what we need, a strong man like it to take charge. In just a few seconds, the two tigers, one big and one small, arrived at the edge of the camp, but saw a tragic scene. One by one, the mutant beasts of Dynasty fell in a pool of blood. No matter whether it was the huge Qingtian with terrifying defense, or the leopard dad and leopard mom with terrifying speed, they had all become corpses twitching on the ground. More mutant beasts were killed one after another without any power to resist. The culprit who killed them made Ichin's pupils shrink suddenly. They are covered in a metallic exoskeleton, and the sunken compound eyes beneath the visor emit emotionless gazes. It was the Zerg that had attacked the lion group before, and was able to fight against the Tiger Dad on equal terms. Ichin also gave these Zergs different names based on the characteristics of different types of troops. For example, a type of warrior whose entire body is red and whose all-round physical fitness is extremely terrifying. Ichin calls it Jiado. The emerald green assassin with extreme speed and explosive lethality is called Thorn Mantis by Ichin. Ichin didn't know if there were any other types of troops. Although in the previous battle, Tiger Dad successfully killed a armored fighter. With his flexible combat wisdom, there is no doubt that the hard power of this type of soldiers is very strong. Moreover, the two armored fighters that Tiger Dad encountered were both second-level existences. Facing a monster like Tiger Dad who was invincible at the first level and could reversely defeat the second-level monster, he was still able to suppress it. Encountering such a terrifying opponent would be a disaster for the rest of the mutant beasts of the dynasty. And now, there are hundreds of them. How could this Zerg have so many armor fighters? Seeing this scene, Ichin couldn't believe it. Even if he racked his brains, he never imagined that the Zerg, to which he attached great importance, could have such a terrifying reserve of troops with hundreds of second-level armored warriors. Hundreds of people, excluding their superpowers, have physical strength that can overpower Tiger Dad. At this stage, without considering heavy weapons, they may be able to defeat Yangqing. In addition, Ichin also vaguely saw a flash of emerald green shuttling across the battlefield, reaping the lives of the dynasty mutant beasts. It's Thorn Mantis. Hundreds of armored fighters slaughtered the dynasty one-sidedly, and there were also an unknown number of them that could become invisible and could launch fatal attacks from the void at any time. In such a situation, Ichin doesn't know how to win. But before he could respond, Tiger Dad activated Destruction and rushed forward first. System, use the Emperor Experience voucher for me. Quick. Seeing Tiger Dad rushing up, Ichin hurriedly urged him. Compared to facing humans' hot weapons, spreading Tiger Dad's Destruction to all dynasty mutant beasts through the Emperor will be much less effective in facing the current situation. But Ichin can only hope that the effects of the Emperor's several skills will enable the surviving mutant beasts of the dynasty to have the ability to resist. But then, a familiar chill came over my heart. The system did not respond. Just like the previous dream, the system did not respond. Could it be? A bold guess came to Ichin's mind, making him hesitant. However, at this moment, under the perception of the magical power of wind from the tiger, a rapid and weak air wave suddenly appeared beside him. He turned around suddenly, and a dazzling thin line passed by. The terrible pain started from the center of his eyebrows and spread to his mouth, nose, throat, chest, and abdomen. Everything went dark before his eyes, and Ichin's consciousness began to fade away. Hey, Ichin, wake up. The beasts are attacking the city. If you don't report to the front line, you will lose your head. I don't know how long it took, but a strange yet familiar voice sounded in my ears. What was strange was that he had never heard anyone call him that since his rebirth. Tourists call him Tiger Wuxing. Shenqingi affectionately calls him Xiaobao. Tiger Dad, Tiger Mom, and Tiger Brother cannot speak, and they will only respond with a roar when called. What is familiar is that this name, which no one in this life knows except himself, echoes in his ears again. Chapter 86, Which Life is the Dream? Smash the Inner Demon. After opening his eyes, Ichin moved his body around. His body had not been used for almost a month, but it already felt very unfamiliar to him. Am I reborn into my past life? Ichin sat up, looked at his human hands, and shook his head with a smile. Ichin, what bullshit are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. If we don't report to the front line, we will be considered deserters, which is a capital crime, and we will lose our heads. At this time, the previous voice continued to urge Ichin. Looking up, Ichin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with wrinkles on his face and a short stature and laughed. Uncle long time no see. Are you crazy? We have been living in the same dormitory. What do you mean by long time no see? You just took a nap. Could it be that you are dreaming for 1,000 years like Zhuangzhou dreamed of being a butterfly? Uncle Long was confused and said unhappily, just think of me as Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, but not for as long as 1,000 years. Ichin smiled and said, no more talking, let's go quickly, or else we'll be in trouble. So, is it a dream to be reborn as the son of Tiger Dad Baishan? Or is it a dream to return to human form? Coming to the top of the tall city wall, looking at the giant mountain-like beast vaguely visible in the distance, Ichin felt a little confused. System, is it there? Ichin muttered to himself. As expected, there was no response from the system. But that doesn't prove anything. No matter which life is true, you will not receive a response from the system. If the previous life of the human body was real and the current life of the tiger body was false, then the system was originally a thing in a dream and naturally could not appear in the real life of a human body. If the previous life as a human was false and the current life as a tiger was true, then I am still in a dream. Naturally, just like the previous 2 deaths, the system will not appear. He couldn't tell anymore. However, no matter which life is true, it is better for you to survive well. Even if a person's previous life was false, who knows if continuing to die like this will have any terrible consequences for the real self. Soon, a tide of beasts came, and countless mutant beasts of all sizes attacked the city walls. On the city wall, cannons with a caliber far more exaggerated than those in peacetime were fired from huge holes, bombarding the beast tide in the distance. The terrifying power blocked most of the mutant beasts more than 10 kilometers away. But there are still quite a few mutant beasts that are strong enough to withstand the terrifying artillery bombardment and charge towards the city walls. Ichin followed many evolvers down the city wall and waited for the arrival of mutant beasts that could withstand the firepower of thermal weapons 3 kilometers outside the city wall. This will be a fierce battle. I hope that when you face the beast tide, you will think about the survivor base behind you. Think about your relatives and friends. However, you must do what you can and be aware of your own strength. If you can restrain a mutant beast that is equally powerful as you must never overestimate your own abilities and fight against a higher-level mutant beast. No one will admire you for your heroic sacrifice. They will only think that you, an idiot, died a happy death and added pressure to them for nothing. Before the beast tide arrived here, a strong man put his hands behind his back, looked at all the evolvers present, and gave them careful instructions. Ichin thought about this person for a while before he remembered who he was. The pillar of the mountain city, the 9th-rank Emperor Yisho. Not long after he finished speaking, on the empty ground in the distance, mutant beasts that had emerged from the sea of corpses and blood under the intensive bombardment of thermal weapons came one by one. Ichin quickly confronted a level 6 mutant beast that was as powerful as himself and fought it seriously. In this life, Ichin's current strength is level 6. At the beginning of the spiritual energy recovery, it was naturally an extremely powerful existence. However, now, more than a year after the spiritual energy recovery, 9th-level Emperor-level powerhouses have appeared one after another, both among humans and mutant beasts, and the 6th-level ones are just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yichen found it a little hard to resist the mutant beast in the beginning, but after getting familiar with his human form, he was able to handle it with ease. I don't know if it was because I learned something from the beast King Baishan in my previous life as a tiger. I used to be very careful in battles with mutant beasts of the same level, and I would be killed if I wasn't careful. But now I can do it with ease. Soon, Ichin killed the mutant beast and received cheers from his comrades around him. Ichin, not bad. He killed a level 6 monster so quickly. But Ichin ignored them and continued to find a 6th-level mutant beast to hone himself in battle. However, when he was about to kill the second mutant beast, a huge wolf-shaped mutant beast rushed over. Seeing the appearance of this mutant beast, Ichin's pupils suddenly shrank. He was so familiar with the appearance of this mutant beast. It was in this life. No, it was in the previous life when I was a human being. I was killed by this mutant beast in front of me. That was his nightmare for countless nights. Ichin wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. Now, all the strong human beings had their own opponents, and no one could control this 7th-level mutant beast. Faced with this terrifying beast, Ichin could only face it head-on. Fight fearlessly, and you still have a chance to survive. Exposing your back to the enemy and escaping will only lead to death. However, although the level difference between the two sides is only 1 level, the difference in strength is hard to describe. He is not an evolver who awakened naturally, but an evolver who began to practice using the universal skills developed by humans. As we all know, the evolutionists who awaken their spirits through techniques are inherently weaker than those who awaken naturally, not to mention that Ichin is a whole level lower than this mutant beast. Under the opponent's fierce attack, Ichin was defeated step by step and spit out blood. No, you will definitely die if you continue like this. Ichin forced himself to calm down and recalled the scenes of Tiger Dad Baishan in the battle. The more he recalled, the clearer it became. Ichin seemed to be obsessed, and every move he made was filled with the momentum of a tiger. Then his eyes cleared. Even if my life as a tiger was like Zhuangzhou dreaming of being a butterfly, I have also dreamed of becoming the son of a top beast king. A tiger father will have a dog son, and a wild dog wants to take my life? Roar. At this moment, Ichin forgot about his human body, as if he had returned to the body of a tiger. An aura that looked down on all living beings and was the king of beasts burst out from his human body. At this moment, the wolf-shaped mutant beast seemed to feel that it was facing an extremely brutal and murderous tiger. In a trance, it even tucked its tail between its legs. Seeing this, Ichin rushed towards the 7th-level mutant beast like a tiger descending from the mountain. At this moment, he forgot the fact that he was a human being, and instead became a truly peerless tiger. In his mind, there was the cruelty of Tiger Dad covered by destruction, and the murderousness contained in the white tiger bloodline. Facing such a Ichin, the 7th-order mutant beast that had killed him in the previous life, causing him to be reborn as a tiger, was terrified. In its eyes, it saw a weak human being, but in its soul, there was a roaring, peerless, ferocious tiger. With both hands and claws, Ichin slapped the giant beast's head again and again. Boom, boom, boom. In a completely inconspicuous battle circle in the entire battlefield, Ichin was suppressing the mutant beast that was 1 level higher than himself. If an outsider looked at him, he would have the illusion that Ichin looked more like a ferocious beast than the 7th-level giant wolf. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a loud noise was heard on the battlefield, and the people around and the mutant beasts turned their heads to look at the same time. It was a picture of a thin figure standing on top of a giant wolf. The wolf's head was shattered and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Feeling the pain in his palm, Ichin didn't care. At this point, he defeated and killed the subconscious fear lingering in his heart, and his state of mind reached perfection. Haha, it's time to wake up from this dream. After crushing his inner demon, Ichin looked up to the sky and laughed. In his eyes, this world was becoming more and more illusory. Chapter 87 Using Dreams, Baishan, come out and fight. However, after a while, this gradually illusory world slowly solidified again. However, Ichin was not panicked at all, because such changes were caused by himself. Now I am sure that when I returned to my previous life's human body and was killed by the 7th-level mutant beast, it was all a dream. The world just became unreal, and Ichin felt it very clearly. However, if this is a dream, I was about to break it just now, but there was no power to stop such a change, which means it is not dangerous for me. And I think I can make use of the characteristics of dreams. Thinking of this, Ichin's eyes lit up. As we all know, dreaming often affects people's perception of time. Many times, it feels like a long time has passed in a dream, but in fact only half an hour of lunch break has passed. In this incredibly real dream, if I practice my fighting skills more, even if I use my human body to practice tiger fighting skills, it will be half the effort with twice the results, but as long as the time is long enough, I believe there will be remarkable results. I saw through the dream and wanted to get out, but this dream world started to become illusory, and it was obvious that it was about to collapse. Therefore, the best option for Ichin is to take advantage of its characteristics to gain some benefits while being able to go out at any time. Sure enough, as long as I don't think about going out, this dream world will become solid again, and everything will return to its original state, which is infinitely close to reality. Ichin, good job. I didn't expect you to be so powerful and able to challenge a higher level opponent. At this time, Uncle Long, who was not far away from Ichin, dealt with his opponent. During his brief break, he gave Ichin a thumbs up. Nodding, Ichin rushed towards a 7th-level mutant beast again. The feeling just now was still lingering in his mind, and he felt like he had broken through an invisible shackle. This is not an improvement in evolutionary level, nor is it an improvement in superpower level or bloodline. It's a change in state of mind, a transformation from the depths of the soul. Although he was reborn with the body of a tiger, he actually still considered himself a human being in his heart. After this change of state of mind, although he did not say that he completely regarded himself as a tiger, he had already realized the power and soul that the tiger race should have. Every move is domineering and arrogant. Every move he makes is ferocious and powerful. By integrating these into the battle, Ichin's combat power soared. In fact, his improvement in hard power was not that great, but more of the aura of a truly ferocious tiger bursting out from his eyes, and no mutant beast was not frightened by it. In their eyes, Ichin is not a small 2-legged upright beast, but an extremely brutal and domineering tiger. He is a beast king who looks down upon everything and kills without parallel. I don't know how long it took, but with the concerted efforts of everyone in the Mountain City survivor base, the defense against the beast tide was finally successfully resisted, and the beast tide retreated. After the battle, Ichin sat on the ground gasping for breath without any image. It's too tiring. This kind of battle is all about risking your life. If you can fight, you can survive. If you can't, you will die. You are very good. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, and Ichin looked over. It's Yichen, the mainstay of the survivor base in the Mountain City, a 9th-rank emperor. It's just to survive. Ichin smiled and said, yes, it's just for survival. You can kill enemies above your level, so you have great potential. Are you willing to join my personal guards and develop? Yichen stretched out his hand and invited. Wow, Ichin is so lucky. He is actually valued by Lord Yi. He has joined his personal guards and has many resources. His future success is just around the corner. What kind of shit luck? Didn't you see that he killed several level 7 mutant beasts in the previous battle? That relieved a lot of pressure on us. Otherwise, at least a lot of people would have died. When Yichen said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. With pleasure. Ichin had no objection to Yichen's invitation. After all, he already knew that this was a dream, and the purpose of staying here was just to hone his fighting skills, which was the same wherever he was. Moreover, if you join Yichen's personal guard, you will have more opportunities to encounter difficult tasks. As long as you know that it is a dream, the greater the pressure, the better the effect of honing yourself. In the dream of the previous life, Ichin had made great achievements in battles many times, and with the help of resources, he was promoted to the 7th level and served as the company commander of Yichen's personal guards. In the dream of the previous life, for 5 months, Ichin fought fiercely against a giant bear of the 8th Order mid-stage Beast King level. He won the battle, killed it, and advanced to the 8th Order, and served as the commander of Yichen's personal guard corps. 1 year in the dream of the previous life, several Beast King-level powerful ones launched an unprecedented large-scale beast tide and attacked the survivor base in the Mountain City. Yichen was defeated by the siege of several Beast Kings and died on the spot. Ichin was promoted to the 9th level, entering the Emperor level, and led the remaining survivors of the Mountain City to break out of the siege and migrate to the south. It seems that the existence of this dream world still has great limitations. While hurrying on the road, Ichin couldn't help but sigh. Even if I didn't see that this world was a dream at first, I can see it now. A year has passed in the dream world. My own strength has been steadily improving, and the strength of others is also improving. However, the pillar of the Mountain City, Yichen, has only remained at the 9th level. I guess the creation of the dream is based on my own memory, and then it is logically constructed and runs smoothly. But when I died in my previous life, the strongest being in the world was only at the 9th level. Something that does not exist in my memory cannot be imagined out of thin air by the existence that weaved this dream. The more he thought about it, the more Ichin felt that his speculation was the truth. In that case, my training here has come to an end, so I'll go and fulfill my wish. As they got closer to Yangqing, Ichin started to smile. The survivor base in the Mountain City was destroyed. If he thought rationally, he should go north and lead the team to the imperial capital. But this is a dream, and there is no need for me to bear any pressure for the so-called responsibility. After all, these people are fake. Moreover, with the density of mutant beasts in the wild, one can encounter beast kings or even beast emperors from time to time. By the time they reached this place, there were only a few survivors left in the Mountain City. However, Ichin has arrived at his destination. Heaven on top, a restricted area for all living beings. Looking at the familiar place, Ichin flew into the air and looked at the main peak of Tiantangding. Bai Shan, come out and fight. A loud shout echoed throughout the restricted area at the top of heaven. Ah! But in just a few seconds, a tiger roar that shook the earth came from deep in the restricted area. That's right. At the end of the dream, he wanted to see what his tiger father, who was the top beast king in his previous life, looked like. As the terrifying tiger roar came closer and closer, a ferocious tiger as tall as a mountain and as black as ink flew out. The blazing flames of destruction surrounded its figure, and the void was collapsing. That pair of extremely ferocious tiger eyes makes people dare not look directly at it. In front of it, all the beast kings Ichin had seen before paled in comparison, just like the difference between a cat and a tiger. Looking at Ichin, Tiger Dad's eyes were extremely violent, and he rushed directly to him without any warning. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attack collapsed the void. Even though Ichin had anticipated Tiger Dad's strength in his previous life, he was still extremely shocked. What a huge difference. In my previous life, I did not have any special powers. I could only rely on imitating Tiger Dad and understanding the power and soul of the tiger to have powerful strength. But facing the real Tiger Dad, he could only be defeated quickly and was seriously injured in just a few moves. However, he already got what he wanted. The power and soul of the Tiger Dad in the previous life. He saw it. Boom. Destructive death light submerged Ichin, and his eyes went dark, and his consciousness became blurred. Chapter 88. Brothers and sisters, come sleep with me. After opening his eyes again, Ichin touched his face. The long-lost furry texture made him feel a little emotional. Isn't he really awake now? The surrounding environment was still as quiet as the night, but the difference was that all the mutant beasts in the dynasty were sleeping soundly. System? Is it there? With a nervous mood, Ichin asked softly. Host, I'm here. Is there anything I can help you with? The long-lost system prompt sound made Ichin's heart suddenly settle down. It's okay, but why are you so lame? After I was dragged into the dream, you can't respond to me? Ichin grinned and complained. This is the system's special situation protection mechanism. The system can detect that the host has been pulled into a dream. However, in order to prevent the host from giving wrong commands unconsciously and using up the precious system rewards, which will cause disputes with the system later, there is no response to the host in the dream. Fortunately, there is a system protection mechanism. Otherwise, if I use up the Emperor Experience voucher in my dream, I won't even have a chance to cry. Hearing this, Ichin felt a little scared and felt extremely fortunate. But what is it that pulls me into the dream? After asking the system questions, Ichin suddenly remembered the most critical question. It seems that it was not just himself, the tiger, who was pulled into the dream, but all the mutant beasts in the entire dynasty were pulled into the dream. But why didn't an entity that could exert such a wide-ranging influence at this stage do anything detrimental to them? After all, they were pulled into a dream and fell into a deep sleep, and their bodies in the outside world had no defense at all. If one wanted to hunt them, it would be a piece of cake and an easy task. However, the existence that pulled them into the dream not only did not harm their external bodies, but did not even prevent them from leaving the dream. This was very strange. The thing that pulled the host into the dream is now in the host's brain. At this moment, the system suddenly reminded. What the hell? Ichin was stunned, and he kept touching his head up and down, shaking his head, trying to get rid of the things in his mind. The guy who pulled me into the dream is right inside my mind. This is too scary. The host cannot throw them out. The system continued to explain. Them? Ichin became even more anxious. It turned out that there was more than one thing in his mind. But after hearing this, he also reacted. The thing that got into my brain must be alive. If that's the case, then we should be able to communicate. Ichin quickly activated soul dialogue, without specifying any target, but directly spreading the spiritual energy. Its dreams are delicious. Its dreams are bitter, sweet, spicy, and salty. They are so rich. I'm so full. I've never been so full before. Let's make our home in its brain from now on. Hearing this, Ichin was almost frightened to death and quickly stopped him. No. Don't make your home in my head. Wow. It can actually hear us talking? Wow. It can actually talk to us? Why don't we just leave? Otherwise, what if it wants to bite us to death? What are you afraid of? It can't touch us. We can make our home here. That's right. If we leave here, where can we find such delicious dreams? In the dreams of those big idiots, they either eat or are eaten. The taste is too bland. For a moment, Ichin's brain seemed to explode, and a chirping sound was dancing in his head. Ichin quickly closed the soul dialogue temporarily, and only then did he feel better. Fuck, there must be dozens of parasites in my brain. The cacophony of voices just now almost made Ichin's brain burn, but it seems that they are creatures that feed on dreams. In their eyes, rich dreams are delicious food, so they like to stay in my head so much. In this way, they will never hurt me, and my dreams will be eaten by them as delicacies, which will not do any harm to me. This is a kind of symbiotic creature that is neither beneficial nor harmful. Ichin analyzed it carefully. The host's judgment is wrong. This creature is a companion that is extremely beneficial to the host. At this time, the system reminded again. What do you mean? I want to see where the benefit is. Shit, I'm at level 3? After hearing what the system said, Ichin subconsciously glanced at the system panel, and his eyes instantly widened like bells. Host, Ichin. Level, LV31. Race, Siberian tiger, weak white tiger bloodline. Body size, 284 centimeters long, 335 kilograms in weight. Combat power, 428. Evolution points, 24,200. Looking at the system panel, Ichin was extremely surprised. Although my ability can evolve faster and faster during battle, the speed is not fast. I remember the last time I looked at the system panel, my level was still LV24. And now, just like a big dream, he has directly jumped over half a level and entered the 3rd level. In other words, he is still in his childhood now. If he takes the time fruit and becomes an adult, his combat power should be able to soar directly to more than 3,000. Oh right, how long have I been sleeping in this dream? But suddenly, Ichin suddenly remembered that he had stayed in the dream for a year. If a long time had passed in reality as well, it was not impossible for him to reach the 3rd level with the natural nourishment of spiritual energy. Host, don't worry. It has only been a week since the host fell asleep. At this time, the system gave a timely explanation, which immediately relieved Ichin's anxiety. A week is still acceptable. The fact that my evolution level has increased so much is due to the little things in my head. Thinking of this, Ichin was no longer so resistant to the group of little guys. He activated soul dialogue again, preparing to communicate with them. What on earth are you? Can you come out and show me? Wow, it's talking to us again. Why should we let you see it? Just don't come out. That's right. Go to bed. We want to eat something delicious. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. As soon as Ichin finished speaking, the little things in his head started chattering nonstop. Hey, if you want to pull me into a dream, you can only wait until I fall asleep. In that case, I won't sleep. I wonder what you guys are going to eat. Ichin immediately heard the loophole in the other party's words and grinned. Hearing this, the little guys were furious at his threat. Hee, we are not enough by ourselves. But that doesn't mean more brothers and sisters together are not enough. Brothers and sisters, sleep with me. In Ichin's mind, a little guy shouted angrily. As soon as these words were spoken, Ichin exclaimed that this was not good. From the heads of all the mutant beasts in Dynasty, transparent spots of light with colorful colors oozed out and gathered towards the sky. Looking closely, those spots of light turned out to be butterflies only the size of a fingernail. Every mutant beast has hundreds or even thousands of such butterflies in its head. When gathered together, it looks like a vast ocean. Then, densely packed, colorful butterflies gathered in the air and turned into a giant butterfly that covered the sky. Call. The giant butterfly flapped its wings, and a colorful thin mist fell from its huge wings, covering Ichin and all the mutant beasts of Dynasty, like mist. Fuck, is it possible to do this? Shrouded in fog, Ichin was horrified. He had slept for a week and was already full of energy, but suddenly he felt sleepy. Chapter 89 Ichin's Crisis. A captive dreaming machine. Hee. What do you think? Do you still think we can't do anything to you? Look, we are brothers and sisters together. No matter how powerful you are, you will still be slept with by us. That's right. You'd better go to sleep and have a good dream. Make us a delicious dream. Yeah. It's not like you didn't benefit from feeding us in your dreams. Our shit was absorbed by you, and it made you stronger. Waking up again? No. It should be said that his consciousness regained again. Ichin heard a chirping sound in his ears. Needless to say, it must be the butterflies in my head. Fuck. So the thing that accelerated my evolution was their shit? However, after hearing what they said, Ichin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. And they're inside my head, so they pooped inside my brain? The more he thought about it, the more horrifying and disgusting it became. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a colorful space, and the surroundings were as gorgeous as the galaxy. In front of him was a group of colorful butterflies about the same size as himself, laughing at him. There was no doubt that I was pulled into the dream they created. The difference from the previous time was that this time they themselves entered the dream. This is a bit difficult. Looking at this scene, Ichin felt a little confused. Although the only influence these little things can exert on me in reality is forced hypnosis. But trapping oneself in a dream can accelerate evolution by constantly absorbing their excrement. However, no matter how fast the evolution is, if you cannot wake up, what good will it do no matter how powerful the evolution is? It's just a plant beast that exudes a powerful aura. Don't think too much. If we don't want you to wake up, you won't wake up. Just dream obediently and let us enjoy the delicious food. Looking at Ichin rolling his eyes and constantly thinking about how to break the impasse, one of the butterflies flew to him and said proudly, "It looks like it is bigger than the other butterflies and has a more delicate appearance and more colorful colors. It is probably the leader or king among them." Ichin had no intention of attacking the approaching butterfly. After all, this is a dream they created, and those who come in might not be their real selves. And even if it is their real bodies that come in, they definitely have the means to prevent themselves from being hurt. It can be said that they are the creators of this world. They are the gods of this world. If nothing unexpected happens, I can only let them do whatever they want. How about we discuss it? After racking his brains for a long time, Ichin was ready to give in. All the other party wanted was his rich dreams, which he fed on. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that these guys had no reason or means to hurt him, and only this forced hypnosis left him helpless. In this case, if we surrender without suffering any substantial losses, we can solve the current predicament, and who knows, we may even gain a group of good helpers who can accelerate our own evolution and the evolution of the mutant beasts of the dynasty. Why not do it? What do you want to discuss? The butterfly king proudly crossed his first pair of legs together, as if he was hugging his chest. "You want my dream, right?" Ichin asked seriously. "That's right. From now on, you just sleep all the time and let us eat your dreams." The butterfly king nodded his antennae. "But I've been in a dream all this time. My body outside will die. A week without food or water is equivalent to the sun rising and setting 7 times. After such a long time, I'm so hungry that my mouth is dry. If it gets any longer, I'll die of starvation and thirst. You don't want to never be able to have such a delicious dream, right?" Ichin analyzed to the butterfly king. "You're right. From now on, we will let you wake up once every 7 days. When you're full and satisfied, continue to give us delicious dreams." The butterfly king thought seriously. Hearing this, Ichin's mouth twitched. He didn't want to be enslaved like this for almost the entire time. Although he could hone his fighting skills in his dreams, his body in reality was always dormant and his muscles would atrophy sooner or later. In this way, even if one's evolutionary level steadily increases, one's combat power gradually declines, which is not acceptable. And as a tiger with dignity, how could he agree to such an unequal symbiotic relationship? Even if we want to coexist, even if we want to cooperate, he should be the one to take the lead. He wants to be the tiger king of beasts. Impossible. I will not accept such conditions. What I can accept is sleeping 8 hours a day, which means dividing the day into 3 parts. 2 parts are my awake time, which I take charge of, and 1 part is used for sleeping and dreaming to make delicious dreams for you. If you can't accept this condition, then don't even think about eating my dream. At worst, I'll starve to death. You'll never find such a delicious dream again. Since the other party had said this, Ichin stopped arguing and went straight to the point. During this time, he also figured it out. The other person likes his dream, which is irreplaceable. In other words, there is no alternative within the Paradise Peak Nature Park. And from their words, Ichin also inferred that the richer the dream, the more emotionally rich the dream, the more delicious it is to these butterflies. And I have advantages that other mutant beasts do not have. That is the mind and soul of being a human being. Even after the revival of spiritual energy, the IQ of all mutant beasts has been improved. But compared with the rich emotions of human beings, it is still far from it. The mutant beasts in the top of heaven are even worse. For wild animals, from childhood to adulthood, 80% of their thoughts are occupied by two things. I want to eat. I can't be eaten by other animals. Even if they evolve into mutant beasts, they cannot change this pattern of thinking, which is limited by their vision and living environment. Therefore, for these butterflies, the dreams of wild mutant beasts are bland and tasteless, just enough to fill their stomachs. Ichin's dreams are different. They are extremely rich and full of colorful emotions, which are the ultimate delicacy for them. Even the mutant beasts of the dynasty have much richer dreams than those of the mutant beasts in the wild. After all, the vast majority of mutant beasts in the dynasty were either living in zoos or pets in urban families. They have no pressure to survive, and their dreams are filled with playing with their owners, watching TV with their owners, taking walks with their owners, etc. Naturally, their dreams are much richer than those of mutant beasts in the wild. Therefore, these butterflies have become addicted to the taste and no longer want to leave the brains of Ichin and the dynasty, mutant beast. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us? You are dreaming if you want us to agree to such conditions. The Butterfly King said disdainfully. Oh, I am indeed dreaming, but since I know I am dreaming, I can still control what kind of dream I will have. Ichin smiled, with an expression as if he had caught the Butterfly King with something wrong. And he did have the other party's leverage. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Their own dreams are like drugs to them. Once they sing them once, it is impossible to quit. If that's the case, then why not just not have such dreams? After saying this, he closed his eyes, let his mind go blank, and wandered away. Chapter 90. Catch the Butterfly Queen's handle. Call me master. What do you mean? Looking at Ichin's confusing behavior, the Butterfly King was extremely confused. After saying so many harsh words, Ichin just closed his eyes and refused to talk to it out of spite. Hee. As long as you continue to sleep, you will continue to dream and provide us with delicious dreams. You can't threaten us at all like this. The Butterfly King said angrily, his two antennae shaking rapidly. He was extremely angry. However, Ichin did not respond at all, as if he could not hear it at all. An hour later. Why don't you have dreams? What on earth did you do? For a whole hour, Ichin didn't have the slightest dream, which allowed them to taste the delicious food. The Butterfly King yelled at him anxiously. However, Ichin still sat there like an old monk without any response. 12 hours later. Hurry up and dream for me. I want to dream about delicious food. The Butterfly King came again, shouting loudly. But this time, Ichin still did not respond. One day later. Humph. You won't let me dream, right? Then I'll force you to dream. The Butterfly King is here again, and this time he has joined hands with his fellow tribesmen to create a scene around Ichin. It is the scene from the first dream, where the dynasty was covered by terrifying thermal weapons firepower, hit by nuclear weapons, and the entire army was annihilated. The sounds of countless artillery fire exploded in Ichin's ears, and the screams of countless mutant beasts of the dynasty were endless. The tiger father cried out in pain, the tiger mother was worried, and the tiger brother wailed. But Ichin remained unmoved. He still lay on the ground calmly with his eyes closed, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He knew that these were all dreams and none of them were real, so he could remain in a state of meditation even when it came to the tiger father, tiger mother, and tiger brother whom he cared about the most. Seeing that this method still had no effect, the Butterfly King once again teamed up with the butterflies in the sky to create a scene filled with all kinds of painful punishments. There are scorching fires and freezing cold here. Some were eaten alive by terrifying beasts, and some were crushed to death by hundreds of thousands of mountains. The butterflies used all kinds of torture methods they could think of, or had seen in the dreams of previous creatures, on Ichin. Haha, got it. Finally, a delicious dream came true. Under such torture, Ichin couldn't bear it at first and felt painful, so dreams representing pain began to appear. The Butterfly King was extremely surprised to have such a dream. But soon, the dream with only the single taste of pain became difficult for the Butterfly King to swallow. Because dreams caused by painful emotions are sour, bitter, and spicy. Such dreams, as seasoning, can be eaten together with other dreams to add flavor to them. But eating it alone is no different from eating bitter melon raw with vinegar, or bitter melon with devil pepper. Hard to swallow. These dreams aren't tasty at all. After eating the dream that he had finally squeezed out of Yichen, the Butterfly King became even more irritable and said angrily, "Queen, how about we eat some dreams created by other mutant beasts? Paired with this little tiger's dream, it should be delicious. At this time, a butterfly suggested. Then give it a try. The butterfly queen nodded reluctantly. After a while, butterflies took the dreams from other mutant beasts' minds and presented them to the butterfly queen. The butterfly king savored the dream mixed with Yichen's pain. Yui, what kind of dream is this? It's so disgusting. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. I might as well just eat this little tiger's dream. After taking just one bite, the butterfly queen vomited and said with disgust, "What should we do now? We have eaten the little tiger's delicious dreams and can't eat other dreams. Now he doesn't have any delicious dreams anymore. Are we going to starve to death?" A butterfly said in panic. So this is his confidence. At this moment, the butterfly queen finally understood the reason why Ichin argued with her and said through gritted teeth, "Oh no, queen, this little tiger has fewer and fewer dreams. Now there are almost none." At this time, a butterfly that was always staring at Ichin's output reported in panic. "What's going on?" The butterfly queen said in disbelief. "When I came to Ichin, I saw that he still had his eyes closed, being forced to toss in different tortures. However, there was not a trace of pain on his face. Is this all you are capable of?" Ichin smiled calmly. Although he was smiling, Ichin showed almost no emotion. Being tortured by various methods, Ichin gradually turned from pain to numbness. In addition, he kept hypnotizing himself that these were all dreams and would not cause any substantial harm to him. So what if he was in pain? It was just a dream. This technique was indeed effective, and it quickly desensitized him to pain. Now, facing such endless agony, he could remain calm even when facing a huge collapse. In fact, he didn't even have the slightest emotion. You. Please give me a dream. I want to eat dreams. Please give me a dream." The butterfly queen had lost her mind. She grabbed the fluff on Ichin's chest with her 2 legs and spoke hysterically. If it couldn't eat Ichin's dream for a second, it would feel as if billions of ants were crawling on its body. Aren't there a lot of dreams out there? You can just eat their dreams. Why bother about me? Ichin smiled faintly. "Tell me, how can I make you continue to produce dreams? Let me eat your dreams. Tell me now." The butterfly queen yelled at Ichin hysterically, like a drug addict who had not taken drugs for a long time. "Why do you have such a bad memory? Didn't I tell you the conditions long ago? If you meet my conditions, I will let you eat your dreams." Ichin shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, the butterfly queen seemed to have grasped the last straw and hugged Ichin with great excitement. Okay, I agree to your terms. We will be equals. 2/3 of the day is yours, and you get to dream for 1/3 of the day." Recalling Ichin's previous conditions, the butterfly queen reversed her previous attitude and agreed eagerly. "Very good." Seeing that the butterfly queen had made a compromise, Ichin nodded with satisfaction. Then you can create delicious dreams for me, right?" The butterfly queen had a glow of anticipation on her face and said with great eagerness, "But I don't want to give you food for your dreams." Ichin suddenly regretted it. "Why? I have already agreed to your terms. Why don't you give me a dream? You liar." After hearing Ichin's words, the butterfly queen's temperament changed drastically. She became furious, as if she wanted to choose someone to eat. "That was the previous condition. Now you are torturing me like this, and you still want me to put aside the past grudges and cooperate with you under the previous conditions. How can such a good thing be possible?" Ichin raised the corner of his mouth, with a sense of satisfaction and revenge. "So what do you want now? Tell me now. I can agree to anything. As long as you let me eat your dreams, I can do anything." The butterfly queen no longer cared and begged. "From now on, I will provide you with dreams to eat, but how long you dream a day, or whether you dream at all, is up to me to decide. You have no right to interfere." Ichin said, "How could you do this?" Such unfair terms were difficult for Queen Butterfly to accept. "Then you might as well starve to death." Ichin's pair of tiger eyes were filled with indifference, and he spoke in an extremely domineering manner. "Well, I agree to this condition. Can you eat my dreams now?" The butterfly queen surrendered. It can no longer bear the pain of not having Ichin's dream. Now it will agree to whatever Ichin says. "It's not over yet. From now on, you are my vassal. You will do whatever I say. In the end, you should call me master." Ichin looked down at the butterfly queen with a slight smile on his face. When the butterfly queen heard this condition, she felt extremely humiliated. But the body's feedback, its desire for Ichin, and the weak energy reserves in its tiny body made it feel extremely hungry. In the end, the physical impulse and desire defeated reason. It faced Ichin, lowered its noble head, and said in great humiliation, "Owner." Chapter 91. Tiger Dad's dream of his past life. The rise of the lonely beast king. After waking up from a long sleep, Hudi felt his stomach was shrinking and he was very hungry. So, even though it was bigger than its mother tiger, it still ran towards its father tiger like a little cub, begging for food in a coquettish manner. It's a cub. It is only natural to ask for food from parents. As for why he was so hungry after just a nap, Tiger Brother didn't understand and didn't care. As long as I can fill my stomach quickly. At the same time, all the mutant beasts of Dynasty woke up almost at the same time, and all of them felt extremely hungry. Tiger Dad woke up and with lingering fear quickly turned his big head around, looking for a familiar figure. Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, Ichin? Fortunately, they are all here. It dreamed that countless shells fell from the sky and wiped out the dynasty. It dreamed that the forbidden weapon that had been projected on the big screen in the dragon group fell on their heads, and the terrifying mushroom cloud destroyed everything with a devastating blow. His family had no power to resist and were engulfed in flames. Before he died, he threw Ichin out, but it was of no avail. Later, it dreamed again that it returned to the night when spiritual energy was revived, but this time, Ichin did not turn into a big white tiger and did not have the power to stop it from running wild. That night, he killed his beloved wife, the mother of his 2 children, Tiger Mom Lili, with his own hands. The Tiger Mom's look of fear, confusion, and reluctance seems to be vivid in my mind. It seems to be saying, "Why did I die at the hands of the tiger I love the most?" That look broke its heart, made it despair, and made it suffer terribly, but it had no power to change. Later, it was absorbed into the dragon group. One day later, the twisted pain of killing Tiger Mom Lili with his own hands, coupled with the tyrannical nature of destruction itself, caused it to go berserk during a mission to capture a illegal evolver. Many people were injured and many died, and the Yichen military region had to carry out humane destruction of it. But no one can kill it, it is too strong. In addition, destruction has the special feature of ignoring long-range damage. The only one who can hurt Tiger Dad is Su Yingji, who also has a very high level of supernatural power. But even Su Yingji couldn't defeat such a powerful Tiger Dad. So, Commander Lu had someone bring in Tiger Brother and the little tiger without Ichin's soul, and threatened Tiger Father to surrender. The Tiger Father, who still had a trace of rationality, compromised. He knew that they were the fruit of his and his wife's joint efforts, a treasure that could not be replicated. He could not let them be harmed. But even if it took the initiative to withdraw destruction, when Su Yingji's fatal attack fell on itself, destruction would still automatically cover it. Instead, it injured Su Yingji. This irritated Commander Lu, so he ordered his men to kill Ichin's predecessor, to let this beast who couldn't understand the situation understand the consequences of being unwilling to cooperate with them. The little tiger cub fell helplessly in a pool of blood. His father was desperate, angry, and went berserk. Brutality clouded its mind, and it started killing without any regard for anything. At the end of the battle, all living creatures present except it died. Even a powerful man like Su Yingji was easily killed by it, and Commander Lu, who had a high status, was torn to pieces like a rag doll. And it couldn't save its tiger brother either. It was brutally killed by humans, and also fell in a pool of blood. It was so angry that it returned to the South Zoo and released all the powerful mutant beasts. It did not lead them, but left Guangzhou alone and went straight into the Tiantangding Nature Park. The competition at the top of heaven is fierce. There are countless powerful mutant beasts and countless terrifying races. Even for a tiger as strong as Tiger Dad, it is difficult for him to survive here alone. But it is proud, powerful, possesses the most advanced superpowers, and is the top predator on land. It should be the undisputed king of the mountains and forests. After fighting and overcoming many difficulties along the way, it defeated all enemies it encountered and finally ascended to the throne, becoming the only beast king and the ruthless meat grinder of heaven's top. Without the pressure of survival, it recalled the joy of its childhood, the person who raised it and its tiger mother, and gave it the last bit of closeness to humans. Shenqing. It returned to Yangcheng, but now it is no longer the original Yangcheng, but the Yangcheng survivor base. Seeing Tiger Dad Baishan had become such a terrifying beast, the people at the Yangcheng survivor base were terrified and used all their firepower to prevent it from getting closer. But these weapons for dealing with ordinary mutant beasts are nothing more than tickles in the eyes of Tiger Dad Baishan. Tiger Dad by Shan, who did not want to kill innocent people, entered the base openly and no one could stop him. It just wants to find Shanqing. But after its spiritual sense swept through it, it became furious. It found Shanqing, but Shanqing was no longer elegant, intellectual, youthful, and cheerful. Instead, she was naked, covered in filth, and imprisoned in a small, dark room. When he arrived in front of Shanqing, she had already become mentally ill. By Shan, is that you? Tiger Dad just nodded, his eyes full of anger. Please kill me. I am in so much pain. I don't have the courage to live anymore. Please, by Shan. It turned out that after Tiger Dad left Yangqing, the Yuezhou military and the people of Yangqing blamed Shan Qingyi, Tiger Dad's keeper, for the killings caused by Tiger Dad. At first, people just cursed. But later, as the recovery of spiritual energy intensified, the progress of cities was hindered. Each city acted on its own, and under the external pressure of wild mutant beasts, order collapsed. The rebuilt order can only be said to be barely maintainable, but the moral and legal standards have been infinitely lowered. It was a night not long ago. An evolver was drunk and angry, so he broke into Shan Qingyi's room and raped her. Shan Qingyi bravely reported him, but the terrible thing is that he was not punished. Everyone thought that Shan Qingyi, who raised such a terrible demon like Bai Shan, did not deserve to be protected by the law. So Shan Qingyi's nightmare began. Until today, she has been hurt so much by the world's unwarranted malice that she has lost the desire to live and only wishes to die. The angry Tiger Dad went berserk. Right in the center of the Yangqing survivor base, a terrifying black light enveloped this largest survivor base in the south, and no one survived. Of course, the Tiger Father, who could not understand Shan Qingyi's desire to die, did not kill her as she requested. It could not kill this woman who was like a mother and an older sister to it with its own hands, but it still failed to save Shan Qingyi. Even though it fed Shan Qingyi the best spiritual fruits every day and learned to roast mutant beast meat for her to eat, it still failed to save Shan Qingyi, who was determined to die. She committed suicide, right before its eyes. At this moment, the last bit of tenderness and closeness that this invincible beast king, this lonely king, had towards humanity, no, towards this world, disappeared with the wind. Tiger Dad couldn't remember the dreams that followed. It seemed that he had fought with many beast kings and many human king-level warriors, but that didn't matter anymore. Looking at Tiger Mom, Tiger Brother, and Ichin, Tiger Dad was a little dazed and couldn't believe that he could still see his wife and children. Fuck. When Ichin met Tiger Dad's eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was so familiar with this look. These were the eyes that he had seen in his dream in his previous life, when he went to look for his tiger father Bai Shan, who had become the king of beasts. He will never forget that kind of pain, that kind of brutality, and those eyes that showed no trace of friendliness towards the world. At this moment, Tiger Dad stretched out his broad arms and embraced the family of 3 into his arms. Ichin was stunned by the attachment he showed, as if he wanted to melt them all into his body. Ah! Tiger Dad couldn't help but whimper. This sound is mixed with longing, joy, dependence, and a hint of grievance. I miss you guys so much. The Tiger Dad's dream might be constructed based on my fantasy of the Tiger Dad in my previous life? After understanding why Tiger Dad did this, Ichin smiled suddenly and felt a little distressed. Snuggling in Tiger Dad's arms, Ichin enjoyed the warmth of family reunion. In this life, I will never let this Tiger Dad who seems like a cheerful big boy experience the pain of separation and death and feel despair about the world again. He promises. Chapter 92 is Stuck with a Bug? Unlock the legendary superpower Lord. After spending a long time with his family, Tiger Dad finally distinguished between dreams and reality. Then, it got up again with great interest and went hunting with a group of carnivorous mutant beasts. He is a model husband and a model father. After sleeping for so long, the tiger family is hungry. It wants to hunt lots of prey for its wife and children and feed them well. Seeing that Tiger Dad was still able to maintain an optimistic and cheerful attitude after experiencing such a dream, Ichin felt relieved. He was really afraid that Tiger Dad would have such a long and realistic dream that it would have a negative impact on his spirit and become as violent and cruel as in his previous life. But now it seems that I was worrying too much. One of the parents went out to look for food, and Ichin had nothing to do, so he prepared to start his daily routine of accumulating losing streaks. I slept for more than 8 days, wasting so much time, which greatly slowed down the speed of obtaining the legendary ability, Lord. After fighting with Brother Hu, Ichin stopped only when the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Lord fragment. It has been stored in the losing streak reward pool and will be obtained after completing a victory. Current losing streak, 10,135. After taking a look at the system display, Ichin thought it was nothing at first, but then he was suddenly shocked. Fuck. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. More than 10,000 floors. Ichin was stunned. His brain crashed on the spot. Hasn't he been sleeping in a dream these days? When did the losing streak start to accumulate? Isn't it that I was defeated in my dream? Does that count as a losing streak? But I defeated more people and mutant beasts in my dreams. He first guessed, and then Ichin felt something was wrong. No. According to the counting rules of the system, I was defeated. As long as I think I was defeated, it will be counted as accumulated losing streak. On the other hand, I must truly defeat a conscious creature, or this conscious creature must lose the will to fight and admit defeat to me before I can be considered to have won the game. In other words, I was defeated in my dream, so it counts as a valid losing streak. But I won in the dream, but in those dreams, no matter whether it is human or mutant beast, they cannot be counted as conscious beings, so my victory in the dream was not counted as a victory by the system. After a careful analysis, Ichin's breathing became rapid. Then my Lord fragments have already been accumulated, right? And there are also 100 advanced rewards. 100 levels of advanced rewards. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed to Ichin, and he felt ecstatic. This is going to take off an AF*King wave. Ding, the host has been detected to have triggered a major system vulnerability, and the system patch is being updated. However, just as Ichin was ecstatic, a system prompt sounded from his mind. No. Stupid system. Stop the fucking hell. I'll fuck your mother at #UN%*. When Ichin heard the system prompt sound, he went crazy. This is the reward for a losing streak of 10,000 levels. This is the reward for advancing to the 100th level. Before I could even see what good stuff I had accumulated, the system had patched it. This is not fair. However, all this will not change according to Ichin's own will. Ding. System patch update completed. From now on, if the host enters an unrealistic or abnormal time flow area, he will not receive a losing streak. For the host's previous accumulated losing streak, an emergency patch is applied. To compensate the host, all regular rewards can be redeemed 100%, and advanced rewards can only be redeemed for the first 10 levels. In addition, since the Lord fragments accumulated by the host from regular rewards have reached the requirements for exchanging for the legendary supernatural Lord, all Lord fragment random vouchers are automatically exchanged for Emperor fragment random vouchers. Ichin was still cursing, but when the system patch came out, he was stunned. At this glance, it seems okay. Although the reward for the 100th advancement level is gone, at least the Lord fragments that can be exchanged for Lord are preserved. And there are 10 levels of advanced rewards, so all in all, I'm not losing out. Lu Sun once said that the dragon people always like to compromise. For example, if you say that the room is too dark and you need to open a window here, no one will allow you. But if you insist on tearing down the roof, they will compromise and agree to open the windows. This is Ichin's current state. If all the losing streaks in the dream no longer count after the system patch is applied, he will definitely curse. But now, the system said that it would not take back all the benefits and left him a small portion, so he felt it was acceptable. Forget it, this is already a very good result. If I hadn't experienced the dream, I would have needed a month to accumulate 10,000 Lord fragments, and I would have to work day and night to accumulate defeats. Now, in 8 days, I have completed all the tasks for a month, and I can get 10 levels of advanced rewards. I have already made a profit. Thinking of this, Ichin felt much better. Without thinking, Ichin rushed towards Hudi again. It is a high-level third-order beast, and Tiger Brother's ability, Gluttony, makes its craving for food so great that it now has almost no combat power, so Ichin directly crushes Tiger Brother. Congratulations to the host. You have won a victory. You have received all the rewards for losing streak accumulated so far. All the rewards have been put into the system backpack. Current losing streak, 0. Ichin felt extremely relieved after finally ending his losing streak after a long absence. Since there are such rich rewards, there is no need to wait. Harvest the vegetables directly. Digest the harvest. Looking at the system backpack full of rewards, Ichin felt extremely happy. System. Combine 10,000 Lord fragments into a legendary level Lord. Ichin couldn't wait to say. Not to mention other rewards, this Lord has been luring him like a fish bait, and he is almost luring him into a black bass. The effect of Emperor, not only him, but all the mutant beasts in the entire dynasty, have experienced how powerful it is. As a lower-level ability of Dynasty, although it is 2 levels lower in level, it shouldn't be too weak, right? In the dream, Ichin carefully studied the hierarchy system used by humans in the previous life to classify the strength of supernatural powers. The highest level is SSS, which is the level of Tiger Dad by Shan. Creatures with this level of supernatural powers are often the strongest people who stood at the top of this planet in their previous lives. Next are SS and S levels. For example, Su Ingji's ability command is completely comparable to Tiger Dad's destruction in the early stage, but its strength in the later stage can only be ranked at SS level. As for the lower levels, they are A to D, and most of the Evolver's abilities are at these levels. In fact, if we correspond like this, the SSS level corresponds to the Immortal level, and the SS level corresponds to the Divine level. That is to say, the Legendary level, Lord, is S level. A powerful ability that is only below SS level like Law, Ding, consume 10,000 Lord fragments and successfully synthesize the legendary superpower, Lord. System, please tell us what the effects of Lord are. Ichin asked quickly. Chapter 93 come out for a moment. I'll show you a big treasure. Legendary superpower Lord, with 3 basic auras, 2 active skills. First Halo. Marching. When in the marching state, the recognized friendly unit's load-bearing capacity and endurance are increased. Second Halo. Raise soldiers. Individuals identified as your own units will have their training and cultivation effects improved. Third Halo. Meet the enemy. When in the meet the enemy state, the strength, speed, and physical recovery of the identified friendly units will be slightly increased. First active skill. Knight. Designate a friendly unit as a knight to increase its combat power. Second active skill. Phalanx allows all allied units to share the power of knight, with 30% of its original power. No wonder it's a lower-level ability of the Emperor. The skill effects are almost the same, but the power is much weaker. After reading the introduction of the Lord's supernatural powers, Ichin nodded, not too surprised. Before this, he had also asked the system about the specific effects of Lord. However, the system said that before he synthesized and obtained the Lord, he did not have the authority to know the specific effects of the Lord. Now that I know, Ichin is generally quite satisfied. Like the Emperor, the 3 Halo skills of the Lord cover the needs of long-distance migration, daily training and practice, and combat at critical moments. The 2 active skills can also achieve the effect of Emperor's command, supplemented by Array, but their power is relatively weak. But now, this can already satisfy Ichin's need for a sense of security. With the cooperation of the 2 active skills, he can share Tiger Dad's destruction with other mutant beasts of Dynasty. Although it only has 30% of its power, after the accelerated training in the dreams of the dream butterflies, the evolution level of the Dynasty mutant beast has generally increased by 1 level. Dream butterfly is the name Ichin gave to those little guys who can pull living beings into dreams and feed on dreams. He thinks it is appropriate. Before this, Ichin was the only second-level mutant beast in the entire dynasty. The rest of the mutant beasts were first level. And now, Ichin's own evolution has reached the terrifying 3rd level. Dynasty. The rest of the mutant beasts have almost all reached the 2nd level. This is a qualitative leap in the strength of the entire dynasty. In this way, the defense of each mutant beast has been greatly improved, and coupled with the destruction shared by Tiger Dad through the Lord, even though the 30% power sharing of Lord is much less than the 50% power sharing of Dynasty. With the collective strengthening of the mutant beasts of Dynasty, the power of thermal weapons that they can defend against should be almost the same as before. With the permanent destruction, Ichin felt relieved. In this way, whether facing the Uezhou military region or facing various powerful enemies in Tiantangding, Dynasty will naturally be invincible. System, use the 3 Emperor Fragment random vouchers. See how many fragments you can get. However, when he thought about advancing from Lord to Emperor, Ichin felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. 1 million, 1 million. This will take time to save up. If the bug of using dreams to accumulate losing streaks had not been patched by the system, I might be able to rely on this bug to accumulate enough Emperor fragments sooner. What a pity. Congratulations to the host. You have used the primary, intermediate, and advanced Emperor fragment random coupons to obtain 50, 200, and 250 Emperor fragments, respectively, for a total of 500. I'm pretty lucky. The beginner and advanced levels gave me the middle prize, and the intermediate level gave me the highest prize. Ichin felt better when he saw the 3 Emperor random coupons opened. According to the previous rules, no matter what you turn on in the system, as long as it is random, it is rare to be close to the median. The number of bicycles sold now is far better than I expected. What else do I need? System, please tell me what the 10 advancement rewards are. After opening all the Emperor random coupons, Ichin urged the system again. To be honest, he no longer has too many complaints about the system's recent patch. Even if there weren't the full 10,000 levels of rewards, what he had gained in the dream was already very generous. It took a full year to comprehend and hone my understanding of the tiger's power and soul. Fighting skills have been greatly improved. At the end of the dream, he also met his tiger father who had become the invincible and lonely king in his previous life. In this way, my understanding of the tiger's power and soul has become deeper and more thorough. But for me, everything I got from the system was a pleasant surprise. Just 12 days after leaving Yangsheng, I unlocked the Lord. The remaining 10 advanced rewards are completely given away for free. 5th level advancement reward, primary level upgrade, *3. 6th level advancement reward, intermediate level upgrade, *1. 7th level advanced reward, time fruit P2S, *1. 8-fold advanced reward, spiritual power storage tank, *1. 9th level advancement reward, soul contract, *2. 10th level advanced reward, big golden egg, *1. Damn it. System, you have included my previously accumulated advancement rewards into the 10 compensations. Seeing the advanced rewards displayed by the system, Ichin reacted quickly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. It was a free gift anyway, so what if it was less? System, what are these rewards for? Explain them to me. Looking back at these advanced rewards, Ichin was a little confused. Among them, only primary upgrade was what he had obtained before. As for intermediate upgrade, he estimated that it should be similar, except that the upper limit of what can be upgraded is higher. Intermediate upgrade can directly upgrade any ability of the host that does not exceed the legendary level by 1 level, or can directly upgrade the host by 1 evolution level. Time fruit P2S can transform the host to adulthood in 3 hours. Spiritual power storage tank. You can store your own spiritual power in it at ordinary times, and quickly replenish it when needed without any side effects. The storage limit is 3 times the current total spiritual power of the recognized target. Soul contract. You can select a target whose evolutionary level is not higher than the host by 1 level, and force it to become your slave. After the contract, the target will be completely attached to the host and will never betray. Big golden egg. A big golden egg that hatches at random times. The longer the incubation time, the more valuable the reward. It's like sending a pillow just when I feel sleepy. This thing comes just in time. After listening to the system's explanation, Ichin didn't look at anything else first, but stared at the soul contract, with his eyes shining. I had been thinking before that relying on my own dreams to check and balance Mengdai would be absolutely unstable. Because of his dream, there is no mutant beast that can replace it in heaven, but that doesn't mean there is no mutant beast in the outside world. Not to mention far away, there is Yangsheng, which is only 100 kilometers away from here. There are more than 10 million people, and everyone has rich emotions and thoughts. To Mengdai, their dreams are as delicious as her own dreams. I can't use my dreams to tie up Mengdai forever. But now, with the soul contract, this huge problem has been easily solved. Huangdai, come out for a moment. I'll show you a big treasure. Chapter 94. You didn't even feed me enough. I'm so tired when I move. What are you going to show me? You haven't even fed me enough. I'm so tired from moving. Huangdai muttered to herself as she reluctantly came out of Ichin's head. It is the queen of the dream butterflies, and the entire dream butterfly clan obeys it unconditionally. After being threatened by Ichin with his delicious dream, it had to submit to Ichin. And now, Ichin holds the initiative and has the final say on when to sleep and dream. Without delicious dreams to eat, the phoenix butterflies can only stay in Ichin's head to recuperate. With their tiny bodies, they cannot sustain for too long after just one full meal. As for letting it eat the dreams of other mutant beasts, Huangdai, who had already tasted Ichin's dream, said, "What's the difference between that and eating shit?" Seeing a fingernail-sized butterfly coming out of Ichin's head, brother who jumped up and down in surprise. In the entire dynasty, up to now, only Ichin, a mutant beast, knows about the existence of the dream butterfly tribe. The other mutant beasts had no long-term concept of time, and even thought that they had just slept for one night, but they were just dreaming for a long time. Not paying attention to Tiger Brothers jumping up and down, Ichin looked at Huangdai and smiled. What do you mean? You don't look like you have any good intentions. Looking at Ichin's naughty smile, Huangdai, who was very sensitive to emotions, felt something was wrong. Hey, nothing. The smile on Ichin's face became meaningful, and then he temporarily disconnected the soul dialogue. System, use the soul contract to forcefully bind the phoenix butterfly to me. Following his order, the shadow of a parchment scroll that looked extremely ancient flew out from between his eyebrows. Wait, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Huangdia's heart sank and she felt a little panicked. Ichin specifically called it out, and then something like this suddenly flew out. It must not be a good thing. This is what I need to conquer you. I know you are only giving in temporarily. Now, it's time for you to completely submit to me. Ichin said calmly. He was still very confident in what the system produced. Before this, the system's rewards had never failed to meet the functions described by the system. You're dreaming. As long as I want, you can't even touch my body. And you still want to subdue me? Huangdai sneered disdainfully. However, Ichin seemed not to notice its disdain and just continued to watch the changes in soul contract. I saw billions of chains of order emanating from the parchment scroll, entwining towards the phoenix butterfly. Under the disdainful gaze of the phoenix butterfly, billions of chains of order that changed to match its size passed through its body. See, your extremely confident methods are completely useless in my eyes. You can't even touch me. Seeing that she was not entangled by the chains of order, Huangdai said proudly. Seeing this, even Ichin began to doubt. Could it be that the dream butterfly race is too special? The system failed? But just as this guess arose in his mind, a strange feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the phoenix butterfly hovering in front of Ichin's head suddenly stopped moving. Then, a brightly colored butterfly print appeared on the phantom of the parchment scroll floating between Ichin and Huangdai, and returned to the center of Ichin's eyebrows. As the light faded, Ichin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He can now control the life and death of the phoenix butterfly in front of him. All it takes is a thought. What did you just do to me? The phoenix butterfly that had just stopped moving resumed its movement, slowly flew up, and looked at Ichin in disbelief. Didn't I just say that? I want to completely subdue you. You should be able to feel it now, right? Whether you live or die depends on my decision. Seeing that the soul contract had taken effect, Ichin had a smug smile on his face, as if he was mocking the extremely confident Huangdai. You bullied me. Awurwu. Huangdai, who had realized the reality, pointed at Ichin with wide eyes, extremely angry, and finally burst into tears out of grievance. It submitted to Ichin before just for the sake of delicious dreams, and was perfunctory in words, but now he has really gotten himself into trouble. When has it ever suffered such injustice? What do you mean by you? There are no rules. You should call me master. Seeing that this little thing that had been flirting with him for a long time was finally conquered by him and was now crying like this, Ichin didn't know if he had a habit of abusing cute animals. He just felt extremely comfortable. Huangdai, who was still crying, felt even more uncomfortable after being scolded by him. But thinking that its life was in Ichin's hands, it could only obey reluctantly. Master! After taming the phoenix butterfly, Ichin felt like a huge weight had finally been lifted off his shoulders. The phoenix butterfly is the king of the dream butterfly clan. To subdue it is equivalent to subdue the entire dream butterfly clan. The dream butterfly feeds on dreams, and the substances it excretes can gather spiritual energy and help mutant beasts absorb spiritual energy faster. The dream butterflies simply collectively fed on the dreams of the mutant beasts of Dynasty, and greatly increased the overall strength of Dynasty. If this could permanently reside on the mutant beast of Dynasty, wouldn't it be invincible? Moreover, Ichin suspected that a large part of the reason why the overall evolution level of the mutant beasts at the top of heaven was so high was due to the existence of the dream butterfly tribe. Upgraded. I can keep it for now. If the battle demand is close, I will upgrade Wind from the Tiger. Otherwise, I can try to upgrade Soul Dialogue. Then there are only the spiritual energy storage tank and the big golden egg. This big golden egg is a bit of a ripoff, and I don't know how long it will take to open it. It's pure pie in the sky. Ichin couldn't help but complain. System. This spiritual energy storage tank. From what I've seen in the effect description, shouldn't only be used by me. Then, Ichin looked at the effects of the spiritual power storage tank, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. If it is really as he thought, this spiritual power storage tank can be said to be the fastest thing among the several rewards to improve his combat power. Returning to the host, the spiritual energy storage tank can indeed be used by any individual, but once bound, the owner cannot be changed unless the target dies. Then I know how to use this thing, Ichin said excitedly. Ah! At this moment, Ichin heard the roar of a tiger coming from not far away. It's Tiger Dad. They are back from hunting. Sure enough, a moment later, many carnivorous mutant beasts, led by Tiger Dad, returned to the camp, each of them returning with a full load. Compared to before, we brought back much more prey this time. Although they didn't know they had slept for 8 days, the hunger in their stomachs made them subconsciously hunt more prey. It was during this period of hunting that they discovered that they had become much stronger. The size has increased, the speed and strength have increased dramatically, and the power of supernatural powers has also increased. So hunting becomes easier. Seeing the Tiger Dad coming back, Ichin hurriedly ran to it, took out the spiritual power storage tank, and handed it to it. Using soul dialogue, Ichin taught Tiger Dad how to inject spiritual power into this spiritual power storage tank. The only drawback of Tiger Dad's destruction is that although the ultimate move is extremely powerful, it consumes too much spiritual energy. But if it is equipped with this spiritual power storage tank, then you can use the destructive death ray without restraint. This spiritual power storage tank is a magical artifact tailor-made for Tiger Dad. Chapter 95, Change of Plan. Big move by the Yichen military region. Boom! With a huge earthquake, huge trees fell down one after another. Roar! In the dense forest, the tiger father let out a joyful roar and looked at the fallen giant tree with great excitement. It can use destructive death ray without any scruples. Spiritual power storage tank. After recognizing its master, it can store up to 10 times the total spiritual power of the tank. And in battle, as long as its spiritual power is consumed, the spiritual power storage tank will replenish it in the blink of an eye. In this way, it can burst out to the limit in one battle and use destructive death ray 11 times in a short period of time. Or you can be more conservative and keep your own spiritual power for regular combat and use the spiritual power in the spiritual power storage tank 4 bursts. This is equivalent to an extra-large capacity expanded magazine. If it were any other mutant beast, they would not be able to bring out the maximum effect of this item. But in the hands of Tiger Dad, it is an absolute artifact. You know, when Tiger Dad was at the first level, destructive death ray that used up all of its spiritual power was enough to unleash the power of the 3rd level. And now it's at the 2nd stage. Even if the gap in strength between each stage becomes larger as it goes on, at least the power of the late 3rd stage or even the peak 3rd stage can be exerted, right? And this is just a destructive death ray. The spiritual power storage tank in Tiger Dad's hand can store enough spiritual power for 10 times of destructive death light. At this stage, Ichin couldn't think of anyone who could withstand Tiger Dad's 10 times of destruction death light. Even more daring, Tiger Dad's destruction ray has a charging time. While charging, this destructive death ray will continuously absorb the spiritual power in Tiger Dad's body in a very short period of time. Before, Ichin was still asking Tiger Dad to practice controlling the amount of spiritual power he outputs, so as to control the power of destructive death ray, so as to avoid being afraid to use this powerful move even though it is very useful. But now, with the existence of the spiritual power storage tank, Tiger Dad does not need to worry about the use of spiritual power for the time being. And if Tiger Dad can control the stability of the output of spiritual power, can he charge up a destruction death light? Twice his own spiritual power at one time? What about 3 times? 4 times? Even 10 times? Ichin didn't even dare to think about it. If Tiger Dad could really master the destructive death light, that could charge 10 times his own spiritual power at one time, how terrifying would the power be? The power of the 4th stage is definitely there. You can even sit back and watch the power of a 5th level attack. The 2nd level explodes with a 5th level attack, which is completely a dimensionality reduction attack at this level. But now, it's time to deal with that hidden threat. Looking at the mutant beasts of Dynasty, who had awakened and had a hearty meal after hunting, which was the time when they were strong and powerful, Ichin looked behind him and felt a little restless. But let's wait until Tiger Dad fills up the spiritual energy storage tank with its spiritual energy first, so that we can be absolutely sure. For days later, on the 12th day after leaving Yangsheng, Ichin acted contrary to his usual behavior and led the mutant beasts of Dynasty back a long distance. On the way back, I noticed that when I passed by before, there were quite a few mutant beasts around, but now they are nowhere to be seen. Whether they were hunted or escaped from here, it shows that their territory has expanded a lot in just 10 days. The changes he observed along the way made Ichin's expression darken, and his sense of crisis became even stronger. But it doesn't matter. The Zerg's expansion speed is so strong, which shows that they have great potential. If I can find their queen and use the soul contract to forcibly enslave her, that would not only eliminate a major threat, but also instantly gain a major boost, greatly enhance the strength of the dynasty. Then, Ichin's brows relaxed and he felt happy. That's right. The reason he came back this time was to conquer the Zerg that he guessed was very likely to exist. Before this, he had only guessed about the existence of the Zerg, but the changes he observed along the way made him almost certain of the existence of the Zerg. The dreams created by the dream butterflies are not deliberately manipulated, but are constructed based on the things that a living being cares about most in his or her subconscious mind. For example, Yichen has always been extremely wary of the heavy weapons firepower of the Yuezhou military region, so the main scene of his first dream is a nuclear weapon falling from the sky. And he was also extremely wary of the Zerg, whose average level was one level higher than Dynasty. Armored Warrior and Mantis have clear division of labor and good combat power. In addition, the Zerg can produce troops crazily when they have sufficient resources, which gives them unlimited potential. If he followed the previous plan, he might have to wait until a few harvests before getting the Lord. Then, through the Lords, nurture soldiers, Halo combined with sufficient intake of mutant beast meat, the average evolution level of Dynasty can catch up. Only when you think you are strong enough to compete with the Zerg without paying a heavy price will you launch a general attack on the Zerg. But now, with the existence of Dream Butterfly, the average evolution level of the Dynasty has caught up with the Zerg. The existence of Soul Contract makes it possible for Ichin to conquer the Zerg. In addition to the bug, even after the system patch, there are still many gains, which has brought about a drastic change in the strength of Dynasty. So, change of plans. He wants to nip this thread in the bud. The characteristics of the Zerg make them plunder everything they can eat. A developing Zerg force is a potential time bomb for the entire surrounding ecosystem. But if he could use this terrifying tribe for his own benefit, it would be the sharpest spear and the strongest shield in his hands. Moreover, from the directional differentiation of Armored Fighter and Thorny Mantis, it can be seen that the awakened ability of the Zerg Queen is very likely to determine the direction of the Zerg created. The usefulness of such a special ability as customized troops is self-evident. In short, Ichin is determined to conquer the Zerg Queen. However, just when they were approaching the Zerg Mother Nest Cave, Ichin heard a subtle noise from a distance. He immediately activated Whine from the Tiger, and under Ichin's precise control, the wind attribute energy amplified the unclear sound in the distance. Engineers, I give you 4 hours. You must build a simple passageway that goes 100 kilometers deep into the top of heaven. Attention all evolved teams. Stay near the various hot weapon units, coordinate with each other, and steadily advance towards the interior of the heavenly summit. We have artillery units. Cooperate with the engineering units to occupy the firing points. Set up various types of artillery on the spot. Form a dense firepower position. We have the logistics. We must ensure that the supply lines are stable and supply the front line. No one should cause any trouble for me. The roar amplified by the loudspeaker was carried to Ichin's ears by the wind. In the distance, there were roars of falling trees and large machinery moving. Hearing these voices, Ichin's eyes became stern. The Yuezhou military region's action against Tiantangding has begun. Chapter 96: The Threat of Surface-to-Surface Missiles. Life and Death Crisis. Ichin was caught off guard by the actions of the Yuezhou military region. In his previous life, he basically lived in the mountain city and had very little knowledge of the Yuezhou area, which was 108,000 miles away. In other words, Tiger Dad was the first tiger to escape from the zoo in his previous life, which has extremely high historical significance. Moreover, he appeared again later and became a terrifyingly powerful man who could massacre cities and destroy armies. This made Ichin, who was far away in the mountain city, very familiar with him. Moreover, he is not among the first group of awakened evolvers, and has no access to any high-level policy trends. In addition, this nationwide recovery plan was, to a certain extent, caused by the Imperial Capital incident and the Yangqing incident led by Ichin, two changes that had never occurred in the previous life. Therefore, there might have been a similar plan in the previous life, but definitely not at this time. Even if there was no way of knowing the height at which Ichin was. Looking at this situation, the Yuezhou military region is preparing to flatten the entire roof of heaven. How come my plan has been disrupted at this time? Ichin couldn't help but complain. He was actually prepared for possible actions of the Yuezhou military region, but he didn't expect it to happen so early. This directly disrupted his plan to conquer the Zerg first. Judging from the sounds, the main force of the Guangdong military region can't be too far away. Although the overall strength of the dynasty has been greatly improved, and with the existence of the Lord, who can keep destruction resident in all mutant beasts, Ichin is still a little scared when facing human thermal weapons. After all, when in Yangqing, the Yuezhou military region had already witnessed the feat of the Emperor, sharing Tiger Dad's destruction with all mutant beasts. For such a situation, the Yuezhou military region will definitely make targeted plans. Whether it is more powerful firepower of thermal weapons or any other means, Ichin believes that the think tank of the human side will definitely not be without a response plan. If it wasn't necessary, Ichin didn't want to have a head-on collision with the human side so early. Wouldn't it be great to stay in the mountains and develop steadily, and then come out when you become invincible? But things went against his wishes. Now whether to fight or not is no longer something Ichin can decide on his own. I still have to observe closely to see whether the Yuezhou military region is just planning to take back some of the land from the mutant beasts, or is it planning to completely wipe out the top of the heaven? Ichin murmured, frowning. However, at this moment, while Wind from the Tiger was still activated, Ichin heard a series of terrified voices in his ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Countless roars exploded in Ichin's ears. The intensity of these sounds was enough for the other mutant beasts in Dynasty to hear faint sounds. Hearing this sound, all the mutant beasts became like frightened birds and immediately became alert. And more mutant beasts have even begun to tremble. Damn it! Does the Yuezhou military district have too much money to burn this time? They just start with artillery fire? Ichin couldn't help but swear in his heart. Judging from the sound, the firepower is probably even more terrifying than the previous time when we drilled into the top of heaven to intercept them. No surface-to-surface missiles, right? Ichin was extremely suspicious. This firing was mixed with several extremely terrifying roars, which were definitely not something that a cluster rocket could produce. The caliber of cluster rockets is mostly about the thickness of a human waist, but the caliber of surface-to-surface missiles is at least 500 millimeters, and most of them are more than 1 meter in diameter. The power of such a terrifying weapon is simply incomparable to that of small firecrackers like cluster rockets. In fact, in many beast-tide defense battles in the past lives, such powerful weapons were the main force for striking the beast-tide in advance from ultra-long distances. When facing high-level mutant beasts above level 7, they have deadly killing power. What's even more terrifying is that this thing may not be equipped with conventional warheads. It may be loaded with nuclear warheads. Will this fucking make the things in my dreams become reality? Ichin couldn't help but curse. No, not to mention the 30% share of the Lord, or the 50% share of the Emperor Experience Voucher. Even the current Tiger Dad, who controls the 100% power of destruction, can't withstand it. The more he thought about it, the more Ichin felt sweaty. Can't run away. I can't bear it. What to do? Got it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Ichin's mind. Roar. Without any hesitation at all, he directly used Soul Dialogue to issue orders to all the mutant beasts of Dynasty. Enter the Zerg's nest. Avoid the missile bombardment. Upon hearing Ichin's order, all the mutant beasts were delighted and quickly drilled into the Zerg cave they had found. This cave is the one that Ichin and Tiger Dad created after they entered due to the first armored fighter. I don't know if it's because of these 10 days that the overall size of the Zerg has grown again, and the diameter of the cave has expanded a lot, to a full 15 meters. Even Qingtian, the biggest guy in the dynasty, can enter easily. The entrance to the cave was extremely wide, and the mutant beasts filed in one after another. Under the threat of death, they moved at a very fast speed, with dozens or even hundreds of them entering in 1 second. The missile was still some distance away from here. While listening to the roar of the missile getting closer and closer, Ichin commanded the mutant beasts to enter the cave in an orderly manner. Just when the terrifying roar was about to reach their heads, all the mutant beasts finally rushed into the Zerg cave together. Ichin and Tiger Dad, who were left behind, quickly caught up with the team and rushed in. The cave is extremely deep, and Ichin doesn't know how deep the Zerg has dug underground. But now, the deeper the Zerg dig, the happier Ichin is. This is their lifeline to survival. Boom! Ichin and Tiger Dad had just entered the cave for only 3 seconds when they heard horrible explosions and roars outside, which made his heart tremble. Then a shock wave came from the cave entrance, making Ichin, who had already activated the Lord, to share destruction with all the dynasty. Mutant beasts feel a sweetness in his throat. Damn it, it's a surface-to-surface missile. With this kind of power, if it were still on the ground, it would all depend on luck whether it survived or not. Just the aftermath was enough to hurt Ichin, and he was gritting his teeth in pain. But fortunately, it's not a nuclear warhead. Otherwise, I would have a hard time surviving at this distance. The roar outside continued. Although surface-to-surface missiles were extremely expensive, it was painful for the Guangdong military region to use them. But those conventional rockets and artillery shells are relatively worthless. Therefore, the Guangdong military region can maintain the coverage of these conventional firepower for a long period of time and try to kill the mutant beast power in beyond visual range strikes. The entire cave wall was still shaking, which made Ichin doubt whether the Zerg's engineering quality could hold up. Hold head high. At this moment, a warning roar of an elephant suddenly came from far ahead. Although they hid underground, it was for this natural air defense facility to avoid the bombardment of ground-to-ground missiles. But Ichin did not forget that this is the Zerg's territory. Therefore, the front of the team are all the strongest people who are ranked at the top of Dynasty. If Tiger Dad hadn't been worried about him and insisted on staying at the back of the team to accompany him, he would have been arranged at the front of the team. It looks like we've encountered them. Chapter 97. Confronting the Zerg Army. The third level, Armored Fighter. Roar. With a slight roar, the densely packed Dynasty mutant beasts in the deep cave made way for a passage, allowing Ichin and Tiger Dad to pass quickly. Although the evolutionary level of the mutant beasts of Dynasty is currently at the second level, more than 10 days have passed, but Ichin does not believe that the strength of the Zerg will remain stagnant. It can be seen from the enlarged cave that at least the size of these guys has increased significantly. For most mutant beasts, size is a symbol of strength, so during this period of time, the Dynasty has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the Zerg has also made considerable progress. Therefore, Ichin was not completely confident about the powerful Dynasty, men such as Qingtian who were at the forefront. Soon, Ichin brought Tiger Dad to the front of the team and saw mutant beasts such as Qingtian confronting a large number of Zerg. Leading the way was the Armored Fighter, but unlike a dozen days ago, this time the armored fight in the front was 5 meters high. The rest of the armored warriors were also over 4 meters tall, emitting a cold and fierce aura. There are dozens of armored warriors alone. Among them, there are also stinging mantises. The number is unknown, and there are even several types of Zerg that Ichin has never seen before. One type of soldier is very stocky and short, and looks like its lower body is extremely stable. The outrageous thing is that this type of Zerg has a structure on its back that looks like a long and thick gun barrel. Ichin suspected that this type of soldier had powerful long-range attack capabilities. There is another type, which is tall and strong, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, and looks very bulky. Its forelimbs are 2 huge and heavy exoskeletons that look like door panels. Needless to say, this should be a type of soldier that is extremely inclined towards defense. They are guarding in front of the previous type of soldiers with cannons on their backs, as if they are protecting these long-range soldiers. There is another type, shaped like a spider, with each limb being an extremely sharp blade, and an abdomen that is somewhat bloated compared to its limbs. They walk on the walls of the cave as if they were walking on flat ground, and some are even hanging above the heads of the Zerg team. I'm afraid this is about the same scale as the massacre of the Dynasty in the dream. Seeing this scene, Ichin's eyelids jumped. In the dream, after being destroyed by a nuclear bomb, Ichin dreamed of being slaughtered by the Zerg. However, there are only 2 types of Zerg soldiers in the dream, Armored Fighter and Mantis, because Mengdai constructs dreams based on the memories of the dream owner. For example, Ichin in reality only knew about the Zerg. Before that, he had only seen 2 types of soldiers, Armored Fighter and Thorax, so in his dream, there were only these 2 types of soldiers. In addition, Mengdai can share dream materials, that is, it can use the contents of other dream owners' memories to create the dream of the current dream owner. Among them, Tiger Dad's dream is a typical example, which is almost constructed according to Ichin's imagination of Baishan. the Beast King in his previous life. After all, Ichin in his previous life had never seen the Beast King Baishan, because everyone who had seen it up close had died. Faced with a Zerg of such size, Ichin was nervous at first, but he soon relaxed. The dynasty in the dream was slaughtered unilaterally by the Zerg. That was because everyone's strength was very weak at that time. With an average evolutionary level of the first mid-stage, they were crushed by the Zerg in the dream and naturally could not compete. But in reality, dynasty is completely different from what it was in the dream. On average, they have been upgraded by one entire level, and all members are at level 2. The opponents have only a few hundred Zerg, which have been upgraded during this period. Their individual combat power is slightly stronger than that of the mutant beasts of Dynasty, but their overall strength is far behind. When Tiger Dad saw the Zerg army, especially the armored warriors and Mantis that he had fought with before, he suddenly became eager to fight. Previously, its evolution level was one level lower than these guys, and it was slightly inferior to Armor Fighter in a head-on confrontation. Later, even the insidious, thorny Mantis disregarded martial ethics and attacked it by surprise. This caused it a lot of trouble, and it almost costed its life. Roar. Now, when enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. The Tiger Dad, whose strength has greatly increased, is full of confidence. He shakes his body, roars, and goes forward to teach these guys a lesson. The unique darkness of destruction instantly covered his entire body, and the mighty Tiger Dad stepped on the dark flames and headed straight for the Zerg army, extremely confident. Feeling Tiger Dad's hostility, the leading armored fighter suddenly stepped out and took a stance to rush towards Tiger Dad. That body, which was much larger than the other armor fighters, brought a terrifying sense of oppression, which made Ichin's heart shudder. This guy is not simple. Boom! In an instant, the two huge beasts collided with each other, and the huge force made the cave tunnel tremble. Tiger Dad raised his upper body, and using the most common fighting method used by tigers, his pair of tiger paws were like palm leaf fans, slamming towards Jiado. As for Jiado, a pair of upper limbs shaped like human arms suddenly stretched out and faced Tiger Dad's palms. With their 4 claws clashing, the two enormously powerful beasts were engaging in the most primitive and pure contest of strength. What surprised Yichen was that the two of them were deadlocked in place. With their lower limbs sinking deeply into the cave wall, they were evenly matched. This guy is at level 3. Yichen's eyelids twitched. He was extremely surprised. The reason why the mutant beasts of Dynasty can become so much stronger is entirely due to the dream butterflies. The substances they excrete after feeding on dreams can help the mutant beasts absorb spiritual energy. How did this Zerg break through to the 3rd level in just over 10 days? Ichin was certain that the entire battle between him and Tiger Dad and the Zerg had definitely been seen by the Zerg Queen deep underground. After both were injured, the first, Kabuto, returned to the nest and did not come out. Instead, the second, Kabuto, and a Mantis, came to deal with the Tiger Father. Later, Ichin reviewed the two battles with Tiger Dad. According to Tiger Dad's own estimation, the strength of the second, armored fighter, was slightly weaker than the first. Ichin was certain that if the Zerg at that time could deploy a more powerful armored fighter, they would definitely not replace it with a weaker one. It could be said that the first, armored fighter, was very likely the strongest, armored fighter in the Zerg nest at that time. And now, in just a dozen days, the Zerg has produced a 3rd-level, armored warrior. There is no doubt that this is abnormal. Could it be that the Zerg also have the opportunity to improve their evolution level like Mengdai? After a simple analysis, Ichin naturally thought of this possibility. In that case, my trip here is even more worthwhile. Thinking of this, Ichin's lips curled up into a smile. Without wasting any more time, Ichin directly activated the Lord, used the Knight, and designated Tiger Dad. For a moment, Tiger Dad felt as if a force was generated in his body out of thin air, and all his attributes were improved. This feeling is similar to the previous Emperor as taking command, but the improvement is much weaker. But even though it is much weaker than Guarantee Command, the improvement is real. In an instant, the stalemate between Tiger Dad and the large, armored fighter was broken, and Tiger Dad's strength surged, crushing it with the force of a flood and a beast. Chapter 98. The two sides wrestle. Charge the Zerg army. Roar. Ichin roared, and the Lord was fully activated, sharing Tiger Dad's destruction with all the Dynasty mutant beasts. In an instant, A uniform black flame covered the bodies of the mutant beasts, carrying with it a combination of heat and coldness, with an aura that was so frightening that it made people tremble with fear. Ah! There was another roar, and with his order, the mutant beasts in the cave rushed towards the Zerg army. Boom, boom, boom. The most violent impact roared hundreds of meters below, causing the cave walls to tremble. Ichin is not going to wait any longer. He wants to take down this insect nest with a thunderous attack. He must find the Zerg queen as quickly as possible and enslave her with the soul contract. Rather than taming a top beast with powerful individual combat power, taming a key leader with functionality, potential, and a large tribe is the way for soul contract to play its greatest role. Dynasty already has the most advanced combat power. Who dares to say that in the future he will be strong enough to defeat the lonely Beast King, Tiger Dad Baishan, who fought against many enemies alone and was extremely powerful in his previous life. Ichin also had a high estimate of his own combat power after he became an adult. After all, under the Fruit of Time. Although he relied on the advantage of his evolutionary level, he had defeated Tiger Dad after all. In addition, Tiger Brother's potential should not be underestimated. His current size is extremely exaggerated. After waking up from the dream, it ate an unknown amount of food in the past few days under the blessing of gluttony. Its body size swelled like a balloon, and its weight might have reached more than 1 ton. In addition, there are strong men like Qingtian, Xiongba, and Ao Xing, who are also very powerful and have considerable potential. So, Dynasty is not lacking in either top or high-end combat power. But the DIY method of mass production of troops like the Zerg, which has differentiated into various types with clear division of labor and full functionality, makes Ichin extremely envious. What kind of bug is this? This is a stable production line of special forces. Therefore, he didn't plan to waste any more time. He was determined to capture the Zerg Queen. Phoenix Butterfly. Can you hypnotize these Zerg in a targeted way? Seeing that the mutant beasts of Dynasty had greatly increased their combat power under the blessing of Lord and forced the Zerg army to retreat again and again, Ichin thought of Mengdia's previous method of hypnotizing all the mutant beasts of Dynasty. If you can use this method to hypnotize all Zerg without bloodshed, and then find the Zerg Queen in the leisurely area, wouldn't that be a great start? You know, Ichin has already regarded the Zerg as his own. The fewer people who die, the more real-time combat power you can use. He did not forget that on the ground, the army of the Guangdong military region was sweeping Tiantangding. At this time, any extra combat power would be good for the dynasty. How can we possibly do this? You are sending us to our deaths. Huangdai said unhappily. Are you trying to be lazy? How about this? Hypnotize the entire insect nest for me. This time, I'll have a good sleep after the fight. At least, I'll give you a good dream for half a day. Ichin was suspicious, then gave a reassurance. Half a day's dream. After hearing Ichin's words, Huangdai started drooling. During this period of time, Ichin had kept it hungry for quite some time, and every dream it had was just enough to keep it from starving to death. No, our bodies are very fragile. Although we can hypnotize specific mutant beasts, the energy and blood they emit during battle will burn us to death if we get close to them. However, although she really wanted to take advantage of Ichin's promise, Huangdai still pointed out the shortcomings of the Mengdai race. Anyway, his life has been completely controlled by Ichin, so it doesn't matter whether he talks about the shortcomings of his race or not. I see. Looks like we still have to fight a tough battle. Nodding, Ichin said with some regret. Originally, he thought that Mengdia's large-scale hypnosis skill could be used as a powerful control force. But now it seems that the conditions for use are too harsh, and it cannot be used in actual combat. After all, when fighting, how could the enemy not stimulate its own state to the most powerful state? When the power is stimulated, the qi and blood will naturally overflow, which will disrupt the release of hypnotic scale powder by Mengdai, and of course it will not be able to hypnotize the target. It is regrettable that Mengdia's hypnosis skills cannot be used in this battle, but this does not mean that Ichin is afraid of a head-on confrontation. The current dynasty is at a time of great strength, with brave soldiers and powerful men. Just a bunch of Zerg, nothing to be afraid of. Ah! With a fierce roar, Ichin sounded the charge horn towards the mutant beasts of Dynasty. A group of the Dynasty, the strongest mutant beasts, stood at the front, charging towards the Zerg army with great bravery. For these huge beasts, even though the cave, which is 25 meters in diameter and much more spacious after entering, is still a bit crowded. However, dozens of mutant beasts have filled the cave, leaving barely enough space for running and charging. But for the Zerg army, there is no escape from the charging dynasty. But they seem to be controlled by a sharp-minded being. They did not panic when they saw this scene, but let those tall and bulky guys with two huge shields on their forelimbs take the lead. And Giotto retreated behind these big guys and used his powerful arms to support the shield wall built by these big guys. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the mutant beasts of Dynasty slammed into the combined shield wall, and a huge force surged in the center. The unskillful wrestling between the two sides made the entire battle line tense. Among the various Zerg arms, there are many with outstanding strength, like the big guy with huge shields on his forelimbs and the armored warrior. They are all types of soldiers that excel in strength. Hold head high. However, how could there be no powerful ethnic groups on the Dynasty side? With a roar of elephants, a group of giant elephants that had mutated from African elephants rushed towards the shield wall built by the Zerg with all their might. Moo. Then, there was another mooing of a cow, and among the Dynasty mutant beasts, those bovine mutant beasts all used all their might to push forward. Soon, the balance of power was broken, and the Dynasty mutant beasts worked together to push the shield wall formed by the Zerg army deep into the cave. At the beginning, the pushing speed was extremely slow, but as time went on, the speed continued to rise. In just a few minutes, the mutant beasts of Dynasty pushed the Zerg army forward. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the continuous forward movement made the entire cave tremble and made Ichin excited as well. Almost there, he exploded and repelled the Zerg army that was blocking his advance, and he was getting closer and closer to the Zerg queen that must be there. After rushing for several kilometers, the whole team couldn't stop, and a feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Ichin hurriedly tried to stop his momentum, but he couldn't. The inertia of the entire Dynasty's explosive charge made it impossible for them to stop. For a moment, the entire team seemed to be speeding on the track, but the track in front of the train suddenly broke, pulling a loose curve in the air. Oh no, I've been fooled. Chapter 99. Deep in the insect nest, fallen into a trap. Damn it, this Zerg actually knows how to use tricks. When the feeling of weightlessness came over him, Ichin cursed loudly. He quickly used Wind from the Tiger to unleash as strong as a tiger's wings, adjusted his posture, and quickly glanced at the surrounding situation. This is a huge cave hall, and its overall shape resembles a standing egg. But this egg is extremely huge, and the place where the mutant beasts of Dynasty just rushed out of the tunnel-like cave is in the upper half of this egg. The entire cave hall has a vertical drop of at least hundreds of meters. This guy wants to throw us to death. But in the blink of an eye, Ichin figured out everything. In Dynasty, there are not many mutant beasts that have the ability to fly. Although they have now reached the second level and their defense has greatly increased, they are extremely heavy, especially for a large mutant beast like Qingtian. A fall of hundreds of meters will almost certainly lead to their death. The strength of a mutant beast depends largely on its size. Therefore, the Zerg lured the mutant beasts of Dynasty to fall from such a great height, and almost killed more than 90% of the strong men of Dynasty. The remaining few mutant beasts are powerful but not big in size, and they have ways to protect themselves when falling from a high altitude. If they fall from such a high height, they will be skinned alive even if they don't die. Fortunately, I am not helpless in this situation. Falling in the air, Ichin was extremely calm. Without any panic, he withdrew the destruction that the Lord had shared with all the mutant beasts of the Dynasty and directly replaced it with his own magical power. Wind from the Tiger. Roar. Then, his thoughts became extremely clear, and he activated Soul Dialogue and issued orders to all the mutant beasts of Dynasty. Use Tiger with wings. Quickly, imagine that you have grown wings and keep flying. Pay attention to my position and slowly fall down. Ichin didn't dare to waste even a moment. Upon hearing this, all the mutant beasts activated their adding wings to a tiger and stretched out huge wings from their backs. 8,000 mutant beasts flapped their wings and flew together, and the whole scene looked spectacular. As the mutant beasts flapped their wings, their falling speed suddenly slowed down, and then they floated in the air like light feathers. The skill, adding wings to a tiger, attached to a wind from the tiger, is not simply using spiritual power to construct a pair of huge wings. If it were just big wings, for mutant beasts as heavy as Qingtian, Their falling tendency would not be hindered much by this little lift. But wind from the tiger will make the individual who possesses this magical power the darling of the wind, so it is not the pair of wings of adding wings to a tiger that makes its user fly, but the wind. With adding wings to a tiger, no matter whether it is pigs, buffaloes, rhinos, or elephants, their falling speed slowed down without exception, and they floated down like feathers. Seeing this, Ichin also breathed a sigh of relief. While waiting for Tiger Dad to fill the spiritual power storage tank with spiritual power, Ichin was trying to learn the professional analysis of the different superpowers of the Dragon Group's mutant beasts by Professor Liao and other professional teams when he was in the Dragon Group. The aim of the Life Sciences team, led by Professor Liao, is to classify the different abilities possessed by different mutant beasts and different evolvers as best as possible. At the same time, it is also necessary to test the effects of different superpowers and plan their future development directions in order to maximize the use of the effects of superpowers. This is what is called teaching students in accordance with their aptitude and making the best use of their talents. The development and utilization of superpowers is a compulsory course for every mutant beast and evolver with superpowers. Although the IQ of mutant animals has reached the level of humans, their way of thinking is far inferior to that of humans who have received systematic education. Moreover, compared to the team of the School of Life Sciences, which has achieved certain achievements in the field and has professional research literacy and professional scientific research skills among humans, it is too inefficient for a person to figure out his special abilities on his own, and it is easy to fall into narrow thinking. With a professional team and comprehensive discussions among multiple people, basically most of the usage directions can be taken into consideration, and almost no potential ability will be buried. What surprises Ichin is that after Mingdai pulls him into the dream, she can replay his memories. In other words, as long as it is a scene he has seen in the past, whether it is the picture, sound, or smell, it can be perfectly restored and completely reproduced, allowing him to experience it again in person. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Ichin has carefully studied the analysis and planning of the mutant beast superpowers by the Life Sciences school team headed by Professor Liao during his week in the Dragon Group these days. Therefore, he knows exactly what special abilities each mutant beast has, what special effects it has, and under what conditions its miraculous effects can be achieved. After possessing the Lord, he trained all the mutant beasts of the dynasty to use several abilities with a wide range of practical uses. This is to ensure that when it is needed, you can use the corresponding ability accurately in a short time without panic or unfamiliarity. My own wine from the tiger is one of the important items of training these days. Now it seems that my preparations for a rainy day have played a crucial role. Otherwise, with just this fall, without any training, the mutant beasts of Dynasty would most likely not be able to use wind from the tiger correctly in a panic. If they were to fall straight down from this hundreds-meter drop, the consequences for the Dynasty would be disastrous. But this did not make Ichin relax at all, because the real fierce battle is still to come. Ah! Looking at the dark abyss, Ichin shouted at a mutant beast in the group of mutant beasts. As soon as his voice fell, a ball of light like a small sun suddenly bloomed in the air. This is a bird mutant in Dynasty, named Marshmallow. Its original race is a lovebird, and it has awakened light-related superpowers. It is covered in snow-white feathers, and when it uses its special powers it can emit bright and dazzling light, enough to illuminate a huge space. It was extremely dark deep underground, so dark that even a nocturnal animal like Ichin, a Siberian tiger, had its vision obstructed. After this bright light appeared, the entire space suddenly became brighter, and even the nocturnal animals in the dynasty felt a much greater sense of security. The unknown darkness puts them under great pressure. No one knows whether a powerful enemy will suddenly rush out from the depths of darkness and deal them a fatal blow. However, when the light filled the entire insect nest cave, all the mutant beasts of Dynasty were shocked. In the upper part of the entire insect nest hall, a swarm of flying insects are flapping their wings and taking off. In the lower part of the hive hall, various Zerg troops are waiting for the Dynasty mutant beasts to fall into their encirclement. Looking at the flying insects getting closer and closer, Ichin was terrified. Fallen into the Zerg's deadly trap. Chapter 100 Emergency Landing. Zerg also have artillery? Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the dense flapping sound like thunder, swarms of flying insects swarmed towards the Dynasty. Mutant beasts that were still in the air. Roar. Hurry and land on the ground. Seeing this situation, Ichin hurriedly used soul dialogue to command the mutant beasts. In order to stay in the air, he must maintain the wind tiger. For the dynasty, mutant beasts, we cannot use destruction, so we have no advantage against the Zerg army. Moreover, because the strength of the mutant beasts of dynasty is uneven and they have almost no experience in air combat, their chances of winning in a large-scale battle are too low. Therefore, an emergency landing, even when facing a larger number and a wider variety of Zerg troops, is much better than fighting these flying insects that are good at aerial combat in the air. Under Ichin's command, the dynasty mutant beast descended faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the ground of the cave. Bang, bang, bang. But the overwhelming flying insects would not let the mutant beasts of dynasty land so easily, and they charged towards them fearlessly. Huh? These flying insects don't seem to be very strong. Being hit and harassed by flying insects, Ichin felt a little confused. This made him feel a little more at ease. It is probably because flying troops are more difficult to train, and the Zerg currently only have such basic flying troops. Faced with these flying insects which were only first level, with very few of them being second level, the mutant beasts of dynasty could handle them with ease. Although they have zero experience in air combat, their overwhelming evolutionary level means that these low-end flying soldiers cannot cause fatal damage to them. Facing countless buzzing flying insects, Ichin led the dynasty mutant beasts to an emergency landing. In just 1 minute, they reached a height of nearly 100 meters from the bottom of the nest. However, just when Ichin breathed a sigh of relief, the Zergs neatly arranged at the bottom of the nest began to move. One by one, the Zergs, which had short bodies, extremely stable chassis, and a thick and long gun barrel-like gun on their backs, all crouched down, and the gun barrels on their backs actually began to rise. In just 2 seconds, those gun barrels were pointing straight to the sky, emitting a dark cold light. Then, they lowered their heads directly to the ground and ate the soil and gravel in big mouthfuls. Their digestive tracts seemed to be straight. In just 1 second, the gun barrel on their backs made a roar. Boom! With a vibration like that of an artillery bombardment, the gun barrels behind them actually shot out shells at an astonishing speed. The densely packed, real homemade cannonballs attacked the dynasty mutant beast that was already a sitting duck in the air, with a howl that broke through the air. The might was terrifying. Zhao, how come I always encounter artillery when I fight against Zerg? Ichin was simply stunned. He thought that this type of Zerg soldier that could sit on the ground like a cannon must have excellent long-range attack capabilities. But he didn't expect that these things could imitate artillery so realistically. Judging from the caliber, the barrels on the backs of these big guys are 200 millimeters in diameter, although the firing rate is definitely not as fast as that of gunpowder-propelled guns. But caliber means power. Even a bull cannot withstand a football-sized rock hitting its body. Without any hesitation, Ichin quickly changed the supernatural power shared with the mutant beasts of dynasty back to destruction. After such a long time, they were only about 40 meters away from the ground. Although falling from this height would be uncomfortable for big guys like Qingtian, at least they wouldn't die. If you were hit by such dense artillery shells without the defense of destruction, you would really die. In an instant, under Ichin's control, the wind from the tiger, on the dynasty mutant beast was replaced by destruction. The wings disappeared and were replaced by pure black. Ding, ding, ding. Just after replacing destruction, a series of explosions roared on the dynasty mutant beasts. Football-sized shells bombarded them, but due to the characteristic of destruction that reduced the power of long-range attacks by 99%, no mutant beasts were injured. On the contrary, the shells hit them as if they had hit a solid metal wall of tungsten steel alloy and exploded one after another. The exploding earth artillery shells splashed out a lot of debris, including a lot of sharp gravel, which made Ichin subconsciously use his claws to block his eyes. If these things were not destroyed, they would cause considerable damage. If they splashed into the eyes, they would most likely blind the eyes and greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. Soon, the mutant beasts of dynasty landed at the bottom of the nest under the fierce long-range firepower of the Zerg. At the same time, a large number of armored warriors at the bottom of the nest crouched down to accumulate strength and then rose from the ground. They must take advantage of the fact that the dynasty mutant beasts are in the air and have no way to escape, and give them the dynasty mutant beasts the most fatal blow. However, the mutant beasts of dynasty had no fear at all. Among the same level, these tigers, brown bears, black bears, elephants, and rhinos. As the big guys at the top of the food chain in their respective fields, how could they be afraid? With an overwhelming momentum, a group of dynasty mutant beasts fearlessly confronted the armored fighters that rose from the ground head-on and charged directly. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled sounds, the two sides collided with each other, and the terrifying force collided, making a terrible explosion. Tiger Dad then once again found the armor fighter that was already at the 3rd level and crushed it. In the battlefield at the bottom of the entire nest, there are actually not many Zerg troops that can actually engage in head-on combat. The armored fighter for the main battle and the tortoise for flank attacks. With 2 door panels, it has amazing defense and strength, but its attacking means are poor, so Ichin named it Shield Mountain. It has a very low chassis and can fire earth artillery shells, so Ichin named it the Mountain Cannon. As for the rest, the ones that look like spiders with sharp limbs were named Steel Spiders by Yichen. Similar to the stinging mantis, it has amazing attack power, but its body is very fragile. However, it can spit spider silk and has a certain controllability. But the number of these Zerg combat arms is not large. At most there are about 3,000, which is far less than the mutant beasts of Dynasty. Among those astonishing numbers of flying insects, there are only about 500 second-order ones at most, and the rest are first-order ones that can only provide harassment and have limited effects. With the support of the Lord, the mutant beasts of Dynasty are much stronger than ordinary second-order mutant beasts and can be dealt with ease. Seeing this scene, Ichin nodded. Now, it's only a matter of time to take down this insect nest. But where is the Zerg Queen? Ichin was a little confused. Although entering the Zerg nest is a life-saving measure to avoid ground-to-ground missiles, before knowing the actions of the Guangdong military region, Ichin came here to subdue the Zerg Queen. Being able to carry out such targeted differentiation and create special troops, the Zerg must have a powerful Zerg Queen. However, according to Ichin's guess, the Zerg Queen's level should be level 3, but her combat power is infinitely close to 0. Similar to termites, this type of Zerg social model has a queen who is responsible for all reproduction tasks. She can produce so many large Zerg troops that their bodies may be as bloated as a mountain. But even though he had already gone so deep into the insect nest, Ichin still hadn't seen the huge monster he had expected, which was very strange. Roar! However, just as he was thinking, an extremely painful scream suddenly sounded on the battlefield. Ichin's eyes flashed, and he turned his head suddenly. That voice turned out to be Tiger Dad. Who is it? Can it hurt the current Tiger Dad?